Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 239 Ye Kong, the Li brothers, Yu Tian, Yue Yang and Lai Ban's 3-on-3 battle wasn't long, but it was extremely intense. No, to be more accurate, it should be described as tragic. Yu Tian and the others obtained the final victory, but it was an extremely difficult victory. In the end, Yu Tian and Yue Yang were heavily injured and vomited blood, falling to the ground, unable to get up. Only Lai Ban, who was covered in blood, was still standing in the middle of the stage. On Ivy Academy's side, the Li brothers were burnt black. Even with the help of the old cunning fox and the linesman, they were still unconscious. Ye Kong was conscious. He had thousands of wounds all over his body, blood flowing out continuously. He, who had forcefully knocked Yu Tian and Yue Yang out of the stage, originally still had the strength to fight against Lai Ban. Unfortunately, Yu Tian's silver tiger knocked him out of the stage at the last moment. The Ivy Academy's 3-on-3 battle wasn't because they couldn't win, it was because of the competition rules. Xianxia Academy won, but they had paid a huge price for this battle. The Fire Lion, Golden Tiger and Wind Leopard had all died in battle, the War Eagle had been heavily injured, and the 2 silver-ranked Puppet Centaur had been crushed into pieces by the Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle. Yu Tian and Yue Yang, who were previously the 10 great heroes of the younger generation, were beaten by Ye Kong until they vomited blood, losing a lot of their prestige. Although their counterattacks weren't weak, Ye Kong withstood them with astonishing endurance. In the end, Yu Tian and Yue Yang were both knocked out of the stage. In this battle, Ye Kong and Fatty Hai had entered the preliminary list of the 10 great heroes in everyone's hearts. Perhaps their strength was still slightly lacking, but they were already strong challengers for the 10 great heroes. Even the Li brothers, who were unknown but full of sacrificial spirit, could be ranked in the top 30. If it wasn't for the brothers' selfless sacrifice and tacit cooperation, Ye Kong wouldn't have been able to defeat Yu Tian and Yue Yang. These 2 brothers were willing to be the supporting characters, blocking almost 80% of the damage for Ye Kong, almost winning this battle. Clap 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 clap, all the spectators stood up and gave the defeated Ivy League team a round of applause. The Ivy Academy, who had always been trash in people's hearts, had this year's contestants filled with courage. First, there was Fatty Hai and Yu Bing, then there was Ye Kong and the Li brothers. This team's tenacity left a deep impression in people's hearts. One had to know that they were challenging the champions of the previous tournament. With Feng Qisha, Yan Po Jun, Yu Tian, Yue Yang, Lai Ban and the others in the Xianxia Academy team, even with the appearance of Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin, they were still the hot favorites to win the team competition. Who would have thought that they would be forced into such a sorry state by the inconspicuous Ivy Academy team? It could be said that the Ivy Academy team had the ability to become the champions. However, their luck was not good enough. They had lost all 3 matches due to the rules of the competition. Other than having super strong abilities, the Xianxia Academy team's rich competition experience had also played a huge role. When Ye Kong knocked Yu Tian off the stage, if Yu Tian had not used his silver tiger at the last moment to shatter the corner of the stage and knock Ye Kong off the stage when he lost his balance, it would have been hard to say who would have won this 3-on-3 battle. Although Lai Ban could still stand on the stage with difficulty, everyone felt that if Ye Kong did not lose his footing at the last moment, Lai Ban would not have won. Lai Ban did not have Ye Kong's desperate fighting spirit. Yu Tian and Yue Yang also did not have the Li brothers' sacrificial spirit. Their average abilities were slightly higher than Ye Kong and the Li brothers, but they had been beaten miserably by Ye Kong and the Li brothers who were fighting as one. Ye Kong and the Li brothers had also created a classic 3-on-3 battle tactic, and that was the Trinity. 2 companions who were rich in sacrificial spirit, with the strongest one as the arrowhead, would work together to kill one person from the opponent's side. At the same time, they would completely block all of the opponent's attacks, preserving the strongest companion's battle strength until the end. This kind of sacrifice for the sake of supporting characters was not something that everyone could do. However, as long as the Li brothers did it, the team would be able to display 100% or even more of their battle strength. What an interesting battle! Bai Yunfei's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Originally, I was not too interested in the team competition. But now, I have changed my mind. Let me defeat the Xianxia Academy team. I must win this championship. Then, I will wait for the Ivy Academy to challenge me next year, Xianxia Academy." Don't think that the Ivy Academy is the only strong enemy in this world. The eyes of the Grey Wolf Academy's representative, Prince of Zijin, flashed as he snorted lightly. The old cunning fox hurriedly brought Yi Kong and the others to be healed. Yue Yang looked at the old cunning fox in the eye. He realized that this old man who cared about his face was so happy that he almost couldn't find the north. He couldn't help but sweat profusely. It was no wonder. Usually, when the old cunning fox led the team, he would always return empty-handed. This year, the performances of Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers had helped him gain a lot of face. The old cunning fox finally had the chance to vent his anger and raise his eyebrows. Of course he would be proud. On the second day, the small team round-robin tournament started. Shui Tan Lang and Yue Yang's match was forfeited. After Shui Tan Lang forfeited, his second opponent was Prince of Zijin. As for Yue Yang's second opponent in the group stage, it was the Floating Mist Sect's junior elder by Yunfei. Although it was only the small team round-robin tournament, the death match in Group B had become the most important part of the competition. In order to let more spectators see this intense competition, the Champion Islands organizers had brought out the biggest arena, the Champion Arena, which was only used for the finals. The Champion Arena was built by a ring-shaped rock mountain. At the bottom of the valley was the Battle Arena. More than 50,000 spectators could have seats. Even more spectators could sit on higher rocks. Although they didn't have seats and were far away from the Battle Arena, it was still a joyous thing to be able to watch the competition from afar. The most delightful thing was that the spectators who didn't have seats could watch the competition for free. This rule suited the mercenaries very well. Of course, watching the competition for free also meant that they came willingly. The organizers couldn't guarantee their safety. If the mercenaries fell and got injured by the contestants' beasts, the organizers wouldn't be responsible for them. They could only blame themselves for being unlucky. I hope that all the spectators will pay attention to their safety. In the death match in Group B, Yue Yang was fighting against by Yunfei. All 7 judges were present. 4 of them were guarding the 4 corners of the arena. Not only were they observing the competition, they were also responsible for the spectators' safety, in case of any accidents. Of the remaining 3 judges, 1 was the chief judge and the other 2 were the gold-ranked judges. It could be said that other than the finals, this was the first time that 7 judges were sent to be impartial in the round-robin tournament. Hundreds of silver-armored guards were scattered at the edge of the arena, protecting the spectators' safety. The kings, concubines, princes and princesses of various countries had also arrived. Although the emperors of Da Sha, Tian Luo and Zijin Kingdom did not come, they had sent their representatives. When Yue Yang and Bai Yunfei went up to the arena, the entire championship arena was filled with spectators. The number of spectators must have exceeded 100,000. This was also a record. There had never been so many spectators watching the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. Including the previous finals, the number of spectators had never exceeded 70,000. This terrifying record of at least 100,000 spectators was an unprecedented existence. I choose to fight without rules. Yue Yang made his request. Bai Yunfei, who was standing opposite him, completely agreed. A fight without rules meant that there was no time limit, no time out, no rest, no summoning of any kind of beasts, and no using of battle skills. In short, other than not killing the opponent, the contestants could use any method to attack the opponent before the opponent admitted defeat. You have 3 minutes to prepare. You can choose to leave the arena and prepare, or stay in the arena. After 3 minutes, I will announce the start of the battle. You can only start the battle. The chief judge went up to the arena and gestured for the 2 contestants to greet each other and then prepare themselves. Bai Yunfei greets you. Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader Bai Yunfei cupped his fists in greeting politely, but his expression was arrogant. You're welcome. We'll rely on our own abilities later. Yue Yang cupped his fists casually and jumped down from the arena to greet the old fox and the others. In order to support Yue Yang, the old fox, the eagle-eyed Shahu Wei Lai and the students from the death class had all come. Even the Withering Thousand Bones General Feng Kuang, the Da Sha Imperial Tutor and the White Stone City Master who had always followed Zheng Wuyu came to support him. Fight well. You must beat that arrogant fellow until his teeth fall all over the ground. Princess Sissy rarely encouraged Yue Yang. On the other hand, the usually generous Castellan Fallen Flowers sat far away, as if she did not know Yue Yang. The reason was that her father, the Eastern Sky King, had come and kept calling Yue Yang son-in-law. This made her extremely embarrassed, so she decided to stay far away. Inan was more or less the same. Her aunt had come. Inan obediently pulled Yu Bing along to accompany her aunt to watch the battle. The Prince of Tian Luo had brought the fanatical female fans of the Pink Rose group to support him. Only then did Yue Yang know that there was a Prince of Tian Luo in this world. Moreover, he was the cousin of Fallen Flowers. The most shocking thing was that this outrageously handsome Prince of Tian Luo was actually the son of the Western Sky King. Yue Yang could not understand. The Western Sky King looked even more like a barbarian than the Eastern Sky King. How did he give birth to such a beautiful son? Just like how the Eastern Sky King gave birth to Castellan. Fallen Flowers was a mystery. This made Yue Yang very puzzled. The Emperor of Tian Luo, Hua Shuri, only had a daughter and no son. This Prince of Tian Luo would probably be the future successor to the throne. When the Prince of Tian Luo saw Yue Yang, he smiled, causing the female fans of the Pink Rose group to scream. He was different from the Prince of Tian Luo that sickly beauty had disguised herself as. The real Prince of Tian Luo loved to smile, and there was no sadness in his eyes. He seemed to be a rather cheerful little prince. What made Yue Yang the happiest was that at a corner of the mountain where no one would notice, wuxia, who loved to read, and sickly beauty were sitting side by side. Although their faces were covered with a light veil, and they were wearing a loose robe and a big coat, sitting far away on a rock in the corner, completely not attracting the attention of others, Yue Yang still recognized them at first glance. His beloved girl, of course he would not recognize the wrong person. Noticing that Yue Yang was looking at her, sickly beauty waved her hand slightly to signal him to come over. The mysterious beauty wuxia, on the other hand, did not move at all, quietly reading her book, as if she did not notice Yue Yang at all. The only regret in Yue Yang's heart was that because of the enemy's spying, Fourth Mother and the little girl could not come. Otherwise, it would have been even more perfect. Contestants, there is only 1 minute left. Please come to the stage and prepare for the match. The chief referee was mainly calling out to Yue Yang, because Bai Yunfei had always been on the stage. He summoned the gold rank level 7 Gold Dragon King Beast, causing the spectators who supported him to cheer. In the hearts of the ordinary spectators, Tai Tan, who had the title of Abnormal Blind, could not fight against Bai Yunfei. Just that gold rank level 7 Gold Dragon King Beast was enough to torture him to death. They came here mainly to watch Bai Yunfei torture his opponents. This was because Bai Yunfei would toy with his opponents to his heart's content in every single round of the promotion round. Especially after torturing his opponents would even thank him for his guidance. That kind of style was what the spectators loved to see the most. This abnormal blind man, would he end up like the previous contestants, kneeling in front of Bai Yunfei and crying bitterly in the end? Yue Yang walked onto the stage, took out the golden mask that he had obtained from the Gemini Temple, and lightly put it on. An evil demonic aura exploded from his body. When the spectators saw his half-crying, half-smiling mask and felt the demonic aura from his body, they could not help but shiver. This abnormal blind man was indeed not an ordinary person. It would not be easy to see him kneeling down and crying bitterly. There is only 50 seconds left. Student Tai Tan, you can summon your beasts first. I will start the countdown in 10 seconds. You guys can make your final preparations now. The head referee reminded Yue Yang. He did not want to see the ending of Bai Yunfei's Gold Dragon King Beast beating Yue Yang off the stage in one move. He hoped that the battle between these two youngsters would be as exciting as possible. What beast should I summon? Yue Yang seemed to be a little troubled. Ha ha ha. Many spectators started to laugh. Indeed, no matter what beast he summoned, it would not be a match for the gold rank level 7 Gold Dragon King Beast. What was even funnier was that this Tai Tan only had a thorny flower and a puppet mouse previously. Although he was an expert in battle skills, in terms of summoning beasts, this abnormal blind man was a huge tragedy. Idiot, this is not a place for you to come. One of Bai Yunfei's juniors could not help but stand up and shout loudly, mocking Yue Yang for reporting the wrong event. If Yue Yang had reported for the individual battle skills competition, he might have been able to get a good ranking. However, the individual battle skills competition was a combination of beasts and battle skills. It would be a joke if he, who was only an expert in battle skills, wanted to fight against Bai Yunfei, who was equally strong in both beasts and battle skills. In the individual battle skills competition, it was impossible to not summon beasts. Yue Yang had really summoned 5 puppet mice. The spectators almost died of laughter. Many of them laughed until they were out of breath. With just 5 puppet mice, he wanted to defeat the Gold Dragon King Beast. This was probably the biggest joke in the history of the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. Student Titan, are you sure you don't want to summon your thorny flower? The thorny flower is a strong beast. Bai Yunfei tried his best to maintain a humble tone. This way, the hidden mockery in his voice was even stronger. When the spectators heard this, they laughed until tears flowed down their cheeks. Using puppet mice and thorny flower to fight against the Gold Dragon King Beast. Alright, this was not a joke. This was the Group B round-robin tournament. There's no need for that. I don't need to summon my thorny flower to fight against a fire-breathing lizard. Without batting an eyelid, Yue Yang summoned the gold rank level 3 Reaper Mantis that had just grown up. Although it was still far from becoming a mature Reaper Mantis, it could still fight. The spectators were startled. This abnormal blind man also had a gold rank beast. Reaper Mantis. That's right. Bai Yunfei was also slightly startled, but he quickly recovered. Although the gold rank level 3 Reaper Mantis was the bane of the dragon race, its level was too low. His Gold Dragon King Beast was already gold rank level 7. Any one of its claws was not something that the Reaper Mantis could defend against. Bai Yunfei's eyes flashed slightly as he summoned another beast, a gold rank level 5 Killer Bee. The Killer Bee's poisonous stinger was the fatal weapon of all insect-type beasts. Although the gold-ranked Killer Bee was not the Reaper Mantis' natural enemy, it was not afraid of the Reaper Mantis because of its high-flying speed and poisonous stinger. Bai Yunfei's intention was to completely attack Yue Yang. He meant that he did not even need to use the Gold Dragon King Beast to completely suppress Yue Yang's beasts. It was as if he wanted to compete with him, the Floating Mist Sect's junior elder, in terms of beasts. That was a beggar competing with a rich man. Killer Bee, so arrogant. This is really scary. Yue Yang waved his hands towards the audience. Looks like I have to ask for help. 2 mysterious people wearing cloaks jumped onto the stage from below the stage. The head referee hurriedly stopped them. Wait a minute, this is not a 3-on-3 battle, you guys cannot join the battle. The battle is temporarily suspended, you guys go down immediately, otherwise Student Titan will be defeated because he violated the rules. All of you go down, immediately. The spectators roared with laughter. They did not even understand the rules of the competition, yet they dared to compete. Suddenly, one of the mysterious people opened her cloak, revealing a demonically beautiful woman's face. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she opened her mouth to speak. There was an indescribable wonder in her voice. Her pronunciation was not very accurate, but it was extremely pleasing to the ears. Didn't you say that Master's beasts can participate in the competition? The head referee was confused. Of course beasts can participate in the competition, but you guys are all humans. He suddenly came to his senses and cried out in surprise, you guys are all beasts. That demonically beautiful woman tore her cloak apart and spread her platinum wings. She soared into the sky and landed gracefully. She held the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in her left hand and the silver-ranked Eye Destroyer dagger in her right hand. She knelt down in front of Yue Yang and spoke with a beautiful and respectful voice, I am the bloody queen that Master has contracted with. My human name is Red. When she said this, the entire audience became silent. A humanoid beast that could speak. What kind of beast was this? Chapter 240 Inches White, Platinum-Ranked Humanoid Beast. The Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader Bai Yunfei felt as if he was hit in the back of his head. Platinum-ranked beasts and gold-ranked beasts were two completely different things. Normal warriors might not know, but as the Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader, how could he not know that only when a beast stepped into platinum rank would it truly be reborn and have the chance to evolve into a holy beast? Although normal, bronze, silver and gold ranked beasts could also evolve into holy beasts, it would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, not all beasts could evolve into holy beasts. Even if there was a chance that they could evolve into holy beasts by chance, that lucky beast would need a long period of time to cultivate and evolve, only then would it be able to evolve extremely slowly. That kind of long time was not something that a human warrior's life could wait for. In comparison, platinum-ranked beasts' evolution time was 100 times shorter than normal beasts. It was also 10 times shorter than bronze-ranked, silver-ranked and gold-ranked beasts. Platinum-ranked beasts usually only needed a few decades, at most 100 years to evolve into a humanoid. Then, they would continue to learn different kinds of knowledge, increase their intelligence, and evolve into a holy beast. Gold-ranked beasts would need hundreds of years, at least 200 to 300 years. Hence, By the time a gold-ranked beast evolved into a holy beast, its master would already be old and exhausted. There would be no possibility for them to improve anymore. This is a humanoid platinum-ranked intelligent beast. The chief referee was also shocked. In the previous 100-school elite tournament, students who owned gold-ranked beasts were not the only ones. In the past, there were even abnormal students who owned them. However, as a veteran referee, he had never seen any students who owned a platinum-ranked beast. Not to mention the two basic requirements of a holy beast, humanoid, and intelligence. Even if the bloody queen in front of him was not a holy beast, she would not be far from becoming one. At first, the chief referee thought that Bai Yunfei, who had a gold-ranked level 7 gold dragon king beast, was already an extremely powerful existence. He did not expect that he was nothing compared to Titan, who had a platinum-ranked bloody queen. Gold dragon king beast, that was a holy beast, a platinum-ranked holy beast. The chief referee was shocked. He looked at the other mysterious beast whose face was still hidden in a cloak. This beast was also humanoid. Could it be that Titan had two holy beasts? The 100,000 spectators in the championship arena were silent for a long time before someone finally reacted. They cried out in surprise. As more and more people joined in, the cries of surprise were like waves, engulfing the entire champions arena. Everyone stood up with their eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the bloody queen. Countless people wanted to find a flaw to prove that she wasn't a beast, but a human. However, even the most suspicious people were disappointed, because they could see that on that devilishly beautiful face, on the platinum-ranked bloody queen Red's forehead, there was a small beast contract symbol. That symbol was unique to beasts. It was impossible for a human to have that symbol appear on their forehead. It was impossible for a human to contract a human. Kill. Bai Yunfei's heart was filled with despair and jealousy. That feeling was like a beggar who had been starving for 3 days to the point where his stomach was rumbling and his eyes were dark from hunger, seeing a rich family eating and drinking lavishly. What emerged in his heart was not envy, but pure hatred. A destructive jealousy occupied his heart. He couldn't bear this kind of despair of falling from the clouds to hell. Bai Yunfei felt that the whole audience would laugh at him in the next second, because his actions just now were like a complacent clown looking at the sky from the bottom of a well to the opponent. If he wanted to get rid of this hateful feeling, he could only destroy it. He had to kill his opponent forever. Only then could he truly become the #1 hero in the soaring dragon continent. Following the order, the golden dragon king spread its wings and soared into the sky. It used its strongest dive and dragon breath to destroy its opponent, as well as the bloody queen who was like a dagger that made his heart bleed. Why didn't such a beautiful and intelligent beast belong to him? Since she didn't belong to him, then she should just die. The golden killer bee flew towards the bloody queen Red like lightning, its poisonous stinger about to sting in a thousandth of a second. As long as it stung her once, this beautiful beast would become a stiff corpse. Die. Only eternal death is the most beautiful. Looking at Red's beautiful face, Bai Yunfei clenched his fists in hatred. If this beauty belonged to him, he would cherish it for the rest of his life. But she didn't belong to him, so she could only die. This feeling reminded Bai Yunfei of when he was young, when his father brought him to the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace. At that time, he saw a perfect crystal vase. When he thought that the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace wouldn't give him such a precious treasure, all he had to do was to quietly push the vase and make it shatter on the ground. This was what he had to do. Bai Yunfei clenched his teeth, his eyes slightly bloodshot. Hatred flashed in the depths of his bloodshot eyes. Ayayaya, an extremely sharp scream that shook everyone's soul burst out from the bloody queen Red's mouth. It was like a ripple, spreading out as if it was real. Everyone felt their vision darken. Those who were far away felt their eardrums ringing. Those who were close to the stage felt as if the back of their heads had been ruthlessly hammered. This kind of terrifying scream was impossible to defend against. It directly caused their souls to tremble. In a thousandth of a second after the gold killer bee extended its venomous stinger, Red disappeared. She appeared on top of the gold dragon king beast's head. The gold dragon king beast's dragon race and king's aura were completely ineffective against her. Red was also a king, and she was even platinum ranked. If the gold dragon king beast wasn't gold rank level 7, Red could totally suppress it. Draconic aura was a terrifying existence to normal beasts, but to a highly intelligent bloody queen Red, it was just a giant lizard that could spit fire. It wasn't a terrifying enemy, but a target to be hunted. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in Red's hands was the butcher's knife prepared for it. Under Red's super high speed, the Banshee's scream exploded from the front of the Gold Killer Bee to the top of the Gold Dragon King Beast's head in less than a thousandth of a second. When the Gold Dragon King Beast turned its head and wanted to spit out Red, but it was stunned by the Banshee's scream, the dragon-slaying dagger slashed across the Gold Dragon King Beast's eyelid. The Gold Dragon King Beast that was invulnerable to swords and spears couldn't withstand the sharpness of the dragon-slaying dagger, and a long bloody wound appeared on its eyelid. The Gold Dragon King Beast reacted instinctively and spun its body frantically, dodging the enemy's fatal attack. At the same time, it used its huge dragon wings to attack the enemy's slender body. The dragon's wings were extremely powerful, and those who were hit by it couldn't be saved. Even if it couldn't hit its target, it could still create a hurricane and blow the enemy away. The platinum-ranked wings on Red's back closed and flew upwards. The Gold Dragon's lightning-fast wing attack was like a crawling snail in comparison, incomparably slow. The Bloody Queen Red soared into the sky and dodged the wing attack. She then turned her body in the air and chased after the Gold Dragon that was flying towards its master. Crossing the daggers in her hands, the dragon's scales that were as hard as a shield shattered, leaving two deep and shallow cross-shaped wounds on the dragon's neck. The dragon's blood splattered in the air. On the stage, the Gold Killer Bee's slender waist suddenly split apart. Its upper body separated from its abdomen. Its entire abdomen flew forward along with the stinging movement, while its upper body flapped its wings and danced in the air. The Gold Dragon King Beast in the sky flew back to its master's side with a strong gust of wind. The Bloody Queen Red also landed behind Yue Yang, as light as a feather. Her almost devilishly beautiful face had a look of respect that would make people jealous. She, who was so powerful and intelligent, should have been receiving her master's worship and love. Who would have thought that she would even kneel down on one knee in front of Yue Yang to show her respect? This really made people want to vomit blood. The Gold Killer Bee's thorny abdomen couldn't sting any of its targets, so it fell in front of the second tall mysterious person. The second mysterious humanoid beast that was still hiding in the cloak suddenly stretched out a leg that looked like a human's leg, but the part below the knee that looked like a cow's hoof, and stomped the Golden Killer Bee's abdomen into a bloody pulp. Boom. The power of that stomp actually shook the whole stage. An invisible shockwave spread out. Even the spectators who were 100 meters away felt dizzy and nauseous. The Gold Killer Bee that had lost its abdomen shrieked and completely lost control. It madly pounced towards the tall mysterious humanoid beast. Before it could even open its mouth to bite, suddenly, the whole audience could clearly see that the mysterious humanoid beast inside the cloak spat out a purplish gold flame from its nose and mouth. The eyes that were hidden in the cloak suddenly shone 1,000 times brighter than before. Even those who were standing behind the mysterious humanoid beast felt uncomfortable from being stared at, as if their hearts had been ruthlessly pierced by that gaze. The warriors who could see the shining light couldn't help but shiver. The shadow of death appeared in that instant. Fortunately, the target of this stare was only the Gold Killer Bee that had lost control. It was completely silent. Everyone could see it clearly. In a split second, the Golden Killer Bee lost its life. Its wings, which had been flapping rapidly, stopped. With only half of its body remaining, the Golden Killer Bee fell to the floor of the arena. Bai Yunfei didn't even have time to recall it before it lost its life. Oh my god, this is Doom's Eyes, the barbarian bull's Doom's Eyes. The warriors who were familiar with the beast's skills couldn't help but groan in their hearts. Doom's Eyes, once activated, was an unsolvable existence. One stare and it would die. Of course, normally, only weak beasts could activate Doom's Eyes. For gold-ranked beasts, even if they activated Doom's Eyes, they might not necessarily die. They might only suffer a heavy soul injury, but not annihilation. Right now, what level was this humanoid barbarian bull actually at? It could actually kill a gold-ranked level 5 killer bee in an instant. This is impossible. Bai Yunfei, who was originally radiant, was now deathly pale. He couldn't believe the reality in front of him. The Gold Dragon King Beast had returned empty-handed, and the killer bee had even been killed in an instant. How could this be possible? Bai Yunfei roared. No. Before Yue Yang and the Bloody Queen could take any further action, he had already summoned his gold grimoire and summoned his strongest beasts. He intended to use the human wave tactic to fight against the enemies: silver ranked level 7 golden python, silver ranked level 7 thunder eagle, silver ranked level 6 purple-eyed lightning leopard, bronze ranked level 8 petrifying lizard. In the end, Bai Yunfei had even summoned a gold ranked level 6 strengthening type guardian beast, the black-tailed white Zhao dragon. He fused it with his body and turned it into a Jiao dragon armor, increasing his battle power. You want to compete in numbers? Yue Yang's voice was emotionless. No one could tell if he was mocking or ignoring him. However, after Yue Yang waved his hand, a snake-haired Medusa with blazing flames suddenly appeared from the cloak of the mysterious humanoid beast. Holding a golden bow in her hand, she beautifully swam to the back of Yue Yang and bowed down respectfully like the bloody Queen Red, paying her respects to her master. The audience was in an uproar. Could it be that there was more than one mysterious humanoid beast in the cloak? Very quickly, the audience all fell to the ground. This was because they saw another beautiful golden-haired mermaid, who was so perfect that it made people sigh with admiration, holding a strange-looking conch horn in her hand as she swam out from the cloak. How many beasts were actually hidden in this cloak? When the third Thunder Naga came out from the cloak, the audience almost vomited blood. How was this a competition? This was clearly bullying. Chapter 241 Inches Kill. Yue Yang pointed his finger and imitated Bai Yunfei's gesture of giving the order to attack just now. The bloody Queen, Red, was the fastest. When Yue Yang said the word, kill, she had already appeared on top of the Thunder Eagle's head. The soul-shaking banshee scream exploded once again. Amidst the dizziness, the audience saw the snake-haired Medusa draw her golden bow and shoot 2 arrows. The arrows were like shooting stars that nailed the eyes of the petrified lizard. The petrified lizard, which was good at petrifying its enemies, actually started to turn into stone from its eyes. The violet lightning leopard was extremely fast. It rushed over in an instant and pounced towards the golden-haired mermaid. The golden-haired mermaid smiled indifferently. She gently raised her jade-white hands and released 2 tornadoes, sweeping the violet lightning leopard and the golden python up into the sky at the same time. 2 streaks of lightning flashed in the sky. One accurately struck the golden python's body, while the other exploded on the lightning leopard's head. On Yue Yang's body, the audience saw a figure that looked exactly like him. It rushed out from his body and rushed towards Bai Yunfei with a storm of purple flames. Bai Yunfei was frightened by the terrifying scene in front of him and did not dare to take it head-on. He dodged to the side and used the golden dragon king beast to defend. The golden-haired mermaid blew her horn and the storm that engulfed the entire arena exploded. The dark clouds in the sky rolled like the sea and heavy rain poured down. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The entire arena turned into a swamp in less than 30 seconds. The water was overflowing and the waves were high. Several tornadoes were like giant dragons sucking in water. Within the tornadoes, the forked lightning seemed like it was going to tear the soul apart. It was tyrannical and unrestrained, causing the entire arena to lose its color. Everyone was terrified and looked at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. They were all scared to the point that they didn't know what to do. About a minute later, the dark clouds dispersed and the lightning disappeared. The tornadoes slowly stopped. The charred lightning leopard and golden python that were in the sky fell onto the flooded arena with a loud bang, causing waves to splash. The thunder eagle spread its wings and floated on the arena, moving up and down with the waves. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. As for the petrified lizard that was vaguely visible in the water, it had long since turned into a lizard-shaped stone statue. Other than his strongest beast, the golden dragon king beast and the black-tailed white Jiao dragon, Bai Yunfei's other beasts were all slaughtered on the spot. He stood blankly on the arena, his face ghastly pale like a corpse. In front of him, Yue Yang was still standing in the waist-deep water, motionless. The evil shadow that looked like him was still fighting the golden dragon king beast. When everyone looked again, they discovered that the Medusa, mermaid and Naga had all disappeared, as if they had never appeared before. Even the tall and mysterious beast had disappeared without a trace. Many warriors with sharp reactions immediately realized that this could be the Yu clan third young master's only weakness, which was that his beast's duration was extremely short. Other people's beasts could fight for at least an hour, but this Yu clan third young master's beast could only fight for a minute. Of course, just fighting for a minute was enough to shock the world. The corpses of his enemies on the arena silently announced this Yu clan third young master's abnormal strength. Within a minute, Bai Yunfei's golden flower python had become roasted snake meat, the lightning leopard had a layer of its skin peeled off by the wind blades, the petrified lizard had been turned into stone, and the thunder eagle had been instantly killed by the bloody queen's dragon-slaying dagger. When the bloody queen, Red, landed lightly behind Yue Yang, there was only knee-deep water left on the arena. The evil shadow and the golden dragon king beast separated, its energy depleted, and disappeared silently. The Golden Dragon King beast landed beside Bai Yunfei, its huge body swaying a little, trying to stand up with difficulty. In the end, it fell to the ground with a loud crash, struggling for a long time before it could spread its wings and stand up. Its body was lacerated, and many scales had fallen off. Its entire body and wings were riddled with wounds. It was a tragic sight to behold. Drop by drop, dragon blood dripped onto the surface of the water, dyeing a small and strange red ribbon on the rapidly receding water. Although it had persevered until the end and won the battle against the evil shadow. The evil shadow had severely injured it before it disappeared. The evil shadow was only a shadow, it was not injured or dead. The Golden Dragon King beast had already been defeated. Because it was a beast, every injury it received was equivalent to being one step closer to death. Just now, the platinum-ranked Bloody Queen, Red, did not attack. If Red and the evil shadow had joined hands, the Golden Dragon King beast would have been completely defeated. Although the audience did not understand why Red did not attack, they could see the result. The already heavily injured Golden Dragon King beast, against Red, against the platinum-ranked Bloody Queen with the dragon-slaying dagger, how much battle power would it have left? Perhaps, it would be a dead end. Seeing everything in front of him, Bai Yunfei suddenly knelt down on the water, his hands powerlessly supporting himself on the rapidly receding water. His whole body trembled. The large number of beasts dying was already a heavy blow. His underestimation of the enemy and his clown-like arrogance made him feel even more ashamed. If this Yu clan's third young master was replaced by someone else, he, who still had the Golden Dragon King beast and black-tailed white Zhao dragon, would definitely fight until the end. But now, he knelt down powerlessly, unable to fight anymore. The last bit of fighting spirit in his heart had long disappeared in fear of the scene in front of him. For the first time in his life, the shadow of death appeared in Bai Yunfei's heart. He was afraid of death, so afraid that he did not dare to face the terrifying Yu clan's third young master again. That abnormal person was not someone he could defeat. Bai Yunfei only wanted to escape as soon as possible and end the battle as soon as possible. I lost, I admit defeat. If someone had told Bai Yunfei 3 minutes ago that he would kneel down and admit defeat in 3 minutes, he would definitely think that that person was a lunatic. If it was anyone else in this world, they would not have thought that someone as arrogant as Bai Yunfei would actually kneel down and beg for mercy. But this was the truth. Yue Yang's face was hidden behind the Gemini mask, so his expression could not be seen, but his voice was very arrogant, so arrogant that it deserved a beating. Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader, self-proclaimed #1 hero in the world, so arrogant. You who thinks that your intelligence is as high as 250, what did you say? Louder. This trash's ears have some problems, I can't hear what you said. Junior sect leader with a gold-ranked level 7 Golden Dragon King beast, what do you want to say? Louder. When the crowd heard this, they all felt ashamed for Bai Yunfei. Many people thought that Bai Yunfei would get angry and fight to the death with Yue Yang crazily. Who would have thought that their eyes would pop out of their sockets when Bai Yunfei immersed his forehead and face into the water with incomparable pain? After forcing himself to stay awake, he said in a loud voice, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. You've won this battle. This reply made all the drenched spectators want to bang their heads against the wall and die. What Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader? He was simply a coward. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. He still had a gold-ranked level 7 Golden Dragon King beast and a gold-ranked level 6 black-tailed white Zhao dragon. How could he admit defeat without even fighting? Although the abnormal blind Titan was very abnormal, all of his summoned beasts had disappeared, leaving only the Bloody Queen. Bai Yunfei still had a chance. Even if he would lose in the end, it would be an honorable defeat. Now, he was kneeling down and begging for mercy before the battle was even halfway through. Loudly admitting defeat, kneeling down and begging for mercy, what did this mean? Bai Yunfei had been bullied by this abnormal Titan. Everyone had originally sympathized with him, but now that they saw him kneeling down and begging for mercy, they looked down on him. It didn't matter if he lost, just like how Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and Yu Bing had all lost. However, no one felt that they were weak at all. It was normal that their skills were not as good as others. They were still young, so they could continue to work hard and learn from their mistakes in the future. However, kneeling down and begging for mercy in the middle of a battle because the situation was disadvantageous to them was something that everyone despised the most. Was this Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader Bai Yunfei still a man? If he didn't even dare to fight with a gold-ranked level 7 golden dragon king beast and black-tailed white Zhao dragon, then he might as well bang his head against a wall and die. Seeing Bai Yunfei's actions, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Countless young men and women who used to worship Bai Yunfei were incomparably furious. They imitated Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's gesture and stuck out their middle fingers, giving Bai Yunfei the greatest disdain they had ever shown in their lives. It turned out that this arrogant and condescending Bai Yunfei was just a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When everyone thought about how they had worshipped this junior sect leader previously, they felt like vomiting. If they didn't fight, they wouldn't know, but once they fought, they would become trash. Junior sect leader, stand up. We would rather die than submit and fight with this pervert. Shui Qianren jumped into the water of the arena and shouted. He did this on purpose. The more he did this, the more humiliated Bai Yunfei would be and the harder it would be for him to step down. Stand up, let's fight with him. Almost all of the Floating Mist sect's disciples hoped that Bai Yunfei would stand up and fight with Yue Yang until the end. Otherwise, how would the Floating Mist sect's face be left if he admitted defeat like this? Only one mysterious disciple did not say a word. His gaze seemed to be supporting Bai Yunfei to admit defeat immediately. This might be the right thing to do. Rankers who had reached the level of Feng Qi Sha and Yan Po Jun were able to see much more and think much deeper than normal warriors. Feng Qi Sha and Yan Po Jun knew that if there was even a 1% chance of winning this battle, Bai Yunfei would not kneel down and beg for mercy from Yue Yang. He was definitely at his wit's end. He definitely couldn't fight anymore. Otherwise, why would a proud person like Bai Yunfei kneel down to his enemy if he was not really in despair? Moreover, kneeling down and begging for mercy in front of 100,000 people, what kind of courage did that require? If it was Feng Qi Sha and Yan Po Jun, they would rather die than kneel down. They were especially unwilling to kneel down and beg for mercy from an opponent like Yue Yang. This was because the heart of a perverted madman like the Yu clan's third young master was not made of tofu. He would definitely humiliate his opponent. Kneeling down to him was equivalent to looking for trouble. Feng Qi Sha and Yan Po Jun noticed that on Bai Yunfei's right ankle, there was a thin and long golden ribbon that extended all the way to Yue Yang's right ankle. They did not see when Yue Yang tied this golden ribbon to Bai Yunfei's right leg, but they could immediately understand that it was definitely because of this golden ribbon that Bai Yunfei would kneel down and beg for mercy. It was definitely because of this. Although they did not know what use this golden ribbon had, it was definitely because of its appearance that the arrogant Floating Mist sect's junior sect leader Bai Yunfei had no choice but to kneel down in front of everyone. Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu and Prince of Zijin frowned. Of course, they had also noticed the existence of this golden ribbon. What was the use of this tiny golden ribbon? It actually made Bai Yunfei willingly be humiliated by the Yu clan's third young master. Could it be that this ribbon was a divine equipment? Chapter 242. Only Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the other girls knew that this golden ribbon was a treasure that Yue Yang had obtained after clearing the Pisces temple the previous night, the Pisces ribbon. Once it was tied, both parties would not be able to leave freely. No matter how they tried to escape, they would not be able to escape from the Pisces ribbon. Unless the enemy's strength far surpassed the owner of the Pisces ribbon and defeated the owner, that would be the only way to escape. What was even more terrifying was that Yue Yang could use his inherent skill through the Pisces ribbon. Just now, little Wen Li, who was hiding in the barbarian cow Shadow Ah Man's cloak, took advantage of the storm to return to Yue Yang's body. Bai Yunfei tried to summon her several times, but was destroyed by Yue Yang's binding. In a situation where he could not escape and could not summon his grimoire to protect himself, even if Bai Yunfei was an idiot, he knew that Yue Yang was going to abuse him in front of everyone. Bai Yunfei thought, rather than letting Yue Yang torture and humiliate him in front of 100,000 people, he would rather admit defeat like a hoodlum. Bai Yunfei knew that what Yue Yang wanted the most was for him to start a fight out of anger. At that time, the gold dragon king beast would be killed on the spot, and the black-tailed white Zhao dragon would disappear. As for himself, he would be tortured to death. Maybe in the end, he would still have to kneel and beg for mercy. At that time, he would suffer even more humiliation. Although he was arrogant, Bai Yunfei was definitely not an idiot. Of course, he would choose to admit defeat. As long as the gold dragon king beast was still alive, he still had hope. Although he could not compare to the abnormal Yu clan third young master, he still had a huge advantage over Feng Qi Sha, Yan Po Jun and Prince of Zijin. If the Gold Dragon King Beast was killed by the Yu Clan third young master, he would fall out of the top 10 from his current position of second place. Kneel. That was not his choice. It was the result of being pulled by the Yu Clan third young master after his body was bound. However, did he still have a chance to resist now? If he didn't kneel down, the Yu Clan's third young master would definitely cripple him in front of everyone with the killing intent in his eyes. Student Titan, student Bai Yunfei has already admitted defeat. What do you think? The head referee, who was dripping wet from head to toe, rushed to the side of the arena to act as a mediator. He hinted to Yue Yang that he should let go of Bai Yunfei after he had humiliated Bai Yunfei enough. He told Yue Yang not to go too far and not to kill anyone. Otherwise, the floating mist sect would hold a grudge and blame it on the Yu clan. What? Was young sect master kneeling down and begging for mercy? I haven't even fought yet, why did he admit defeat? Even if this young sect master wants me to win, he can't do this. Wouldn't others suspect me of cheating? Chief referee, I'm telling you, I'm not very familiar with young sect master. If he insisted on kneeling down and begging for mercy, he insisted on admitting defeat, that's his own will, it's none of my business. Yue Yang feigned an innocent look on his face. His arrogance was enough to make the head referee want to beat him up. He had originally thought that Bai Yunfei was arrogant enough, but who would have thought that this kid would be 100 times more arrogant than Bai Yunfei? Make him kowtow, otherwise we won't accept his surrender. Kill him, kill his Gold Dragon King Beast and make him cry to death. Fatty Hai jumped out as if he wished for the whole world to be in chaos. That's right, make him kowtow and admit defeat. Yi Kong was so excited that his blood was boiling. Kowtow, more than half of the audience also started to jeer. In any case, the one they supported was the hero. As for the loser, they couldn't help but want to go up and kick him a few times. What bullshit floating mist sect's young sect master, he was usually so arrogant because of his sect and family background. If he wasn't the floating mist sect's young sect master, he wouldn't even be a fart. Those mercenaries who came to watch the show all stood up and cheered. What they wanted to see was a good show. They wanted to cheer for whoever was the winner. Furthermore, they hated Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin, who were outstanding disciples from famous families, the most. They were extremely jealous of them. Now that they saw them being humiliated, it was simply too satisfying. Of course, they started to jeer even more. Other than giving Yue Yang thunderous applause and cheers, they also jeered and gestured with their middle fingers, shouting, kowtow, 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 kowtow. Yue Yang suddenly signaled for everyone to quiet down. He opened his mouth and offended everyone who jeered and supported him. You are all idiots. He is the dignified floating mist sect's young sect master. It's already very rare for him to kneel down and beg for mercy, but you still want him to kowtow. Are you all retarded? Is kowtowing and begging for mercy something that a young sect master would do? You all must be dreaming. His first sentence made the mercenaries choke. However, when they heard that this brat was saying something sarcastic, they immediately applauded and whistled at Yue Yang. This was probably the first time in the history of the 100 Schools Elite Tournament that the audience still applauded when someone scolded them as idiots. When Bai Yunfei heard this, he almost banged his head on the stage to death. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he held it in with all his might. If he turned hostile and started a fight with Yue Yang now, he would fall into his trap. Moreover, he was afraid that it would not be as simple as verbal humiliation. That abnormal Yu clan's third young master might even trample him under his feet. At that time, he would be humiliated even more, and he would probably never be able to raise his head again for the rest of his life. Young sect master, I accept your kneeling and begging for mercy. Ah, no, I accept your surrender. Get up, you are a dignified young sect master. Aren't you trying to shorten my lifespan by kneeling in front of me? I can't take it, quickly get up. Yue Yang still pretended to be a good person. He put away the golden ribbon and supported Bai Yunfei up with his hand, putting on a, I didn't actually ask you to kneel, look of a modest gentleman. PFF'd. Bai Yunfei could not bear the humiliation and vomited a mouthful of blood. As expected of the young sect master. Even when you vomited blood, you still did it in an unrestrained manner. I admire you. Yue Yang cupped his hands in salute. His refined and courteous manner was very annoying. The floating mist sect's disciples quickly went up the stage and helped Bai Yunfei, who had vomited blood and fainted, down the stage. If their gazes could kill people like barbarian bulls, they would have killed Yue Yang in an instant. Yue Yang stood on the stage coldly and didn't go down. He waited for the floating mist sect's disciples to bring the embarrassed Bai Yunfei away. Suddenly, he turned to look at the Prince of Zijin and said amiably, "Prince of Zijin, I heard that you are very close with the young sect master. I wonder if you have the same hobby of kneeling and begging for mercy as the young sect master. If you do, then quickly let everyone enjoy it. Although my next opponent is you, the Prince of Zijin, I can't wait to see your majestic appearance when you kneel on the ground." The whole audience looked at the Prince of Zijin. They wanted to see how he would choose. Should he fight, or should he kneel down and admit defeat like Bai Yunfei? If the Prince of Zijin didn't care about his face, he could reject. There were many reasons. For example, it wasn't the real match yet. He could also forfeit and admit defeat. However, if he did that, he wouldn't be much stronger than Bai Yunfei. At least Bai Yunfei would still have to fight in the arena. Although he lost because of his inferior skills, he still managed to preserve his Gold Dragon King beast by kneeling down and begging for mercy. If the Prince of Zijin didn't dare to accept the challenge, he might immediately be called a coward. After being provoked by Tai Tan, the Prince of Zijin didn't even dare to let out a fart. Would he still be able to raise his head high in the future? The contestants and their classmates who were defeated by the Prince of Zijin earlier all let out ear-piercing shouts. "Coward, coward, coward," kowtowing worm and other ear-piercing names resounded through the sky. Everyone readied their middle fingers. They were prepared to give the Prince of Zijin, who was as arrogant as Bai Yunfei, the moment he opened his mouth to give up. Would the Western Lion Pagoda's prized disciple be the same as the Floating Mist sect's junior elder who was outwardly strong but inwardly weak? Would he be even weaker than Bai Yunfei? Before this, the Prince of Tian Luo had fought with Tai Tan. Their fight was so intense that the arena was destroyed. The Prince of Tian Luo was defeated by a single move. Although he was defeated, it was still a glorious defeat. Now, it was the Prince of Zijin's turn to choose. He could choose to fight against Tai Tan like the Prince of Tian Luo, or he could learn from Bai Yunfei and kneel down and admit defeat. I heard that Brother Tai Tan's combat skills are unparalleled. Chu Fenglei is willing to fight against Brother Tai Tan on the same stage. The Prince of Zijin pondered for a long time before finally proposing to compete with Yue Yang in terms of combat skills. If they were to compete with summoned beasts, he was afraid that Yue Yang would summon those Medusas, mermaids and Nagas whose real levels he couldn't see through. Furthermore, there was also that mysterious and terrifying beast that could kill a gold killer bee with just a stare. His beasts wouldn't be able to fight against them. The only hope was to compete in combat skills. Although the Yu clan's third young master was famous for his combat skills, the Prince of Zijin still had the confidence to fight against him. Even if he lost, he wouldn't be as pitiful as Bai Yunfei. How could Yue Yang not know what this guy was planning? However, it was fine as long as the Prince of Zijin agreed to fight. When the Prince of Zijin stepped onto the stage, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Fatty Hai and Yi Kong were ecstatic as they hugged each other. They knew that Yue Yang's most terrifying skill was his combat skills. In comparison, although those beasts were powerful, they were still far from his combat skills. The Prince of Zijin was definitely looking for death. This guy's tragic fate had already been decided from this moment onwards. The Prince of Zijin's ending would definitely be even more tragic than Bai Yunfei's. The rankers in the audience seats, like Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao and Yan Qianzhong, were all whispering to each other. In their hearts, the Prince of Zijin had already taken one step into his coffin. They were very clear about Yue Yang's abnormal combat skills. If the Prince of Zijin were to compete with an innate ranker in terms of combat skills, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Just now, Yue Yang had summoned a few strong beasts, the platinum-ranked Bloody Queen, Medusa, Mermaid, Naga and the mysterious beast. They weren't surprised, because Yue Yang was an innate. It would be weird if he didn't have platinum-ranked beasts. They weren't surprised that Bai Yunfei had knelt down. However, they were surprised that the Prince of Zijin still insisted on challenging Bai Yunfei even after he had knelt down and begged for mercy. The few of them frowned slightly. They thought that this Prince of Zijin was too impulsive and treasured his face too much. He wasn't someone who could achieve great things. In Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao and the others' hearts, Bai Yunfei, the junior sect leader who had knelt down to preserve his strength, was much stronger than the Prince of Zijin. It wasn't something that every youngster could do. Although Bai Yunfei wasn't an abnormal opponent like the Yu clan's third young master, he was still an outstanding junior. In comparison, This prince of Zijin was overestimating himself. Could it be that he thought that he could defeat the Yu clan's third young master whose combat skills were even better than his father Yu Chu's? The old cunning fox, Feng Kuang, Shahu Weiji and the other Da Sha rankers nodded their heads excitedly. Yue Yang was an innate, so they weren't worried that he would lose. However, when they saw that Yue Yang had such a platinum-ranked beast, they felt that Yue Yang's original way of developing his combat skills had finally changed. Right now, his combat skills and beasts were on par. They believed that not long after, his strength would rise to a whole new level. Rankers like the Eastern Sky King and the rest of the Tian Luo rankers also reacted very strongly. Especially the Eastern Sky King, who was like Zhang Fei. He rushed towards the Western Sky King, old General Ma and the others, waving his fists and shouting happily, "Did you see that? My son-in-law, that's my son-in-law. I had said that it wasn't wrong to give birth to a daughter. Now, it has proven that I was right. My darling, my little fallen flowers, only this kind of man could barely match up to her. Haha, it's good to give birth to a daughter. It's good to give birth to a daughter. A daughter is like a caring little cotton-padded jacket." His voice was extremely loud. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers heard it, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was because of this kind of father that she had to hide in the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower to plant flowers. Shameless. The audience suddenly jeered. However, they weren't jeering at the Eastern Sky King. They were jeering at the Prince of Zijin. It turned out that before the Prince of Zijin went up the stage, he had summoned 2 gold rank level 6 strengthening type beasts to strengthen his body. He had also summoned a silver rank level 7 thunder beast armor and transformed it into a thunder battle armor. In the end, he had also taken out a gold ranked artifact, Moon Devouring Scimitar. He had agreed to compete in combat skills with Yue Yang, but he had summoned his beasts to strengthen himself first. Although they couldn't say anything about him according to the rules, this way of doing things had caused the audience to be extremely dissatisfied. Countless middle fingers were pointed out densely. Even if the Prince of Zijin had won, not many people would have a good impression of him. After all, people still worshipped those who were indomitable and indomitable. They didn't like those schemers who were good at playing dirty tricks. Student Titan, do you need to prepare? You have 3 minutes to prepare. The head referee couldn't stand it anymore. If everyone had agreed to compete in combat skills and also agreed to summon their beasts to strengthen themselves on the stage, it would have been fine. However, the Prince of Zijin didn't do that. He had summoned his beasts to strengthen himself before going up the stage to compete with Titan, who didn't have any beasts to strengthen himself. This was a little unfair. There's no need for that. A trash like me is used to being bullied by others. I hope that the Prince of Zijin won't bully me too much. Otherwise, I might cry. Yue Yang waved his hand and chased the Bloody Queen Red and the Reaper Mantis off the stage. You guys go down first. If Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu and Shui Tan Lang still want to give me some pointers, you guys can come up and help me. Wah wah, good. The audience erupted. Although this Titan wasn't blind, he was indeed abnormal. He actually wanted to defeat all the strong opponents in one day. It was a pity that the Dragon Spear Lady, Yan Po Jun and Feng Qi Sha weren't in Group B. Otherwise, he would probably continue to fight until he became the champion in the Group B elimination round. Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu's expression changed slightly. However, when he looked at Shui Tan Lang, he realized that this Ice Cube guy's expression didn't change at all. There was no fear in his eyes at all. His heart calmed down a lot. Facing such a strong opponent, it would be a pity if he didn't fight at least once. So what if he lost? The Prince of Zijin didn't show any change in his expression, but he was extremely unhappy in his heart. The fight hadn't even started and you already think that you will win. Who will win and who will lose, it's hard to say until the last moment. The Prince of Zijin suppressed his anger and jumped onto the stage. Chapter 243 Prince of Zijin's explosive aura swept across the entire arena like a gale. Although he did not know the extremely difficult strengthening technique, double strengthening, the strengthening of 2 gold-ranked strengthening type beasts, the Gold Wolf King, was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 compared to the strengthening of 2 normal beasts. 2 Gold Wolf Kings with the same level and attributes would not affect each other. Instead, they would strengthen each other. Prince of Zijin's strength was not doubled, but quadrupled, or even more. It could be said that in terms of strengthening, his techniques were even stronger than Yikong and Fatty Hai, who had improved greatly under Yue Yang's guidance. What caught Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's attention the most was that this prince of Zijin could transform a different thunder beast armor into a battle armor at the same time, without affecting the original strengthening at all. Prince of Zijin had indeed put in a lot of effort into researching strengthening type beasts. Of course, the warriors of Zijin already had a strong foundation. They were most proficient in strengthening type beasts. There was a saying in the Soaring Dragon continent, strengthening is in Zijin, elemental is in Tian Luo. This was referring to the special beasts of the two countries. Strengthening beasts were what the warriors of Zijin were most proficient in, while elemental beasts were what the warriors of Tian Luo were most proficient in. As for Da Sha, because many generations of emperors were like Zheng Wuyu, the warriors of the country had gradually lost their specialties. Fortunately, there were still the 4 great clans to support them. Otherwise, Da Sha would have fallen out of the ranks of the 3 great kingdoms. Just from the combat strength of the commoners, the Great Sha Kingdom was the weakest. At the same time, it was also the country with the most bandits. It's really not bad, Feng Qisha praised when he saw the strengthening effect of Prince of Zijin's beast. It's a pity that training purely in strengthening type beasts is far from enough. Yanpo Jun admitted that he couldn't compare to Prince of Zijin at the moment. Both Yanpo Jun and Prince of Zijin were proud disciples of the Western Lion Pagoda, but Yanpo Jun was an outer disciple of the Thunder sect. He was completely different from Prince of Zijin, who was an inner disciple of the blood prison that the sect master had personally accepted. However, Yanpo Jun finally saw Prince of Zijin's weakness. It was a one-way development. It was not advisable to only develop one type of beast. It might be good in the early stages, but in the later stages, it would be easy to reach a bottleneck. Furthermore, Prince of Zijin did not focus on developing his guardian beast. This was his biggest mistake. Maybe Prince of Zijin's guardian beast was not a battle-type beast, or maybe it was not the best, but he did not focus on developing his guardian beast. This was equivalent to giving up his greatest advantage. Shui Tan Lang only took a glance and turned his head away. If the Prince of Zijin focused on raising his guardian beasts like Princess Xianxia or Luo Hua's city mistress, then it would be worth paying more attention to. Right now, if Prince of Zijin's beasts were killed, his strength would plummet to the ground. If Prince of Zijin beasts were to be killed, then his would shine. Maybe Prince of Zijin's guardian beast is a special kind of beast. I keep feeling that something's not right. The old cunning fox slowly frowned. You said, Yang would lose. How is that possible? Eastern Sky King would never believe that Yue Yang would lose to Prince of Zijin. I'm not saying that Yue Yang would lose, but Prince of Zijin is not like Bai Yunfei who can endure until the end. He will definitely take revenge. Even today, the Western Lion Pagoda is extremely protective. Since Yue Yang beat up Prince of Zijin, it's hard to guarantee that the experts from the Zijin Kingdom and the Western Lion Pagoda won't come looking for trouble, the old cunning fox thought a lot. Elder Nangong had already acknowledged Yue Yang and even personally invited him to join the innate alliance. Even if the Western Lion Pagoda sent an innate ranker here, would they dare to touch little Yue Yang? Feng Kuang asked. General Feng Kuang, you don't know. Ji Zun, Night Empress, Elder Nangong and many other innate rankers are rushing to the 10th floor. They might not be able to return for a few months. It can be said that a lot of people are getting restless right now. If it wasn't like that, would there be so many strange things happening recently? These few days, my revelation inherent skill has also given me a feeling that something troublesome will happen soon. State Grandmaster's words made everyone stunned. Then, they suddenly realized something. So it turned out that Ji Zun, Night Empress, Elder Nangong and other innate rankers had left the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and went to the 10th floor. No wonder the Soaring Dragon continent was so turbulent. State Grandmaster made a shushing gesture, indicating that this secret must not be leaked out. On the stage, Prince of Zijin let out a howl. 2 gold wolf king silhouettes that were a few meters tall appeared above his head, floating in midair. Wei Tai Lang, who had been lying on the side of the stage and sleeping out of boredom, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was extremely dissatisfied with the Gold Wolf King's majestic display in front of him. Because Yue Yang wanted Wei Tai Lang to stay behind to confuse his enemies, he didn't bring him out for the entire 100 School Elite Tournament. At first, he planned to let him participate in the team tournament as a member. However, when the fake Yu Chu returned, Yue Yang decided to let him leave the tournament and hide his strength. Yue Yang would rather see Fatty Hai and Yi Kong lose the team tournament than to reveal his true strength. Wei Tai Lang's strength would decide many things. The first reason was Yu Chu's identity. If Yu Chu was an imposter and was a conspiracy created by the demonic palace, then the people of the demonic palace would know about Wei Tai Lang's strength. This was because Wei Tai Lang had once killed the elder Lai Lai in a one-on-one battle. Afterwards, he even killed the giant Xing Meng. Ding Zhang from the demonic palace should know about his strength. At the very least, Phoenix Fairy Beauty should know about his strength. If the fake Yu Chu was not the doing of the demonic palace, but the Thousand Goblin sect, then they wouldn't know Wei Tai Lang's true strength. With regards to Wei Tai Lang, the fake Yu Chu would definitely let his guard down when he appeared to be bronze rank level 3. Especially when Yue Yang summoned the Bloody Queen Red and other strong beasts on the stage, they would think that Yue Yang didn't contract Wei Tai Lang because his strength was too low. From this point, if the fake Yu Chu didn't pay attention to Wei Tai Lang, then it was very likely that he was the doing of the Thousand Goblins sect and not the demonic palace. Even if Yue Yang didn't return to the Yu clan castle, he could ask Princess Sissy and Yu Yu to bring Wei Tai Lang to meet the fake Yu Chu. With Princess Sissy's super sharp, 6 records inherent skill, he believed that she would be able to find some flaws. If the fake Yu Chu was sent by the Demon Abyss, Wei Tai Lang would be very familiar with Wei Tai Lang's demonic chi since most of his body was absorbing Demon King Ha Xin's demonic chi. Even if he didn't know who Wei Tai Lang was, he would still be cautious and even interested. Similarly, if the fake Yu Chu came from the Demon Abyss, Wei Tai Lang would definitely be able to sense it. If the fake Yu Chu had demonic chi similar to Demon King Ha Xin's, then he must be an imposter from the Demon Abyss. Yue Yang guessed that it was most likely. Running away wasn't the best solution. Yue Yang calmly thought about it and decided to find a good opportunity to expose the fake Yu Chu's true face. No matter what, the secret that he was a guy from another world couldn't be leaked out. He had to keep it a secret forever. Otherwise, if Fourth Mother knew about it, her heart would definitely be broken. The real Yu Chu would definitely not suspect his own son. Only the fake Yu Chu would eliminate his son and anyone who could discover his fake identity. Awoo! Wei Tai Lang's body exploded with a terrifying hellfire. Its demonic chi exploded and the black flames burned fiercely. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at Prince of Zijin. In the past, Wei Tai Lang was incomparably cowardly. However, it had experienced countless life and death battles with Yue Yang. Its will to fight had already been tempered to be as firm as iron. Because it could learn from its master's words and actions, its combat power and intelligence grew day by day. Of course, its pride as a king had also gradually sprouted. Other than its master, Yue Yang's scolding, which made it feel comfortable and happy, other warriors or beasts couldn't easily provoke it. Otherwise, it would definitely teach them a lesson. For beasts like the Gold Dragon King that weren't from the same tribe, it was fine if it showed off its power. As long as it didn't provoke it, Wei Tai Lang couldn't be bothered with it. However, the 2 Gold Wolf Kings on Prince of Zijin's body actually dared to show off in front of it. They even emitted the aura of a tortoise that its master had mentioned. This really made Wei Tai Lang furious. Scram further away, it's none of your business. Yue Yang waved his hand, telling Wei Tai Lang to move further away. It wasn't his turn to show off his power yet. Woof woof. Seeing that its master was about to get angry, Wei Tai Lang quickly pretended to be obedient and ran to the spectator stands, obediently lying down at Yu Bing's feet. It now had enough intelligence to understand its master's temperament. It knew that its master doted on his sister the most. If it ran over to protect his little master, he would definitely not be angry anymore. Normal warriors wouldn't pay attention to Wei Tai Lang's actions. However, in the eyes of those who were observant, it was shocking. There were many intelligent beasts in this world, but there weren't many beasts that were as intelligent as Wei Tai Lang. People like Feng Qi Sha and Yan Po Jun who knew about Wei Tai Lang were still alright. However, among the disciples of the Floating Mist sect in the Western Lion Pagoda, their eyes were filled with jealousy and greed. An uncontracted spiritual beast, this was a temptation that was hard to resist. Brother Titan, my great desert storm, has a total of 8 skills, please enlighten me. When the Prince of Zijin saw that Yue Yang didn't summon any beasts and was only using his own strength to fight against him, he was delighted. He felt that this Yu clan's 3rd young master was really too arrogant. With the support of 2 Gold Wolf Kings, the Thunder Battle Armor and the Golden Moon Devouring Blade, his combat power had increased by more than 10 times. Even if he were to fight against Bai Yunfei, who had the Gold Dragon King beast and many other beasts, he believed that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Right now, the Yu clan's third young master didn't summon any beasts. Did he really think that he could defeat him with just his combat skills? Yue Yang didn't reply. He only took out his Wei Jin magic blade and activated it with his innate qi. Purple flames and black smoke rose up. Under his control of fire ability, the purple flames formed a huge whirlpool behind him. When the Prince of Zijin saw this, his heart trembled. If he allowed his opponent to unleash his full strength, it wouldn't be good. At that moment, he couldn't care less about the established rules anymore. He immediately waved his golden scimitar and activated the first move of his Desert Gale technique, rising wind and surging clouds, slashing towards Yue Yang. As soon as the blade slashed down, the sky seemed to darken. It was as if there were dark clouds rolling and covering the entire arena. The wind howled like a roar. The 100,000 spectators felt as if they were in the middle of a desert. A sandstorm blew and the sky darkened. Although the spectators despised the Prince of Zijin's sneak attack, they couldn't help but be shocked by the power of his combat skills. The Western Lion Pagoda disciples and the Grey Wolf Academy students secretly cheered. They all knew that the Prince of Zijin's Desert Gale 8 techniques was a combo that never stopped. Once it was unleashed, the 8 techniques would not stop. If the enemy was at a disadvantage from the start, they would be forced to retreat step by step. They wouldn't even have the strength to retaliate under the Prince of Zijin's continuous attacks. Even the strongest person in the country, the Marquis of Zijin, had praised his nephew's self-created Desert Gale technique as one of the best combat skills in the world. He pointed out that his nephew's only weakness was that he didn't have any element-type beasts like flying sand and gale to support him. Otherwise, he would be able to unleash 200% of his strength. The golden crescent moon turned into a sandstorm, covering the sky and covering the earth. It pounced straight towards Yue Yang. Facing the Desert Gale technique, which made the 100,000 spectators' expressions change, Yue Yang didn't use the Wei Jin magic blade in his hand to block it. Instead, he stretched out his left hand and used his index finger to block it. This action was similar to how Bai Yunfei had used a finger to block Li Zhongtian's full-strength attack. When the spectators saw this, they were all stunned. Could it be that this student Tai Tan also wanted to be like Bai Yunfei, blocking the enemy with a finger? Chapter 244 The Floating Mist Sect's Junior Elder Bai Yunfei had once used a single finger to block the level 6 Elder Li Zhongtian's full-power attack. Although people didn't know if he used his beasts or his inherent skill, everyone knew one thing, and that was that it couldn't be replicated. If it was Bai Yunfei, he might not be able to do it again. This was because even a level 8 Emperor wouldn't dare to use a single finger to block the full-power attack of a level 6 Elder. It was precisely because he had blocked the attack with a single finger that Bai Yunfei had gained a lot of reputation. It had also allowed him to become the strongest young hero in the Soaring Dragon continent. It was only until he was defeated by Yue Yang that he fell to second place. Even so, people still didn't think that Bai Yunfei, who had the Gold Dragon King beast, was weaker than the 3 great killing stars. He was just far from that abnormal Tai Tan. Right now, student Tai Tan also wanted to use a single finger to block the Prince of Zijin's Desert Storm first move. Was this really possible? Others didn't know, but the Floating Mist Sect's disciples knew that it was definitely impossible. Bai Yunfei did not rely on the Gold Dragon King beast or other beasts to block Li Zhongtian's full-power attack. He also didn't rely on his inherent skill. He relied on treasures. The Floating Mist Sect's disciples were sure that this damned Yu clan's third young master who had changed his name to Tai Tan didn't have Bai Yunfei's life-saving Golden Dragon Pearl. That was a treasure that the Floating Mist Sect's previous sect leader, who was also Bai Yunfei's grandfather, had given to his grandson. With this Golden Dragon Pearl, Bai Yunfei could easily block a fatal attack that was 10 times weaker than his own. Of course, it couldn't be effective forever. The Golden Dragon Pearl could only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it would shatter and turn into fine powder. The power of Li Zhongtian's fatal attack was too terrifying. Even though Bai Xiaoyun had the Gold Dragon King beast, he didn't dare to block it head-on. He chose to use the Golden Dragon Pearl to protect himself. In the end, in the eyes of the spectators, it became a peerless move of blocking the enemy with a single finger. Of course, the disciples of the Floating Mist School knew about this, but they didn't want to tell anyone about it. Instead, they wanted to help Bai Yunfei spread the news in secret. Now, this Yu Clan's third young master who had mercilessly defeated their young sect leader actually had the guts to block the attack with a single finger. The floating mist sect's disciples were both angry and happy at the same time. They were angry because this brat was too arrogant. He actually used his finger to block the attack without the protection of the golden dragon pearl. They were happy because they could soon see this brat's bad luck. Although this brat wasn't defeated by their young sect leader, he was still defeated. It was good to teach him a lesson. When their junior sect leader recovered and defeated the Prince of Zijin in the round-robin tournament, it might not be impossible for them to recover from their previous loss. Not only the disciples of the Floating Mist sect, but the disciples of the Western Lion Pagoda and the Grey Wolf Academy were also excited. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others clenched their fists tightly. They had enough confidence in Yue Yang. Of course, it was inevitable that they would be nervous. City Mistress Fallen Flowers bit her lips tightly. She was very angry in her heart. If this brat Yue Yang was in front of her, she would definitely use her fists to beat him up. He actually dared to be so daring. What if he got hurt? Princess Sissy sighed as if she had a headache. This brat is hopeless. I thought he was very low-key, but who would have known that he was a big spender? Seeing this, the Prince of Zijin was ecstatic. Even in his dreams, he couldn't hope that Yue Yang would underestimate him. Using a single finger to block the attack was equivalent to seeking his own death. At that moment, he didn't reduce the strength in his hands. Instead, he increased it with all his might, wholeheartedly trying to kill Yue Yang with his scimitar. Even if he couldn't kill him with one slash, he would at least injure him severely. This was a heaven-sent opportunity that he couldn't miss. If the Prince of Zijin had known that Yue Yang knew how to block the attack with a single finger, he would have used the strongest move of the Desert Storm 8 Scimitar, Whirlwind Scattered Clouds, or Total Darkness. A rumbling sound. The deafening sound was deafening. Yue Yang, who was using a single finger to block the attack, was sent flying a few steps back. The purple flames on his body splashed all around him. However, the tragedy that everyone thought would happen after his finger was cut off didn't happen. Yue Yang was only sent flying. The Prince of Zijin felt that it was a pity. The first move, Rising Wind Cloud Surge, was just a test, so he wasn't able to unleash its full power. The opponent managed to condense an odd-shaped fire shield in time, blocking the blade. Now, when he saw that Yue Yang was forced to retreat by his single move, and that he was just a step away from heavily injuring his opponent, the golden scimitar continued to attack. The second move, the third move, the fourth move, the golden scimitar was accompanied by the howling wind in the desert. Together with the scorching hot sand, it attacked Yue Yang like a prehistoric monster, one wave stronger than the other. Most of the audience couldn't see the changes in the situation clearly. They could only vaguely see the arrogant student titan being forced to retreat step by the Prince of Zijin. That brave Prince of Zijin attacked continuously, as if the student titan who had lost his momentum couldn't retaliate at all. He won. The Western Lion Pagoda disciples and the Grey Wolf Academy students cheered for the Prince of Zijin. Oh no, the enemy's combo attack is endless. The Ivy Academy students were extremely anxious. They were all hidden elites, geniuses who could hold their own in a certain area. Of course they knew the terrifying power of a combo attack. The Prince of Zijin might have been pleased with himself too early. People like Feng Qisha and Yan Po Jun were able to see the situation more clearly. He has already lost after missing his first move. Now he's greedy and rash, using 7 moves in a row in order to win. Hey, this Prince of Zijin really thinks that that fellow is made of mud. By Yunfei, who was secretly watching the match through a small crack in the window of the private box. Although his face was pale, his eyes were still filled with ridicule. After being defeated by Yue Yang, he hated this Yu clan's third young master very much. However, he couldn't help but admire his opponent's abnormal strength. Junior sect leader, it's not that the Prince of Zijin doesn't want to stop. It's just that he can't stop. The mysterious man who had been following by Yunfei spoke slowly. Is that so? If that's the case, then the first move he used to defend against the enemy was actually a trap. By Yunfei's lips trembled slightly. On the stage, the Prince of Zijin had already raised his battle power to its peak. He slashed out the 8th move, Furious Howl Hurricane. The golden scimitar was like a golden lightning bolt. It slashed through the space between the two of them. It slashed through the space and directly slashed through Yue Yang's neck, returning to the scabbard on the Prince of Zijin's waist. The scimitar trembled for a long time in the scabbard, letting out a buzzing sound. In the past, When the Prince of Zijin's 8th move was used up and the scabbard returned to the scabbard, the enemy's head would fall off his neck with a "pa" sound and land at the Prince of Zijin's feet. Most of the time, the enemy would die with a grievance or a look of disbelief. Under the gazes of the 100,000 spectators, Yue Yang's body swayed slightly. This was the sign of him falling to the ground. The Western Lion Pagoda's disciples and the Grey Wolf Academy's students couldn't help but cheer. So what if his strength was abnormal? Under the Desert Sandstorm's 8 moves, he still fell to the ground and died on the spot. Even the Prince of Zijin, who was a little tired after using all his strength, was preparing to raise his hand to greet the 100,000 spectators. At the same time, he was thinking about how to explain himself. Just as he was about to smile proudly, Yue Yang suddenly raised his left hand. There was a small cut on his index finger. Blood seeped out, but it didn't drip out. Yue Yang blew on his wound, feeling sorry for him. He then sighed, "I underestimated the enemy too much. Originally, I wouldn't have cut my finger." When he said this, the Prince of Zijin's eyes widened even more than a cow's. He was fine. His neck had been slashed by the scimitar. How could he be fine? Such a fast speed. If I didn't have the reveal inherent skill, I wouldn't have been able to see it clearly. The Wuxia Empire's Grand Master laughed. This brat has improved a lot compared to the time when he was fighting Tu Cheng. Now that he can use his innate strength without the seal, he is already very close to the innate realm. He's really an extraordinary brat. I estimate that I spent more than 200 years to reach his level, but he only spent 20 years. It's a pity that His Majesty couldn't come to watch the battle. Otherwise, he would definitely be very happy. He condensed a fire shield on his finger. At first, it wasn't very useful. The Prince of Zijin's first attack broke it, but every subsequent fire shield was better than the previous one. Furthermore, it was condensed faster and faster. Haha, I feel that if we give this brat a little more time, he might even be able to research the lost divine. Flaming shield. The old cunning fox stroked his goatee proudly. Can humans also use the divine flaming shield that only beasts have? Feng Kuang asked in surprise. They can, but they must first learn how to control fire. Moreover, they must be able to control it completely. The Wuxia Empire's Grand Master gave a definite answer. Looks like it's not easy for me to reach this realm. The eagle-eyed Sha Hu Wei Lai had a headache. It was already very difficult to control fire, let alone controlling it completely. What kind of realm would one need to reach? Aren't you talking nonsense? Even I, the heavenly king who is proficient in both metal and fire, couldn't do it. If you, brat, could do it, would there still be justice in this world? Do you think that everyone can control fire? Dream on. Do you think that you can control fire just by playing with a little fire? Forget it, I won't tell you. I don't want you to feel inferior. However, our son-in-law is really a genius. Little fallen flowers marrying him is really the right choice. Haha, I like a son-in-law who can control fire. This fire shield is really to my liking. The Eastern Sky King's father-in-law was like his mother-in-law. The more he looked at his son-in-law, the more he liked him. On the stage, the Prince of Zijin clenched his teeth and continued to pounce towards Yue Yang. He was so angry that he was like a hungry, bloodthirsty wolf. This was because Yue Yang had stretched out his slightly injured index finger and shook it twice at him. His attitude was not only disdain, but also complete disregard. This made the Prince of Zijin feel even more humiliated than mocking Yue Yang. Could it be that his Desert Storm 8 style could only cut this brat's index finger? If this was spread out, he wouldn't be any better than Bai Yunfei. When the Prince of Zijin raised his hand and released his aura, he secretly swallowed a pill, the Bloodthirst pill. This kind of pill could increase a person's battle power in a short period of time. It could increase a person's battle power by at least 2 times, and at most 10 times. It depended on the person's physique and potential. In order to win, the Prince of Zijin was willing to pay any price. Although the effect of the Bloodthirst pill would wear off and he would collapse on the ground, the 10 minutes of effect was enough to end the battle. If he didn't kill this hateful Yu Clan third young master, he would never be able to stand out in the future. He must die. The Prince of Zijin hated this Yu Clan third young master to the core. The whole audience didn't see the Prince of Zijin swallow the pill. They only saw him releasing an even stronger aura in an instant. They thought that the Prince of Zijin had hidden his true strength before this. They were all frightened, thinking that this Prince of Zijin was indeed not simple. Even until now, he still had a trump card. After that, when everyone was ready to watch a good show, they were suddenly stunned. Compared to the appearance of Yue Yang's bloody queen, red, this was even more shocking and unbelievable. This was because everyone saw that the abnormally strong Titan had actually condensed a whirlpool-like fire shield with just one finger, blocking the Prince of Zijin's scimitar berserk slash. This was definitely the real deal, blocking with just one finger. There were no fancy tricks, it was all based on strength. The Prince of Zijin's sword slashed across the stage, splitting the stone floor like a knife cutting through tofu. However, such a sharp sword slash was completely useless against the whirlpool-like fire shield. The power of the attack was like a clay ox entering the sea. What made the Prince of Zijin even more afraid was that Yue Yang slowly raised the Wei Jin magic blade in his hand and used Hurricane Surge. It was exactly the same as the Prince of Zijin's previous move. It was even more exquisite, accurately slashing at the Prince of Zijin's chest. The Prince of Zijin staggered backwards. When he looked at Yue Yang in disbelief, he discovered that his opponent had already used the second and third moves in a chain. It was like a torrential river, continuous and unstoppable. The Prince of Zijin had used the Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills on the Prince of Zijin. Of course, Yue Yang had purposely reduced the power of his attacks. All the attacks that landed on the Prince of Zijin's body were only able to injure him and not kill him. In a few seconds, the Prince of Zijin had become a bloody man riddled with scars. All the attacks that he had been hit with were the battle skills that he had created and was the proudest of in his life, Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills. No, that's impossible. The Prince of Zijin didn't want to believe that there was such a terrifying enemy in this world. Not only that, the enemy had only used it once. The Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills that he had painstakingly created under the guidance of a famous teacher for many years had been stolen by his opponent in just a minute. His opponent had even made it more exquisite than his own. Comparing the two of them, the Prince of Zijin, the creator of the Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills, was more than twice as good as the Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills. Your Highness, battle skills are worthy of praise. No matter if it's the tricky angles or the chain of attacks, or the distribution of force and skill changes, they are all very reasonable. I have learned the beheading steel blade technique before and realized that Your Highness, Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills is more than twice as good as the beheading steel blade technique. When Yue Yang suddenly opened his mouth to praise him, everyone was stunned at first, but then they started laughing. So this brat was actually being sarcastic. Using the Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills to compete with the beheading steel blade technique, the Prince of Zijin was really unlucky. Every warrior in the world knew that the beheading steel blade technique was one of the 3 worst battle skills in the world. How bad was the beheading steel blade technique? It was so bad that even the mercenaries didn't want to learn it. Now that he said that the Prince of Zijin's Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills was more than twice as good as the beheading steel blade technique, what he meant was that it was infinitely bad. When the Prince of Zijin heard this, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood. If Bai Yunfei's internal injuries were caused by anger, the Prince of Zijin's internal injuries were caused by Yue Yang's attacks, causing him to spit out blood due to anger. On the surface, Yue Yang's Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills were exactly the same as the Prince of Zijin's. However, when he slashed at the Prince of Zijin's body, he realized that there were some differences. Every slash of the Yu clan's third young master's blade had a whirling force. Although the wounds weren't too serious, the muscles under his skin had been cut open by the whirling force of the blade. His injuries were extremely serious, and the pain was unbearable, if it wasn't for the fact that he had the Spring Thunder battle armor to protect his body and the Bloodthirst pill to temporarily stimulate his life force. The Prince of Zijin felt that he might have already fallen in front of his opponent. Eat 2 more Bloodthirst pills. I don't mind. I also guarantee that I won't report you to the head referee for using the Bloodthirst pill against the rules. When Yue Yang said this, the entire crowd went into an uproar again. Almost everyone knew about the Bloodthirst pill. This kind of thing, other than when it was used to duel with one's life, it was absolutely forbidden in normal competitions. Who would have thought that this Prince of Zijin actually dared to use it in front of everyone's eyes? Chapter 245. The Bloodthirst pill was a type of forbidden medicine. It could stimulate a person's potential in a short period of time and increase their battle power. However, it could also make people lose control easily. Some warriors with weak mental strength would even turn into bloodthirsty beasts and kill without caring about anything else. If it was a life-and-death battle, it would be fine if they used the bloodthirst pill to kill their enemies and obtain victory. However, this was the 100 School Elite Tournament. Using the bloodthirst pill was forbidden. Once they lost control, they would kill their opponents. This kind of warrior who would do anything to win, disregard other people's lives, and despise the rules of the tournament would be despised by everyone. The most basic goal of a tournament was not to kill, but to give more people a chance to train and have a platform to improve together. Hence, a tournament needed a fair starting point. Everyone would try their best to maintain the same fighting condition and compete in a fair manner. Then, they would rely on their fighting spirit, strategies, beast skills and so on to defeat their opponents. The purpose of a tournament was to train oneself through battles. Through battles, one could learn from other people's strengths and become stronger. Then, one would be able to stand out from thousands of outstanding peers and obtain the final glory. This was the purpose of the 100 School Elite Tournament. Using the green poison pill to poison one's opponent or using the bloodthirst pill to increase one's strength was strictly forbidden. Once it was discovered, one would be immediately kicked out of the tournament and would not be allowed to participate in the tournament for 3 years. Just now, Prince of Zijin had already gone against the spirit of the tournament by summoning his beast and going up the stage. Everyone looked down on him. Now, he had even secretly used the bloodthirst pill. This was the biggest insult to the word, elite. Using the bloodthirst pill to increase his own strength in front of everyone's eyes, using such a method to attack his opponent, using such a shameless method to steal victory. This was a resounding slap to the face of the 100 School Elite Tournament. Prince of Zijin, please stop the tournament. I want to check your blood. The head referee was furious. The bloodthirst pill was a type of forbidden medicine. It was extremely expensive and normal warriors would not have the chance to use it. However, it was not strange for Prince of Zijin to have such a forbidden medicine. According to rumors, the origin of the bloodthirst pill was actually from the Green Summit sect of Zijin Kingdom. There were countless evil experts in the Green Summit sect. The current sect leader, Duan Mu Longcheng, was not only the heavenly imperial guardian of Zijin Kingdom, he was also a great alchemist. Although there was no proof that the bloodthirst pill was created by Duan Mu Longcheng, it was a fact that Duan Mu Longcheng had created the Ash Wolf powder for the Zijin Kingdom. It was precisely because the Zijin Kingdom had the Ash Wolf powder that the Zijin Kingdom soldiers were also the craziest. They were addicted to battle, just like a pack of hungry wolves. I refused to be examined. Prince of Zijin didn't expect that Yue Yang would be able to tell that he had taken the bloodthirst pill. Of course, he couldn't let the head referee come up to check. Otherwise, not only him, but the Grey Wolf Academy, Zijin Kingdom and Western Lion Pagoda that he represented would also lose a lot of face. The bloodthirst pill could not be seen on the surface, but an abnormal reaction could be detected in the blood. Especially for the members of the 100 Schools Elite Tournament, they had special type beasts. As long as they sniffed or licked their blood, they would be able to detect it. Don't be in such a hurry to deny it. Actually, even if you eat the bloodthirst pill like rice, I wouldn't care. Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders confidently. I'll kill you. Prince Zijin was infuriated. Everything about him had been exposed by this Yue clan's third young master. What awaited him next was not only a crushing defeat, but also a complete loss of reputation and a humiliation that he would never be able to erase. Taking a forbidden pill was a humiliation that was even harder to erase than kneeling down in front of Bai Yunfei. Right now, he could only kill this enemy of his and shut him up forever. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Prince of Zijin didn't realize that under the provocation of his opponent's words, he had gradually lost control of himself and started to turn into a bloodthirsty beast that chased after killing. Prince of Zijin's eyes were bloodshot. He waved his golden scimitar and slashed it towards Yue Yang crazily. Yue Yang raised his hand. A flaming tornado started to swirl under Prince of Zijin's feet. He couldn't resist it and was blown into the air. Just as Prince of Zijin was about to struggle free, the flaming tornado suddenly disappeared. Yue Yang stomped on the ground, causing another pillar of fire to explode on the stage, shooting up into the sky. The pillar of fire shot Prince of Zijin more than 10 meters high up in the sky before dispersing in all directions. Everyone in the audience felt a wave of scorching hot air blowing towards them, making it hard for them to breathe. In the sky, Prince of Zijin seemed to have been stunned by the pillar of fire that Yue Yang had controlled. His body seemed to have lost consciousness as he fell to the ground. The Grey Wolf Academy's students and Western Lion Pagoda's disciples all shouted loudly. Some of them even used their golden pheasant to wake the fainted Prince of Zijin up. This move was indeed effective. When the golden pheasant crowed, Prince of Zijin's tightly shut eyes immediately opened. He somersaulted in the air and summoned his grimoire from 10 meters high. He summoned a strengthening type black-winged flying dragon and fused it with his body. A pair of gigantic dragon wings sprouted from his back, and sharp dragon claws grew out of his 10 fingers. He landed easily on the stage. The audience booed unceasingly, one after another. Originally, they had agreed to use only battle skills in the competition, but now they were using summoning grimoires. Student Tai Tan didn't even summon a single beast. He only used combat skills to fight. Prince of Zijin not only summoned a gold wolf king, he even used a bloodthirst pill and summoned a black-winged flying dragon on the stage. Wasn't this too shameless? Could it be that, in order to win, he could ignore everything else? Feng Qisha and Yan Po Jun laughed. They understood that this Prince of Zijin was the one who had truly failed. If Yue Yang wanted to defeat Prince of Zijin, he wouldn't even need to use a finger to defend himself or imitate his opponent's combat skills. Those were all methods to anger Prince of Zijin and make him lose control of himself. Bai Yunfei, Prince of Zijin and Dragon Ambassador, Can Lan Yu represented the 4 great sects to participate in the 100 School Elite Tournament. Their purpose was to defeat the younger generation of the 4 great clans and the elites of the various schools to increase their prestige and influence on the Soaring Dragon continent. In almost every match, as long as their opponents didn't give up, Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin would beat their opponents to the point of despair. The warriors of the Soaring Dragon continent worshipped the victors. The people of the Soaring Dragon continent had also started to lean towards them. In comparison, the 3 great killing stars were overshadowed. If Bai Yunfei or Prince of Zijin defeated the 3 great killing stars in the finals, the prestige of the 4 great clans would fall to the bottom of the valley, while the prestige of the 4 great sects would rise to a whole new level. Yue Yang defeated Bai Yunfei first and then Prince of Zijin. His purpose wasn't just to deal with these 2 arrogant fellows. More importantly, it was to attack the sects that they represented. Prince of Zijin was more competitive than Bai Yunfei. He didn't have Bai Yunfei's patience at all. Furthermore, because he had never been defeated before, he was overconfident and underestimated Yue Yang's true strength. He thought that he could fight against Yue Yang with just a few tricks. In the end, Prince of Zijin couldn't win the competition. He was even forced by Yue Yang to use forbidden medicine and summoning grimoire, pushing himself to the edge of losing his reputation. He can't be saved anymore. Bai Yunfei, who was secretly watching the competition from the private room, shook his head lightly. With the Western Lion Pagoda's protection, I'm afraid there will be a good show later on. The mysterious person who followed Bai Yunfei slowly added, it might be even more exciting later on. They dare to play tricks in front of 100,000 spectators. How many strong warriors are sitting in the middle? Have the people from the Western Lion Pagoda gone crazy? However, this is also not bad. The more chaotic the Soaring Dragon continent is, the more advantageous it is for us. If they want to fight, we can just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Bai Yunfei looked at Prince of Zijin, who was flying around Yue Yang, looking for an opportunity to attack. The ridicule in Bai Yunfei's eyes became stronger. Among the spectators, the State Grand Master, Feng Kuang and the old cunning fox all stood up. The State Grand Master summoned his platinum grimoire. On the Bloodrose map, a few blinding red dots flashed. The eagle-eyed guy and the Eastern Sky King were slightly further away. When they looked up, they cried out involuntarily, "It's an enemy attack. The Da Sha Palace is being attacked by enemies. How is this possible?" The old cunning fox frowned. "This is not a simple attack. You guys go back and support them. I want to stay here." Maybe this is a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Everyone here are the elites of the younger generation. If the enemy kills them all in one go, it would be a great loss. Although His Majesty's safety is important, I can't be at ease with the students here. You guys go back first. The State Grand Master deeply agreed. Originally, he also wanted to stay, but the Bloodrose map showed that there were more enemies attacking the Da Sha Palace. He didn't have time to think too much. He hurriedly opened his teleportation scroll and rushed back with Feng Kuang, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong, the eagle-eyed guy and the others. Even the Eastern Sky King ran over to help. The old cunning fox hurriedly beckoned Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others to come to his side. The Situation is not right, you guys quickly bring everyone away. Before he could finish his sentence, a black pillar of light suddenly shot down from the sky. Two men dressed in blood-red robes, their entire bodies emitting a brilliant light, magically appeared in the sky. Once they appeared, they cooperated and set up a gigantic black rune. Countless amounts of blood spurted out from the black bottles in their hands. It splattered everywhere, as if it was raining blood. Under the swirl of their aura, fresh blood continuously condensed. After that, it formed a whirlpool of blood river that slowly rotated. That black rune was hidden in the whirlpool of blood river, looking extremely strange. It's not the Western Lion Pagoda, it's not the Thousand Goblins sector, the demonic palace. Who are these two fellows? The old cunning fox was sure that these two men dressed in blood-red robes were enemies. Moreover, there was a 90% chance that they were here for Yue Yang. It was just that he didn't know their identities. Could they be evil experts from the Green Summit sect? But he had never heard of such experts from the Green Summit sect. Before the old cunning fox could open his mouth to warn Yue Yang, he saw Yu Bing and Inan running towards the stage worriedly. He hurriedly flew over and stopped them. You guys leave quickly. These two might be experts from the outer realms. In the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower, Xianxia, quickly activate the gold-ranked group teleportation scroll and bring everyone away. The space has already been sealed. Princess Sissy activated the scroll and realized that the scroll was useless. Her jade-like face immediately changed. Go, leave this place immediately. The enemy will not need long to open the space tunnel. At that time, there might be tens of thousands of outer realms beasts teleporting over. The old cunning fox roared towards Feng Qisha and Yan Po Jun, who were preparing to fight. Are you guys crazy? Quickly leave. Before the heavenly imperial guardians and innate rankers arrive to support you, the only thing you need to do is to escape. At this time, the whole audience saw the change in the situation and started to panic. They still didn't understand what was going on. The two gold-ranked referees and the head referee released their auras at the same time, raising their strength to their strongest. They attacked the two strange men who were completing the black rune. They were all level 6 elder rankers and above. The head referee had even reached the strength of a level 7 overlord. However, their attacks were completely ineffective against the two red-robed men. The two red-robed men did not summon their grimoires, nor did they raise their shields to protect themselves. Instead, they took on the attacks with their bodies. Even when they were hit by the thunderous attacks, their bodies only shook slightly. Even their blood-red robes were not damaged. The head referee saw that his hands had split open and his eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. You human warriors are really weak. If it wasn't for His Majesty saying that your soaring dragon continent has a few annoying human children, I wouldn't be willing to come to a remote and desolate place like yours. The man on the left laughed coldly as he took on the combined attacks of the head referee and the gold-ranked referees with just his physical strength. So these two fellows aren't humans. Yue Yang could see with his level 4 divine vision that these two red-robed men were similar to the dragon lady that Elder Nan Gong brought last time. They weren't humans at all. They were Eastern Goblin tribesmen who had transformed into humans. Chapter 246. The two gold medal judges who were knocked to the ground pretended to be calm on the surface, but their hands were already trembling uncontrollably. Despair and fear exploded in their hearts. Normal martial artists wouldn't be able to see through it, but experts of Yan Po Jun's level weren't afraid of it. These two red-robed men were able to withstand the full power attack of the three judges with just their bodies. They did not even need to use any techniques like Yue Yang. This was too terrifying. Who were they? Why did they appear here? In the private room, the mysterious man held down the shocked by Yunfei. Calm down, I will definitely send you safely out. Who would have thought that the Lion Pagoda's blood prison's inner disciples would collude with the Eastern Goblin tribe from the outer realm? It's easy to invite them in, but hard to send them away. The Eastern Goblin tribe was not something they could provoke, they would definitely regret it. Bai Yunfei, calm down, let's listen to what these two Eastern Goblin tribe have to say. The shockwave created by the three judges' full power attack spread throughout the arena. The arena was in chaos. All the spectators stood up in fear. Right now, even a blind man could see that these two red-robed men were enemies, and strong enemies at that. The old cunning fox quickly gathered Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Yu Bing, Inan and the Ivy Academy's students. He stood in front of them like a hen protecting its chicks, his expression extremely solemn. Yanpo Jun and Feng Qisha also quickly led the Shangjing Academy's students over. Prince Tian Luo also led the Pink Rose Group and Fragrance Academy's students over. On the opposite side, the Grey Wolf Academies and Western Lion Pagoda's students also gathered together. The Floating Mist Sects and White Cloud Academy's students also quickly gathered together. The remaining students were gathered by the 4 judges. Although the situation was extremely chaotic, there were still people who stood up to organize the students. The students who could not find their teachers could only temporarily follow the 4 judges. Hundreds of silver-armored guards rushed out and blocked the students. Actually, their battle power might not be as strong as the students, but their duty made them stand at the forefront and protect the students. Following the orders of the captains, the silver-armored guards summoned their beasts one after another, preparing to fight at any time. As for the mercenaries on the mountain and the warriors who came to watch the elimination matches, they were all dumbfounded. They stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. If they fought, they wouldn't be strong enough. Escape. There was no way to escape on the mountain. Yu Bing really wanted her brother, who was on the stage, to come back. Because he and Prince of Zijin were on the stage alone, they were too obvious a target. If the enemy attacked, then the first target would be his brother. Just as she was feeling anxious, the mysterious beauty who loved to read books suddenly appeared behind her. She hugged her gently and comforted her. Bing don't be afraid. Your brother will be fine. The most important thing now is to protect yourself. Don't let him be distracted. You and Inan stay here. No matter what happens, don't come out. I, Wu Hen, Xianxia and Sister Fallen Flowers will support your brother at any time. You and Inan must stay calm. Don't let anyone know your identity. When you can use the teleportation scroll, you must return to the little flower garden immediately and wait for us there. The old cunning fox was currently slapping Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Yanpo Jun and Feng Qisha one by one. He flew into a rage and stopped them from stepping forward. Are you all too full? Don't you know what a critical moment is? Right now, not only do you have to take care of your own lives, you have to take care of your friends and classmates. Let that brat Yue Yang stay on the stage. He has already been exposed, so there's no other way. But if you guys rush up to stand with him, that would be courting death. That would be harming him instead, understand? All of you, calm down. Right now, what we need the most is not to panic, but to unite. The silver-masked dragon spear lady, the ice cube guy Shui Tan Lang and dragon ambassador Kan Lan Yu also rushed over to gather. In the entire arena, groups of different sizes were formed according to the strength of each academy and sect. The leader was either a teacher from each academy or a member of the royal family. If not, it was the referee of the arena. Everyone, don't be afraid. Actually, we don't have any ill intentions. The strange man on the right wearing a blood-red robe suddenly raised his voice and said, Now, everyone, please calm down. We are actually here to find a few people. I guarantee that as long as you don't resist and watch quietly, none of your lives will be in danger. When that person said that, all the mercenaries' hearts immediately relaxed. They knew that the other party was definitely not here to find them. Some of the more thick-skinned fellows had already sat down. They continued to watch the show. Anyway, even if the sky collapsed, everyone would die together. Those noble princesses and princes were not afraid, so why should they be afraid of their worthless lives? Not every mercenary could calm down, but there were quite a number of them who had the mentality of, if the sky collapsed, there would be tall people to hold it up. When they heard that the person who came was not here to kill, but to find a few people, they were relieved. When the old cunning fox heard that, his heart sank. As expected, they were here for Yue Yang and the other outstanding juniors. It seemed that the attack on the Da Sha Palace was a trap. Once the guards left, they would immediately attack the juniors. They are from the Eastern Goblin tribe, not humans. They are similar to the dragon lady from before, but there are some differences. Bing hide in the crowd first. No matter what happens, don't come out. Yue Yang used the Gemini inherent skill, spiritual dialogue, to comfort Yu Bing. At the same time, he told her to calm down Inan, Yu and the others and not to act rashly. Tell him to be careful. Don't worry about us, we will take care of ourselves. Princess Sissy hurriedly told Yu Bing to warn Yue Yang. In the sky, in the middle of the black pillar of light in the black pattern, 3 silhouettes appeared. 2 of them were dressed in black robes. Their bodies were especially tall, they looked to be at least 3 meters tall. Their huge bodies were as light as a willow, floating in the air. The person in the middle was dressed in a golden yellow robe, with a purple crown on his head. He held a white jade scroll with ancient runes on it. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a golden yellow robe. He looked elegant and handsome. He floated in the air, cupping his hands with the soaring dragon continent's etiquette. Everyone, please forgive us for not coming quickly. A month ago, your soaring dragon continent warriors recommended outstanding juniors to our emperor. Our emperor likes talented people the most, so he specially ordered us to come to the soaring dragon continent to invite our esteemed guests to gather at our emperor's rainbow palace. Now, all the outstanding juniors that I have called out, please gather in the middle of the arena. We promise that we will not harm anyone. After our emperor has warmly received all of you, I will personally send you back. I will keep my word, please do not worry about our sincerity. Immediately after, he slowly opened the white jade scroll and read out the names one by one. Following our emperor's orders, we invite the following esteemed guests to gather. They are the Yu clan's 3rd young master Yue Yang, Yu clan's 7th Miss Yu Bing, Feng clan's Feng Qi Sha, Shui clan's Shui Tan Lang, Yan clan's Yan Po Jun, Floating Mist sect's junior sect leader Bai Yun Fei, Zijin kingdom's Prince Chu Feng Lei, Tian Luo kingdom's Hua Ziyu, Crystal Palace's dragon ambassador Kang Lan, and Da Sha kingdom's Princess Sissy. A total of 10 outstanding juniors, please come to the arena. Our emperor likes young talents the most, he will definitely treat all of you well. I'm not going. Prince of Zijin shouted in fear when he heard that. Didn't we agree on this? You guys will only bring them away, you won't ask our Western Lion Pagoda for them. No, I'm not going. Your Highness Prince of Zijin, our emperor has specifically asked for you. It is an honor to be summoned by our emperor. Please don't reject our emperor's dragon saint favor. The elegant middle-aged man dressed in gold and yellow robes was refined and courteous. He spoke neither too fast nor too fast. Even though he was under the gaze of 100,000 people, he was still calm and collected. His tone was calm and unruffled. Please invite the other 9 esteemed guests to come up. We don't want to waste too much of everyone's time. As long as everyone is present, we will leave immediately. We won't disturb your competition. Who exactly are you guys? Yue Yang realized that his level 4 divine vision could see through Shui Yi and Zan Yi, but he couldn't see through this golden-robed middle-aged man. He couldn't help but ask curiously. We are not objects, we are from the Eastern Goblin tribe. Please forgive us, we only want to talk to our esteemed guests. May I ask if you are one of the invited esteemed guests? The middle-aged man cupped his hands and greeted Yue Yang elegantly. Although I don't intend to go, it seems that my name is really on the list. Yue Yang observed the middle-aged man with his divine vision and replied slowly. May I ask if you are the Yu clan's 3rd young master that our emperor is most interested in? Your strength is outstanding. At such a young age, you already have such a high level of cultivation. It is really rare. Our emperor has specially instructed us to invite you no matter what. Seeing the Yu clan's 3rd young master taking the initiative to appear, it is really a pleasant surprise. I am the fiery Golden Eyes beast, you can call me Golden Eyes. I am here to greet the Yu clan's 3rd young master. The middle-aged man looked at Yue Yang from head to toe. His expression changed slightly as he cupped his hands and greeted again. Fiery Golden Eyes beast. When Yue Yang heard this, he was slightly startled. Master Golden Eyes, there is no need to be so courteous with this brat. Isn't it easy for you to capture this brat? I, Old Black, can capture him in one move. The black-robed man who was standing on the left of the golden-robed middle-aged man spoke with a buzzing voice. His voice was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears, shaking their hearts. Old Black, don't be rude. The golden-robed middle-aged man scolded lightly. He cupped his hands and greeted Yue Yang, Yu clan's 3rd young master. This hot-tempered fellow is the big brother of the Black Mountain Grizzly Bears. The other one is his younger brother. Although they are hot-tempered, they are kind-hearted. They are definitely not vulgar and rude people. Normally, they would not take the initiative to attack others. Boom. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, the Prince of Zijin who was trying to escape was caught by the bear brother on the left with lightning speed. The Prince of Zijin's entire body immediately sunk into the ground. Without waiting for the Prince of Zijin to struggle, the insolent little brother grabbed his right leg with his gigantic hand and smashed the Prince of Zijin heavily onto the stage, just like how a grown man would throw a little frog to the ground. As the Prince of Zijin cried out in pain, the little brother raised his gigantic leg and stomped on the Prince of Zijin's head, smashing it into the rubble of the stage. Hateful little human bug, so noisy. The 100,000 spectators were dumbstruck. They couldn't believe their eyes at all. No matter how weak the Prince of Zijin was, he was still one of the top 5 rankers. He could even squeeze into the top 3 rankers. How could he be defeated in one move? The strangest thing was that they seemed to be related to the Prince of Zijin. Why would they attack the Prince of Zijin? Chapter 247 Inches so you won't take the initiative to attack others. Well said. Yue Yang clapped his hands and praised. Prince of Zijin shouldn't have rejected our Emperor's sincere invitation. His action of running away really angered us. A real man shouldn't run away when faced with danger. He was a bit rough when he tried to stop us. I apologize to everyone. Actually, as long as everyone cooperates, we promise that we won't harm a single hair on anyone's head. The golden-clothed middle-aged man was still very courteous. The whole audience was speechless. An invitation that couldn't be rejected, how was that different from being a captive? Yu Bing, who was below the stage, was extremely anxious for her brother. If those Eastern Goblin tribe members attacked her brother again, what should she do? She wanted to help her brother, but because she wasn't strong enough, she would only be a burden to her brother if she went out. This made her hate herself. If only she had strong combat power, how good would that be? It was a pity that she couldn't fight alongside her brother. She could only watch her brother fight alone. Different from Yu Bing, the mysterious beauty, sickly beauty, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were anxiously waiting for the best opportunity to help Yue Yang. The old cunning fox's expression was even more solemn. Right now, he wasn't thinking about helping Yue Yang, but how to bring his students away safely. Yue Yang's strength wasn't what he was worried about the most. On the other hand, if Yu Bing and the others were discovered by the enemy, Yue Yang would be in even more trouble. It's not that you can't invite me. Normally, I only accept invitations from strong warriors. On the stage, Yue Yang raised his Wei Jin magic blade and said loudly, "If you want to invite me, then prove your strength." Wah! Tens of thousands of spectators were in an uproar. They felt that this brat had gone crazy. The opponent was so strong, even Prince of Zijin was killed in one move, and he still wanted to issue a challenge. Since it's a request from our esteemed guest, we will definitely try our best to fulfill it. The middle-aged man who called himself the fiery golden eyes beast smiled. 2 black-clothed giants, 2 blood-clothed men and 4 Eastern Goblin tribe members gathered together. They stretched out their hands and began to throw punches arrogantly. It seemed that any random one of them could beat Yue Yang like fallen flowers. In the end, the man on the left won the rock-paper-scissors game. He strode forward and became Yue Yang's opponent. The middle-aged man who called himself Fiery Golden Eyes Beast introduced. In a cultured and refined voice, this is the second plum blossom of the Plum Blossom brothers. However, he is not a plum blossom deer, he is a plum blossom leopard. His strength is a level 9 earth goblin. If converted to your soaring dragon continent's ranking, he would have the strength of a level 9 saint. Of course, because of certain reasons, it is very difficult for normal goblins to break through to the innate realm. Even if their strength has reached the innate realm, there is no way for them to increase their realm. Hence, he is only a goblin palace guard who is infinitely close to the innate realm. This way, he is not really bullying you humans, you clan third young master. As long as you can withstand 10 of my attacks, I will go back and report to my emperor. My emperor will definitely send a special envoy to invite you with more sincerity, just like how my emperor sent a special envoy to invite Da Sha Emperor Zheng Wu Yu to the Rainbow Treasure Palace. What? When Yue Yang heard this, he was stunned. These Eastern Goblin tribe's appetite was really big. Not only did they want to capture the soaring dragon continent's younger generation, they even wanted to capture the Da Sha Emperor Zheng Wu Yu. They even dared to touch Zheng Wu Yu, who was protected by 2 heavenly imperial guardians and 3 innate rankers. This proved that the Eastern Goblin tribe that came from the outer realms of Tong Tian Tower was unbelievably strong. Not only His Majesty Zheng Wu Yu, the 3 clan masters, Marshal Yu Hai, Great Commander Feng Kuang, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao and Yan Qianzhong, as well as Tian Luo's Eastern Sky King and Western Sky King. The only regret is that because Da Sha Emperor Zheng Wu Yu needs to stay in Da Sha to handle the country's affairs, he rejected our invitation. We deeply admire Wa Sha Emperor Zheng Wu Yu, so we decided to respect his wishes and not forcefully invite him. The fiery golden eyes beast who had transformed into a middle-aged man said slowly. His words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone present. Almost all the rankers from Wa Sha and Tian Luo Kingdom were gathered here. yet they were all captured in one fell swoop. What kind of power did they actually possess to be able to do this? The old cunning fox's heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar. Through the other party's words, he understood that other than the innate rancor, everyone else had been captured on the spot. When the Eastern Goblin tribe returned to rescue them, it had not even been 10 minutes. Now, only the Eastern Goblin tribe had managed to escape. The entire army had been annihilated. Without Jizun, Night Empress and Elder Nangong guarding the Soaring Dragon Continent, the Soaring Dragon Continent was as weak as an undefended village, easily invaded by the Eastern Goblin tribe. However, how did the Eastern Goblin tribe know that Jizun, Night Empress and Elder Nangong had gone to the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, and that there was no one guarding the Soaring Dragon Continent? There must be a traitor. The biggest suspect was the Western Lion Pagoda's people. Furthermore, the Zijin Kingdom was also involved. Especially the Prince of Zijin's words just now, it could reveal a lot of things. The Zijin Kingdom and the Western Lion Pagoda's people might have made some kind of agreement with the Eastern Goblin tribe to lead the Eastern Goblin tribe's rankers here. Who would have known that the Eastern Goblin tribe did not follow the agreement between the Zijin Kingdom and the Western Lion Pagoda? They also wanted to bring the Prince of Zijin, an outstanding disciple, away, not giving the Zijin Kingdom any face. Impossible, they only want to use lies to destroy our fighting spirit. Yan Po Jun could not believe that this was the truth no matter what. The four great clans, masters had all been captured. His Majesty Jun Wuyu and the Tian Luo Eastern and Western Heavenly Kings had also been captured. How could this be possible? Kill, let's kill them and chase after them to save them. Feng Qisha's mind started to waver, he was on the verge of going crazy. Shui Tanlang did not say anything. He only flew out and jumped to Yue Yang's side. He stood side by side with Yue Yang and snorted at Yue Yang coolly, "Let me fight one too. Don't try to show off. The current Yu is not a match for these goblin clans." Yue Yang attacked him without holding back. "I'll fight even if I'm not a match for them." Shui Tanlang's fighting spirit was not affected at all. "You must be the Shui clan's Shui Tanlang. Not bad, you are very outstanding. You live up to your name as one of the three great killing stars. Especially your fighting spirit, you are second only to this Yu clan's third young master. I admire you very much. If our emperor sees you, he might bestow you a sky demon-ranked ice dragon." The fiery golden eyes beast that had transformed into a middle-aged man slightly bowed towards Shui Tanlang. The three great killing stars are not just Shui Tanlang. Yan Po Jun and Feng Qisha released their chi and jumped onto the stage, standing beside Shui Tanlang. Welcome to all of you." The middle-aged man smiled and greeted them one by one. "You are all idiots." Yue Yang was speechless. "Wasn't it better to hide? Why did you have to come here to die? I've always been very smart. It's rare for me to be an idiot." Yan Po Jun laughed out loud. He knew that he would not be able to escape today. The enemy's strength was unbelievably strong. Rather than being instantly killed like Prince of Zijin, he might as well take the initiative to fight. Also, Prince of Tian Luo and Princess Sissy, Yu Clan's 7th Miss Yu Bing, Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader Bai Yun Fei and Crystal Palace's dragon ambassador Kang Lan, please come up to the stage as well. As long as one of you can withstand 10 moves from the Meiwa brothers or the Shang brothers, I will happily report this to my emperor and invite the imperial envoy to welcome you." The fiery golden eyes beast that had transformed into a middle-aged man stated his conditions. As long as they could withstand 10 moves, they could stay. However, were these 10 moves really that easy to withstand? The opponent had the strength of a level 9 saint. Although he was not an innate, he had already reached the peak of his strength. It would be difficult for him to withstand even one move, let alone 10 moves. The old cunning fox used his body to cover Yu Bing. If she was discovered by the enemy, it would be the biggest blow to Yue Yang. He did not stop the three great killing stars from entering the stage. However, when Princess Sissy and Prince of Tian Luo were about to enter the stage, he scolded them angrily. "Now that His Majesty and the two heavenly kings are in trouble, the country is in danger. You are the foundation of the country. If you go out now, aren't you just seeking your own death? Do you think that even the heavenly imperial guardians couldn't stop the Eastern Goblin tribe? Do you really think that just a few kids like you can fight against them?" Princess Sissy covered her face, tears dripping down from the gaps between her fingers. "My father is already gone, what's the use of the country? I want to save that old fellow." Sickly beauty flew up, colorful lights shone brightly on her body. She quickly transformed into Prince of Tian Luo's appearance in midair and landed behind Yue Yang like a gentle breeze. She shouted, "Prince of Tian Luo, Hua Ziyu is here." The real Prince of Tian Luo wanted to speak, but City Master Fallen Flowers slapped him down and hugged Yu Bing, preventing her from rushing up the stage. The mysterious beauty who loves to read books also shone brightly, transforming into a similar appearance to Yu Bing. The only difference was that she was taller than Yu Bing by a head. She floated up and landed behind Yu Yang, Yu Clan's Yu Bing. Yu Bing was crying so hard that she almost fainted in City Master Fallen Flowers' embrace. Inin and City Master Fallen Flowers hugged her tightly, afraid that she would rush out and say that she was Yu Bing. Once she was discovered, they would probably lose another person. Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace also strode up the stage. His expression was not good, but his eyes were firm. Very good, now only young sect leader Bai Yunfei and Princess Sissy are left. The middle-aged man that the fiery golden eyes beast had transformed into nodded in satisfaction. The soaring dragon continent is indeed full of geniuses. I have been to more than 10 continents, but this is the first time I have seen so many outstanding juniors. Now, I would like to invite Princess Sissy and young sect leader Bai Yunfei onto the stage. Once everyone has gathered, we will leave immediately. We will not disturb everyone for too long. Bai Yunfei is here. The mysterious man had changed into Bai Yunfei's clothes in the private room. After taking off his mask, he looked a little similar to Bai Yunfei, as if he was born to be Bai Yunfei's substitute. The dragon spear lady came over and whispered to Princess Sissy. She did not have the ability to change her appearance like sickly beauty, but she still wanted to impersonate Princess Sissy. Princess Sissy shook her head and waved her hands, firmly rejecting. If Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the others were not kidnapped by the Eastern Goblin tribe, she would definitely not go out. There was no meaning in hiding anymore. The reason why the other party kidnapped their fathers was to force the juniors to show themselves. It could be said that the enemy's plan had already been meticulously planned. They would not allow the juniors whose loved ones were kidnapped to refuse. Now, there were two ways. One was to defeat these people and use them as a bargaining chip to exchange for the hostages. This method could not be realized unless a large number of innate rankers descended. The second method was to not resist and follow the Eastern Goblin tribe. When they found their loved ones who were kidnapped, they would act according to the situation and save them. This method was also very unlikely, because once they reached the Eastern Goblin tribe's territory, it would be like using sand to fill the sea if they wanted to kill their way out. Of course, it was not that there was no hope at all. As long as the innate rankers who were guarding the soaring dragon continent returned from the 10th floor and went to the Eastern Goblin tribe's territory to save everyone, there was still a possibility. Princess Sissy knew that it would be best for her to stay and let the dragon spear lady replace her. However, if Yu Yang and her father were taken away, what was the point of her staying here? She might as well stay with them, hugging and bidding farewell to City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Yu Bing and the dragon spear lady. Princess Sissy wiped away her tears and walked down the stairs resolutely. She stepped onto the stage, the giant sword on her back clanging loudly. In an instant, she regained the prestige of a rouge tiger, standing proudly in front of the strong enemies. What a great Princess Sissy from Dasha Kingdom! Women are not inferior to men, you have the style of your father. The fiery golden eyes beast who had transformed into a middle-aged man praised. Chapter 248 Inches. If you want to invite us to the Rainbow Treasure Palace, then you have to prove your strength to me. Yu Yang decided to fight with the enemy and gave another condition. When strong warriors fight, the shockwaves can easily hurt the innocent. Let the spectators leave. Since you are looking for the 10 of us, we are all here now. No problem. The middle-aged man that the fiery golden eyes beast had transformed into pondered for a while before nodding his head in agreement. We will only invite VIPs. We will not care about unrelated people. They can leave freely, but if some of them are willing to stay and watch the battle, we will not stop them. In short, everything is up to you. If some of them are willing to follow us to the Rainbow Treasure Palace to see our emperor, that would be my greatest pleasure. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, many people felt relieved. It would be best if they could leave. Who would want to stay? Those unrelated people would want to leave as soon as possible. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were not willing to leave, because they wanted to stay. Even if they could be of help to Yu Yang, it would still be good. Letting Yu Yang fight alone and escape in fear was not something they could accept. The old cunning fox obviously knew what they were thinking. He glared angrily at Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others as he used his cloak to cover Yu Bing's figure. At the same time, he ordered in a low voice, "Everyone, leave this place immediately. This is Yue Yang's hard-earned chance to escape. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, you guys lead the way. Maybe there will be traitors from the Soaring Dragon continent trying to kill us. If that's the case, you guys have to fight your way out. Everyone pay attention. Once we leave the area of the space seal, everyone have to use teleportation scrolls immediately and use your fastest speed to go to the safest place. Hide first." Yu Bing also did not want to leave, but she knew that she was the key. If she did not leave, then her brother would not be able to fully focus on the battle. Because of her brother's usual pampering, she had gradually recovered her original personality. She loved to cry and laugh, and her heart was no longer as closed as before. However, this did not mean that she had become weak. When faced with a crisis, her stubborn personality and firm fighting spirit would immediately shine from the bottom of her heart. She gave her brother a long look. Then, he wiped away his tears, grabbed Inan and Yu Yu, and left first. Inan and Yu Yu were not strong enough. Now that her brother had no time to take care of them, it was her turn to protect them. Yu Bing didn't look at City Lord Fallen Flowers. She knew that Big Sister Fallen Flowers definitely wouldn't leave. If there was no chance to escape, Big Sister Fallen Flowers would stay to protect everyone. However, if there was a chance to escape, she would stay and fight alongside her brother. Sister Fallen Flowers' dual aurora during body fusion was one of her brother's secret weapons. "I hate this the most. I'm clearly the boss, but I have to abandon my underlings and run away alone. Where am I going to put my face as the boss?" Fatty Hai's eyes were as red as a wolf's as he rushed in front of Yu Bing, ready to deal with any sudden incidents. Yi Kong and the Li brothers also chased after them, opening a path in front. If Yu Bing, Inan and Yu Yu didn't need protection, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others wouldn't leave even if they had to die. But now, they had to protect them, until they were safely out of danger. The whole audience was in an uproar. If they could leave this place, of course no one would be willing to stay. Those who had flying beasts all rode or flew away. Those who couldn't fly also quickly rushed to leave. The mercenaries fought to be the first to leave. On the contrary, the students of the various academies were calmer. Under the guidance of their teachers and judges, they gathered into groups and left in batches. The old cunning fox glanced at Yu Yang. He made a hand gesture to reassure Yu Yang and flew to protect Yu Bing and the others. The person who wanted to stay the most was him, but he couldn't be at ease leaving a large group of people without protection. What if there was an enemy ambush outside? There were actually quite a number of people who stayed. Some of them were mercenaries who were especially brave and loved to watch. Some of them were disciples from various sects, like the Western Lion Pagoda's disciples and Zijin Academy's students. They had lost their prince of Zijin, so they didn't dare to leave. Otherwise, even if they returned to Zijin Kingdom, they would only die. Some of them were the staff members of the Great Assembly. Most of them had special type beasts. They didn't have very strong fighting capabilities, but they were good at healing and repairing. They hoped to stay behind and see if they could help Yu Yang and the others. There were also some secret rankers like the Dragon Spear Lady and City Mistress Fallen Flowers who were waiting outside the arena, waiting for an opportunity to help Yu Yang and the others. Lastly, there was also Bai Yunfei who was sitting quietly in the private room. For some reason, he didn't take the opportunity to leave, but stayed behind. At the center of the black pillar of light in the runic circle, a tall man wearing a striped tiger skin with a pair of huge wings flapped his wings and flew out. He rushed towards the middle-aged man that the fiery Golden Eyes beast had transformed into and shouted, "Golden Eyes, your actions are too slow. Bring the target away immediately. The heavenly blood sacrifice requires the sacrifice of 10,000 beasts in order to maintain the space passage. You can't dawdle anymore. Shang, Mei, the four of you, capture them immediately. As long as you don't kill them, it won't be considered a violation of the Supreme Agreement. You don't have to worry, attack." When the middle-aged man that the fiery Golden Eyes beast had transformed into saw him, his expression changed slightly. He cupped his hands and said, "So the Flying Tiger envoy has personally come. Since that's the case, Jin Qing will be handed over to the Flying Tiger envoy. Please forgive Jin Qing for leaving first." Just like the Flying Tiger envoy, the middle-aged man flew into the center of the runic circle and disappeared. Before he left, he seemed to glance at Yu Yang. Hearing the flying tiger envoy's words, the two black-clothed giants and the two blood-clothed men pounced forward as fast as lightning. Yanpo Jun, Feng Qisha and the others were already prepared. They summoned their grimoires almost at the same time and used their protective shields to block the four people's earth-shaking attacks. In the sky, the flying tiger envoy condensed a terrifying ball of light in his hands and shouted towards Yue Yang and the others, "You have to give up resisting and surrender. If you don't resist and leave with us obediently, we might still let you maintain your fighting strength. On the other hand, if you resist, I don't mind turning you into captives. You have to understand one thing, I'm not that golden eyes who likes to talk. I, the flying tiger, am a stronger existence that cannot be defied." Yue Yang realized that this flying tiger envoy was indeed stronger than the fiery golden eyes beast. However, in terms of intelligence and fighting potential, the refined and courteous golden eyes was much scarier. Yue Yang saw that golden eyes left unhappily and saw that the flying tiger envoy was preparing to attack again. He knew that he had reached the end of his stalling tactic. Now was the time to turn hostile. In the end, the Heavenly Imperial Guardians did not come. Maybe the Heavenly Imperial Guardians were still fighting and had no time to come. Fortunately, Yu Bing and the others had already left. Although they did not go far, if they started fighting now, they should not be affected by the shockwaves. "Listen, I'll count to 10. If you guys don't come out of the barrier by then, I'll throw out a Radiant Tiger explosion wave every 10 seconds. I guarantee that your friends and classmates who haven't gone far will be smashed into pieces. 1, 2, 3, the flying tiger envoy raised the gigantic ball of light into the sky. As long as he threw it out, no matter which direction it was thrown to, the densely packed crowd outside would also suffer heavy casualties. Since things have come to this, let's fight with all our might. Yue Yang knew that he could not delay any longer. He was the first to keep his summoning grimoire. At the same time, he started to transform the Reaper Mantis into a unique Reaper Mantis battle armor. It was a pity that he had only learned half of armor transformation, so he still couldn't grasp the sickly beauty's ability. Furthermore, the Reaper Mantis wasn't the best armor transformation beast yet. The surface area of Yue Yang's armor transformation was only about 30%. Even so, the Flying Tiger ambassador furrowed his brows. The Flying Tiger envoy pointed at Yue Yang and shouted at Shang, Mei and the four attendants, "Leave this human kid to me. You guys take care of the rest. Hurry up, we don't have much time left." Yanpo Jun, Feng Qisha, Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu and the substitute who impersonated by Yunfei all summoned their strongest beasts and fought against Da He of the Shang clan's guard. With 4 against 1, they seemed to have the highest chance of winning. Shui Tan Lang fought against Da He of the Shang clan's guard alone. He fought against a strong enemy alone. Of course, he knew that he could not win, but he did it to share the burden with his comrades. Princess Sissy had the same thought as him. She fought against Da He of the blood-clothed plum blossom leopard to create an opportunity for the mysterious beauty and sickly beauty to fight against Mayer. The dragon spear lady and city mistress Fallen Flowers who were below the stage were also gathering their strongest powers, ready to help at any time. Surprisingly, Bai Yunfei, who was hiding in the private room, hid his aura and did not make a sound, as if he was planning to watch from the sidelines. Bloody Queen Red followed closely behind Yue Yang. Together with Yue Yang, they rose into the sky and charged towards the Flying Tiger envoy. The great battle had completely erupted with her banshee scream. None of the Eastern Goblin tribe members had summoned their beasts. Perhaps they themselves were existences like summoned beasts. When the banshee scream erupted, the Flying Tiger envoy created 2 clones. One of the clones raised the Radiant Tiger explosion wave and attacked towards Yue Yang fiercely. The other one was his main body, which was 100 times faster than lightning. When Yanpo Jun and the other 3 joined hands to attack Big Black, the Shangpai's bodyguard, he had silently arrived from behind. His 2 fists were condensed with a tiger's head light wave, and he attacked Feng Qisha and Yanpo Jun's back. Just as Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu turned around, the Flying Tiger Ambassador's main body spat out a tiger-shaped shockwave which exploded on Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu's face. On the other side, Big Black Bear's fist had just reached a meter in front of the substitute who was pretending to be Bai Yunfei. The substitute's heavy palm struck Big Black Bear's chest like a thunderbolt, but Big Black Bear was only forced back 2 steps without any reaction. The double was surprised to see that Feng Qisha and the other 2 were not helping him. When he turned around, he saw that the three of them had already fallen to the ground. Behind him, a meteor-like fist was flying towards him. He could not help but be frightened to the point that his soul almost left his body. He immediately soared into the sky, intending to escape the battlefield. Human level 8 Emperor, not bad. It's a pity that you met me, Flying Tiger. The Flying Tiger ambassador's body flashed and disappeared. In a flash, he appeared above the head of the double who had soared into the sky. He opened up his 5 fingers and pressed them on the double's face. A terrifying shockwave exploded. A tiger-shaped beam of light, just like an aurora, directly knocked the double off the stage and into the ground. While the double was painfully struggling to crawl out from the deep pit, the Flying Tiger ambassador's main body was raising an even bigger, radiant tiger explosion wave, preparing to blast it towards his head. The eyes of the double who was pretending to be Bai Yunfei were filled with despair and fear. Chapter 249 Rumble. Just as the Flying Tiger ambassador was about to use Radiant Tiger Explosion Wave to kill the substitute, he suddenly heard a rumble. On the spectator stand, a figure smashed into the stone steps like a meteor. The Flying Tiger ambassador was shocked. This was because the figure that was sent flying was not one of the human children, but the Xianxia guard He who was fighting against the cold-looking man. That cold-looking young man had the ability to send the Xianxia guard He flying. But that brat was not even a level 7 overlord. The Flying Tiger ambassador could not believe it at all. He turned his head around and realized that Dahe, who was behind him, had also been sent flying by someone. Dahe had also crashed into the deep pit that He had crashed into. It was only then that the Flying Tiger ambassador realized that the person who had sent his 2 subordinates flying wasn't the young man with the cold appearance. Instead, it was another man with a half-crying, half-smiling golden mask. Not only did he send the Xianxia brothers flying, he also condensed a huge fire whirlpool to block the Mei Hua brothers' sharp claws. It was really unbelievable that he was able to block the Xianxia brothers and the Mei Hua brothers alone. This person was obviously attacked by his clone. How could he still have the time to save others? The Flying Tiger ambassador turned his head to look again and was stunned. In the sky, his clone's entire body was covered in frost. His hands were still in the posture of raising the Radiant Tiger Explosion Wave, as if he was surrendering. The clone that was condensed from frost fell rapidly. It crashed heavily onto the stage with a loud bang. Shattered ice splattered everywhere. What happened? The Flying Tiger ambassador was baffled. Even if that human kid could see through the fact that his clone only had 1/10 of his actual combat power, it shouldn't be possible for him to freeze it. Furthermore, how could the Xianxia Imperial Guard be defeated by anyone below the level of an innate rancor? Where did the Radiant Tiger Explosion Wave that he condensed just now go? Yue Yang would definitely not tell him that the one who sent the Xianxia brothers flying just now was actually borrowing the power of his Radiant Tiger Explosion Wave. Who? The Xianxia brothers roared like thunder. Their bodies shook, shaking the stands. They shook their bodies and shot out from the rubble. Although they were sent flying by the Radiant Tiger Explosion Wave that Yue Yang had borrowed from the Flying Tiger ambassador's clone, their strong bodies were only slightly injured. Only his skin and hair were slightly charred. The toughness of the Eastern Goblin tribe's body had reached an unimaginable level. Although they weren't innates, they had physical bodies that were at the pinnacle. Unless it was an innate rancor, they could ignore all attacks. Similarly, if a human level 9 saint was not an innate, he would at least vomit blood after taking a hit from the Radiant Tiger Explosive Wave. Of course, the human race did not have any non-innate level 9 saints. Although the physical strength of the human race could not be compared to the demonic beasts and the demon race, their intelligence was much higher. As long as he could become a 9th level saint, he would definitely be an innate. However, the Eastern Goblin tribe was different. The Plum Blossom Leopard's Mayor's claws tore through the sky and split the earth. Princess Sissy did not take it head-on. She immediately summoned her grimoire and raised her protective shield, blocking the attack. Her main responsibility was to delay second Mei so that Yue Yang, Wu Sha, and Wu Hen could kill first Mei. Dahe and Erhai, take these human children away first. The Mei brothers and I will be right there. The Flying Tiger ambassador looked at the unconscious Feng Qisha, Yan Po Jun and the others on the ground. He then waved his hand and signaled the Shang brothers to take the people away. Otherwise, in the next battle, these humans who had lost their defensive power would all die from the shockwave. The Shang brothers were very annoyed, but they still obeyed the order. One of them grabbed the heavily injured Feng Qisha and Yan Po Jun, while the other grabbed the unconscious dragon ambassador Can Lan Yu and Prince of Zijin. Their gigantic bodies whistled as they flew towards the black pillar of light in the runic circle, disappearing without a trace. The flying tiger ambassador smashed the gigantic ice that sealed the clone with a punch, releasing the clone from the ice. The flying tiger ambassador, who had fused with the clone and recovered his full strength, rushed towards Yue Yang. Yue Yang immediately summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield. When the flying tiger ambassador's flashing tiger head rippled with power and hit the protective shield, Yue Yang used his binding chain's inherent skill to lock him in place. In the sky, the bloody queen, Red, pounced down and let out a banshee's scream beside the flying tiger ambassador's ears. Her gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and silver-eyed destroyer dagger pierced the flying tiger ambassador's eyes. Yue Yang's attack was even more shameless. He gathered all the strength in his body and used his Yang extreme strength, in addition to the earth-splitting slash, heavily slashing the flying tiger ambassador's lower body. He wanted to make this flying tiger ambassador a eunuch. Because the Eastern Goblin tribe had strong bodies, normal attacks were completely ineffective. Yue Yang had no choice but to attack the vital parts. On the other side, Shui Tan Lang and Princess Sissy had already summoned their grimoires. Within the protective shield, no matter how hard the Mei brothers tried to attack, they were still safe and sound. As for the eldest Mei leopard, he realized that he couldn't catch up to the two girls in front of him even with his extreme speed. After his continuous attacks failed, he angrily pounced towards the side of the arena. His sharp claws went straight for City Mistress Fallen Flowers' face. City Mistress Fallen Flowers instantly summoned her grimoire and raised her protective shield, easily blocking the sharp claws. At the same time, the three-tailed snow fox under her feet quickly became bigger. Her six tails swayed gracefully and a strange fragrance assaulted the nostrils. The aurora energy that City Mistress Fallen Flowers had been accumulating all along had already reached its limit. The terrifying aurora shot towards the eldest Mei leopard. Moreover, the other point of attack of the aurora was coincidentally the flying tiger ambassador who was sent flying by Yue Yang's blade. This was the tacit understanding between Yue Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. They didn't need to say anything, but they had a tacit understanding. The eldest Mei leopard was unwilling to take on this kind of terrifying aurora head-on, so he jumped and dodged it. As he dodged, the flying tiger ambassador who was still under the binding chain's inherent skill was unlucky. He was hit by the aurora head-on. The flying tiger ambassador was blasted into the other side of the spectator stand 100 meters away. The aurora had blasted a huge hole in the stone spectator stand. The rubble collapsed and buried the flying tiger ambassador in it. On the other side, the eldest Mei leopard who had just dodged the aurora secretly thought that it was a close shave. He didn't expect that a fist that was as strong as him would land heavily on his nose. This was the Dragon Spear Lady's sneak attack. Once she attacked, she immediately displayed her powerful brute force. The eldest Mei leopard was hit and sunk into the ground. When he crawled out of the mud pit, he couldn't help but spit out a small mouthful of blood. This was also the first time the Eastern Goblin tribe was injured and spat out blood since the start of the battle. The eldest Mei leopard looked at his blood-stained hand with an expression of disbelief. A non-innate human warrior actually made him spit out blood. In the sky, the black pillar of light in the runic circle started to tremble and gradually dissipate, as if it would disappear at any time. The Mei brothers sensed something and raised their heads, revealing an anxious expression. They had to leave now. But the flying tiger ambassador hadn't given the order. Among the rubble of the collapsed spectator stand, the flying tiger ambassador used his aura to shake off the rocks that were pressing on his body. Rocks of all sizes flew all over the sky. Both of his eyes were not damaged, but he was in so much pain that he was tearing up. At the same time, his lower body was burnt black. It seemed like even if he didn't become a eunuch, he was still heavily injured. As for the City Mistress Fallen Flowers' aurora, it only burnt the skin on his head and face slightly, but it didn't seem like he was seriously injured. The flying tiger ambassador was extremely furious. He shouted at Yue Yang angrily, "If I have enough time, I will definitely tear you into pieces." He jumped back to the center of the arena like lightning and grabbed the substitute who was impersonating Bai Yunfei. He took the lead and flew towards the dissipating black pillar of light. Before he left, he turned his head and glared at Yue Yang angrily, "If you have the guts, chase after me. I will wait for you at the ancient passage. We will fight one-on-one. If you win, you can take away all the people that we have captured. Do you have the guts to chase after me?" Yue Yang, The mysterious beauty Wu Sha and the sickly beauty Wu Hen looked at each other and flew into the sky at the same time. Princess Sissy purposely slowed down and waited for City Mistress. Fallen flowers. Shui Tan Lang didn't chase after them like Yue Yang did. Instead, he released a bone-chilling tornado and attacked the second Mei brother who was flying into the sky. He was prepared to stop this Eastern Goblin tribesman at all costs. On the other side, the Dragon Spear Lady also intercepted the eldest Mei brother of the Meiwa brothers. As long as these two Eastern Goblin tribesmen didn't leave before the Black Pillar of Light disappeared, they would definitely die in the Soaring Dragon Continent. The Heavenly Imperial Guardians and the other rankers would definitely not let them go after they recovered. The second Mei brother took on Shui Tan Lang's tornado and flew into the sky. Yue Yang used a spherical beheader on the back of the second Mei brother's head. The second Mei brother groaned in pain, but he still took on the attack and flew into the Black Pillar of Light. Princess Xianxia waved her great sword. Mei Da, who had just gotten rid of the Dragon Spear girl's attack, was hit by Princess Xianxia's heavy sword. Mei Da also wanted to take the attack head-on, but the mysterious beauty Wu Sha, who had disguised herself as Yu Bing, attacked his ears with lightning and ice. The second Mei brother was in extreme pain. He swung his claws wildly, but they were easily blocked by the crystal shield condensed by sickly beauty. The Dragon Spear Lady and Shui Tan Lang were below, while Yue Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers' Double Aurora was above them. The Dragon Spear Lady's meteor-like fists landed heavily on the Life Gate acupuncture point on the back of the second Mei brother when Wu Sha's attack was successful. Shui Tan Lang's ice storm covered the sky and the earth, blasting the second Mei brother's body 2 meters away. In the sky, 2 rays of Double Aurora that were 10 times more terrifying than Aurora were released by Yue Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. The Double Aurora gradually merged into a giant pillar of light, blasting the second Mei brother 100 meters away. The Double Aurora's destructive Double Aurora blasted the second Mei brother 100 meters away. The collapsed rock stands turned into ashes under the Double Aurora. After the dazzling light faded, Yue Yang realized that the second Mei brother was still alive inside the giant crater. He had returned to his original form. It was a giant plum leopard that was covered with cuts and bruises. From head to tail, it was 20 meters long. Its body was like a small mountain. The lightning leopards in the Soaring Dragon Continent couldn't even compare to it. Even if it was a giant mammoth or a battle kodo beast, they would still pale in comparison to the plum leopard that the second Mei brother had transformed into. No wonder they couldn't kill it no matter how hard they tried. It turned out that the Eastern Goblin tribe's true form was so huge. The Dragon Spear Lady originally wanted to chase after the strong enemy with Yue Yang. Now that she saw it, she immediately waved her hands towards Yue Yang and said, "You guys chase after it, I'll take care of this big fellow." Shui Tan Lang, quickly go and call the old fox back. This big fellow isn't that easy to kill. From the Dragon Spear Lady's body, a cute little panda jumped out and gave Yue Yang an "I'm very powerful" expression. Niu will definitely help mommy defeat this big baddie. When brother comes back, you must reward Niu with a lot of candies. Yue Yang had already prepared for this panda girl. In any case, she was as greedy as Yu Shuang, that little girl. A lollipop that he made himself was basically an invincible weapon to them. Yue Yang coaxed the little loli. As expected of a Grandmaster level character, he actually carried lollipops with him. Once this thing appeared, Panda Girl's favorability towards him immediately increased by 100 points, and her battle power increased by 1,000 points. The girls, on the other hand, were greatly shocked by him. Why did this brat carry lollipops with him? Could it be that he was prepared to abduct the little loli anytime and anywhere? Scram, little kids will have cavities if they eat too much candy. Drunken Cat, who had disguised herself as the Dragon Spear Lady, was extremely dissatisfied with Yue Yang abducting her precious daughter, Niu. "I'll give you some wine." Yue Yang was prepared to abduct Drunken Cat as well. Who would drink wine in the middle of a battle? Drunken Cat was going crazy. She originally wanted to smash the wine that Yue Yang threw at her, but seeing that it was a good wine, she couldn't bear to smash it. "Let's chase it quickly, the Pillar of Light is going to disappear soon." The mysterious beauty Wu Sha was the first to rush into the Black Pillar of Light, followed by Sickly Beauty and Princess Sissy. Yue Yang pulled City Mistress Fallen Flowers, and when the gigantic plum leopard was about to jump, he gave it another spherical beheader. Yue Yang and Fallen Flowers were sent flying into the Black Pillar of Light, while the gigantic plum leopard fell to the ground in midair. When it was about to jump again, the black pillar of light in the rune circle had already disappeared. The gigantic plum leopard roared in grief, its voice shaking the heavens and the earth, resounding through the clouds. Shui Tan Lang and Drunken Cat looked at each other. This time, the Eastern Goblin tribe had invaded the soaring dragon continent, and they had finally intercepted one. Although it was only a guard-ranked plum leopard, it was still better than nothing. They believed that they could obtain a lot of clues from this plum leopard. After entering the black pillar of light, Yue Yang, Princess Sissy and the others realized that they had been teleported to a gigantic dark passage. The mysterious beauty wuxia frowned. This is not Tong Tian Tower, this is still the soaring dragon continent. If I'm not wrong, this is Death Canyon. We are currently at the ancient passage outside of God's ruins. It would not be easy for the rankers from the other realms of Tong Tian Tower to come to the soaring dragon continent. They would have to enter the ancient passage and teleport out. This ancient passage is the only place where they can travel across realms. Of course, it would not be easy for them to enter this place. They would need a large amount of blood sacrifice to open the teleportation door of the ancient passage. Is it the same as the Demon King from the Demon Abyss coming here through a blood sacrifice? Yue Yang remembered that during the battle at White Stone City, Xie Huo had used a blood sacrifice to summon the Demon King Ha Shen. No, Sickly Beauty waved her hands and said, the creatures from the Demon Abyss would not be able to come to the soaring dragon continent easily. They could easily go to every floor of Tong Tian Tower, but they could not come out at will, just like how we cannot go to the Demon Abyss at will. If the Demon King came here, he must have come to the soaring dragon continent to train before. He must have left all kinds of marks here, and his devout believers would sacrifice their lives as a guide. Only then would he be able to come here. The stronger the creature, the more difficult it would be to cross over. If a creature as strong as the Demon King had never been to the soaring dragon continent before, then if he wanted to come here, he would probably need tens of thousands or even tens of Wanmo Abyss creatures to open the teleportation space. Moreover, he would need someone to guide him here. If there were no traders in the soaring dragon continent, strong enemies like the Demon King and the Eastern Goblin tribe would not be able to come here. I found blood stains. Princess Sissy's sixth senses were sharp. She immediately discovered the blood stains not far away. Looks like we did not deviate from the ancient passage. We are right behind the enemy. The mysterious beauty wuxia looked at Yue Yang. Are you sure you want to unseal your innate strength later? But your recovery period is not over yet. I'm fine. Yue Yang also knew how scary it was to forcefully unseal his innate strength. He could explode and die anytime. However, he believed in his ability to control himself. As long as he did not lose control of his mind, his body should not explode. Furthermore, with the help of the 4 strong women, Yue Yang was more at ease to unseal his innate strength. Even if he fought to his limit, they could still bring him away and heal him at the same time. Since he did not have any worries, why not fight with all his might? Yue Yang did not unseal his innate strength in the champion arena because it would take too long to do so. He reckoned that the Eastern Goblin tribe would have already left by the time he finished unsealing his innate strength. Now that he had already chased them into the ancient passage, as long as he caught up with the Flying Tiger ambassador and unsealed his innate strength, they would definitely not be able to escape. While Yue Yang was discussing with the 4 women, the sound of flying wind came from afar. Was it an enemy, or was it a terrifying monster that lived in the ancient passage and never saw the light of day? Chapter 250 The Ancient Passage. In this huge ancient passage, if humans looked around, they would realize that they were actually very small. The passage was so far away that it could not be seen. It was more than 100 meters wide. Between the walls of the passage, there were many stone rooms that were as big as the champion's arena, but no one knew what they were used for. Faintly glowing crystals were embedded in the walls at regular intervals. They were embedded in the walls or at the corners to provide illumination. The ancient passage was so big, but it was not straight. Occasionally, there would be giant stone steps of different heights, rising and falling. The passage often turned left and right, like a snake winding around. What caught Yue Yang's attention the most were the carvings on the walls of the passage. They were all over the walls, and could be found everywhere. Everyone stop and look at these carvings. Yue Yang's heart skipped a beat. Maybe these carvings were knots. He signaled the 4 girls not to chase after them. These carvings were very similar to the carvings that Yue Yang saw in the 12 zodiac temples in Tong Tian Tower. However, they were much bigger. Almost every god statue or god servant was 10 meters or even 100 meters tall. There were all kinds of mysterious runes or symbols, like the stars in the sky. Faintly, there seemed to be some kind of connection. Yet, it also formed a bewildering mystery, which made it look very familiar. There were also some places that depicted different kinds of beasts. Most of them were strange monsters that did not exist in the soaring dragon continent. Even Wu Sha and Wu Hen, who were the most knowledgeable, did not recognize them. In comparison, those human warriors, who were depicted to be the size of rice grains, seemed so weak and insignificant. Yue Yang noticed that on some of the carvings, there were also scenes of the Eastern Goblin tribe fighting against other races. Not far away, Yue Yang saw a carving of the fire beast, golden-eyed beast, giant bear, leopard and other Eastern Goblin tribe members massacring the Demon Abyss demon army. The soaring dragon continent's demon army, which was hard to defeat, couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Eastern Goblin tribe. However, what made Yue Yang shiver the most was that at the most eye-catching part of the mural, there was a great golden-winged rock with a wingspan of tens of thousands of miles. The demon army below looked like ants. If the emperor that the fiery golden eyes beast and the others spoke of as this golden-winged rock, then this rescue mission is really going to be tough. Yue Yang was a guy from another world. Although there weren't many legends about the great golden-winged pung in the soaring dragon continent, he had read many books in the past, so he knew how powerful the great golden-winged pung was. In the legends, this golden-winged pung was not an ordinary character. It was a terrifying fiend with a wingspan of 3,360,000 miles. It devoured a dragon king and 500 little dragons every day. In Journey to the West, Golden-Winged Rock was Tathagata's uncle. He was the only super boss who could defeat Monkey Sun with his real martial arts. The Zhuangzi's Free and Unfettered Tour also said, "There is a fish in the North Sea, its name is Kun." The Kun was so big that it was unknown how many thousands of miles long it was. It transformed into a bird, and its name was Pung. The back of the Pung was thousands of miles long. It flew in anger, its wings like the clouds in the sky. It also said, "The Pung migrates to the southern underworld. The water strikes for 3,000 miles, and the Pung rises for 90,000 miles, Yue Yang casually said, not mentioning Tathagata or Monkey Sun. He only said that the golden-winged rock devoured 500 dragons every day. This also scared the four girls. Princess Sissy reacted and firmly expressed her disbelief. "Impossible, how can there be a bird with a wingspan of 3,360,000 miles? Then no matter where it flies, the sky won't be able to contain it. It's even more impossible for it to eat 500 dragons every day. Even if it could eat 500 dragons, there aren't enough dragons in the world for it to eat. Then it would starve to death. You little liar, trying to scare us again, I don't believe you." Yue Yang waved his hands. "Actually, that dragon isn't like the golden dragons or black dragons with big bellies. It's a giant python dragon king that is 1,000 miles long and can lie at the bottom of the sea. It's said that the golden-winged rock's daily appetite is one giant python dragon king and 500 little dragons as snacks." When Princess Sissy heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. "That's even more impossible. Incomparably huge, that's for sure. I don't think it's as exaggerated as what he said." The mysterious beauty Wu Sha helped Yue Yang to smooth things over. "If the fiery golden eyes beast's emperor is the golden-winged rock, then how are we going to fight it?" When City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw the huge picture on the wall, she felt a chill in her heart. In this picture, the golden-winged rock had a wingspan of 100 meters when it spread its wings, while the Demon King and Lich King were only a few meters tall. The Demon Marshal was only as tall as a person, the Demon Commander was only as big as a fist, and the Demon General was only as big as a finger. As for normal demons and monsters, they were existences like ants. If this picture really reflected the difference in strength, with Yue Yang and the four girls' current level, if they ran into the Eastern Goblin tribe's territory and saw the golden-winged rock, they would probably not even be able to serve as food for it. We definitely won't be able to defeat it now. Even if we escape, we won't be able to. Yue Yang was very nervous. Even Monkey Sun couldn't defeat it, how could he possibly defeat it? Then what should we do? City Mistress Fallen Flowers was even more nervous. Now that they had chased it all the way to the ancient passage, did they have to retreat halfway? King against king, general against general. We are at the level of soldiers, so of course we will be fighting against the opponent's soldiers. Yue Yang comforted her. Furthermore, there are different types of golden-winged rock. They are also called golden-winged birds. They are divided into egg, viviparous, wet and metamorphosed. Egg golden-winged birds or egg-eating dragons, viviparous golden-winged birds or egg-eating and viviparous dragons, wet golden-winged birds or egg-eating, viviparous and wet golden-winged birds. As for metamorphosed golden-winged birds, they eat whatever they can get their hands on. The strongest golden-winged roc has a wingspan of 3,360,000 miles. The smallest golden-winged bird might only have a wingspan of 336 meters, even a wingspan of 336 meters can't beat it. Princess Sissy laughed and waved her hands. For example, Bai Yunfei's gold dragon, a gold rank level 7, had a wingspan of 20 meters, which was already terrifying enough. If a golden-winged roc with a wingspan of 336 meters appeared, what kind of concept would that be? There was no need to fight at all. As long as it flapped its wings, an army would probably be blown away. City Mistress Fallen Flowers became more and more curious as she listened. She asked, if you know about egg-eating and viviparous, then what are wet birth and metamorphosed? Yue Yang threw his school bag again. Wet birth is also called karma birth. It is born from moisture, just like the various kinds of insects in the world. As for metamorphosed, it means that there was originally nothing, but it was suddenly born because of some kind of power. Or it could be that the soul state suddenly changed into someone or something. Of course, this kind of explanation is not very accurate, but it's more or less like this. As he said this, his heart suddenly trembled. Thinking back to the big loli in his dream world, which was formed by the sword goddess using sword chi, could this be considered as metamorphosed? If the big loli in his dream world was the most powerful metamorphosed, then what about the sword goddess who created her? A small creator. Thinking about it again, she was the flying sword that he had robbed from the old Taoist priest. If that was the case, what kind of existence did the old Taoist priest belong to? Damn it, this old Taoist priest might be a powerful person. At the same time, he might even have a bad taste in role-playing, purposely pretending to be a poor old Taoist priest to deceive him. As Yue Yang thought of this, he suddenly felt like he had been cheated. Did the old Taoist priest make him come to the Soaring Dragon continent so that he could clean up the mess? This damned old fellow, he made a mess here, yet he wanted him to clean up the mess. Yue Yang's anger immediately rose. Luckily the old Taoist priest was not here, otherwise he would definitely beat the old Taoist priest up. He had never seen such an irresponsible deity before. What's wrong with you? City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw that Yue Yang was deep in thought for a long time without any reaction, so she quickly patted his shoulder. Did you think of something? It's nothing. Yue Yang quickly changed the topic. The great golden-winged roc is a super big boss, it's for us to challenge in the future. We probably won't need it now, however, any monster that comes out from the Eastern Goblin tribe is very scary. For example, the fiery golden eyes beast and the flying tiger are at most other people's mounts. They are very low-level existences. It's fine if we meet them, but if we meet the masters on their backs, it would be a headache. I hope they don't have any masters. I heard the sound of something flying in front of us just now. Let's go and take a look first. I heard that there are many terrifying monsters in the ancient passage, we have to be careful. Sickly Beauty Wu Hen, who had been silent all this while, suddenly reminded them. I don't think so. Although this passage is big, there's no food here. If there were monsters, they would have starved to death long ago. Princess Sissy paid more attention to reality. She felt that it was impossible for there to be any monsters in the ancient passage. Yue Yang and the four girls chased after it. They followed the huge and curved passage and ran on the uneven steps for more than 10 kilometers. Suddenly, Princess Xianxia, whose six senses were extremely sharp, gestured for them to stop. She sniffed with her small nose. There's a strong smell of blood in front. Soon, Yue Yang and wuxia also smelled it. There was a fresh smell of blood coming from afar. Yue Yang and the four girls tiptoed closer. They were surprised to see the second plum blossom lying in a pool of blood. It had returned to its original form of a giant leopard. When Yue Yang and the four girls saw this, they were incomparably shocked. Although they had stopped to look at the murals for a while, it hadn't even been 10 minutes. Who was it that could kill the second May Master, who had such a strong body, within 10 minutes? Moreover, it was done without a sound. Could it be that there were terrifying monsters in the ancient passage that had never seen the light of day? City Master Fallen Flowers was not afraid of demons and monsters. However, she was a little afraid of spirits and ghosts. She was also a little afraid of the dark. When she thought of the strange death of the giant leopard, she was afraid that it might be the work of a ghost. She hugged Yue Yang's arm tightly, as if seeking his protection. Yue Yang was secretly amused by her behavior. This fallen flowers was usually fearless. He did not expect her to be afraid of the dark. He must bring her to a dark place in the future. That way, he would have endless luck with women. Princess Sissy did not care about ghosts at all. She even went forward to look for the cause of the second plum blossom's death. After a while, she shook her head at Yue Yang, indicating that she could not find anything. Yue Yang had level 4, divine vision. He could see the truth. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, it's all right if you can't find the cause of death. As long as you find the culprit, it's fine. Do you want me to report to you? Ahem, if your Highness is prepared to give me a small reward, I will tell you everything I know." Princess Sissy was a little angry when she saw his perverted look. She realized that other than laughing at her, he was also asking for a reward and teasing her. She immediately raised her fist and lightly punched his chest. There was a reward, but now it's cancelled. Don't bother with this bad-tempered princess. She is a tigress, don't provoke her so easily. Moreover, you are my personal guard captain, you can just report to me if there's anything. Luohua's city mistress loved to see Princess Xianxia being humiliated the most, and laughed out loud. It should be an internal injury. The second plum blossom returned to his original form. There were no injuries on the surface. The enemy used some unknown method to kill him. It caused serious internal injuries. Wuxia tried to guess. There were no injuries on the surface. How could there be so much blood? Sickly beauty, Wuxia asked. The second plum blossom didn't return to his original form. He only returned to his original form before he was killed. Due to his body's strong recovery ability, all the injuries on his body recovered by themselves. However, the real internal injuries couldn't. The cause of his death was that someone dug out an earth goblin's orb from his lower abdomen. It was similar to the demonic beast's magic crystal. However, it was not in the head. It was in the lower abdomen. Without the orb, their bodies couldn't support their bodies and they died. Yue Yang could see the real cause of death with his divine vision. Why would the orb be in the weak lower abdomen? Wouldn't it be better if it was in the sturdy head like the magic crystal? Princess Sissy asked confusedly. I heard that the Eastern Celestial Tribe's cultivation method is to form their orbs in the lower abdomen. Maybe the Eastern Goblin Tribe is the same. Yue Yang knew a little about cultivation, but he felt that he wouldn't be able to explain it to Princess Sissy. The more he talked, the more confused he would be. If she continued to question him, it would be terrible if he revealed the innate invisible sword chi. He quickly changed the topic. There might be 2 murderers who killed the second plum blossom, and both of them are innate rankers. Did our Dasha and Tian Luo Empire's heavenly imperial guardians catch up? Princess Sissy was delighted when she heard this. No, the situation might be very bad. It might be Zijin Kingdom, Western Lion Pagoda, Green Summit Sect, Thousand Goblin Sect or Demonic Palace's innate rankers. I feel a little unfamiliar with the innate chi that was left on the second plum blossom's body. Furthermore, this innate chi is very strange. Yue Yang's expression turned serious. What he was most worried about was not the Eastern Goblin Tribe's invasion. Instead, he was worried about the mastermind behind the Eastern Goblin Tribe's invasion. He was 90% sure that the Eastern Goblin Tribe's invasion was done by Zijin Kingdom, Western Lion Pagoda and Green Summit Sect. Maybe the Thousand Goblin Sect and Demonic Palace were also involved. They were the clearest about the changes in the Soaring Dragon continent. When the rankers from the Innate Alliance charged towards the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, they immediately sent people to the Eastern Goblin Tribe to lure the Eastern Goblin Tribe over and captured Jun Wuyu and the rankers from the 4 great clans. They didn't even let the Eastern and Western Heavenly Kings of the Tian Luo Kingdom off. On the other hand, they secretly assassinated the second plum blossom of the Eastern Goblin Tribe and framed the Soaring Dragon Continent's innate rankers. When the Soaring Dragon Continent's innate rankers returned from the 10th floor in anger, they would meet the Eastern Goblin Tribe who were also angry and wanted to take revenge. When the war between both sides broke out, Zijin Kingdom, Western Lion Pagoda and Green Summit Sect would be able to reap the benefits. As for the Thousand Goblin Sect and Demonic Palace, it was impossible for them to not benefit from this. The Thousand Goblin Sect and Demonic Palace might even be the Oriole after the mantis stalks the cicada. The most worrisome thing has finally happened. In other words, the Soaring Dragon Continent will face a calamity. The enemy is definitely coming for us. Wuxia analyzed calmly. according to the list of 10 people that the Eastern Goblin tribe asked for, we can deduce many things. Firstly, this plan had been planned for a long time, but the decision to lead the Eastern Goblin tribe to invade was made on the spur of the moment. The reason was that the list of 10 people were all outstanding contestants in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. Sister Fallen Flowers, me and Wu Hen were not chosen because the enemy couldn't find us at all. Under the emergency situation, they could only choose 10 people from the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. This was also the reason why Bing was chosen. She performed outstandingly in the battle against Feng Qixia, hence the mastermind chose her as well. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others also performed well. Why didn't they choose them? The Eastern Goblin tribe chose the Zijin Kingdom's prince instead. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was thinking about this breakthrough point. It might be like this. The traitors who led the Eastern Goblin tribe to invade were not only Zijin Kingdom and the Western Lion Pagoda, but also the Thousand Goblin sect and the Demonic Palace. Hence, the Eastern Goblin tribe changed the list at the last minute. Also, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai did not have any background, they did not have any big clans or powers supporting them. As long as they were killed, they would have died in vain. No one would avenge them. Wu Sha's jade finger lightly touched the ancient book as she analyzed further. Maybe, when Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were escaping, Zijin Kingdom and the Western Lion Pagoda would send people to intercept them in the chaos. Of course, they wouldn't be too obvious. They might disguise themselves as the Eastern Goblin tribe, or the demons from the Demon Abyss. With the vice principal here, they wouldn't be so brazen. Because the vice principal is proficient in teleportation, even if he can't fight, he can still escape. Even if a few innates join hands, they wouldn't be able to kill him easily. Actually, we're in even more danger. Zijin Kingdom and Western Lion Pagoda's masterminds would definitely chase us into the ancient passage. They would kill Feng Qixia, Yan Po Jun and the others to provoke the innate alliance's anger. At the same time, they would also kill Plum Leopard, Shang Ba, Flying Tiger and Fiery Golden Eyes Beast, shifting the blame to the Soaring Dragon continent. Their goal is to sow discord and make both sides fight crazily. Other than rescuing the people who were captured, we also have to pay attention to our own safety, because we might also be on their kill list. Sickly Beauty Wu Hen also had extremely high intelligence. She could see the situation in front of her and think far ahead. Yue Yang knew that the situation in the Soaring Dragon continent was not something that he could solve alone. Separation and reunion, war and chaos, Yue Yang couldn't care less. However, he hated it when his enemies used him as a chess piece. He might not be able to change anything with his own strength. However, Yue Yang decided in his heart that no matter if he saw Zijin Kingdom, Western Lion Pagoda, Green Summit Sect, Thousand Goblins Sector Demonic Palace, he would kill all of them. Yue Yang hated it when he became someone else's prey the most. Forget about those fellows who wanted to kill him, even if they dared to lay their hands on his family, he would still kill them all. Yue Yang looked calm and collected on the surface, but he was actually extremely furious in his heart. Mysterious ancient runes continuously appeared on the surface of his skin, forming a runic circle that rotated automatically as if it had a mind of its own. Yue Yang had not unsealed his innate strength yet, but the unparalleled power that could control the heavens and the earth was slowly returning to his body. Because he had overexerted his innate strength to kill Tu Cheng, after Yue Yang recovered, he could clearly feel that his own strength was being suppressed. Only now did the anger in his heart completely break through that suppression. The formless imprisonment in his body shattered like a glass wall. Yue Yang's true strength was reignited once again. Furthermore, after this period of suppression, his accumulated strength had become even stronger and more violent. Slow down, don't rush. Try to unseal your innate strength slowly. Wu Sha, who usually did not care about Yue Yang, kept reminding Yue Yang to control his state of mind and not lose control. I'm fine, everyone hide quickly. There are people coming this way, and they are very fast. After Yue Yang's true strength had recovered, his senses far surpassed Princess Sissy's. Yue Yang and the four girls had just walked 100 meters away before they hid in a stone room at the side. Two rays of golden light shot towards them from a faraway passage. The light was dazzling and dazzling. In the end, the two rays of golden light instantly stopped above the gigantic corpse of the second plum leopard. Chapter 251. Originally, Yue Yang thought that with the plum leopard's carcass, he would be able to attract the enemy's attention, allowing him and the four girls to evade capture. Who would have thought that these two fellows were the murderers of the plum leopard? One of them, a young man with a jade-like face, sniffled. His purple eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. I was wondering why there was a strange smell. Turns out there were a few mice chasing us. Hey, it's been a long time since I caught mice to play with. It's still the same rules, the girls are yours, the boys are mine. The other person was a sturdy man with a curly beard. The jade-like young man summoned a platinum grimoire, summoning a snow-white, oddly shaped beast. It looked like a rabbit but also a fox, with an extremely sensitive sense of smell. It easily found the hiding place of Yue Yang and the four girls. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' three-tailed snow fox was extremely angry at the appearance of this oddly shaped beast. It was usually kind and quiet, but it actually had the urge to tear the opponent apart. The oddly shaped beast that looked like a rabbit but also a fox hissed in a low voice, as if it also had the desire to kill the three-tailed snow fox. The young man and the sturdy man with a curly beard, whose entire body was shining with golden light, appeared at the entrance of the stone room with a smile on their faces. Especially when he saw the four girls behind Yue Yang, the jade-like young man's smile became even sweeter. 4 unopened females, and they're all top-quality virgins. Not bad, I've long been tired of those fake virgins' blood. I didn't think that I would have such a great harvest today, getting 4 top-quality virgins at once. Tisk tisk, I can't wait to taste the blood of top-quality virgins. Compared to women who are born to be traitors, I prefer top-quality men. A man's body and soul are not easy to obtain, but once they are obtained, they will be incomparably loyal, unlike those fickle women who would throw themselves into someone else's embrace anytime. The sturdy man with a curly beard looked at Yue Yang and swallowed his saliva. Yue Yang turned out to be someone who was not afraid of anything, but this guy's gaze made him feel a chill in his heart and his anus tighten. Meeting these two perverts, he was really speechless. Originally, Yue Yang had wanted to get a few words out of these two, but now it seemed that there was no need. The sooner he killed these two fellows, the more peaceful the world would be. The 4 women's faces were as cold as frost. They knew the strength of the people who came. Both of them were inborn experts, but it didn't mean that they would be afraid. Speaking of perverts, no one was more perverted than Yue Yang. Of course, Yue Yang was only abnormally strong. His sexual orientation was still very normal. Almost at the same time, they all took a step forward and stood behind Yue Yang. With him as the center, their fragrant bodies pressed against each other and relaxed their minds, allowing his true energy to flow around their bodies. This brat was an expert in body fusion technique. If they let go of their reservations and cooperated with him, then their battle prowess would at least increase by several times. Facing a strong enemy with a perverted mentality, the 4 women would usually throw tantrums at Yue Yang, but they would never throw a tantrum with him at this moment. City Mistress Fallen Flowers gently hugged Yue Yang's left hand, her white fingers intertwined with his. Princess Sissy was on Yue Yang's right side, her small hands clenched into fists, but were wrapped by Yue Yang's big hands. Sickly beauty Wu Hen was behind. She shyly hugged Yue Yang. The mysterious beauty Wu Sha was in front. She was half nestled in Yue Yang's embrace. One of her slender palms was placed on Yue Yang's heart, while the other palm was slightly facing outwards, faintly carrying a defensive stance. It couldn't be seen on the surface, but Yue Yang's innate qi was divided into thin streams and flowed through their meridians. The young man who liked to feast on the blood of virgins didn't know that Yue Yang could transmit innate qi, so he didn't care about Yue Yang's intimate actions with the 4 women at all. He chuckled and said, "Mr. Duan Mu, women are naturally promiscuous and fickle, but as long as you can find virgins and destroy their virginity, you can kill them and drink their blood dry. Then, you won't have to worry about them betraying you. Mr. Lu He, everyone has their own preferences. I like the swirling chrysanthemum. How could this treasure be inferior to your favorite spring water jade pot?" The curly-bearded man was a little dissatisfied. He stretched out his finger and said, "The 4 women are yours. I like this little boy, don't hurt him. Mr. Duan Mu, don't worry. I won't spoil the fun." The handsome young man shook his head and looked at Princess Sissy and the others with his lustful eyes. "That's for the best." The curly-bearded man also looked at Yue Yang without restraint. "Facing such exquisite beauty, I can't wait to enjoy it. Mr. Duan Mu, you take your little boy, I'll take my little virgin." The handsome young man didn't put Yue Yang and the 4 women in his eyes at all. It was as if Yue Yang and the 4 women were fish waiting to be slaughtered. He suddenly summoned his platinum grimoire and quickly summoned a golden figure. In an instant, the golden figure shattered like a mirror, and light shot out in all directions. City Mistress Fallen Flowers summoned her grimoire, but she didn't expect to feel dizzy. The spirit of her grimoire was actually disrupted by some kind of power. It seemed like it was the effect of the golden figure's light after it shattered. This golden light was even more terrifying than the pollution monster's spiritual energy isolation. At most, the pollution monster could only isolate the grimoire, but it didn't have a strong effect. Now, this shattered figure not only interfered with her spirit, when City Mistress Fallen Flowers wanted to summon her grimoire, it also stimulated her head like needles, causing her great pain. The young man with a jade-like face laughed out loud. Little beauties, don't struggle anymore. You have to follow me obediently. Don't accidentally scratch your faces and make my heart ache. A peerless face like yours is definitely my most precious collection. Even if it's just a little scratch, my heart will ache to death. As long as I can perfectly peel off your skin and make it into a work of art, that's my supreme pursuit. It's also the whole meaning of your existence in this world. If you serve me wholeheartedly, I promise that I won't kill you before I'm tired of playing with you. I'll let you live for at least another year. How about it? You have to know that I've never been so merciful before. You're all too perfect. I can't bear to kill you. You have to be obedient and come over. There's no meaning in fighting with a level 3 innate ranker like me. Come and serve me. I promise that I'll give you the greatest happiness. Pay. Princess Sissy's reply was very simple. She spat disdainfully. As for the mysterious beauty Wu Sha and the sickly beauty Wu Hen, they completely treated this Lu He as a clown and completely ignored him. Luo Hua's city mistress suddenly reached out her hands boldly and held Yue Yang's face. Her fragrant lips moved closer and quickly kissed the corner of his lips. My personal guard captain, this is the kiss that I, the city mistress, bestow upon you as a reward. You, immediately go and beat that damned crow into a mute. I hate crows that croak the most. How unlucky. Princess Sissy encouraged him from the other side. Just beating him into a mute is not enough, pluck out all of his feathers. Yue Yang sweated profusely when he heard this. Plucking feathers seemed to be a little difficult. He quickly wiped his sweat and said, Your Highness, plucking feathers is fine, but can I roast a bird? Where would I find the time to pluck feathers one by one? Speaking of roasting a bird, my skills are actually not bad. It can even be considered as one of a kind. Why don't I show it to you? Who asked you to do that? Your thoughts are really too dirty. I told you to cripple him, as crippled as you can. Don't talk nonsense anymore. When Princess Sissy heard the ambiguity in his words just now, her jade-like face immediately turned crimson red. She punched him fiercely with her small fist. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid that it would affect his battle later, she would definitely beat him until he suffered internal injuries. Understood. Yue Yang pretended to be serious and said to Lu He, You can lie down now. What did you say? Lu He's face was so cold that a layer of ice could be scraped off. I said, You can lie down and wait for your death. Just as Yue Yang finished speaking, that Lu He's fist had already brought along the force of wind and lightning, smashing towards Yue Yang like a thunderbolt. However, a protective shield expanded on Yue Yang's body. It pushed Lu He's fist away. Yue Yang raised his eyebrows. Lu He, who claimed to be a level 3 innate, was unable to break the protective shield. Although he did not use all of his strength, it proved that there was still a gap between him and the Demon King Ha Xin. Since the protective shield could block his attack, then he didn't need to worry about the 4 girls' safety. He could attack without any worries. When the curly sideburns man saw that Yue Yang could still summon his grimoire, he frowned. It's really strange that a silver grimoire can be summoned under the interference of the golden brain light. Yue Yang smiled slyly. There are still many strange things. When you go down to hell, you can slowly ask the King of Hell. On Yue Yang's left side, Fallen Flower City, who was originally unable to summon her grimoire, also raised a protective shield. Moreover, it overlapped with Yue Yang's protective shield. At the same time, Princess Sissy, Wu Sha and Wu Hen's grimoires were all summoned. Naturally, they overlapped with each other, forming a perfect 5-layered protective shield. In the sky, because of the fusion of energy, there was a rainbow light flickering. The ancient runic circle that Yue Yang had hidden, those mysterious runic circles, actually appeared on the surface of the protective shield, revolving around each other as if they were alive. Seeing that there was a protective shield blocking him, Lu He laughed coldly. I will wait here, let's see how long you can last. The curly sideburns man also shook his head slowly. Leave it to me. Under my attacks, I believe that this 5-layered protective shield will completely collapse in at most 5 minutes. 5 minutes? You must be dreaming. Yue Yang laughed. The ancient runic circle that was originally hidden quickly appeared, its aura exploding 1,000 times. Yue Yang did not even use the Wei Jin magic blade that he usually used. Instead, he directly rushed out of the protective shield. When Lu He, who had also unsealed his innate level 1 strength, attacked with lightning speed, Yue Yang's right hand suddenly ignited with Nirvana's flame. Ever since he killed Tu Cheng and Kuang Zan, he had been suppressing his strength. In 1,000th of a second, he unsealed his innate status. The aura in his body once again exploded 1,000 times. The Nirvana's flame raged and enveloped Yue Yang's entire body as if it had a life of its own. The clothes on his body instantly turned into ashes, but his body that had forcefully unsealed his innate status did not explode under the Nirvana's flame. Instead, it increased his strength rapidly. Before Lu He's fist could reach Yue Yang's face, it had already been grabbed by Yue Yang's right hand. Lu He turned pale with fright. Nirvana's flame was the existence that he feared the most. That curly sideburns man was also stunned. He shouted loudly, "That's Nirvana's flame, run quickly." Yue Yang did not speak, but his eyes that were filled with killing intent told Lu He a fact. That was the arrival of death. Lu He exploded crazily, trying to raise his strength to innate level 3 and shake off Yue Yang's hand. While he was still in extreme pain, he despaired as he saw a world-exterminating wheel formed by ancient runes. It was shining brightly and was getting closer and closer. The shadow of death that had never appeared before instantly appeared in his heart. It's over. Nirvana's flame. In addition to world-exterminating wheel, it was definitely over. Chapter 252. If the curly sideburn muscular man did not rush over to save him, Lu He would definitely be dead. The curly sideburn muscular man rushed over like lightning. In a moment of desperation, he did not even have time to react. He could only grab Lu He's hair and pull him back with all his might. His other hand was like a sharp blade, fiercely slashing Lu He's arm that was burning with Nirvana flame. The arm that was grabbed by Yue Yang's right hand was chopped off. It was cut off at the shoulder and blood splattered everywhere. Lu He was in extreme pain, but he was still able to react. He raised his leg and kicked Yue Yang's chest. This kick was not to counterattack Yue Yang, but to use the momentum to escape. Yue Yang's left hand swung the world-exterminating wheel in front of him lightly. Lu He's legs were cut off at the hip. Under Yue Yang's control, the world-exterminating wheel flew towards Lu He and the curly sideburn muscular man again. Although the curly sideburn muscular man risking his life to save them was out of Yue Yang's expectations, under the double attack of the world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana flame, the curly sideburn muscular man's arrival would only bring one more person to his death. There was no chance of survival. Yue Yang reckoned that even if these two fellows dodged the world-exterminating wheel, they would not be able to escape from his Nirvana flame. Almost at the same time, Lu He and the curly sideburn muscular man summoned their platinum grimoire. Their shields rose at the same time. However, it did not stop the world-exterminating wheel from approaching them. The world-exterminating wheel was like a ray of light passing through a glass. There was no obstruction at all. It and the grimoire's light shield did not clash with each other. It was as if they were born with the same type of energy. It passed through the shield silently and shot towards Lu He and the curly sideburn muscular man at the same speed. Lu He and the curly sideburn muscular man fell to the ground at the same time. The world-exterminating wheel flew past their heads. It flew 100 meters away. The world-exterminating wheel disintegrated and turned into countless ancient runes. It floated back into Yue Yang's body. "Fire, fire, your arm is already stained with Nirvana flame." Lu He realized that the arm that the curly-bearded man used to grab his hair was burning, and he screamed in fear. Hiding within the barrier, he wouldn't have suffered any damage. However, Nirvana's flame was not included. Even within the protective shield, the Nirvana flame that could purify everything in the world was not affected at all, just like the world-exterminating wheel. The curly sideburns muscular man knew that it was because he was saving Lu He. If he did not cut off his arm as soon as possible, this Nirvana flame would become bigger and bigger. It would spread to his arm, shoulder, and then his whole body. In the end, it would completely destroy him. He clenched his teeth and used his other hand to shoot out a sharp blade aura from his closed fingertips, ruthlessly cutting off his burning arm. In just one strike, the innate rancor Lu He and the curly-bearded man had been turned into two severely injured and bloodied cripples. Under the attack of the world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana's flame, even though they were innate level 3, they had no chance of defending themselves. Lu He was only left with his left arm. Of course, his life was snatched back by the curly sideburns muscular man. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. The curly sideburns muscular man was also forced to cut off his right arm because of the Nirvana's flame. At this moment, the two of them were covered in blood, looking battered and exhausted. It's so painful. Lu He's face contorted in pain. He floated in the air, still in a state of shock. Using his left hand to support his platinum grimoire, he summoned a ball of light to stop the blood that was spurting out. He then summoned an octopus-like monster and forcefully fused it with his body, causing his arms and legs to grow tentacles that looked like an octopus. The two of us did not know that you were the incarnation of a Pinnacle Realm senior, and thought that you were a junior from the Soaring Dragon continent. We offended you with our words, please be magnanimous and spare our lives. If you spare our lives, we are willing to kowtow and worship you to thank you for saving our lives. The curly sideburns muscular man did not even care about the blood that was flowing out of his body. He first apologized to Yue Yang. Your surname is Duan Mu, what's your name? Yue Yang knew that these two fellows had misunderstood him, so he played along. I am Duan Mu Fei Wei, the younger brother of the Green Summit sect leader Duan Mu Long Cheng. My ancestor is Duan Mu Ke. This is Lu He's ancestor, Moki Li Mie. He and my ancestor, Duan Mu Ke, were the founders of the Green Summit sect. The curly sideburns muscular man hurriedly reported his real name and family background. In the world of innate rankers, power was the most important. The strongest could do whatever they wanted, but if they did not have enough power, then family background was also very important. Maybe if there was someone among the ancestors who reported their family background, then the opponent might have some misgivings about their family background and give them some face. I don't know them. Yue Yang spoke the truth. He really did not know any Duan Mu Ke or Moki Li Mie. He had only heard that these two fellows were traitors of the Yu clan. Once he said this, the curly sideburns muscular man and Lu He were scared half to death. In their eyes, a ranker who did not know their ancestor, Moki Li Mie and Duan Mu Ke, and who could control Nirvana's flame and world-exterminating wheel, was most likely a ranker from 1,000 years ago. Maybe this old fellow who had disguised himself as a junior had been wandering around the outer realm of Tong Tian Tower, and had never returned to the Soaring Dragon continent. He also did not participate in the innate alliance. The curly sideburns muscular man and Lu He thought for a while. Indeed, they had never heard of any ranker who could control world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana's flame at the same time. There were a few extremely strong rankers who possessed world-exterminating wheel, but Nirvana's flame was only a legend among the innate rankers. No one possessed Nirvana's flame. The few peak rankers among the innate rankers possessed the rebirth sacred flame, heaven burning flame, hell calamity flame and demonic blood flame that were close to Nirvana's flame. There were even some rankers who possessed the martial god's true flame. However, the Nirvana's flame that could never be extinguished was only a legend. Today, the curly sideburns muscular man and Lu He knew that they had run into an iron plate the moment the Nirvana's flame appeared in the hands of this peak-level senior who could even disguise his life ripples. Offending an unimaginably strong senior, the curly sideburns muscular man and Lu He felt as if their scalps were going to explode in despair. Innate rankers could do whatever they wanted. Forget about being offended. Even if they were displeased, it was normal for them to kill their opponents in an instant. Now, it all depended on this senior's mood. If he was unhappy, then the two of them would definitely die. The curly sideburns muscular man knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. Senior, please spare our lives. This junior is willing to offer all of my treasures to you in order to atone for my sins. This junior is also willing to offer all of his treasures. Lu He was unable to kneel down. He lowered his head and secretly observed Yue Yang and the four girls. He felt that something was wrong. If this extremely young man with life ripples was a senior in disguise, then the four girls would definitely not be able to disguise him. This was because none of them were innate rankers. None of their beasts would be able to disguise themselves in front of an innate ranker. The four girls were so young and virgins. What was their relationship with this senior? Why was it so coincidental that when the Eastern Goblin tribe attacked the Soaring Dragon continent, they appeared at this ancient passage? Lu He suspected that these four girls were the juniors of the Soaring Dragon continent who chased after the Eastern Goblin tribe into the ancient passage. This senior might even be one of them. Of course, there was also the possibility that they had met this perverted senior who loved to pretend to be young in the ancient passage. The possibility of this perverted senior pretending to be young was higher. This was because he had never heard of such a young innate in the soaring dragon continent. He had also never heard of an innate in his 20s who could possess world exterminating wheel and nirvana flame. He could even kill 2 innates in one move. Lu He regretted his actions when he saw the bewildering scene in front of him. If only he knew more about the situation in the soaring dragon continent. Who would have thought that they would meet such a strange situation when they just returned from the Qi-Lan continent? A 20s innate, was he a super genius, or was this senior pretending to be young? Thank you senior for your mercy. The curly sideburn muscular man did not think too much. He was a qualified innate, he respected the strong. No matter what kind of person his opponent was, as long as he could kill him in one move, he would be a peak innate. He would be a respectable senior. The curly sideburn muscular man would never imagine that a 20-year-old innate could kill 2 people in one move. He would also never think that a 20-year-old innate could control the world exterminating wheel, and the legendary nirvana flame, that only innate level 5 and above could control freely. There were many innate rankers who had flames similar to nirvana flame. However, the curly sideburn muscular man had only seen the nirvana flame that was eternal and undying in his entire life. Legend had it that as long as one's body or soul had a trace of sin, the nirvana flame would completely destroy one's body and soul. Only a ranker who did not have any sin, or a ranker whose soul and body could transcend sin, a godlike ranker, could truly use the nirvana flame. Fight with an innate ranker who possessed nirvana flame and world exterminating wheel. That would be the stupidest move. The curly sideburn muscular man was very respectful and obedient as he prepared to offer the best treasures in his heart. However, that Lu He did not. Lu He thought secretly, no matter if this senior was a peak ranker or not, he still needed to protect the 4 girls. As long as he escaped from this part of the ancient passage, he would be able to leave through the ancient teleportation circle. This old fellow would definitely not abandon the 4 girls and chase after him. Especially when he could still do that, he pretended that he was going to offer all his treasures as well. However, at the same time that he summoned a black feathered angel, his tentacle-like right arm and legs were like whips, fiercely whipping the curly sideburn muscular man's defenseless back. The curly sideburn muscular man was sent flying, allowing his companion to fly towards Yue Yang. Lu He took advantage of the momentum and flew into the sky. The black feathered angel that he had just summoned fused with Lu He's body the moment he flew into the sky. Huge black wings grew out from Lu He's back. The black wings spread out. After fusing with the wings, Lu He's speed that was originally as fast as lightning increased by more than 10 times. At the same time, Yue Yang seemed to have known that Lu He would escape. A pair of phoenix-like fire wings grew out from his back as well, formed by nirvana flame. With a flap of the wings, he had already caught up to Lu He. Just when Lu He was about to attack with all his might in fear, he discovered that his entire body was bound by an irresistible force. Although it was only for 3 seconds. However, it was enough for Yue Yang to use his right hand that was burning with nirvana flame to choke him by the neck. He pulled him back like a little chick and threw him at the feet of the curly sideburn muscular man. Why, your father asked me to take care of you. I am like an elder brother. For the past 200 years, I have been risking my life to protect you. Just now, I even crippled an arm for you. Moki Lu He, why are you doing this to me? Blood flowed out of the curly sideburn muscular man's mouth. However, the pain in his heart could not be compared to the pain in his body. The comrade that he risked his life to save had betrayed him. He saw this comrade as his younger brother. Just now, this comrade had risked his life to save him. However, at the critical moment of life and death, this comrade gave him a heavy blow and sent him flying towards the enemy, taking the opportunity to escape. I was wrong, I was wrong. I am in so much pain, save me, save me. Lu He's neck and chest were sizzling from the nirvana flame. His death was imminent. Innate strength was unable to stop the nirvana flame from burning. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? The curly sideburn muscular man raised his remaining arm with a face full of sorrow. He was prepared to end Lu He's life and free him. Who knew that Lu He would suddenly pounce on the curly sideburn muscular man and hug him tightly? In an instant, he burned the nirvana flame on his body onto the other party's body. His face was extremely ferocious. If I die, you, a dog slave, will die with me. Your Duanmu clan is just a dog of our Moki clan. Do you think that just because my father passed the position of clan leader to Duanmu Long Cheng, your Duanmu clan's lowly status will change? Damn dog slave, if I can't live, don't even think about living. Die with me. The curly sideburn muscular man started to fly into a rage. Following which, his face revealed a tinge of sorrow. My Duanmu clan thought that by dutifully assisting your Moki clan, we would be able to become a person, a brother of your Moki clan. Who would have thought that after doing so much, we are still just dogs? Haha, ancestor above, if you were to see this scene today, what would you say? Ancestor, why didn't you be a loyal brother back then? Why did you become a traitor who betrayed your elder brother? Do you know that even after 1,000 years, your descendants are still unable to wash away the shame of being traitors? Even today, we, who are loyal and devoted, are still dogs in the eyes of others. Why did you choose this path? Why? Yue Yang raised both of his hands, and the nirvana flame on the curly sideburn muscular man and Lu He's body were all retracted. Do you want to be burnt to death by the nirvana flame? That would be a comfortable death. These two people were both descendants of traitors. Yue Yang decided to watch them fight each other, because that kind of death was the true tragic ending of traitors. You don't want to be a dog slave? Then I'll give you a chance. The smile on Yue Yang's face was even scarier than a demon's smile. You want to kill me? Dream on, the one who will die is you. Lu He was severely burned, and he looked like a ferocious ghost. He raised his tentacles and tightly wrapped them around the curly sideburn muscular man's neck. He then used his tentacle-like legs to transform into sharp bone swords and pierced through the curly sideburn muscular man's chest. The curly sideburn muscular man seemed like he wanted to laugh out loud, but his neck was so tightly twisted that he couldn't breathe. His mouth couldn't make a single sound, but his red face was filled with a terrifying smile. He opened his mouth wide, revealing his snow-white teeth. He bit down on Lu He's burnt face, nose, ears and neck crazily. Bite by bite, he bit Lu He to death. He bit off Lu He's head from his neck. In the end, the curly sideburn muscular man powerlessly spat out a mouthful of stinky meat. He was on the verge of death. He knelt down respectfully towards Yue Yang and kowtowed once. His left hand became a blade and cut off his own head. The two platinum grimoire exploded and fell out of the void. The black feathered angel, octopus and the others exploded and died. The little fox rabbit beast that had escaped was caught by the three-tailed snow fox at the entrance of the stone room. It was bitten by the three-tailed snow fox. The little fox rabbit beast's body twitched non-stop. Very quickly, it was killed by the three-tailed snow fox. It died together with its master who had already betrayed it. If the heavens commit a sin, you can go against it. If you commit a sin, you can't live. Yue Yang spat at Lu He's corpse in disdain. Chapter 253. When Yue Yang was killing Lu He and the curly-bearded muscular man in the ancient passage, the old cunning fox was leading Yu Bing, Yu, in and other students away from the Champion Arena on Champion Island, hoping to escape from the Space Seal's range and return to Ivy Academy safely. The students from Ivy Academy, Shangjing Academy, Fragrance Academy and other academies followed closely behind the old cunning fox. A few teachers and more than 100 silver-armored guards were protecting them from the front and back. In another direction, there were also teachers, referees, and silver-armored guards protecting even more academy students and spectators as they left the stadium. In the chaos, countless mercenaries fled to some buildings in a panic, temporarily hiding, thinking that they would be able to escape danger this way. At this moment, as long as one was not blind, he or she could see that something was wrong. The whole sky was blood red, so red that it was strange. Leave quickly, this is the blood light of the demon's sacrifice. The old cunning fox was very familiar with the situation in the demon abyss. With one look, he knew that this was the sign of the demon's invasion. With such a large-scale sacrifice, the old cunning fox estimated that there were at least 10 Wanmo ghosts being pushed into the blood pool altar. Furthermore, the number of evil worshippers in the soaring dragon continent would be more than 1,000. The eastern goblin tribe had just invaded and the demon abyss, demon army had already arrived. This was definitely premeditated. If there were no traitors or evil worshippers in the soaring dragon continent, then no matter how strong the demon abyss, demon army was, they would not easily invade the soaring dragon continent. This was not just a problem of a few evil worshippers. There was probably a huge power behind them that had silently agreed to it. It could be the demonic palace, Thousand Goblin sect, Western Lion Pagoda or Green Summit sect. It could even be the Zijin Kingdom. The old cunning fox's face darkened as he thought of this. If no one stopped them, then this Champion Island would become the demon army's bridgehead to invade the soaring dragon continent. A calamity could break out anytime. Children, hurry up and leave. Soldiers, follow me. The chief referee knew that it was impossible to stop the demon army's invasion with just himself and 100 elite soldiers. However, he knew that the hope of humanity's future lay in these students. If he used the lives of these students to block the teleportation point of the malevolent army, he would become a sinner for all eternity. Although these students were all elites, they were still very young and had not truly matured. If they were to fight against the devil's army now, they would undoubtedly be sending themselves to their deaths. The most important thing now was to stop the devil's army from expanding and allow the students to leave safely. The chief referee and the 2 gold medal judges, along with the silver armored guards, turned around and rushed towards the place where the red light was the brightest. The demon abyss's evil ghost legion had yet to be teleported out. However, they would surge out at any time. Someone had to stand up and stop them. In a small competition hall on the Champion Island, thousands of mercenaries died tragically. Corpses littered the ground and blood flowed everywhere. More than a dozen evil devil worshippers committed suicide in a frenzy, using their lives and souls as teleportation points. Several powerful shadows were watching coldly from the sidelines. All of this was orchestrated by them. When the head referee arrived with his people, they immediately sent a few people to stop them. At this time, inside the competition hall, a 20-meter-tall blood-red teleportation gate rose up. Black lightning crackled as the blood-red light in the sky formed a terrifying whirlpool, expanding the teleportation gate. An uncountable number of demons, like the tide of a tsunami, crazily rushed out from the other side of the teleportation gate. Most of them were green-skinned demons or spiral horn demons, but there were also yellow-skinned fire demons and fang demons. About 1 demon general appeared in every 1,000 demons. From the teleportation gate, there were also black corrupted wyverns and flaming crows rushing out. On the backs of a few wyverns, there were elite magic knights and demon commanders. The scythe demons that humans were familiar with appeared. The scythe demons were usually the elite guards of a demon king. Their appearance meant that the demon king would descend upon the soaring dragon continent. The chief referee looked at the scythe demons flying in the sky from afar and felt incomparable despair. The soaring dragon continent was currently plagued by internal and external troubles. The innate rancor guarding it secretly left and was currently breaking through the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. At the most vulnerable moment, the traitor first invited the Eastern Goblin tribe to invade and captured the rancors from Da Sha and Tian Luo. Then, he attracted the demon army. Kill. The chief referee looked at the traitor warriors who came to stop him. 2 of them were even friends that he knew. He couldn't help but roar in anger. The few human traitors who guided the demon army to invade laughed out loud. They had no intention of fighting the chief referee. They had already summoned their flying beasts and only flew in the sky to evade the attacks. They didn't dare to fight the chief referee and the others head-on. Roar, roar, roar. In the sky and on the ground, countless monsters from the demon abyss had already rushed out. In an instant, they drowned the chief referee and the hundreds of silver armored guards. At this moment, in front of the old cunning fox, the 100 transformations demon elder who was previously locked in the Da Sha death prison with a black iron chain pierced through her collarbone, had been rescued by someone. Not only that, she had also regained her original strength. Beside her were the 3 newly promoted demon elders from the 1,000 Goblin sect. Ever since Yue Yang killed the 2 demon elders, 100 Wings and 100 Claws, the 1,000 Goblin sect had promoted a few more demon elders to make up for the losses they had suffered in the battle against Da Sha. Of course, the newly promoted demon elders were not as strong as the original demon elders. If Yue Yang was here, he would be able to kill them in an instant. The problem was that Yue Yang was not here. There was only the old cunning fox who had to protect hundreds of students. The 100 transformations demon elder twisted her waist seductively and smiled. Vice Principal, it's so good to see you. I thought you had also been captured by the Eastern Goblin tribe, so I couldn't take my revenge. So it's you guys. The old cunning fox summoned his grimoire immediately. No, that's not right. Although we, the 1,000 Goblin sect, like to fight amongst ourselves and make life difficult for everyone, we would not go so far as to ask outsiders for help. Furthermore, our relationship with the Eastern Goblin tribe in Tong Tian Tower is not good. We don't have any friendship with them. We despise the demon abyss creatures even more. From the sect leader to the disciples, no one would do that. You asked us why we came here, of course it's to hit you when you're down. Ha ha ha, we are born to be bad guys. We are not good at other things, but we are good at this kind of thing. I hate the Da Sha kingdom, but it's a pity that I can't topple the Da Sha kingdom with my strength alone. Now that I have a chance to poach a little, I definitely won't let it go. Vice Principal, if you are willing to hand over the younger sister of the Hua sisters, the fourth mother who had been hiding in the Yu clan and pretending to be the fourth mistress, daughter-in-law, if you are willing to hand her over, then I can let these students live. Honestly speaking, I also can't bear to see these children being eaten alive by demons, but what else can I do? I'm not the one in charge, I'm just trying to fish in troubled waters. If it wasn't for fourth mother's condition, I would definitely not take the risk of becoming enemies with a few big powers to let you guys go. The 100 Transformations Demon Elder said arrogantly, but she did not dare to be careless. She knew the old cunning fox's strength. Don't even think about it. The old cunning fox's attitude was very clear. Then I can only apologize to you. The 100 Transformations Demon Elder waved her hand, and the 3 new Demon Elders summoned all kinds of strong beasts to stop the students from leaving. You guys leave immediately. The old cunning fox did not look at Yu Bing, afraid that Yu Bing would be recognized by the other party. Right now, Yu Bing was dressed like a normal female thief. She was very safe hiding in the crowd with Inan, who was dressed similarly. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers saw the old cunning fox and a few teachers staying behind to fight against the 100 Transformations Demon Elder, so they hurriedly led the team and left. Now that they had no army and teachers, they could only rely on themselves. In the distant sky, they could already see demons with wings flying towards them. Yi Kong roared, "Go, let's leave this place." He summoned the King Kong demon ape and fused it with him. He then summoned the gigantic Herculean rhinoceros beetle, leading the way. The Li brothers also summoned the gold ant soldiers to strengthen their bodies and followed closely behind. Fatty Hai did not do this. He hid in the crowd, secretly protecting Yu Bing, Inan, Yu Yu and the other girls. The students from the Ivy Academy, Shangjing Academy, and the Fragrance Academy, as well as the Pink Rose group led by the Prince of Tian Luo, although everyone looked panic-stricken, they were still calm and didn't scatter. They only rushed forward together with the companions that they believed in. Yi Kong led everyone to escape to the large-sized teleportation circle. Seeing that the demon army had not caught up to them, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand to signal everyone to leave as soon as possible. The hundreds of students were slightly panicked and in a mess. Under the protection of Yi Kong and the others, they were all teleported away safely. Let's go too, immediately. Yi Kong knew that if they did not leave, the old cunning fox would be in even more danger. Yu Bing looked at the champion's arena in the distance and pulled Yu Yu and Inan to quickly teleport away. However, when the teleportation light flashed, she was shocked to find that she had teleported to the wrong destination. What appeared in front of her was a huge valley. In front of them, countless demons were densely packed, waiting for the students to teleport over. The first batch of students who were teleported over had already summoned their beasts and started fighting with the demons at the outermost layer. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. Yu Yu reacted. Sister Yu, Sister Inan, don't be afraid. Although brother is not here, I will protect you. I promised brother that I would face adversity with determination. I will definitely defeat the enemies and save everyone. Yu Bing's eyes shone with determination. She immediately summoned her grimoire and summoned 200-years-old tree ant defenders almost instantly. Her small body leapt onto the shoulder of one of the 100-years-old tree ant defenders and jumped into the crowd of demons with it. Under her control, hundreds of tree thorns protruded from the ground and skewered all the demons around the tree ant defenders. Different from usual, these tree thorns all carried a deadly poison. Even if the demons only grazed one side of their skin, they would immediately die from the poison and fall to the ground. The 200-years-old tree ant defenders raised their huge tree arms and, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, madly whipped the surviving demons around them. For a moment, the demons were in chaos. Yu Yu and Inan looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It seemed that after Yu Bing had gone through the 12 Zodiac Temples training, she had really grown up. Her fighting power and fighting spirit had increased to an unbelievable level. Inan nodded and confirmed Yu Bing's bravery. At the same time, she summoned her grimoire, unwilling to be outdone. She also wanted to participate in the battle. As for the non-combatant Yu Yu, she quickly summoned her beasts to support Yu Bing and Inan. Compared to Inan, Wei Tai Lang was even faster. He had been staring at the battlefield the whole time. When the strong demons in the crowd were preparing to launch a sneak attack on Yu Bing, the loyal Wei Tai Lang finally had the chance to show off. Without any sound, without any roar or threat, Wei Tai Lang hid among the countless beasts and closed in like a shadow. This was one of the tactics that he had learned from his master, Yue Yang. Wei Tai Lang didn't know why, but he knew that this was the best way for his master to attack. After observing for a long time, he finally memorized it. Using the chaotic battle environment, he quietly closed in until he was at the best attacking distance. Only then did Wei Tai Lang jump high up in the air and bite the enemy's throat before they could react. At the same time, the demonic aura and black hellfire on his body exploded crazily. Chapter 254. Yue Yang used his lich ring to keep the corpses of Lu He and the muscular man. In the end, he didn't even let the plum leopard's corpse go. Princess Sissy was a little curious about his actions. She knew that Yue Yang used corpses to feed his beasts. She thought that this brat was unscrupulous and would make use of any useful resources. She didn't think that the thorny flower demoness was actually raised from the corpses of living people and warriors. As for the mysterious beauty wuxia, with her incomparable intelligence, she might have guessed it, but she didn't say anything and helped him keep this secret. If Yue Yang summoned the thorny flower demoness, then Princess Sissy would be surprised to find that the gold-ranked thorny flower demoness had already leveled up to diamond-ranked. This kind of leveling speed, other than plant-type beasts, could not be compared to any other beasts. Furthermore, even if there were conditions, diamond-ranked was not a level that could be leveled up by normal beasts. Of course, if she asked Yue Yang, then he would definitely lie and say that the thorny flower demoness leveled up in the 12 zodiac temples. The current thorny flower demoness was no longer a young lowly. Instead, she looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. After her third evolution, she would transform into the strongest plant-type beast, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. She would become a beast that was above Holy Beast. The current thorny flower demoness had grown in the 12 zodiac temples and possessed a certain level of intelligence. Not long after, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen that massacred the entire demon army and the two blood prison demon kings would be successfully replicated by Yue Yang and reappear in this world. Furthermore, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen that Yue Yang cultivated would be even stronger. This was because the corpses that he used to cultivate the thorny flower included many innate rankers' corpses. Most importantly, Yue Yang himself didn't know about the ancient runes and the secret leveling up of his own blood. Which direction should we go? City Mistress Fallen Flowers realized that after reaching a huge flight of stairs in the ancient passage, there was actually a crossroad. The smell of blood on the left is the thickest. The smell of the Eastern Goblin tribe is on the right, and the smell of humans is in front of us. I can't sense anything. You decide, which direction should we go? Although Princess Sissy's sixth sense was very sharp, the passageways ahead were strange, making it hard for her to identify them. Let's use a coin to decide. Yue Yang took out a gold coin. The four girls were speechless. Yue Yang smiled. He was just teasing them. After he unsealed his innate realm, his senses were greatly enhanced, and he could easily see through the enemy's tricks. The smell of blood was enough. They could also send people to check the smell of the Eastern Goblin tribe. On the contrary, the smell of humans was something that they could never conceal or eliminate. The Eastern Goblin tribe brought the captives to the ancient passage in front of them. Moreover, they wouldn't be there for too long. After chasing for about 10,000 meters, Yue Yang and the four girls realized that there were bloodstains on the ground. After chasing for a few more kilometers, Da He, the giant bear who had brought Yan Po Jun and Feng Qi Sha to leave earlier, was lying dead on the ground. He had also returned to his giant bear form, which was as big as a small mountain. However, it was obvious that Da He, who had returned to his giant bear form, was also killed by a single palm strike. Seeing such a terrifying palm strike, the four girls' expressions turned serious. A ranker who could kill Da He with one palm strike was not a human, so who could it be? It was very possible that it was a ranker from the Soaring Dragon continent who was an innate like Lu He and the Curly Sideburns man. Their goal was to sow discord and cause the Soaring Dragon continent's innate rankers to fight to the death with the Eastern Goblin tribe. That was why they came up with such a huge plot. Let's go back. The Eastern Goblin tribe would definitely use their fastest speed to escape from the traitor's pursuit. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up. Secondly, we would only have hope if we return alive, because the traitor really wants to kill us and frame the Eastern Goblin tribe. We are in danger now, we should leave as soon as possible before the enemy discovers us. Wu Sha suddenly suggested. Yue Yang, I also think that we should change our plan. Previously, we were chasing after the Eastern Goblin tribe. Although the Eastern Goblin tribe is strong, they won't kill people easily. They are not a deadly enemy. Now, I suspect that the traitor from the Soaring Dragon continent and the Eastern Goblin tribe are working together to facilitate this plot. Let's return to a safe place first and wait for Jizun, Night Empress and Elder Nangong to return from the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. That would be the best solution. If there was only the Eastern Goblin tribe, I wouldn't mind chasing them until I snatch back the captives. But now, it seems that we should protect ourselves first. Sickly Beauty also advised Yue Yang to reconsider. Because of the new changes, it was time to change their original plan. Sister Fallen Flowers, what do you think? Princess Sissy wanted to get her father back the most, but she did not lose her rationality. Yeah, I'll tell you my opinion. At the moment, we haven't found any human warriors' corpses, so the captives should not be in danger. The Eastern Goblin tribe's warriors who stayed behind were all their warriors. We didn't see any human warriors being harmed. In this situation, the Eastern Goblin tribe is still protecting the hostages, which proves that they don't have the intention to harm the hostages. City Mistress Fallen Flowers also decided to temporarily give up on the chase. Of course, it was important to get her family back, but they must not chase into the enemy's ambush. That would be a tragedy. What do you think? Princess Sissy still wanted to wait for Yue Yang's decision. If this brat decided to chase until the end, then she could only follow him. Because retreating and continuing to chase would put her in a difficult position. Yue Yang made a shushing gesture, indicating that there was something strange in front of them. The four girls immediately tensed up, because they couldn't hear a single sound. Could it be that the enemy had already stealthily approached them? Yue Yang didn't say anything. He only brought the four girls back to the crossroad and entered the passage with the thickest smell of blood. He hid in a stone room at the side and waited quietly. After another 2 minutes, two figures flew out of the ancient passage that Yue Yang and the four girls had just exited from. They split into two different directions on the crossroads and escaped. One of the figures flew straight towards the passage where Yue Yang and the four girls were hiding. The shadow first swept past, then quickly flashed back, plunging into the side passage. When the figure rushed into the stone room, he was shocked to find that Yue Yang and the four girls were also here. Yue Yang and the four girls were also extremely shocked. Because the figure in front of them that was covered in blood was actually the arrogant flying tiger ambassador from before. The current flying tiger ambassador was even more embarrassed than a thief who had been chased for 9 streets. He was panting heavily and was still in a state of shock. What actually happened? Princess Sissy couldn't understand. How could the powerful Eastern Goblin tribe become like stray dogs? Shish. The flying tiger ambassador signaled her to be quiet. He didn't seem to be used to being embarrassed in front of juniors like Yue Yang and Princess Sissy, but the truth forced him to face it. His face was slightly embarrassed. In the end, the flying tiger ambassador still told them the truth. There were almost 10 innate rankers in your Soaring Dragon continent. They had secretly colluded with our Eastern Goblin tribe's spies and attacked us when our team was returning. In order to protect our team and retreat safely, we stayed behind to stop them. In the end, more and more enemies appeared. Golden Eyes and I were forced to destroy the ancient teleportation circle and just escaped. Why are you guys here? Did you guys really chase us? What's the use of chasing us with just a few human kids? Even if we return the captives to you, you guys won't be able to bring them out of this ancient passage. Yue Yang smiled. Flying Tiger Ambassador, you should worry about yourself first. The Flying Tiger Ambassador was stunned. He then laughed coldly. Don't tell me that you guys still want to do something to me. Even if I'm heavily injured, I can still defeat you guys with one hand. Yue Yang shook his head. No, we don't want to do anything to you. But I believe that our friends from the Eastern Goblin tribe outside the stone room wouldn't have the same thoughts as us. Please come in. I don't know if you guys have the hobby of eavesdropping, but it's not very polite to do so. Interesting human kid. Sky Dragon had told me before that a scary kid appeared in the Soaring Dragon continent. He hated him a lot. I think he was talking about you. Outside the stone room, a jade-green double-headed snake with a body thicker than a bucket slithered in without a sound. On the left side of the snake's head, there was a contract pattern similar to that of a beast's forehead, but the other side didn't have it. This was the only difference between the double-headed snake's body. Not only could the double-headed snake speak, it could also transform into a human. In the thick jade-green smoke, the double-headed snake transformed into a gloomy-looking young man. The jade-green snake skin on his body transformed into a jade-green snake scale armor. Below his waist, he didn't have a pair of legs like a human. Instead, he had a long snake body and a snake head. Yue Yang had seen all kinds of beasts. He had seen beasts that had transformed into armors and fused into weird shapes. However, he had never seen a beast that had fused with its master's flesh and blood. Yue Yang looked at this fellow and shouted towards the outside of the stone room. Don't think that you can hide from other people's eyes just because you're black. The young man that was formed by the double-headed snake laughed out loud. He also mocked Yue Yang. Old tortoise, I told you that you can't hide from me. Outside, a deep male voice rang out. I'm not trying to hide, I'm just crawling slowly. As he spoke, a giant tortoise that was crawling as fast as lightning rushed into the stone room. It had a tortoise's back that was like a small mountain. The head in front of it was a terrifying snake head with sharp fangs. Its foreclaws were like a lion's and its long tail was like a burning whip. This giant tortoise rolled on the ground. Yue Yang thought that he would see a tortoise that couldn't get up again struggling. He didn't expect that this giant tortoise's body would ignite with raging flames. In the end, it turned into a tall man wearing black heavy armor. He had jet black skin, shoulder-length hair, 10 black fingernails, and a flame-like belt around his waist. This black armored man was 3 meters tall. His body was huge, but he walked as light as a feather. He walked with a peculiar gait, as if he was floating in the air. It was also like a person walking on the tip of his toes on water. In short, there was an indescribable strangeness. Without waiting for Yue Yang to open his mouth to ask, the black armored man introduced himself. I'm not a dragon tortoise yet. I'm a serpent fire-tailed tortoise. If I kill you all and completely absorb your energy, I should be able to evolve into a dragon tortoise. Especially the flying tiger's energy, it's a great supplement for me. Chapter 255 inches so you guys know each other. Since that's the case, you guys can continue your reunion. We still have things to do, so we won't disturb you anymore. Yue Yang prepared to leave. If you crawl under my crotch, I'll let you live. The serpent fire-tailed tortoise who had transformed into a black armored man laughed out loud. The beauties have to stay. The twin-headed serpent who had transformed into a green snake scale armor added. Yue Yang didn't say anything. However, his action of taking out his Wei Jin magic blade showed that he was going to kill his enemies. If there was no need, Yue Yang didn't want to make too many enemies. It would be best if these 2 Eastern Goblin tribe members were interested in the Flying Tiger ambassador. If they were to fight to the death, he would be able to reap the benefits. However, his thoughts weren't because he was cowardly. It was a test. The enemy's reaction would decide whether Yue Yang would attack or not. Since the enemy wanted to fight, he wouldn't be afraid of trouble. He would just kill them. Wait a minute, the mysterious beauty wuxia suddenly said. You don't have to fight all of them. We'll take care of these 2. Can you guys? Yue Yang was shocked. These 2 Eastern Goblin tribe members definitely had innate strength. Could they fight? Princess Sissy waved the giant sword in her hands. If we don't fight, why would we follow us? You're in charge of guarding the formation. Watch us kill this twin-headed serpent and this tortoise. When the 2 Eastern Goblin tribe members heard this, they laughed unscrupulously. They didn't even put Princess Sissy and the others in their eyes. In their eyes, Princess Sissy and the others weren't even innates. Furthermore, they were girls. Hence, they didn't care at all. The Flying Tiger ambassador remained silent and quickly healed his wounds. He seemed to have other plans. Yue Yang secretly paid attention to this guy. He wouldn't believe the Flying Tiger ambassador. Of course, the Flying Tiger ambassador wouldn't believe Yue Yang either. However, Yue Yang and the Flying Tiger ambassador's common enemy were the 2 people in front of them. All 3 of them occupied one side each, forming a triangle. If they wanted to break this triangle, one of them must fall. Princess Sissy raised her giant sword and shouted. His aura erupted. It was as strong as a hurricane. This was the first time she had unleashed her full power in front of Yue Yang, including the strength that she had been concealing. Brilliant rays of light shot out from her body, making her look like a goddess of war. Light wheels revolved around her sword. Under her feet, arms, and back, there were also sword rays shooting toward the ground and the void. Even from a dozen meters away, the ground of the stone chamber was still cut by the sword chi, leaving many sword marks. When the sword light on his body was at its brightest, the roar of a ferocious tiger that shook the mountains and rivers rang out. Roar! The image of a huge white tiger appeared above Princess Sissy's head. In an instant, it disappeared into Princess Sissy's body. Following that, Princess Sissy's aura erupted for the second time. This time, it was 10 times stronger than the hurricane-like aura from before. The entire impenetrable stone chamber shook. When the flying tiger ambassador saw the image of the white tiger that disappeared in a flash, his expression changed, as if he had seen a terrifying nemesis. As for the man in the green snake scale armor and the man in the black heavy armor transformed from the serpent fire-tailed tortoise, their eyes widened. They never thought that Princess Sissy, who looked like a level 6 elder, would be so strong when she unleashed her full power. They had heard that the human warriors in the soaring dragon continent were good at concealing their strength, but they never thought that they could hide it so well that they couldn't even see it in normal times. If it wasn't for the fact that her strength had not surpassed an 8, the two of them would have considered to give up on being enemies with her. The strength of the beast in her body made them fearful. This was because that beast looked like a white tiger. It was one of the strongest 4 saint beasts in the legends, the Western White Tiger. Of course, that beast only looked like one of the 4 saint beasts. It shouldn't be the real white tiger. If the real white tiger appeared here, even if it faced 100 Eastern Goblin tribesmen, it could still tear them into pieces. I'll fight with her. The man in the black heavy armor transformed from the serpent fire-tailed tortoise stepped forward. Be careful, this girl is a little weird. The beast in her body should be a real white tiger, but it should be a young white tiger. I can feel a faint pressure coming from her body. The man in the green snake scale armor quickly reminded his partner. You should worry about yourself. Sickly Beauty smiled slightly. Her body didn't emit a biting cold aura. On the contrary, it was extremely gentle and beautiful. Countless colorful lights flowed into her body. It was as beautiful as a rainbow. When countless colorful lights were summoned, they entered her body one after another, transforming into a sparkling and translucent crystal battle armor. If Princess Sissy's white tiger was the strongest attacking beast, then Sickly Beauty's flawless crystal battle armor would be the strongest defensive beast. Yue Yang had once fought against the Sickly Beauty who had disguised herself as the Prince of Tian Luo. Even after using all of his methods, he was still unable to break through her crystal shield and crystal armor. Only by using his innate invisible sword chi and carving a runic circle on the surface of the shield could he break through her extremely strong defense. Before this, Yue Yang didn't have enough confidence in Princess Sissy. He thought that Sickly Beauty was the strongest among them. He didn't expect that after Princess Sissy's real strength, she was not much weaker than Sickly Beauty. What made Yue Yang feel the most strange was that he felt a very familiar feeling from Princess Sissy's body. It seemed that it could faintly resonate with his own soul. At first, Yue Yang didn't understand, but when City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the mysterious beauty wuxia began to summon, he immediately understood. Ancient runes. In wuxia, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers' body, there was an ancient runic circle that resonated with him. How did they obtain the ancient runes? Could it be that time at the Cloud Peak Lake? At that time, when he activated the ancient runic circle, only City Mistress Fallen Flowers was by his side. Maybe Princess Sissy and wuxia were also there, so they also obtained the power of the ancient runes. Compared to wuxia and Princess Sissy, Sickly Beauty's silver runes, who had been studying the ancient runes for a long time and had affected her body, had the weakest resonance with the ancient runes in Yue Yang's body. Originally, Yue Yang thought that Sickly Beauty's resonance with him would be the strongest, but he didn't expect her to be the weakest. The one with the strongest resonance was the mysterious beauty wuxia, who was continuously increasing her power and summoning. She didn't release her aura like Princess Sissy, nor was she reserved like Sickly Beauty. She even had a hint of mystery. She summoned her grimoire and held the ancient book in one hand. She mumbled as if she was reciting a poem. The colorful light on her body transformed into ancient runes one after another. Although the ancient runes would disappear in a few seconds, they flew across her body like fireflies. However, outside the shield, the temperature dropped rapidly, as if there was a cold current attacking. The entire stone room's floor, walls, and even the ceiling gradually froze. These little beauties are thorny roses. We've kicked an iron plate. After seeing Sickly Beauty's crystal armor and City Mistress Fallen Flowers' aurora, the twin-headed snake who had transformed into a green-armored man couldn't help but shout, "They're not innates, but I feel a strong sense of danger from them." Huo Wei, slow down. I need to call for help. Don't fail miserably in an easy task. Otherwise, we'll lose face. You guys actually wet your pants in front of a few human girls. What a joke, the Flying Tiger ambassador sneered. However, he was also secretly vigilant. Fortunately, he didn't need these girls now. Otherwise, he would also have a headache. The serpent fire-tailed turtle who had transformed into a heavy armored man was indifferent to the Flying Tiger ambassador's mockery. He said sarcastically, "Smart people don't do stupid things. Flying Tiger, don't think that your retarded provocation will work. Bai Lin, release the green snake to lure them. I'll hold them back first. I suddenly have a feeling that these few human girls are more valuable than the idiot Flying Tiger. If we can capture them and bring them back to the Monster King, I believe that the Monster King will be very happy." The twin-headed snake man called Bai Lin summoned a cloud of green fog and transformed it into the shadow of a green snake. He threw it into the air. The shadow of the green snake flashed and disappeared in a flash. At the moment when it disappeared, a white shadow suddenly shot out from City Mistress Fallen Flowers' feet at a speed that was hundreds or thousands of times faster than lightning. It streaked across the void and chased to the entrance of the stone room. It pounced on the green snake that had almost disappeared and bit it on the ground. It was City Mistress Fallen Flowers' three-tailed snow fox. Its close combat ability wasn't strong. It couldn't be compared to Wei Tai Lang, which was an unkillable cockroach. However, in terms of killing snake-type beasts, even 100 Wei Tai Lang wouldn't be a match for it. It could be said that it was the natural nemesis of snake-type beasts. As long as it was bitten by its sharp teeth, no matter what kind of snake-type beast it was, it would definitely die. The green snake twisted its body in pain. It wanted to coil around the three-tailed snow fox's body and strangle this deadly opponent. However, the three-tailed snow fox was extremely agile. Its speed was faster than lightning. The green snake couldn't even touch its body. In the blink of an eye, the green snake died under the three-tailed snow fox's mouth. The twin-headed snake man called Bai Lin was extremely angry. He raised his green hand and a dark green liquid gushed out from his palm. The smell was so bad that it made people dizzy and nauseous. He then shot the liquid towards the three-tailed snow fox. The three-tailed snow fox dodged it nimbly. The liquid splashed on the ground and corroded the stone surface. White smoke rose from it. Aurora, City Mistress Fallen Flowers raised her hand. Although she wasn't as good at close combat as Princess Sissy, the terrifying power of the Aurora condensed in her hand was definitely a nightmare for her enemies. Spirit Tortoise Shield, Bai Lin, get behind me. The black armored man called Huo Wei didn't have a grimoire. However, he was also from the Eastern Goblin tribe. He was better at summoning than the Flying Tiger ambassador and the others. He took out a black summoning crystal and summoned a huge tortoise. The tortoise turned into a thick shield in his hand. He was ready to take the Aurora of City Mistress Fallen Flowers by force. At the same time, he signaled his companions to hide behind him. Although City Mistress Fallen Flowers wasn't an innate ranker, this kind of Aurora was definitely not easy to take, especially the runic circle that flashed in City Mistress Fallen Flowers' palm before condensing the Aurora. He was very vigilant. It's too late. Princess Sissy was like a ferocious tiger. She raised her giant sword and slashed it down with a thunderous force. Her target was the twin-headed snake man called Bai Lin. Flowing light snake shadow, the twin-headed snake man didn't take the attack head-on. His body turned into a phantom and slid towards his companions. Then, something shocking happened. As soon as he moved, he was surrounded by the girls. The mysterious beauty wuxia appeared behind his head in a flash. She had lightning in one hand and ice in the other. The energy in either of her hands wasn't any weaker than the Aurora. She had cleverly used City Mistress Fallen Flowers' Aurora and Princess Sissy's aura as a cover. She had condensed her strongest battle power and was waiting for a good opportunity. As soon as the twin-headed snake man moved, she immediately attacked. Her hands hit the twin-headed snake man's left and right ears. Compared to the time when she fought the Marquis of Zijin, her strength today was completely different. Before her hands attacked, the twin-headed snake man had a horrified look on his face. Originally, he could have used his super strong battle power to dodge or take the attack head-on. However, a little Lamia Loli had appeared in front of him, making him completely miserable. Under the effects of the binding inherent skill, he would become a human target that wouldn't move at all within 3 seconds. In front of him, there was the little Lamia Loli waving her dual icicle blades. Behind him, there was a thunder palm on his left and a frost finger on his right. The mysterious beauty wuxia was like a goddess of death who had descended to the world. In the sky above his head, there was also the Princess Sissy Rouge Tigress's giant sword that slashed down heavily. Chapter 256. Under the encirclement, the two-headed snake man named Bai Lin was severely injured. His eardrums burst and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Half of his face was charred black and the other half was covered with frost. Even the blood that the two-headed snake man spat out had turned into a large lump of frozen blood and splattered on the ground. Before the mysterious beauty wuxia could finish her attack, Princess Sissy's giant sword had already chopped down like a hot knife through butter. Although it did not manage to cut the two-headed snake man in half, it had successfully broken through his head and cut into his head. Princess Sissy's thunderous attack was extremely powerful. Moreover, the two-headed snake man had no defense at all. Blood splattered everywhere, his skull was smashed and his brain was smashed. The joint attack of wuxia and Princess Sissy was not the biggest injury on the two-headed snake man's body. The one who dealt the fatal blow was the lowly Lamia, little Wen Li. Her dual icicle blades cut open the two-headed snake man's chest and froze his relatively weak internal organs. When she turned into a rainbow light and floated back into Yue Yang's body, a blood-stained orb appeared in Yue Yang's hand. This was the most fatal blow that little Wen Li had dealt to the enemy. She had also forcefully dug out the two-headed snake man's orb. The Eastern Goblin tribe had a strong body. No matter how serious the injuries on their body and limbs were, they could recover quickly. However, the orb must not be lost. Otherwise, the best-case scenario would be a great loss of vitality. The two-headed snake man was not vigilant enough. He was just confused by wuxia, Princess Sissy and the other 2 girls. He had placed all his attention on them. He did not expect that the real fatal blow would be little Wen Li, who was hiding in Yue Yang's body. Under little Wen Li's binding inherent skill, he was a complete tragedy. He became a human target that was waiting to be slaughtered. The black-armored man named Huo Wei rushed over in a frenzy, wanting to save his comrade. His furious attack was useless against Sickly Beauty's crystal shield. On the other hand, City Master Fallen Flowers, who was far away, shot out an extremely powerful aurora light, not giving him a second chance to attack, and directly sent him flying. If Huo Wei didn't have the Spirit Tortoise's shield, he would probably follow his comrade's footsteps and become the second Eastern Goblin tribe member to fall in front of the 4 girls. No, the heavily armored man, Huo Wei, saw his comrade falling to the ground and shouted in grief and indignation. With one misstep, his companion was fatally injured and turned into a block of ice. The heavily armored man, Huo Wei, ignited a sky full of flames as he pounced to his companion's side. He reached out his hand and picked up the two-headed snake man, who looked like an ice sculpture, from the ground. Under the roasting of the raging flames, the frost quickly melted. What was shocking was that the two-headed snake man was still alive despite suffering such heavy injuries. He slowly returned to the form of a giant snake, wrapping the snake head on the other side of his body and completing a strange swap in the green smoke. The intact snake head on the other side became him, while the heavily injured snake head on the other side became his summoned beast. However, although the two-headed snake man used this strange method to protect his life, his strength was greatly reduced. After losing his orb, he no longer possessed innate strength. He only had the strong body of the Eastern Goblin tribe to protect his life. Even a level 7 overlord could probably kill him with his sword. Hiss hiss, the two-headed snake spat out its long tongue. Under the protection of the heavily armored man, Huo Wei, it quickly escaped from the stone room. Where do you think you're going? The Flying Tiger ambassador took advantage of the situation and added insult to injury. Since Yue Yang and the 4 girls were still here, and the Flying Tiger ambassador was worried that he would be ambushed by little Wen Li just like Bai Lin, he still held back some of his strength. Even so, the Flying Tiger ambassador raised his strength to the innate rank and transformed into a fierce tiger with a pair of huge wings on his back. He pounced towards the two-headed snake Bai Lin and the heavily armored man, Huo Wei. His goal was to kill the two-headed snake Bai Lin and infuriate Huo Wei. Then, he would join hands with Yue Yang to kill Huo Wei. The Flying Tiger ambassador believed that Yue Yang would definitely kill Huo Wei if there was a good opportunity. Not to mention Huo Wei, even he would be killed if he was not careful. Yue Yang and the 4 girls looked on coldly. The more intense the battle between the Flying Tiger ambassador and the enemy, the better it would be for them to reap the benefits. Originally, Huo Wei's strength was not below the Flying Tiger ambassador's. However, because he needed to protect his injured comrade Bai Lin, who Wei could only revert to the true form of the serpent fire-tailed tortoise to defend himself. For a moment, he was constantly being beaten by the flying tiger ambassador. Yue Yang realized that this battle was not going to last long. He stopped paying attention to the battlefield and started to study the orb in his hand. This snake's orb gave him a very strange feeling. It was as if it was hiding some kind of secret. Yue Yang believed that as long as he could unravel this secret, he and his beasts, even wuxia, Wu Hen, Princess Sissy and the city mistress Fallen Flowers, would be able to increase their strength by leaps and bounds. Unraveling the secret of this orb could be said to be a breakthrough point for everyone to increase their strength in the future. When the four girls saw Yue Yang's expression of deep thought, they immediately knew that he had discovered something new. They quickly gathered around him and secretly protected him from the enemy's attacks so that he could concentrate on studying the secret of the orb. There was a record of the orb in the medicine encyclopedia, but it was very simple. It only meant that it was formed by the condensation of energy over a long period of time and was mostly stored in the body of animals. It was formed by the animals absorbing the spiritual qi of the sun, moon, heaven and earth. It possessed a very strong energy. The advantage was that if beasts with the same attributes consumed it, their level would increase, and they might even evolve. The disadvantage was that the orb's energy was too strong and there were too many impurities. If beasts with different attributes consumed the orb, not only would it not be beneficial, it would harm them instead. They might even explode and die. The orb was extremely rare in the Soaring Dragon continent, but it was more common in the Eastern Goblin tribe. It was similar to the magic crystals of the beasts in the Soaring Dragon continent, but also different. The energy of the orb was very strong, but most of it was not solid. Once the orb was solid, its energy could not be compared to a normal magic crystal. Even the legendary dragon crystal with the strongest energy could not be compared to it. Another point was that even though there were many impurities in the orb, it was many times purer than a magic crystal. Moreover, it was usually combined with the owner's spirit and soul. The owner of the orb could even control the orb to attack the enemy. Of course, if the orb was destroyed, the owner would explode and die. Similarly, if the owner was not dead and wanted to consume the orb, it would be dangerous, because the owner could control the orb at any time. The orb in Yue Yang's hand was trembling. The two-headed snake Bai Lin wanted to suck the orb back into its body more than once, but something that fell into Yue Yang's hand would not slip away so easily. Under the influence of Yue Yang's innate qi, the orb was quickly refined. The impurities, consciousness, evil energy and other things that Yue Yang did not need were all dispersed by his innate qi. At first, Yue Yang did it subconsciously to prevent the two-headed snake Bai Lin from sucking the orb away. He wanted to disperse the impurities and consciousness on the orb so that he could keep the orb for research. However, as Yue Yang used his innate qi to disperse the consciousness of the orb, he suddenly had an epiphany. It was an indescribably wonderful feeling. The more he used his innate qi to purify the orb, the stronger the feeling in Yue Yang's heart became. The epiphany also appeared in his mind. I need fire. Yes, I need to refine it with fire. Yue Yang activated his Yang ability and ignited the purple flame. He followed the epiphany in his heart to further refine the orb in his hand. The two-headed snake Bai Lin, who was far away, started to show signs of pain when his innate qi started to disperse the consciousness of the orb. When Yue Yang used his purple flame to refine the orb, it suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Although it did not die, it let out a desperate cry. Its body became bigger and thicker rapidly, but its level of power decreased continuously. When it turned into a giant snake whose body was even thicker than a water tank, its power had decreased to the level of a gold rank level 5 in the Soaring Dragon continent. If Bai Lin got his orb back when it was stolen, there was still hope for it to regain its innate power, but now, as Yue Yang refined it, it had lost its orb and turned into a giant snake. Its power might even decrease again. If Bai Lin did not have high intelligence, he might not even be comparable to another gold rank level 5 giant snake. Now, even the Flying Tiger Ambassador was not interested in killing it. The Flying Tiger Ambassador could see that even if Bai Lin did not die, it would not be able to regain its ability to transform into a human even after thousands of years of cultivation, let alone return to the innate realm. Yue Yang's refinement had not been completed yet. In fact, it was just the beginning. After refining Bai Lin's Yang ability's purple flame for 9 times, Bai Lin's orb had shrunk a few times. However, it had become crystal clear, just like the yolk of an egg. It was bright red and golden, shining with a soft but not dazzling light. Now, even a blind man could see how precious this inner core was. It was so pure and filled with energy. If one were to consume it, then there would definitely be a significant change in their strength. The four girls looked at the orb in Yue Yang's hand happily. They did not know that orbs could be refined in this way. If there were a large number of orbs for beasts to consume, wouldn't their power increase by leaps and bounds? What kind of elemental orb is this? What kind of beast would be the best to consume it? Sickly Beauty was very interested in researching. If they were not in the battlefield, she would have taken out a pen to record it down. It's not completely refined yet. It needs to be refined further. If it's refined again, it should have no elemental attributes. Any beast would be suitable to consume it. Yue Yang was not satisfied with the refinement of this orb. According to the enlightenment in his mind, this orb could be improved further. There was still a possibility for it to undergo a qualitative change. However, the flame that needed to be refined must be a higher level flame, such as the Samadhi True Fire. Yue Yang did not have the Samadhi True Fire. However, he had the Nirvana Flame. Could Nirvana Flame be used to refine orbs like the Samadhi True Fire? Yue Yang had not tried it before, but he felt that it was possible. Anyway, it was just an experiment. If it succeeded, it would prove that the Nirvana Flame was possible. Then, the Eastern Goblin tribe would become slightly harder to defeat. Yue Yang would then have the motivation to explode their orbs. If it didn't work, it wouldn't be a pity if he only destroyed one orb. If there was too much Nirvana Flame, Yue Yang was afraid that the orb would be burnt to ashes. He tried his best to control the Nirvana Flame to only burn on his palm. He used the smallest flame to refine this extremely pure orb. The mysterious beauty Wu Sha, sickly beauty Wu Hen, Princess Sissy and city mistress Fallen Flowers were all suppressing the excitement in their hearts. They held their breaths as they watched the process of Yue Yang refining the orb. Under the Nirvana Flame, the inner alchemy melted rapidly, just like an ice cube meeting fire. Yue Yang was shocked at first. He thought that the refinement had failed. Unexpectedly, when the orb, which was the size of a ping-pong ball, shrunk to the size of a glass bead, it stopped. The orb had undergone an earth-shattering change. The golden orb had now become crystal clear. There were no impurities at all. What was left was an extremely pure energy. Furthermore, this kind of energy had undergone a qualitative change after refinement. It did not have any attributes, but was extremely condensed, just like a polished diamond. Even if he used his palm to cover it, he would not be able to cover the golden radiance of the energy. As Yue Yang released his palm, the entire dome of the stone room was illuminated by the radiance. In Yue Yang's hand, the orb was like a small sun, emitting a bright radiance. The flying tiger ambassador and the heavily armored man Huo Wei who were fighting on the other side stopped in shock and stared blankly. This kind of inner core was simply something that they could only dream of but could not obtain. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have thought that the orb could actually emit such a huge amount of energy and even emit such a bright radiance. This human boy, how did he do it? Could it be that his real identity was a great grandmaster alchemist? Without setting up a furnace, without long-term refining, what method did he use to refine this orb into such a state? The flying tiger ambassador, Huo Wei and even Bai Lin who had transformed into a snake looked at Yue Yang with a greedy gaze. They were thinking that if they could capture this boy and force him to refine orbs for them, then it would only be a matter of time before he could evolve to the Demon King realm. Chapter 257 The armored man Huo Wei's eyes flashed. He suddenly abandoned his comrade who was protecting him with his life and ran out of the stone room. His action shocked the flying tiger ambassador. But the flying tiger ambassador did not think twice and chased after him with all his might. The flying tiger ambassador clearly understood that it was impossible for him to monopolize the secret of the inner alchemy with his own strength. Since he could not enjoy it alone, he might as well offer the secret to the Spirit Demon Emperor. The Spirit Demon Emperor would reward him greatly and his strength would improve greatly. Before offering the secret to the Spirit Demon Emperor, he must first kill the Southern Demon King's subordinate Huo Wei. Otherwise, if Huo Wei reported it to the Spirit Demon King, the Southern Demon King would definitely make a move before the Spirit Demon Emperor knew about it. At that time, he would not be able to keep his life and this human boy would also be captured and brought to the Southern Demon Land. So, no matter what, Huo Wei must not die. Let's kill Huo Wei together. He is preparing to look for reinforcements. There is a 9-headed goblin marshal in this ambush. He is very powerful and we cannot defeat him. We must kill Huo Wei first to prevent future troubles. Before the Flying Tiger ambassador chased after him, he did not forget to send a message to Yue Yang. In the Flying Tiger ambassador's heart, Yue Yang had already changed from an enemy to a rare treasure. He temporarily put aside the idea of killing Yue Yang and the four girls. He even decided to use various methods such as cooperation or deception to appease this human boy first. After killing Huo Wei, he would work with his comrade to capture this mystical boy and offer him to the Spirit Demon Emperor. With the help of a mystical human who knew how to refine an orb, the Spirit Demon Emperor's strength would definitely improve greatly. At that time, there might even be a possibility of advancing to the Heaven Realm. As long as he could enter the legendary Heaven Realm, even if he could only take a look, he would have no regrets even if he died. Chase. Yue Yang looked at wuxia, xianxia and fallen flowers. Only the four girls knew why he chose to refine an orb in front of Huo Wei and the Flying Tiger ambassador. This was a trap to lure and kill the enemy. Before that, Huo Wei and the Flying Tiger ambassador would not risk their lives as they still had to be wary of Yue Yang and the four girls. However, if the alchemy was successful, Huo Wei and Fei Hu would definitely fight to the death for the sake of the secret. Perhaps Huo Wei and Flying Tiger would invite as many helpers as they could, but no matter how many people they had, both sides would fight to their limits until one side was completely wiped out. Most importantly, their side, which was originally the weakest, would turn from an enemy to a target that both sides would try their best to rope in. At the very least, they would be safe for the time being. Even if either side won, they would not attack Yue Yang or the four women anymore. Before they caught up, Yue Yang and the City Lord of Fallen Flowers joined hands and used the body fusion technique. The dual aurora exploded and blasted the body of the giant snake, Bai Lin, whose strength had been greatly reduced, into several pieces. Princess Sissy swung her greatsword and chopped off the snake's head. In the end, in order to ensure Bai Lin's death, wuxia used her cold air to freeze its head. After Yue Yang and the four girls killed the giant snake Bai Lin, they followed the traces of the Flying Tiger and Huo Wei's battle and chased after them. In order to intercept Huo Wei, the Flying Tiger ambassador had used his strongest power, while Huo Wei used his strong defense to resist an escape. If he did not know that his companions were in front of him, Huo Wei would not have the confidence to escape from Flying Tiger's crazy attack. The Flying Tiger ambassador roared like thunder. In order to intercept Huo Wei, he did not care about the price. He would rather both sides suffer than to see Huo Wei escape. The sound of the battle would definitely attract the enemy. The Flying Tiger ambassador knew this, but he could not do it quietly. Whether it was his radiant tiger explosion wave or sky-shaking tiger roar, they both needed the roar from the throat as a guide. If he did not roar and attacked silently, the power would be reduced by 80%. Roar. The Flying Tiger ambassador's only wish was for Huo Wei's companions to hear the sound of the battle a little later. He wanted to kill Huo Wei first so that he could never reveal the secret of alchemy. That would be the most ideal result. Kill. Yue Yang did not let the Flying Tiger ambassador wait for long. As soon as he caught up, he took out his Wei Jin magic blade and slashed it towards Huo Wei's head. Huo Wei was battered and exhausted. The Flying Tiger ambassador and Yue Yang's attacks were very powerful and merciless. Flying Tiger had even abandoned his defense and attacked with all his might, luring Huo Wei to counterattack. However, Huo Wei rejected this temptation time and time again. He did not stop for even a moment. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he only focused on running forward. The spirit tortoise shield in his hands was very good at defense, and his body was very strong. Even if he was hit by Flying Tiger's heavy attack, he could still continue to escape. Huo Wei knew that as long as he could hold on until his companions heard the news, the situation would be reversed. In this ancient passage, Flying Tiger had no help. Most of his subordinates had died in battle, and his companions had been lying in ambush for a long time. Their strength was 10 times stronger than the opponents. It was definitely not a problem for them to surround and kill Flying Tiger and capture the 5 humans alive. Other than the strongest 9-headed goblin marshal, there were also 4 of the 8 great goblin generals under the Goblin King. Jin Toad, Z, Diao, Pippa and Dream Eater. With the battle power of the 4 great goblin generals, any one of them could easily capture and kill Flying Tiger, who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Even if the 9-headed goblin marshal and the 4 great goblin generals did not make it in time, there were still the fallen human rankers Lu He and Mr. Duan Mu. They were all human level 3 innate rankers. Their bodies might not be as strong as the Eastern Goblin tribe, but human innates were usually stronger than other innates of the same level. As long as Lu He and Mr. Duan Mu came, Flying Tiger would definitely not be able to escape. As for the goblin envoys and goblin attendants whose strength was similar to or slightly weaker than him, there were more than 10 of them. If any one of them rushed over upon hearing the news, they would be able to fight evenly with the enemy. As long as any one of them rushed over upon hearing the news, it would be fine. However, what made Huo Wei despair was that the first one to rush over upon hearing the news was not his companions, but Flying Tiger's companions in the ancient passage, the fiery golden eyes beast. What's going on? The middle-aged man that the fiery golden eyes beast had transformed into saw the scene in front of him and was extremely shocked. Golden eyes, don't talk nonsense. Put away your annoying manners. I order you to kill Huo Wei immediately with all your strength. When the Flying Tiger ambassador saw that the person who came was actually his own companion, he was ecstatic. He felt that the heavens were really looking after him. If it was an enemy that came, his head would be 3 times bigger. Luckily, the person who came was the fiery golden eyes beast. This fellow was usually the most annoying, but since he was able to rush over in time to provide support, his previous bad impression of him had changed. If he was able to bring the secret back to the Goblin Emperor alive, if he was in a good mood, he might even put in a few good words for him. We better run away quickly. There are 4 perverts behind us. It was not easy for me to slip away. You guys are fighting so fiercely, they will be here in less than a minute. The middle-aged man that the fiery golden eyes beast had transformed into had a bitter smile on his face. If we had 10 minutes, I would kill this tortoise without you telling me. Then quickly bring this little boy away. He is more important than your life. Bring him away. The Flying Tiger ambassador ordered Golden Eyes to bring Yue Yang away. I think he doesn't have this ability. At the entrance of the ancient passage far away, a beautiful lady carrying a jade pippa leisurely walked over. When the Flying Tiger saw this lady, his expression changed. Pippa demon of the 4 goblin generals of the southern border. Huo Wei, on the other hand, had an expression of ecstasy. In the darkness further away, a chubby man walked out with a face full of smiles. Beside him, there was an extremely ugly 3-legged golden toad. Further behind, there was a skinny man riding on a strange horse that looked like a horse, yet not a horse, yet not a donkey. Once this skinny man appeared, he could not stop coughing, as though he was terminally ill. When the Flying Tiger ambassador saw the appearance of the 3 strange men, his eyes were filled with shock. He turned around and rushed towards the ancient passage behind him like a gust of wind. His speed was so fast that he disappeared in a flash. Because he was escaping in a hurry, he did not even have the time to greet his companion Golden Eyes. Yue Yang was slightly stunned. This Flying Tiger had just righteously asked his companion to leave first. Why did he run away the moment the strong enemy arrived? The middle-aged man that the fiery Golden Eyes beast had transformed into smiled bitterly. He seemed to have expected this outcome. The heavily armored man, Huo Wei, rushed over and prepared to stop Flying Tiger. Golden Eyes released his aura and pushed Huo Wei back with a punch. He opened his arms and replaced Flying Tiger's position, blocking the enemy and letting his companion Flying Tiger escape first. He even turned his head slightly and said to Yue Yang, "Yue Yang, you should also leave with your companion." Yue Yang was slightly stunned. What? Golden Eyes shook his head expressionlessly. There is a teleportation circle 15 kilometers behind us. It is a teleportation circle that leads to the outer area of the God's Ruins. In the God's Ruins, there are many broken spaces that people can hide in temporarily. If you are lucky, you can find a broken space to hide in and think of a way to leave. Although our emperor has captured your relatives, he will not harm them. His Majesty only did that to force Jizun and the innate alliance to revise their diplomatic relations. The Eastern Goblin tribe is not interested in invading a small place like the Soaring Dragon continent. You guys go, I should be able to stop them for a few minutes. Good luck. Huo Wei rushed forward for the second time and was caught by Golden Eyes. He lifted it up and threw it far away. What a stupid monster. Do you think that you alone can stop the 4 of us? The beautiful girl carrying the jade pippa laughed. I can't. However, I am doing this to show my loyalty to the emperor. I can die without regrets. Golden Eyes' expression did not change. He still opened his arms and blocked the passage. Since it's like this, we will let you show your loyalty first. The fatty who had the 3-legged golden toad beside him was full of smiles, as if he was saying congratulations and not to kill. The skinny guy beside him was coughing non-stop, as if his lungs were going to be coughed out. He looked like he would fall to the ground and die at any time. However, in Yue Yang's level 4 divine vision, this skinny guy with tuberculosis was not a simple person. You should go, I can't hold on for long. Golden eyes looked at the enemies that were slowly approaching and hinted to Yue Yang to leave as soon as possible. I also want to leave, but I can only thank you for your kind intentions. I feel that it's better for me to stay. Yue Yang revealed a bright smile. Unknowingly, a woman with a voluptuous figure had hugged Yue Yang from behind like a lover. A snow-white long leg that was exposed from her high-slit silk skirt hooked onto Yue Yang's thigh from the side, lightly rubbing against Yue Yang's inner thigh. At the same time, there was a snow lotus-like jade arm hooked onto Yue Yang's neck. Her cherry lips that were smeared with purple lipstick moved towards his ear and breathed out fragrantly. Little brother is really smart, unlike that idiot. He's so stupid that he doesn't even know that he's about to die. Little brother is so obedient. Big sister will reward you with a kiss, okay? It's okay, but I'm afraid that my fiancé will be angry. You know, when women get jealous, it's terrible. Yue Yang expressed that he was a good husband. Who's your fiancé? That flirtatious purple-lipped woman blew a light purple fragrance onto Yue Yang's face. The four who are looking at you with murderous eyes behind my back. Yue Yang replied, they are all inexperienced girls. Seems like little brother is really obedient. Actually, why do you need to care about what they think? If a man doesn't know how to play with women, can he still be called a man? Big sister will teach you a few moves. I guarantee that you'll make them wish they were dead, and make them all submit to you. When the flirtatious purple-lipped woman saw that Wu Sha, Wu Hen, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were not innates, she didn't seem to care at all. She casually glanced at them and continued to seduce Yue Yang. When Yue Yang heard this, he immediately revealed a perverted expression. His naughty wolf claws reached out and grabbed the purple-lipped flirtatious woman's round butt, looking like a hungry ghost. The purple-lipped flirtatious woman was very vigilant at first. Until Yue Yang's wolf claws grabbed her butt and started to rub it, she still didn't feel his killing intent. She thought that this brat really wanted to take advantage of her, so she couldn't help but seduce him even more. Her throat started to moan faintly discernible. That kind of moan could seduce people's souls, causing their desires to explode 100 times, 1,000 times more. When Yue Yang heard this woman's moan, it was as if his naughty hands had been encouraged, and directly reached into the slit of the woman's skirt. You're really bad. The purple-lipped flirtatious woman twisted her body, panting heavily beside Yue Yang's ear. A lot of people say that, and many of them were killed by me not long after they said that. Yue Yang replied with a naughty smile. The purple-lipped flirtatious woman originally wanted to say, kill me too, but she suddenly became vigilant and immediately tried to escape. However, it was already too late. Under Yue Yang's restraints, her entire body stopped in midair. Yue Yang's Yang ability exploded. Purple flames, spherical beheader and earth-splitting slash were all unleashed, sending the purple-lipped flirtatious woman who had stopped in midair for a second flying. The purple-lipped flirtatious woman fell to the ground in pain. Both her hands covered her bleeding abdomen, groaning in pain as she supported herself with one hand on the ground. The originally beautiful demon body was now twisted like a cooked shrimp. The clothes on her body were completely burnt to ashes by the purple flames. Her abdomen, which had suffered a terrible blow, was charred black. Her snow-white slender legs were riddled with cuts, fresh blood flowing out. The purple-lipped flirtatious woman summoned a ball of green light for herself. When the green light touched her body, her injuries quickly recovered. In less than 10 seconds, her body had already recovered to its original state. Although she was naked, she stood up shamelessly. She revealed a sinister and terrifying killing intent towards Yue Yang. Damned human, you dare to harm my perfect body. You can't seduce me, but please become a little more beautiful after you reincarnate. Yue Yang's face was full of smiles. It's not your fault that you don't look sexy, but it's your fault that you still dare to seduce people when you look like this. The beautiful woman carrying the jade pippa covered her small mouth and laughed when she heard this. The fatty with the 3 golden toads also chuckled and said, it seems like you want to be our enemy. Little friend, this is not a good idea. While there is still time to correct it, perhaps you should reconsider. If you kneel in front of me and I step on your head with my foot, I might reconsider. Yue Yang's words almost made people think that he had gone crazy. Little boy, you are yawning like a toad. Such big words. Golden Toad, this human boy's words are even bigger than yours. The beautiful woman carrying the jade Pippa giggled. The fatty who was originally smiling immediately changed his expression when he heard this. He was so angry that his face turned red and shouted, "Damned jade Pippa spirit, I am Golden Toad, I am not a toad." Yue Yang waved his hand indifferently. "Go down to hell and explain to the king of hell. Whether you are a toad or not, I actually don't care. After all, killing a toad is nothing to brag about." The four women did not speak, but they had already summoned their grimoires. Princess Sissy raised her sword and waited. City Mistress Fallen Flowers started to condense her aurora light, and the mysterious beauty wuxia hid behind them. As long as she attacked, it would definitely be her strongest attack. If the four of them did not have Yue Yang here, they would definitely not be a match for any of the enemies. However, as long as Yue Yang was here, they would be able to unleash their true power. No matter how much power they could bring to Yue Yang, they would not give up on supporting him. Moreover, this was the time when he needed support the most. Chapter 258. At the feet of the purple-lipped flirtatious woman who was completely naked, a small purple lightning sable suddenly appeared. When it saw City Lord Fallen Flowers' three-tailed snow fox, it immediately screamed. The small lightning sable had a kind of frenzied uneasiness, and its deep purple eyes flashed with electricity. It was filled with a dense killing intent, as if it hated the three-tailed snow fox very much. The three-tailed snow fox's intelligence far surpassed that of the small lightning sable. Although the three-tailed snow fox also had a kind of killing intent in its eyes, it seemed to understand that the situation in front of it was strange, and did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, it quietly stayed by its master's side, waiting for a good opportunity. The moment the small lightning sable appeared, it opened its mouth, and its hair stood on end. It screamed non-stop, as if it was challenging the three-tailed snow fox to fight, or threatening it. The three-tailed snow fox, which had successfully killed the fox rabbit and the green snake before, now had a kind of human emotion in its eyes. If one looked closely, they would find that it was silently mocking its opponent. Compared to the opponent, the three-tailed snow fox was closer to a human, whether it was intelligence or emotions. The open and secret fights between animals did not affect its master at all. The purple-lipped flirtatious woman wanted to tear Yue Yang into pieces and swallow him alive. She did not hurry to put on her clothes, but instead continued to release her aura. Her body, which was gradually turning pink, continued to emit a strange fragrance. It was a strange fragrance that made people feel weak all over their bodies when they smelled it. City Lord Fallen Flowers kept staring at this woman. The aurora in her hands had been condensed to the limit, but she was still trying to accumulate and increase the power of the light. Long before Yue Yang started practicing the body fusion technique, Yue Yang had pointed out that the power of the aurora had not been fully unleashed yet. This theory made Luo Hua's city mistress extremely shocked, especially when Yue Yang said that the spiral-shaped aurora light would be more powerful than the aurora light that attacked in a straight line. Luo Hua's city mistress had always doubted whether the aurora light that could only attack in a straight line could bend, not to mention forming a spiral. However, this impossible gradually became a reality after practicing body fusion with Yue Yang. City Lord Fallen Flowers had seen more than once that Yue Yang twisted the aurora light into a spiral shape and added it to her aurora light. When the two burst out together, the power produced was 10 times more than the original. The aurora that was straight on the inside and rotating on the outside was her and Yue Yang's true body fusion technique, dual aurora. The power of the dual aurora could simply destroy the world. Since then, Castellan Fallen Flowers had been trying to throw away her fixed beliefs and personally distort the aurora that could only form a straight line. Slow down, a little slower. Hold on a little longer. When you get used to it, then accumulate light energy. The mysterious beauty wuxia was a martial arts genius other than Yue Yang. When Yue Yang was not free, she was the #1 choice to assist the girls. She could not be like Yue Yang and distort light energy to cooperate with the City Lord of Fallen Flowers, but she could assist the City Lord of Fallen Flowers' control. The spiral aurora light was still a big challenge for the City Lord of Fallen Flowers' current control. However, she was very smart. If she could not achieve the spiral aurora light, then she would first try the multiple aurora light. She created 6 small aurora light balls at the side of the big aurora light ball. When the big aurora light ball was bombarded towards the enemy, the 6 small aurora light balls would take turns to bombard the enemy. This kind of attack effect was tested by Sickly Beauty Traceless. The power could be increased by 3 times. When the 6 small aurora light balls were fired at the same time, the slower they moved forward, or the more distorted they were, the better the support effect would be. The City Lord of Fallen Flowers' target was the light pillars emitted by the 6 small aurora light balls. In the end, they all turned into a spiral net, surrounding the aurora light ball on the outer layer. It gathered the aurora light balls that were emitted continuously and strengthened the aurora light ball's power. The naked flirtatious woman opposite her had blatantly seduced Yue Yang just now. This had already made the City Lord of Fallen Flowers angry. She decided to let this shameless woman have a taste of her aurora light. Princess Sissy, who was standing beside the City Lord of Fallen Flowers, stared at the beautiful woman who was hugging a jade pippa. Princess Sissy, who had sharp 6 senses, felt that this woman was even scarier than the naked flirtatious woman. Among the 4 goblin generals of the southern border, Princess Sissy felt that this woman was the strongest. She was even scarier than the skinny man who was coughing non-stop with tuberculosis. Sickly Beauty Traceless had already made her preparations. She was ready to assist Yue Yang at any time. When Yue Yang launched his attack, the enemies would definitely surround and attack him. At that time, he needed a crystal shield to block all the attacks. Only then would he be able to kill the enemies without any worries. Fatty, come over and help me hold the line. I want to tear this damned human apart with my own hands. The flirtatious woman hated Yue Yang to the extreme. It's my honor to be of service to a beauty. The fatty with the golden toad laughed as he replied. Cough cough cough, if you don't, cough 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 cough, you don't need me, cough cough, then I'll go to sleep, cough cough. The skinny man with tuberculosis laid down on the back of the mount that looked like a horse but wasn't a horse, like a donkey but wasn't a donkey. He weakly fell asleep. In his sleep, he was still coughing faintly. At the same time that the skinny man with tuberculosis laid down and fell asleep, the fiery golden eyes beast, who was extremely alert, suddenly swayed, as if it was going to fall to the ground. The fiery golden eyes beast roared loudly. His 10 fingers formed sharp claws, and scratched his body, leaving countless bloody wounds. Yue Yang looked at him. Did this guy fall into the enemy's trap? But why didn't his divine vision see it? The fiery golden eyes beast suddenly turned around, and shouted loudly towards Yue Yang, he is the Dream Eater Demon General. He can invade other people's dream world, and cause them to enter their dreams. In the dream world, he is an invincible existence. You guys leave quickly, while my mind is still resisting. Hoo-hoo. Before he could finish his sentence, he fell head first onto the ground. Even though his body was covered in wounds, the pain did not stop him from falling asleep. When he fell asleep, the skinny man with tuberculosis coughed suddenly. Stupid guy, cough cough, you know that I am an invincible existence in your dreams. Cough, you still want to resist me. Cough cough cough, you really are an idiot. Did you think that I would kill you immediately? Cough cough, I want to torture you alive, until you regret being born into this world. The 4 girls jumped in fright. Luckily they had already summoned their protective shield. Otherwise, if this skinny man with tuberculosis entered their dreams, it would really be a tragedy. The protective shield of the grimoire could defend against all kinds of attacks. Whether it was swords, light or spirit, as long as it did not exceed the maximum limit of the protective shield, it could defend against it. The fiery golden eyes beast did not have a grimoire, so he was completely miserable. He did not even have the ability to resist, and was dragged into the dream by the skinny man with tuberculosis. Yue Yang was more daring. He walked out of the protective shield, walked to the side of the fiery golden eyes beast, and lightly kicked it. He frowned, not understanding how the skinny man with tuberculosis could drag people into the dream world. Wasn't the dream world controlled by the owner? This little brother doesn't seem to be afraid. Can you tell us why? The beautiful girl carrying the jade pippa asked curiously when she saw that Yue Yang did not care about the terrifying dream invasion. When it comes to daydreaming, no one is better than me. Yue Yang ignored the flirtatious girl who was so angry that she was ready to tear him apart, and turned his head to look in another direction. In that direction, there was the sound of heavy footsteps, 1 step at a time, walking towards them in an abnormal rhythm. As they got closer, Yue Yang and the 4 girls saw a 5-meter-tall 8-armed giant striding towards them. Every step it took was about 10 meters, no more and no less. This 8-armed giant was holding the flying tiger ambassador in his hand, as if he was pinching a small bug. The flying tiger ambassador was not dead yet, but he was on the verge of death. On his body, there was only 1 wound. That was his chest. His entire chest had been smashed by the opponent, and all his ribs were broken. Even with the Eastern Goblin tribe's strong body, it was hard to recover from the huge fist mark. The eight-armed giant threw the flying tiger ambassador on the ground like a piece of trash, and looked at Yue Yang. When his gaze met Yue Yang's, as if his gaze had substance, he actually used his gaze to push Yue Yang backwards, causing Yue Yang's body to sway a little, but he did not seem to fall. There are three types of creatures that can use their gaze to attack their enemies. The first is the evil eye, the second is the ghost-faced blood lizard, and the third is the dragon. When a dragon's draconic aura reaches its limit, it can materialize into wind blades or even swords to attack its enemies. Yue Yang, the eight-armed giant in front of you, if I'm not wrong, is a nine-headed dragon, which is the nine-headed goblin marshal that the flying tiger mentioned earlier. The mysterious beauty wuxia closed her ancient book and analyzed further. Now, we can more or less determine that the nine-headed goblin marshal uses his draconic aura to attack his enemies, and is most proficient in the eyes part of his five senses. That lowly woman's body is emitting a fragrance, and is most proficient in the nose part of his five senses. Needless to say, the fat toad is definitely the mouth part of his five senses. The woman who is carrying a jade pippa is most proficient in the ears part of his five senses. The five of them form a whole, and when they join hands, they complement each other, making their power even stronger. Besides that, there's also that skinny tuberculosis guy, who is proficient in entering dreams, and he is faintly corresponding to the head part of his five senses. If we want to break their combination, we have to destroy the connection between them, and not let them have the chance to complement each other. After hearing the mysterious beauty wuxia's words, the enemy's body trembled slightly. He didn't expect that in just one move, his trump card would be seen through by this human girl. Many strong enemies had died because of this secret, yet they didn't know about it. But today, it was actually seen through by a little girl who wasn't even an innate. No wonder human innate rankers were always stronger than foreign innates of the same level. It turned out that the human race's intelligence was really scary. You're right, then what should I do? Yue Yang felt that what she said made sense, but he didn't know how to do it. I don't know either. Wuxia spread out her small hands, indicating that she couldn't help even if she wanted to. Dong, including the beautiful woman carrying the jade pippa, the few enemies who were so scared that their hearts were in chaos all fell to the ground. They were really scared half to death. They didn't expect that she wouldn't be able to see through their flaws. When they came back to their senses, the four goblin generals secretly thought that they were lucky. It turned out that this little girl could only see through their trump cards, and not their hidden weaknesses. If she could see through their weaknesses, then it would really be a headache. The skinny tuberculosis guy suddenly coughed a few times, and wriggled a little on the strange horse's back, as if he was sleep-talking. Very quickly, sleep-talking sounds rang out from the flying tiger ambassador's mouth. The flying tiger ambassador's eyes rolled back and he fainted. However, the expression on his face was as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. His terrified expression was like the lava of an extinct volcano condensing on his face. Without a sound, the flying tiger ambassador died. Before he died, his mouth was wide open, and his tongue was sticking out. As if someone was strangling his neck, the flying tiger ambassador finally suffocated to death. Yue Yang watched as the flying tiger ambassador breathed his last. He saw the flying tiger's legs twitching weakly before he breathed his last. He couldn't help but shake his head lightly. Don't worry, you will also die very soon. The fatty with the three-legged gold toad looked at Yue Yang with a smile. He looked like a butcher looking at the meat on the table, as if he was considering where to cut it. Yue Yang felt an indescribable feeling of sleepiness emerging from the bottom of his heart. It was as if there was an invisible force pulling him in midair, floating him into his own dream realm. His body outside was a little out of control, and swayed a little. Yue Yang's spirit didn't resist, and his body didn't collapse either. Instead, he stood up straight like usual, closed his eyes, and breathed deeply as he fell asleep. There were all kinds of sleeping postures, but Yue Yang was probably the only one who could sleep easily standing up. This was his specialty, and he had it before he was transported to this world. In his dream realm, Yue Yang saw the skinny tuberculosis guy standing in front of him with a sinister smile on his face. He was like the Grim Reaper, carrying a big sickle that was dripping with blood, and laughing evilly. Tell me, how should I torture you to death to make it feel good? Should I use the sickle to cut open your stomach and pull out your intestines to fly a kite? Or should I use a hammer to knock out your teeth one by one, and let you count them slowly? Before the skinny tuberculosis guy could finish speaking, Yue Yang had already jumped on top of his head. Like a mountain pressing down on him, he pressed the skinny tuberculosis guy under him. He then raised his fists and punched the skinny tuberculosis guy until he cried out in pain. Impossible. This is impossible. The dream realm is controlled by me. I am an invincible existence. It is impossible for you to hit me. The skinny tuberculosis guy cried out in pain and fear. In the ancient passage outside, the skinny tuberculosis guy who was lying on the back of the strange horse cried out in pain. His face was full of fist marks, and even his broken teeth flew out from his crooked mouth. Yue Yang didn't say anything, he just raised his fists and punched him. He was in a hurry. If he didn't fight now, he wouldn't have a chance to fight when the big loli came out. Sure enough, before he could finish 100 punches, the big loli in the dream realm appeared in front of Yue Yang. Facing the skinny tuberculosis guy, her face was filled with disgust. She slowly raised her hand and shouted, "Soul destruction!" Thousands of colorful sword chi condensed into a single sword, easily killing the skinny tuberculosis guy who had invaded the dream realm. Furthermore, it was complete destruction. The skinny tuberculosis guy didn't even have the time to scream before he was destroyed forever. The body outside the ancient passage had a frozen expression of fear on its face. It was 100 times more fearful than when the flying tiger died. Other than Yue Yang, no one else knew what he saw before his soul was destroyed. The strange horse that he was riding on, which looked like a horse but wasn't a horse, or a donkey but wasn't a donkey, exploded with a bang. Its entire body was a mess of blood and flesh. Even the master on its back, the skinny tuberculosis guy, was blown into two by the explosion. Towards this unforeseen event, everyone was dumbstruck. The four girls knew that Yue Yang was a little strange. He definitely had the confidence to run out and lure the skinny tuberculosis guy to launch a sneak attack. However, they didn't expect him to be able to instantly kill the Dream Eater general who was known to be invincible in the dream realm. Princess Sissy muttered after a while, "This brat is really abnormal." The beautiful girl hugging the jade Pippa frowned as she looked at the skinny tuberculosis guy who had died with his eyes wide open. She didn't expect that the Dream Eater general, who was the most impossible to die, would actually be instantly killed by the enemy in the dream realm together with his Dream Eater beast. What kind of existence was this human boy in the dream realm? Yue Yang opened his eyes, his lips revealing a smile that was even more sinister than a demon king's. Next, whose turn to die? Chapter 259. When the Dream Eater goblin general who looked like a skinny man with tuberculosis died, Golden Eyes who was unconscious immediately woke up. Although he was awake, he was still holding his head with a pained expression. It seemed like he had been tortured by the skinny man with tuberculosis in his dream. The situation was a little strange. Yue Yang's side was originally in a one-sided situation, but with the death of the Dream Eater Goblin General and the awakening of Golden Eyes, the situation was slightly reversed. If the nine-headed Goblin Marshal did not come, the remaining three Goblin Generals and Huo Wei might not be able to defeat them. In terms of numbers, Yue Yang's side had quite a lot of people. Excluding Golden Eyes, they had the same number of people as the opponents. However, the four girls were not innates. Even if they fought with all they had, they would only be able to fight against the naked Zidiao. Goblin General Zidiao seemed to be the weakest among the four Goblin Generals. What was more troublesome was her speed and fragrance. Not only was she as fast as lightning, the fragrance that made people feel weak the moment they smelled it. Without absolute certainty, the four girls would not leave the protection of the grimoire's protective shield. They could not be like Yue Yang, who could use his innate chi to circulate the energy in his body. Even if he did not breathe for a short period of time, he would not be affected. Furthermore, Yue Yang's innate chi had a strong dispelling effect. Even if he had breathed in that special fragrance, he could easily expel it from his body through exhalation. Compared to Yue Yang, Golden Eyes was much weaker. Although his body also had the ability to resist the fragrance, his body's battle power was greatly affected after breathing for a long period of time. When he woke up, he almost immediately stopped breathing and held his breath, slowly recovering his battle power. In front of Golden Eyes, Huo Wei, who had been beaten black and blue by Flying Tiger previously, had already finished healing and was staring at Golden Eyes like a tiger watching its prey. Huo Wei did not dare to provoke Yue Yang. He was prepared to use the weaker golden eyes as an example to gain some merit in front of the nine-headed goblin marshal. Of course, Huo Wei was also prepared to reveal the secret that Yue Yang could use fire to refine an orb. He was afraid that the nine-headed goblin marshal would be able to kill the human male in a second. Hence, he decided to report his achievement to the nine-headed goblin marshal so that he could capture Yue Yang alive and present him to the Southern Demon King. Reporting to Grand Marshal, I have an important. Huo Wei bowed respectfully to the nine-headed goblin marshal. Just as he was about to reveal his secret, a hand suddenly reached out from the back of his neck and pressed against his face. Huo Wei was shocked, but before he could dodge, he felt a slight pain in his chest, and a bloody hand pierced through his armor. Before Huo Wei could see what was going on, the bloody hand retracted, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Huo Wei felt another sharp pain in his throat, and was shocked to find that his throat was caught between the fingers of the big hand in front of him. Who was it? He turned around to see who had ambushed him. However, just as he turned his head around, he saw a bloody heart being pinched by a bloody hand and crushed into pieces. Even though Huo Wei was from the Eastern Goblin tribe who had an extremely strong body, he still couldn't withstand such an attack. His body swayed and he fell to the ground. In the sky, he saw the nine-headed goblin marshal's huge fist smashing down heavily. However, above the person who had ambushed him, there was a woman who was holding a crystal-clear shield, completely blocking the nine-headed goblin marshal's furious attack. The fatty with the three-legged gold toad also attacked from the left. The mysterious beauty wuxia teleported over with a light wind and summoned her grimoire in an instant, blocking the fatty's huge palm. When the lowly lamia little Wen Li floated out from Yue Yang's body, the three-legged gold toad seemed to know how powerful she was. It immediately knocked its owner away and spat out a cloud of smoke, covering its body as it turned into black smoke and flew away. The fastest one was Goblin General Zidiao, the bewitching woman who was completely naked. She attacked Yue Yang's back like lightning. The eyes of the Grim Reaper were staring at her. This Goblin General Zidiao, who had fast reflexes, quickly threw out an item and disappeared immediately, avoiding the gaze of the Grim Reaper. A red flame flashed in the Grim Reaper's eyes. The substitute that Goblin General Zidiao threw out let out a blood-curdling scream and was instantly killed on the spot. The completely naked Goblin General Zidiao escaped 30 meters away. She looked at her substitute beast in shock and realized that it had died instantly. At this moment, an extremely tall woman with curved horns, who had no bulging muscles but looked extremely powerful, stood behind Yue Yang. Her eyes emitted a blood-red glow, as if she was the Grim Reaper. On her left arm, there was a golden bracelet decorated with ancient runes. On her hand, there was a golden lion shield that faintly emitted a strange power. On her right arm, this tall, perfectly proportioned woman with curved horns was also wrapped with a special golden ribbon. The curved horned woman's entire body was covered with gold-ranked items. Even on her long neck, there was a golden bell that faintly emitted holy energy. Goat-horned goblin. Goblin General Zidiao initially thought that she was a goat-horned goblin from the Eastern Goblin tribe, but immediately denied it. A goat-horned goblin's real body was not that tall, nor did it have the ability to stare and kill enemies. Barbarian bull. She is a humanoid beast evolved from a barbarian bull. The only beautiful woman who had not made a move and had been quietly watching the battle while hugging her jade pippa, suddenly spoke and judged with certainty. Although she is not a holy beast, she is very close to guardian beasts. What an interesting human boy. I was wondering why he was so confident. Turns out that he had hidden his strength so well. Interesting, interesting. What happens next will be even more interesting. Yue Yang took advantage of the fact that Huo Wei was still alive and dug out an orb from his stomach. Huo Wei screamed in pain as his body immediately changed shape and reverted to his real body. He turned back into a snake-headed tortoise monster. Blood spurted out from his mouth and he died on the spot. Seeing Huo Wei being forcefully killed in front of everyone, the three goblin generals and nine-headed goblin marshals' expressions turned ugly. This was equivalent to giving them a loud slap in the face. Especially the nine-headed goblin marshal who had thrown a heavy punch. He was confident that he could send Yue Yang flying with a single punch. Even if he did not kill him instantly, he would be able to heavily injure him. Who would have thought that his punch that could shatter a small mountain would actually be blocked by a crystal shield? Seeing the silver ancient runes on the crystal shield, the nine-headed goblin marshal's expression turned ugly. This human girl was obviously not an innate, but her defense was not any weaker than an innate. Just based on this crystal shield alone, he believed that no innate level 1 ranker would have this kind of defense. The terrifying fist aura that could send a level 1 innate flying was completely ineffective against this crystal shield. The 9-headed goblin marshal's punch was like a hurricane, spreading in all directions. Although the weakest lightning marten had dodged far away, it was still sent flying more than 100 meters away by the shockwave from the punch. On the other hand, the ugly, big-bellied 3-legged golden toad, after successfully saving its master, turned into black smoke and was only blown 30 meters away before it stopped. It was obvious that it was powerful. Again, the 9-headed goblin marshal's roar was like thunder as he waved his fist without retreating. Out of his 8 arms, 6 of them turned into dragon head snake arms. They grew rapidly, and like a group of snakes, they passed by Sickly Beauty, who was raising her shield and continued to attack Yue Yang. At the same time, his 2 largest arms clasped into fists. With the power of thunder, he smashed down with an unstoppable force, causing Sickly Beauty, who was raising her shield, to be unable to protect Yue Yang. Yue Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his bloody hand and a giant fire shield quickly condensed and spread outwards, blocking the attack of one of the dragon head snake arms. There were still 5 more dragon head snake arms that were charging towards him. Little Wen Li stared with her big, expressive eyes, and the dragon head snake arms in front of her instantly stopped. Different from Yue Yang's fire shield, Little Wen Li's attacks were ruthless and precise. Her dual icicle blades slashed past, and 2 of the dragon head snake arms that were about to bite Yue Yang were injured by her. They slowly moved forward in the frost, their movements slower than a snail's crawl. Barbarian Cow Shadow Aw Man immediately retaliated. She first raised her golden lion shield and smashed it onto one of the dragon head snake arms. She then abandoned her shield and used her hands to grab onto the dizzy dragon head snake arms tightly. She even wanted to forcefully break the dragon head snake arms from the 9-headed goblin marshal's body. The last dragon head snake arm did not even have time to attack Yue Yang before it was blasted by a lightning ball and turned black. The mysterious beauty wuxia was not only proficient in ice, but also lightning. Goblin General Zidiao, who was completely naked, attacked with lightning speed. She waved her purplish-black fingernails and angrily tore at Yue Yang's body. On the other side, the chubby Goblin General Golden Toad also attacked. Although he looked clumsy, his speed was not inferior to Goblin General Zidiao. Only the beautiful lady who was hugging the Jade Pippa was still watching the battle. She did not look at Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who were ready to attack. She only stared at Yue Yang. Yue Yang's afterimage disappeared. Goblin General Zidiao and Goblin General Golden Toad's attacks missed. The 2 Goblin Generals immediately rushed towards each other when their attacks missed. They covered each other and left the battlefield. Kaboom! The 9-headed Goblin Marshal in the sky punched heavily on Sickly Beauty's traceless crystal shield. On the surface, it looked like Sickly Beauty would fall to the ground from his terrifying attack. This was because compared to the 9-headed Goblin Marshal, her body was too slender. Furthermore, she was extremely sick. Even a blind man could see that she was extremely weak. However, the crystal shield did not move at all. Sickly Beauty's weak face turned slightly pale under the 9-headed Goblin Marshal's thunderous attack. However, her slender hands held up the crystal shield. It was hard to believe that it was even more unbreakable than a steel castle. The 9-headed Goblin Marshal's face revealed a shocked expression. He had already raised his strength to innate level 2 for this attack. However, the crystal shield was still unharmed under such a heavy attack. His opponent was a human girl who had not even reached the innate realm. Her body was so weak that she could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, her defense was 10 times stronger than the 1,000-year-old tortoise. This was simply impossible. How could a crystal shield created by a beast that was not an innate ranker be able to withstand his innate level 2 attack? There was not even a single crack on the crystal shield. There was no sign of it breaking. Even if he had seen it with his own eyes, he would not be able to accept it. If the 9-headed Goblin Marshal knew that Sickly Beauty Wu Hen had used the ancient runes on Yue Yang's body to improve her crystal battle armor and crystal shield after her battle with Yue Yang, increasing her defense by 10 times, he would not be so surprised. The crystal shield that even an innate level 1 innate could not break had its defense greatly increased after Yue Yang and Sickly Beauty Wu Hen's meticulous improvement. Forget about the 9-headed Goblin Marshal's innate level 2 strength. Even if he were to level up to innate level 3, he would not be able to break it. If the person holding up the crystal shield was not Sickly Beauty Wu Hen, but the mysterious beauty wuxia, then the nine-headed goblin marshal would be in even more despair. This was because sickly beauty Wu Hen was only good at researching runes. She was far inferior to wuxia in terms of combat skills. If the mysterious beauty wuxia also had a crystal battle armor and crystal shield, she would probably be able to use the crystal shield to prevent the nine-headed goblin marshal from using his full strength. Having a long head doesn't necessarily mean that it's useful. A retard will always be a retard. Yue Yang's real body appeared above the nine-headed goblin marshal's head. In an instant, he unsealed his innate strength and raised his hands up high. Clasping his fingers together, his innate sword chi condensed rapidly. His target was the back of the nine-headed goblin marshal's head. Although the nine-headed goblin marshal did not see Yue Yang's sure kill sword finger, as a ranker, he could sense the danger. Because he had attacked with his 6 dragon-headed snake arms, he was unable to retract them and escape from this place. He could only let out a thunderous roar and increase his strength to innate level 3. He was prepared to release his aura and send his enemy flying, but it was useless. Yue Yang's 10 fingers broke through everything. The golden light was comparable to the blazing sun. Thousands of rays of light flashed in Yue Yang's hands. Like a hot knife through butter, Yue Yang's finger pointed towards the nine-headed goblin marshal's head. The innate invisible sword chi's strongest attack exploded. As long as it hit, even the demon King Ha Xin's arm would be heavily injured. Today, Yue Yang, whose combat power had increased by 100 times, was no longer the same Yue Yang from back then. If this attack hit, the nine-headed goblin marshal would probably not end up like the demon King Ha Xin. Would this attack instantly kill the nine-headed goblin marshal? Or would it fail? Chapter 260. The expression of the beautiful lady hugging the jade pippa changed. She seemed to be prepared to help. But in the end, she sighed. She stood still, hugging the jade pippa, and continued to watch quietly. Yue Yang's sword struck the back of the nine-headed goblin marshal's head. The nine-headed goblin marshal roared, and his neck strangely elongated, twisting like a snake's neck. Although he could not dodge Yue Yang's strongest sword, he did not let the sword chi hit the back of his head. Yue Yang's strongest sword changed from a stab to a horizontal slash, and cut off half of the nine-headed goblin marshal's snake neck. In the nick of time, the nine-headed goblin marshal returned to his true form. From his 5-meter-tall body, he turned into a giant demon beast with 9 snake heads. His body was a golden turtle shell the size of a small mountain. Among the 9 heads, the largest head in the middle that was already heavily injured and on the verge of breaking instantly shrunk back into the golden patterned tortoise's shell. The other 8 heads twisted their necks and attacked Yue Yang, who had succeeded in one strike. Although Yue Yang did not kill the 9-headed goblin marshal in one hit, he still managed to injure him. Even Demon King Ha Xin could not withstand the innate invisible sword chi, let alone the 9-headed goblin marshal who was weaker than the Demon King. Yue Yang spread his hands, and extended them left and right. Another 2 streaks of innate invisible sword chi burst out, piercing through the foreheads of the 2 snake-necked and dragon-headed beasts. Little Wen Li flew into Yue Yang's arms, and used her binding inherent skill on the 9-headed goblin marshal. The remaining 8 heads froze in an instant. The mysterious beauty wuxia made her move, and the ice storm covered the 8 snake necks with a thin layer of snow. Sickly beauty raised her crystal shield, and blocked Yue Yang's back, helping him block the fat golden-toed goblin general's meatball-like attack. On the other side, Princess Xianxia slashed through the air, streaking across the passageway at an extremely fast speed. Her gigantic sword slashed heavily towards the 2 snake heads that Yue Yang had heavily injured. Before the naked goblin general Zi Diao could get close, the barbarian cow Shadow Ah Man had already turned to glare at her. Demon General Zi Diao retreated swiftly. She knew there was a chance of triggering the gaze of death, but she wasn't willing to take the risk. Moreover, on her left and right, there were Golden Eyes, who was constantly recovering its strength, and City Master Fallen Flowers, who had been accumulating aurora for a long time, were eyeing her like a tiger watching its prey, ready to attack her at any time. Before little Wen Li's binding inherent skill ended, Yue Yang skillfully brought Princess Sissy, who had injured the 9-headed goblin marshal, back into the shield of the City Lord of Fallen Flowers. He hugged sickly beauty and chased after Goblin General Zi Diao, who was retreating. Wuxia was even faster than him. She had already used light wind teleportation and flashed behind Goblin General Zi Diao. Yue Yang didn't use his innate invisible sword chi. Instead, he took out the mysterious metal beast from his lich ring and turned it into a dagger, stabbing it between Goblin General Zidiao's eyebrows. Goblin General Zidiao wasn't willing to make an enemy out of Yue Yang. Of course, she was most afraid of little Wen Li, who had been following closely behind Yue Yang. She could already tell that this little lamia had an even more terrifying inherent skill than the barbarian cowgirl. Goblin General Zidiao wasn't willing to follow in Huo Wei's footsteps if she could even bind someone as strong as the nine-headed Goblin Marshal. She didn't have a strong defense like the nine-headed Goblin Marshal, nor did she have 9 heads. As long as he was immobilized, this human brat with terrifying lethality would cut off his own head with a single slash. Goblin General Zidiao's body rotated extremely softly. Her waist bent into a bow and she raised her long legs high. Even if her private parts were exposed, she didn't feel ashamed at all. Before wuxia could attack, she kicked towards wuxia's chest. In the instant that her kick was about to land, her toes quickly changed shape, forming a purplish-black sable claw. She scratched wuxia's chest from top to bottom. Stupid. Wuxia sneered. Her leg moved later, but it reached first. Her body was similarly soft, and her movements were even more beautiful. This was the first time she used her combat skills in front of Yue Yang. She was like a phoenix, or a white crane dancing in the snow. Her hands brought her body along as she bent backwards softly. She used one leg as a bridge and the other to kick upwards. Coincidentally, she dodged Goblin General Zidiao's sweeping kick. Her long leg moved upwards and hit Goblin General Zidiao's lower abdomen. At the same time that Goblin General Zidiao was hit, her hands had already landed on the ground. Her other leg also flew up quickly, but it wasn't a kick. Instead, it formed a scissor-like shape. She closed her legs and clamped onto Goblin General Zidiao's lower leg, flinging her onto the ground. Wuxia's movements were as beautiful as a swallow dancing in the air. Of course, this move of hers was also called Swallow Scissors. It was one of her 3 ultimate moves that was specially used against small and agile opponents. Beating up fallen flowers was what Yue Yang was best at. He didn't have any tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Aside from his sisters and family, he would definitely be a merciless killer for any other woman. Besides, there was no justice in the world if he didn't kill a slut like Goblin General Zidiao. Waving the dagger that the mysterious golden beast had transformed into, he stabbed it towards Goblin General Zidiao's chest. The fat golden toad behind her tried to save her, but was blocked by the fiery golden eyes beast. Goblin General Zidiao rolled and escaped, her movements as fast as lightning. However, when she escaped 50 meters away, she shockingly discovered that Yue Yang's speed was even faster than hers. He caught up to her in an instant and even surpassed her. As the dagger swung down, Goblin General Zidiao hurriedly twisted her body to dodge. In the end, she watched in horror as the dagger gradually lengthened and split into a few thinner and sharper giant eagle claws, sweeping down towards her chest. She saw blood splatter, as if half of her breasts had been sliced off by the giant eagle claws. Before she could scream, Yue Yang had already kicked her in the chest. Sword chi shot out from the tip of his foot, piercing a bloody hole through Goblin General Zidiao's naked chest. When Goblin General Zidiao fell from the sky, the aurora that City Mistress Fallen Flowers had been accumulating for a long time lit up the entire ancient passage. After a long time, the white light gradually disappeared. On the extremely sturdy stone wall of the ancient passage that had caved in, Goblin General Zidiao fell inside. Both of her legs had been sliced off by the aurora, and her heart had also been pierced through by Yue Yang's sword chi. She was on the verge of death. Her right hand, which was dripping with blood, reached out to save her companion. Save me. The beautiful lady hugging the jade Pippa was not moved at all. She only replied indifferently, "Without strength, you can only be eliminated by others." The fat golden toad and the extremely ugly 3-legged golden toad beside his feet were fighting intensely with the fiery golden eyes beast. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the fat golden toad was not going all out. His strength should be above that of the fiery golden eyes beast. Compared to Goblin General Zidiao, he was much stronger. The fat golden toad was also wary of the sword chi that Yue Yang could casually release, and little Wen Li's restraint. As for the barbarian cow Shadow Awe Man's gaze of death, he did not care too much about it. He did not seem to be afraid of the special technique that could instantly kill a soul with a stare. The lightning little Martin saw that its master had suffered a crushing defeat. It actually betrayed and immediately left. The 3-tailed snow fox chased after it like a bolt of lightning. The two little things' speed was as fast as lightning, and they disappeared in an instant. The huge head in the middle of the nine-headed goblin marshal stretched out again. His injuries were completely healed. Yue Yang's sword wound could not be completely healed in less than 10 seconds. He only used a substitute to transfer the injury to the other snake head. This kind of strange ability was probably his instinct. Yue Yang was not surprised. He only turned to look at the fiery golden eyes beast and the golden toad. He used his divine vision to discover that the two of them were hiding their strength. They were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. If they really fought, even if the golden toad's strength was not as strong as the nine-headed goblin marshal, it would not be too far off. As for the fiery golden eyes beast, he was hiding his strength. Yue Yang already knew that at the champions arena. Now that he was watching the battle with the golden toad, he could see it even more clearly. He and the fat golden toad were about the same level. He was slightly weaker than the nine-headed goblin marshal, but he was much stronger than the 4 great goblin generals and the flying tiger ambassador. If it was not for the Dream Eater goblin general who had a special technique, the fiery golden eyes beast would not have been so defenseless. As for the goblin general Pippa, who was hugging the jade Pippa and watching the battle quietly, Yue Yang could not tell. If even his level 4 divine vision couldn't see through it, then it would mean that this Pippa goblin general was the real ranker who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Of course, Yue Yang didn't understand why she didn't help her comrades, but just watched him kill her comrades. This woman felt a little similar to Phoenix Fairy Beauty, but she was more patient. She didn't have Phoenix Fairy Beauty's personality that loved to laugh and make a fuss. To kill Huo Wei, Yue Yang only needed to cooperate with little Wen Li. To kill Zidiao and the nine-headed goblin marshal, Yue Yang used the innate invisible sword chi that had never failed him. If this goblin general Pippa attacked, Yue Yang would definitely not hold back. He would use Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel to kill her. On the surface, this goblin general Pippa, who was watching the battle quietly, seemed to be the weakest. However, in Yue Yang's heart, she was much scarier than the nine-headed goblin marshal. Roar! The nine-headed goblin marshal activated his strongest aura. His aura exploded and his strength increased from innate level 2 to innate level 3. In a few breaths' time, the 9 dragon heads spat out dark green demonic fire which burned on the snake's neck, forming a dark green demonic fire shield. Among the 9 heads, other than the one in the middle, the other 8 spat out a small pearl which was absorbed by the giant head in the middle, forming a light pearl with extremely cold energy. As he breathed in and out, the 9-headed goblin marshal's aura exploded again. His strength increased by more than 10 times. Although he had not reached innate level 4, he was already very close. The fiery golden eyes beast, who was fighting a bitter battle with the golden toad, had just defeated his opponent. Suddenly, he realized that the 9 heads were coming towards him. He tried his best to dodge the attacks from the 8 heads, but was hit in the chest by the giant head in the middle. His sternum broke and he fell to the ground heavily. Even with the Eastern Goblin tribe's strong body, the fiery golden eyes beast could not withstand it and fainted on the ground. Let's go, Golden Toad. The beautiful lady carrying the jade Pippa turned and left quietly. Before she left, she looked deeply at Yue Yang. Are we not going to wait for Goblin Marshal? The fatty who was carrying the 3-legged golden toad was a little hesitant. You can stay and wait for him. The beautiful lady carrying the jade Pippa disappeared. Her voice reverberated faintly in the ancient passage. When the fatty heard this, he did not care about his companions anymore. He brought his 3-legged golden toad and chased after her. Goblin General Zidiao, who was left behind, stared at the fatty's back with hatred. Both of her legs were broken and she was heavily injured. She could not follow and leave. The current her could only hope for the 9-headed goblin marshal to win. Only then would she be able to keep her life. All of you must die. The 9-headed goblin marshal did not use his full strength previously and suffered a great loss. This made him extremely angry. Now that he had used his full strength, he was confident that he could kill these humans who made him lose face. It's too early to dream. Yue Yang smiled. He raised his left hand and Nirvana's flame appeared in his palm. When the 9-headed goblin marshal saw it, he recognized that it was the legendary Nirvana's flame. He was so scared that his entire body trembled. Without hesitation, he immediately turned and ran. Even though he had the strength of a level 4 innate, he was not willing to fight against his opponent. Compared to the Nirvana's flame, the dark green demonic flame that protected his body was like a firefly under the bright moon. There was no way they could be compared. The 9-headed goblin marshal used the greatest strength and fastest speed he had in his life. He used all of his strength. However, he could not escape from his fate. A flame spear condensed from the Nirvana's flame pierced out from Yue Yang's hand. It completely ignored the defense of the golden tattooed tortoise and pierced through the nine-headed goblin marshal's chest. Chapter 261 Inches No, no. The nine-headed goblin marshal let out a sorrowful cry. He knew how terrifying Nirvana flame was, but he never thought that he, who had almost reached innate level 4, could not even take one hit. When he saw the Nirvana flame spear piercing through his chest, he knew that he was about to die. He let out a sorrowful cry in his heart. The largest dragon head in the middle opened its bloody mouth and spat out the dragon orb that had gathered all the energy in its body towards Yue Yang. He intended to fight to the death with Yue Yang. Sickly Beauty Traceless suddenly teleported to Yue Yang's side with the help of her flawless light wind teleportation. Without hesitation, she raised her crystal shield and blocked in front of him. The dragon orb dragged along a strong stream of energy as it collided with the crystal shield. At the moment of impact, cracks started to appear on the sturdy crystal shield, spreading in all directions. The silver rune circle on the shield dimmed under the terrifying impact of the dragon orb. The crystal shield was still there. However, there was a small hole in the shield. The dragon orb that had pierced through the crystal shield slowed down a little, but it still flew towards Yue Yang's face at lightning speed. Seeing this, the sickly beauty Wu Hen immediately leapt up and hugged Yue Yang tightly. She was prepared to use her crystal-armored body to forcefully block the dragon pearl orb that would deal a fatal blow. Idiot! Yue Yang was shocked by her actions. He hugged her with both hands and spun backwards, bringing her with him to avoid the dragon orb's attack. Although he could not block it, he could still dodge it. Yue Yang was never a stubborn person who wanted to block it head-on. He was already prepared for the nine-headed goblin marshal's dragon orb attack. He had been paying special attention to it when the nine-headed goblin marshal heavily injured the fiery golden eyes beast. He did not expect Traceless to suddenly teleport over to help him block it. However, no matter what, he would not let the girl he liked use her life to protect him at the most dangerous moment. That kind of action would definitely be the beginning of tragedy. The dragon orb brushed past Yue Yang's arm and shot past the two of them. Seeing that the attack was different, the nine-headed goblin marshal immediately used his thoughts to reverse the dragon orb and attack Yue Yang, who was hugging sickly beauty. However, even though he had complete control over the dragon ball Needon, under such a high-speed ejection, he couldn't immediately reverse and counterattack. Instead, after ejecting for 10 meters, there was a buffer before it turned around and shot back. At this time, Yue Yang had enough time to react. He took out the Nirvana Flame Spear from the nine-headed goblin marshal's body and formed a Nirvana Flame Shield, blocking in front of Yue Yang. The moment the dragon orb collided with the Nirvana Flame Shield, the energy was like snow falling into a volcano, immediately melting at an extremely fast speed. The energy impurities, evil aura, and the consciousness left behind by the nine-headed goblin marshal were all refined. Only the purest energy was preserved. Roar, roar, roar! The nine-headed goblin marshal rolled on the ground in pain. His body was pierced by the Nirvana Flame Spear and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The goblin marshal, who was controlling the dragon orb, was destroyed by the Nirvana Flame Shield before he could retract his consciousness. He would rather die immediately than endure the burning of Nirvana's flame. Not only his physical body, but even his mind and soul would be destroyed by the Nirvana Flame. When Yue Yang activated the Nirvana Flame thrice and refined the fist-sized dragon orb into a pure orb that was slightly bigger than a marble, the nine-headed goblin marshal had already fallen to the ground and was on the verge of death. He did not die, but it was more painful than death. This was because the orb was connected to his mind. When Yue Yang refined the orb, it was equivalent to harming his mind and soul. After losing the orb, the nine-headed goblin marshal could no longer maintain his innate level 3 realm. His innate realm dropped rapidly and he finally dropped out of the innate realm before he died. From afar, Goblin General Zidiao, who had lost both her legs and fallen to the ground, stared dumbfoundedly at this scene. She could not believe it at all. A powerful being like the nine-headed goblin marshal actually lost to a human boy who was only innate level 1. What made her hair stand on end was that the man who was even scarier than a demon king had summoned a girl wearing a flower crown. That innocent-looking girl waved her hand and a giant vine drilled out from the ground. The giant flower was actually a mouth that could swallow a mammoth. In one bite, it swallowed the nine-headed goblin marshal that was more than 10 meters long. "You can't eat this, I still have use for it." Yue Yang stopped the thorny flower demoness from eating the fiery golden eyes beast. The thorny flower demoness still could not speak, but she had enough intelligence to express herself. She pointed at Goblin General Zidiao and asked silently, "Can this be eaten?" "No, no, don't." Goblin General Zidiao already knew who this innocent-looking girl who could eat people without spitting out their bones was. She was the legendary, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, who had destroyed the entire demon army in the demon abyss and killed 2 blood prison demon kings. Maybe this girl had not reached the level of a Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen yet, but she was already very close. Seeing how she easily swallowed the 9-headed Goblin Marshal, it was definitely not a problem for her to swallow her as well. Goblin General Zidiao was not afraid of being captured by the enemy, because the enemy would at most toy with her body. She did not care at all. Not only did she have the Eastern Goblin tribe's strong regenerative body, she also had the ability to regenerate broken limbs. No matter how heavy her injuries were, she would only need a few days to completely recover. As long as she could survive, there would be hope. She could completely rely on her natural advantages of bewitching fragrance and lightning speed to escape. The thorny flower demoness completely ignored Goblin General Zidiao's pleading. In her heart, all of her master's enemies were food. As long as it was delicious and could help her evolve, she would eat it, no matter if it was dead or alive. The 4 girls were a little speechless at the thorny flower demoness's action of swallowing people alive. Of course, they were not pedantic people. Being merciful to the enemy was the same as being cruel to oneself. Towards Goblin General Zidiao's terrified pleading, the 4 girls turned their faces away and pretended not to see it. Seeing that the 4 girls had turned their heads away, Goblin General Zidiao's expression immediately changed. She, who was originally pleading for her life, rolled on the ground and turned into a giant purple marten. She first opened her mouth and breathed out thick smoke towards the thorny flower demoness, then desperately ran towards the ancient passage. Countless thorny flowers drilled out from the ground, forming a sea of flowers in the ancient passage. No matter how fast the giant purple marten was, it was useless. The thorny flowers coiled around the giant purple marten's body like a snake, tightly binding the giant purple marten like a big rice dumpling. It couldn't even struggle. In the sky, a man, who was holding the golden lion shield, smashed the golden lion shield heavily on the giant purple marten's head with the force of a thunderbolt. The giant purple marten was already severely injured and weak. Under the attack, its brain almost burst open. It let out a miserable cry and immediately fainted. In the barbarian cowgirl's heart, all of her master's enemies must be dealt a fatal blow. She completely didn't care whether the opponent was a man or a woman, a human or a goblin. She treated them all equally. The 10-meter-tall humanoid secondary plant opened its arms and hugged the giant purple marten. Countless branches spread out and formed one body, wrapping the prey within. Ever since they entered the ancient passage, the thorny flower demoness was even happier than a child celebrating their birthday. This was because after Lu He and Mr. Duan Mu, she had the chance to swallow a few more innate rancors. To her, there was no difference in race. No matter if it was human, demon or Eastern Goblin tribe, as long as they were innate rancors, they were all delicious food. Are you sure you want to let this fiery golden eyes beast go? Princess Sissy felt that Yue Yang had the heart to let this guy go. If we don't let him go, then the misunderstanding between humans and the Eastern Goblin tribe would really be formed. Furthermore, according to what this golden eyes said, the Eastern Goblin tribe's Goblin Emperor had no interest in invading the Soaring Dragon continent. He only wanted to change the relationship between humans and the innate alliance. Maybe he wanted to work together to explore the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, or to divide some territory. Let's ask him first and understand the Goblin Emperor's true intentions. Yue Yang also felt that if the Goblin Emperor had the heart to invade the Soaring Dragon continent, he wouldn't have sent his subordinates to capture people. He would have directly killed off the elites of the human race. Why would he waste so much effort to capture them as hostages? That makes sense. This Golden Eyes is indeed an important person. Wuxia agreed with Yue Yang's way of thinking. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was about to speak when she suddenly realized that her precious baby had returned. She couldn't care less about the fiery Golden Eyes beast's life and death anymore. She immediately bent down to welcome the 3-tailed snow fox back. The 3-tailed snow fox looked at the dead lightning marten with a bit of pride. In the battle between its own kind, the smarter one had obtained the final victory. Seeing that its master was full of joy, it immediately threw down its prey and ran over to her master to please her, throwing itself into her master's embrace. That soft long tail wagged non-stop in joy. Seeing how close the three-tailed snow fox and city mistress Fallen Flowers were, little Wen Li also secretly hugged Yue Yang's waist. She rubbed her face against his body lightly, secretly imitating the three-tailed snow fox and city mistress Fallen Flowers' intimate actions. The thorny flower demoness, who had also swallowed Huo Wei with a bunch of plants, saw that little Wen Li was hugging Yue Yang. She also sprinted over. Yue Yang hurriedly recalled her back into his silver grimoire. The thorny flower demoness and the barbarian cow shadow didn't move. Maybe they didn't have the same intelligence as the bloody Queen Red, so they still stayed in the silver grimoire. Compared to the past, the slight difference was that after gaining high intelligence, as long as Yue Yang was connected with them, they would come out on their own even without Yue Yang opening his grimoire to summon them. This was similar to the bloody Queen Red in the past. When the fiery golden eyes beast woke up, he found that only Yue Yang and the four girls were left in the ancient passage. The nine-headed goblin marshal and the other strong enemies had all disappeared without a trace. He turned his head and looked around. After confirming that he was safe, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as this young and mysterious human boy won, he would be able to return to His Majesty alive and report the conspiracy between the Southern Demon King and the fallen humans. He made up his mind and nodded towards Yue Yang. He slowly sat up. Although he was heavily injured and couldn't get up to greet them, he still imitated a human and cupped his hands. Thank you all. If you don't mind, you can follow me to see His Majesty. My Majesty loves talents, I believe he will definitely praise you all. Yue Yang definitely wouldn't follow him to see the Goblin Emperor. What if the Goblin Emperor turned hostile? If the Goblin Emperor was like the Demon King, it would be a headache. If the Goblin Emperor was really the golden-winged Great Pung from the mural, bringing the four girls to see him would be equivalent to sending food to him. What race is your Majesty? If he doesn't intend to invade the soaring dragon continent, why did he capture our people? Yue Yang asked tentatively. Our Majesty is from the Dragon Clan. He is the Dragon Emperor of the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower. He is known as the 5 Emperors of Tong Tian Tower together with you humans, Jizun and the other 3 rankers. Our Majesty has the intention to enter the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower and lay the foundation for the 11th floor of Tong Tian Tower to find the legendary Eastern Celestial Tribe. Hence, we need a strong ally. However, Jizun is arrogant and has always refused to cooperate with our Majesty. The Human Innate Alliance had also fought with our Eastern Goblin Tribe's ally in the past and had severed all relations with us for many years. Our Majesty wants to use this opportunity to invite Zheng Wuyu and the other human rankers to explain the situation. He hopes to clear up the misunderstanding and restore and strengthen the cooperation between the two tribes. The fiery golden eyes beast passed a black iron waist plate to Yue Yang. Obviously, this was the proof of his identity. Yue Yang did not understand the meaning of this black iron waist plate. However, when he heard that the Demon Emperor was not the great golden-winged rock on the mural, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Yue Yang agreed with what the fiery golden eyes beast said. He felt that it was more or less the case. Of course, he was still a little reserved. He felt that the Demon Emperor was definitely testing the intentions of the Human Innate Alliance and Jizun. If the humans were tough, then they would cooperate. However, if they did not stand up for Zheng Wuyu and the others, he would definitely not value Zheng Wuyu and the others. When will your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor, release my father and the human rankers? Princess Sissy did not have the mood to beat around the bush and directly asked for the result. I don't know, I can't say for sure. Maybe he will only keep them for a few days. Maybe he will keep them for a month or even longer. However, I can guarantee one thing. Our Majesty definitely does not have the intention to harm the human monarch. We really want to obtain a firm and strong ally. Golden Eyes Beast's words were very sincere. Princess Sissy could tell that he was not lying and nodded her head slightly. Why doesn't your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor, choose to cooperate with other rankers? The mysterious beauty Wu Sha suddenly asked. Because, we, the Eastern Goblin Tribe and the humans, are different. We are different from the creatures of the Demon Abyss or the other races in Tong Tian Tower. It is said that our ancestors originated from the Eastern Goblin Tribe. In Tong Tian Tower, there is a small branch of the Eastern Goblin Tribe. They have a very close relationship with the human innates. They think that they are the descendants of the Celestial Tribe and have always refused to cooperate with us. When the fiery golden eyes beast said this, Yue Yang and the four girls immediately remembered something. That day when Elder Nan Gong appeared, the two girls that he brought along were the dragon girls of the Eastern Goblin tribe. It seemed that they were the branch that the fiery golden eyes beast was talking about. Yue Yang sorted out the information that he had obtained and muttered to himself. In the end, he opened his mouth and said, "Although I cannot change the minds of the human Jizun, if your majesty, the Dragon Emperor, wants to cooperate, I can suggest it to her. However, the condition is that you have to release our people as soon as possible. If your Goblin Emperor wants to cooperate, you can send people to negotiate. Using such a barbaric method definitely won't work. That's right, how many people can you send to enter the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower?" When he said this, Yue Yang actually did not really want to cooperate with the Eastern Goblin tribe. Instead, he wanted to test the strength of the Eastern Goblin tribe. He estimated that the Eastern Goblin tribe was slightly stronger than the Human Innate Alliance, but not by much. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to form an alliance with the Human Innate Alliance. Of course, there was also the possibility that the Eastern Goblin tribe would need to be accompanied by a Human Innate or a Human Jizun in order to clear the Tong Tian Tower. In any case, he had to find out the strength of the Eastern Goblin tribe first. Yue Yang felt that if the Eastern Goblin tribe was not too big of a threat, they could cooperate temporarily. It was better to have more friends than more enemies. Chapter 262 Inches. Since you guys might be our future allies, I won't hide it from you. Our Eastern Goblin tribe is strong, but our numbers are too few. If we were to talk about intelligence, forget about normal beasts, even the Goblin tribe that can transform into humans are still lacking compared to you humans. Let's not talk about the beasts that can transform into humans, just the Goblin tribe that can transform into humans that are close to innate, like the Shang brothers and the Meiwa brothers. We only have 1,000 of them. As for those that have surpassed innate, we have 100 of them. I estimate that we have twice as many as you human innates. Our Eastern Goblin tribe has the strongest body, but our intelligence is not as high as you humans. You humans have high intelligence, but you don't have a body like us. Both the Eastern Goblin tribe and you humans have your own strengths and weaknesses. If our two tribes can cooperate sincerely and help each other, I believe that we will be even more powerful. The fiery golden eyes beast's words made Yue Yang think deeply. The Eastern Goblin tribe was really strong. 1,000 of them were close to innate, and 100 had surpassed innate. This number was very impressive. There were only a few innates in the Soaring Dragon continent. The Innate Alliance had more than 10 innates, but those old fellows didn't care about anything at all. Furthermore, they belonged to the Demonic Palace, the Thousand Goblin Sect, the Green Summit Sect and the Four Great Sects. In the Da Sha Empire, excluding himself, there were only 6 innates. There were 2 Heavenly Imperial Guardians and a State Grand Master, one from each of the Feng and Shui clan, and an innate who betrayed the Demonic Palace. There weren't many who were close to innate. For example, the Old Fox and Grandma Wu Tang were the closest. They had already surpassed innate level 1 in some aspects, but their realms were not innate yet. According to the Old Fox, Grandma Wu Tang was also an innate in the past. However, she was severely injured by an enemy and fell from the innate realm, unable to recover. If she could be cured, then Da Sha Empire would have one more innate ranker. As for those who had not even reached level 8 Emperor or level 7 Overlord, there were quite a number of them. Like Elder Yu Hai, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qian Zhang, Feng Kuang, Eastern Sky King, Western Sky King and even Zheng Wuyu, countless rankers in the Soaring Dragon continent were stuck below level 8 Emperor, unable to reach the innate realm. The Eastern Goblin tribe had only sent a few innate rankers like the fiery golden eyes beast to lead the team and guards like the Shang Pai and the Meiwa brothers who were close to becoming innate rankers to capture Zheng Wuyu and the others. It must be said that compared to the various races from the Outer Realms and the Demon Abyss, the humans of the Soaring Dragon continent were really too weak. If I can convince Jizun, I will suggest that she cooperate with your Eastern Goblin tribe. Yue Yang made his decision. If the human race wanted to rise, it would be very difficult to do so without a strong ally. At the very least, they couldn't have a strong enemy like the Eastern Goblin tribe while they were developing. The fiery golden eyes beast was overjoyed when he heard this. If Yue Yang was just a normal human teenager, he wouldn't care about Yue Yang's attitude. However, Yue Yang was an innate. Furthermore, he had defeated the Southern Demon King's subordinates and the 9-headed Goblin Marshal. To the fiery golden eyes beast, Yue Yang's words were more useful than a king's words. He cupped his hands towards Yue Yang courteously. When the fiery golden eyes returns to the palace, I will definitely report everything to His Majesty. As for the people that I brought away, I believe that they will be back soon. After a series of exchanges, the fiery golden eyes beast told Yue Yang many of the Eastern Goblin tribe's secrets, as well as many strange stories about Tong Tian Tower. In the end, Yue Yang and the four girls whispered to each other and decided to let him go. The fiery golden eyes beast wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he was worried that Yue Yang wouldn't be able to find the exit from the ancient passage. He brought Yue Yang and the four girls to the secret teleportation circle that could lead them to the soaring dragon continent. Seeing that Yue Yang and the four girls had been teleported away, he then looked for the teleportation circle and reported to the Goblin Emperor. When Yue Yang and the four girls teleported out, they didn't return to the Champion Island, but to a desert. Luckily, Yue Yang had already set up a teleportation scroll at the Champion Island. With a flash of white light, Yue Yang and the four girls returned to the Champion Island that they had left less than a day ago. Everywhere was a mess. Corpses of demons from the demon abyss could be seen everywhere, piling on top of each other. Among the corpses, there were also many human mercenaries, corpses. Most of them had been devoured by the demons. It was a horrible sight to behold. The mysterious beauty wuxia and the sickly beauty formed a group. They split up and headed towards the east to search for the Ivy Academy students led by the old cunning fox. Princess Xianxia and Luo Hua's city mistress went together, heading west. As for Yue Yang, he rushed back to the championship arena because he remembered that there was still the big plum leopard that had not been killed yet. He was afraid that only the drunken cat Big Sis and the panda girl Niu Niu would be in danger. When Yue Yang arrived at the champions arena, he discovered that the entire champions arena had collapsed. Big plum leopard was lying dead in the middle of the rubble. Drunken cat was sitting on a collapsed boulder, drinking wine. There were dozens of scratches on her body. The clothes on her chest were torn, and half of her breasts that were stained with blood were faintly visible. Miss Panda Niu Niu was leaning on drunken cat's back in pain. She was sleeping soundly due to exhaustion. Her little face was bitter, as if she was having a nightmare. Her body was almost stained with blood. She was almost turning into a blood-red Miss Panda. Yue Yang's heart ached when he saw this. How could this little fellow be beaten up to this state? This drunken cat Big Sis didn't even take care of her daughter. Niu Niu was so small. How could she fight against the plum leopard, an eastern goblin tribe that was close to the innate realm? He rushed forward and carried the weak Niu Niu in his arms. He channeled some innate qi into her body, then called little Wen Li out. He used the white light to heal Niu Niu. Although the main effect of little Wen Li's white light was to purify, it was still quite effective in healing external injuries. How are your injuries? Yue Yang saved the little one, then the older one. He hurriedly went to check on drunken cat. Do you have any more wine? Drunken cat shook the empty wine bottle and threw it away. Then, she stretched out her blood-stained palm towards Yue Yang, asking for more wine. Drink my ass. Don't you know that you can't drink when you're injured? You're courting death. Yue Yang checked her pulse and found out that drunken cat was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Several of her ribs were broken, her internal organs were injured, and her body was at its limit. If he had not rushed back in time, she would have lost her life. Yue Yang understood. She had fought against the plum leopard alone. That was why she was in this state. Only the heavens knew how she managed to kill the plum leopard that was many times stronger than her. But she still managed to kill it and held on until Yue Yang came back. Yue Yang shook her lightly. Just the two of you. Where's the others? Shui Tan Lang. The old fox. I don't know. Everyone is fighting. I can do it alone. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep for a while. Drunken cat fell to the ground. Previously, she had held on with her strong willpower. Now that Yue Yang had returned, she relaxed and could no longer hold on. Don't sleep. If you sleep now, you'll die. Yue Yang was shocked. He couldn't care less. He first took out the bottle that he had obtained from the 12 zodiac temples and dripped 2 drops of God's dew into drunken cat's mouth. Regardless of the value of the God's dew, this royal sister must not die. As the God's dew entered her body, drunken cat's body flashed with a rainbow light. Her injuries quickly recovered. Yue Yang used his innate qi to help her and tore off the drunken cat's bloody clothes. He helped her fix her broken ribs and wiped her bloody breasts with a wet towel. When the shocking whiteness appeared, he hurriedly helped her wear Yu Bing's clothes. Although it didn't fit, it was better than nothing. In the process of putting on the clothes, Yue Yang saw that drunken cat had not woken up yet. He couldn't help but touch her towering breasts a few times. The feeling was simply indescribable. It felt extremely good. This drunken cat's big breasts were firm and beautiful. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid that wuxia, Wu Hen, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers would rush over and see his perverted appearance, he wouldn't have stopped at all. Alright, big breasts will last forever, the feeling will last forever. This royal sister would belong to him sooner or later. He would reserve her now, then slowly develop and train her in the future. Furthermore, she had benefits. If he obtained a royal sister, he would also get a cute little panda loli for free. The daughter of a royal sister mother and Niu. Even the world's most evil mother-daughter complex wouldn't be able to compare to this. Yue Yang almost drooled in his heart. Little Wen Li was a little puzzled by his actions and looked at him with her head tilted. Seeing that he had taught his daughter bad things, Yue Yang hurriedly caressed the top of her head and kissed her forehead, pretending to be a good father. Little Wen Li really enjoyed it. She closed her big eyes and curled her lips. Her long eyelashes intertwined and her little face smiled sweetly as if she had drunk honey. The mysterious beauty Wu Sha teleported over using a breeze. She nodded towards Yue Yang. I've found Bing and Inan. They are fine, but someone ambushed them. After a big battle, they were both heavily injured. Your brothers aren't that good, they were beaten to the ground by a strong enemy and are still unconscious. However, your big dog Wei Tai Lang is really powerful. It actually bit 3 demon generals and a demon commander to death. It killed so many demon army corpses were strewn all over the field. It's a good dog. Its potential is not bad. I think we can give Huo Wei's orb to it. Maybe it can evolve to an innate. Where's the old fox? Yue Yang didn't hear the old man's name. He knew that the old man definitely wouldn't escape. Could he have been killed by a demon? I didn't find him. I think he lured the enemy away. Wu Sha saw that drunken cat was wearing Yu Bing's clothes. She suddenly grabbed Yue Yang's hand and smelled it. I actually didn't touch. Yue Yang felt very guilty. Really? Wu Sha stared at Yue Yang with a murderous gaze. Her gaze was even more terrifying than City Mistress Fallen Flowers' Aurora. Alright, I admit it. I only touched it twice. I can't help it, I can't control my own hands. Yue Yang knew that sometimes it was better to be honest, especially when he couldn't hide his secret any longer. His life's creed was that if he could lie, then he would definitely lie. If he absolutely couldn't lie, then he would try to be honest. It's fine if you only touched it twice. I didn't say I wouldn't allow it. Wu Sha smiled. When she said this, Yue Yang was dumbfounded. It couldn't be, was she really that generous? Did I hear wrongly? Yue Yang couldn't believe his ears. How does it feel? Wu Sha suddenly asked. Chapter 263 inches. It's alright, just so. Yue Yang felt that if he said no, she would probably look at him with disdain. If drunken cat were to wake up and find out about this, she would probably bury him alive. Hence, he decided to tell the truth. So. Wu Sha's bright eyes had a hint of, are you sure? The main thing is that there's no comparison, no reference. Yue Yang really wanted to ask her to let him touch her so that he could be sure. I understand, I'll give you a chance. When Wu Sha said this, Yue Yang thought that he had heard the gospel. Really? Yue Yang was pleasantly surprised. If you save cousin Wu Hen, and then touch Xianxia and Fallen Flowers, I won't have any objections. Wu Sha seemed to like seeing Yue Yang's expression. She looked at him with her clear eyes without blinking. So you're just being generous with other people's money, Yue Yang lamented. Of course, Xianxia and Fallen Flowers were also his targets. However, the one he wanted to touch the most right now was the girl in front of him who loved to read books, Wu Sha. He felt that conquering this girl was the most difficult, but also the most satisfying. Even though he loved big breasts, D-milk, E-milk, and G-milk were nothing in front of Lady Wu Sha's perfectly proportioned virgin jade peaks. Yue Yang, you have to pay attention. Right now, you're engaged to Sister Fallen Flowers and Sister Inan. I'm no longer your fiancé. If I remember correctly, I had already asked you to divorce me a year ago. Hence, Yue Yang, I actually have nothing to do with you now. When Wu Sha said this, Yue Yang could finally be 100% sure that this mysterious beauty who loved to read books was really the Miss Shui who was engaged to the pitiful guy previously, Shui Wuxia. You know that's fake, I didn't write any divorce papers at all. That's someone who wrongly accused me. Hearing her admit it, Yue Yang excitedly grabbed her little hands. I didn't, but I didn't agree to be engaged to you. Wuxia broke free from his big hand. Then agree now. Yue Yang was good at taking advantage of the situation. No, Wuxia refused. Why, I'm very sincere. Although I don't have the time to prepare an engagement ring, I have something that I want to tell you. I've been holding it in for a long time, but I didn't say it. Yue Yang was almost moved by his own earth-shattering love. A love that transcended time and space. Damn it, if this was made into a TV drama, wouldn't the teachers and grandmothers cry their eyes out? What kind of lousy drama is that? That's what I call love through time and space. That's love. Yue Yang was very sure that he definitely liked this girl Wuxia 100%. This was not only because he had been guarding her through life and death battles with her, but also because there was a kind of indescribable feeling in his heart. It was a kind of resonance in his soul, a kind of desire that was necessary in life, a kind of fate that was predestined, a kind of indescribable tacit understanding. Other than her, there was no other girl who was more suitable for him. Only she was the other half that transcended time and space to find. That was the ultimate dream that he longed for in his heart. Yue Yang was very sure that he liked this girl. He had liked her since a long time ago. Ever since he fought to the death with the Marquis of Zijin, he had already felt a little interested in her. Then, during the bloody battle, his feelings for her rose to a higher level. After that, after a series of big battles, the feelings in his heart had continuously deepened and settled. Although Yue Yang also liked the tigress Princess Sissy and the city mistress Fallen Flowers who had an exceptionally moving smile, he liked the frail but incomparably strong sickly beauty, he liked the delicate and cute Inin, he even had a bit of an Oedipus complex and an evil sister complex. However, the one that he liked the most, the one that he missed the most and the one that was deeply imprinted in his heart, was still this kind, understanding, intelligent and virtuous mysterious beauty, Shui Wuxia. Stop, you don't have to say such sweet words to deceive me. Don't you think that I should seriously consider a man who touched another girl's breasts after leaving my side for less than 5 minutes? Shui Wuxia smiled brightly. What she said was very reasonable. If the man who had cheated on her was not her, then Yue Yang would definitely agree with her words. Please allow the prisoner to defend himself. Yue Yang hurriedly used all his skills, preparing to use his glib tongue to exaggerate the situation and reverse the situation. His argument was that if a person was extremely hungry, he would steal food even if he saw a dog. Because he was hungry, he wouldn't be picky about food. On the contrary, if a person ate abalone, ginseng, shark fin and stomach all day long, he wouldn't be moved at all when he saw big meat and fish. What he meant was that if he had a fairy sister who would serve him all day and let him live a blissful sexual life, then he would naturally become an obedient child and wouldn't casually touch other people's breasts. On the contrary, if he really couldn't hold it in anymore, then he would take the risk out of desperation. Even if he would be beheaded tomorrow, he would still touch it today. Yue Yang's words were also very reasonable. No matter if it was human morality, reality, mental health, physical hygiene, or other aspects, it was completely in line with the standards of a hungry pervert, a typical otaku's desire. Which girl wouldn't think of love, which boy wouldn't have lewd thoughts? In the end, Yue Yang used this sentence as his closing speech. He said it so much that even he himself was a little touched. Damn it, was it easy for me to be an otaku? Wuxia listened and nodded slightly. Well said. Yue Yang was immediately overjoyed. He held her smooth, soft, and jade-like hands. You agree? This mysterious beauty who loved to read books, Yue Yang's fiancé, Shui Wuxia, revealed a unique smile in her eyes. I'm very sorry, Yue Yang. I can only say that I sympathize with your unbearable thirst, but I can't possibly sacrifice my body to feed the wolves just because you are hungry, right? This is not the reason why I agreed to you. Yue Yang, wait until you find a better reason to convince me, then come again. There will always be opportunities, it just depends on your performance. I don't deny that you are an unprecedented genius in terms of martial arts, but when it comes to picking up girls, I dare say that you are a big idiot. When Yue Yang heard this, he didn't really agree. He felt that he was actually quite good at picking up girls. At least there were already a few girls circling around him. Although he hadn't reached the highest realm of picking up girls, he had already reached the level of, the bright moon startles the magpies on the branches, the cool breeze chirps cicadas in the middle of the night. Talking about love in the fragrance of the rice fields, listening to the howling of wolves. 7 or 8 stars beyond the sky, 2 or 3 points of rain in front of the mountain. If you don't have money to rent a room, go to the edge of the forest, and suddenly meet at the bridge of the river. Alright, he hadn't gone to a rendezvous, but at least he thought that way in his heart. With regards to Yue Yang's arrogance and complacency, Shui Wuxia gave him a wake-up call, making him feel enlightened. Don't tell me you don't think that you should attack the easier girls. For example, my cousin, Shui Wuan, on the surface she refuses to let you treat her illness, but if you really force yourself on her, she will definitely accept you in her heart. As long as you don't betray her in the future, then you will definitely succeed. Another example is Sister Fallen Flowers. It's even easier. She likes romance, so if you bring her to view the flowers and admire the moon, then recite a few obscene poems like, bright moonlight in front of the bed, 2 pairs of shoes on the ground, then plant flowers with her and weed out the weeds, she will be easily tricked by you. When Yue Yang heard this, he was full of tears. As expected, he didn't have enough cultivation. He hurriedly humbly asked for advice, his attitude extremely sincere. What about Princess Sissy? This mysterious beauty who loved to read books, Shui Wuxia was definitely a top-grade beauty. If Yue Yang hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed that she would teach him how to pick up girls. This was too inconceivable, but Yue Yang liked it. He heard Shui Wuxia say casually, Xianxia likes to practice martial arts, you can start from this aspect and accompany her in her practice. Moreover, this rouge tigress has a scissor mouth, hard on the outside but soft on the inside. Maybe she won't forgive you verbally, but you can use martial arts as an excuse to touch her boldly. I guarantee that she won't do anything to you, and as time goes by, you will get closer to her and your relationship will naturally develop. There was no woman in this world who would teach her fiancé how to pick up girls. Shui Wuxia was an exception. Yue Yang was a little confused. Why did she want to help him? If he won over all 3 girls, what benefits would she get? Of course, he didn't think that this was a bad thing. Damn it, having a future wife to teach him how to pick up girls was even more honorable than Wei Xiaobao being ordered to pick up girls. If he didn't win over Traceless, Fallen Flowers and Qianxin, he would be letting down his wife. Finally, Yue Yang still wanted to ask this Wu Sha how he should pick her up. However, he guessed that her answer would be a punch to his face. Yue Yang felt that it was better to forget about it. The most difficult thing was to conquer it himself. This way, he would feel the greatest sense of achievement. I am so grateful, please allow me to repay you with my body. Yue Yang pretended to be moved to tears as he pounced on the beauty and hugged her tightly. While enjoying the wonderful touch of her body, he also took in the fragrance of her virginity. He felt that his life had not been in vain with a girl like this. What's the big deal about traveling through time? For such a beauty, it would be worth it even if he traveled through time 100 times. For the first time, Yue Yang felt a sense of gratitude towards the old Taoist priest who had kicked his butt. Thinking about it, the old Taoist priest was not a bad person. Not only did he give him the heavenly sword goddess as his first wife, he also helped him find the most perfect girl in the soaring dragon continent. That kick from before, if he was willing to hand over his lowly granddaughter to him, then they would be even. The wonderful touch of hugging Shui Wuxia's fragrant body, Yue Yang felt that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. If he could, he would really like to hug her like this for the rest of his life. Seeing Yue Yang's perverted actions, Shui Wuxia frowned slightly. What do you mean by this? Are you taking advantage of me? I can't help it, it's the most sincere gratitude from the bottom of my heart. Wu Sha, I'm so touched. Yue Yang felt that this was the most daring action he had ever made in his life. This was the legendary, hugging a beauty. Normally, this move was only used by emperors. Why would it be better to have a beauty in one's arms if one had the whole world in one's hands? Look at the emperor's awareness, it's really high. Yue Yang knew that if he failed, he would die a horrible death. After all, he was not the kind of emperor who had a high awareness. If Wu Sha were to flip out, she would probably strike him with lightning from the left and ice from the right. It would be strange if he didn't explode into a crisp. If you haven't touched another woman in 3 days, this will show your sincerity. This won't happen again. Shui Wuxia stared at Yue Yang with her beautiful eyes. She didn't make a move, but she was angry. Although she didn't pursue the matter just now, she was still jealous in her heart. But luckily, this girl was jealous. This proved that he was in her heart, so he had a chance. Yue Yang reluctantly let go of the beauty's fragrant body. Recalling the wonderful feeling just now, he looked at Shui Wuxia's peerless face that seemed to be angry and bashful. He was so touched that tears almost flowed down his face. That's great, this girl was shy. This proved that she had feelings for him. All right, on the long journey of picking up girls, he had successfully taken the first step. Chapter 264. Drunken Cat fell into a deep sleep, but Niu the little panda girl woke up very quickly. When she saw Yue Yang, she was so happy that she jumped into Yue Yang's embrace. Brother will reward you with a lollipop. Yue Yang was the nemesis of all lawless. His candy skills were invincible. So sweet. Niu the little panda girl's smile didn't even blossom. She adorably licked the lollipop that Yue Yang had specially made and obediently followed behind him. She jumped up and down, as if she had been abducted by Yue Yang but was still happy. Yue Yang used his lich ring to store the plum leopard's corpse. He carried Drunken Cat on his back and followed Shui Wuxia to the valley where his sister, Yu Bing, was. In this small valley, there were demon corpses everywhere. Yue Yang noticed that there were many corpses of human bandits and horse thieves. Because there were no mercenaries with Yu Bing and the others, there were only students from Shangjing Academy, Fragrance Academy and Ivy Academy. Yue Yang could tell that these corpses were different. He realized that this ambush had been planned by the enemy for a long time. Not only did the Eastern Goblin tribe come, the demons from the Demon Abyss also came. There were even human bandits and horse thieves as spies. Green Summit Sect, Z. Jin Kingdom, Western Lion Pagoda, these powers were definitely related. There might even be people from the Demonic Palace and the Thousand Goblin Sect. This trap was set very well, but there was a small accident. They did not expect that after the war, the Eastern Goblin tribe did not fall out with the humans of the Soaring Dragon continent. Instead, they made a temporary alliance with him. Although he and the fiery golden eyes beast could not represent any power, Jizun and the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Goblin tribe would know the truth. The enemy's plan to sow discord and make the Eastern Goblin tribe and the Soaring Dragon continent fight to the death would definitely not succeed. At the same time, they had also lost the nine-headed demon marshal, Zidiao, Dream Eater, Bai Lin, Huo Wei, Duanmu and Lu He. Yue Yang intentionally let Goblin General Pai Pa and Goblin General Jin Toad leave. Firstly, he wasn't sure if he could stop Goblin General Pai Pa. Secondly, Yue Yang also wanted to let the Southern Demon King know that his subordinates had suffered heavy losses. He wanted to destroy the temporary alliance between the Southern Demon King and Green Summit Sect, Zijin Kingdom and Western Lion Pagoda. If the plan succeeded, the Southern Demon King would definitely be happy. Now that the plan had failed and they had suffered heavy losses, it would be strange if the Southern Demon King did not fall out with them. Also, the Demon Abyss's attack was not successful, resulting in countless casualties. They would probably suspect the fallen humans who led them into the invasion. Just bear with it for now. When we have enough strength, we'll attack their mountain gate. Shui Wuxia understood Yue Yang's intention, so she advised him gently. That day won't be too far away. After experiencing a few big battles, Yue Yang already had the feeling of breaking through the 5th level of innate invisible sword chi. What he needed now was a quiet place to train, as well as a final understanding of his yin ability. As long as Shui Wuxia was willing to cooperate with him and train body fusion, Yue Yang felt that he could break through the 5th level at any time and climb to a higher realm. Controlling fire with his yang ability. Controlling ice with his yin ability. Yue Yang felt that if he could completely control his yin ability, then when he fought with his enemies, he would be able to let them taste the feeling of ice and fire. Of course, before he started training, he had to find his sister and bring her to a safe place. At the end of the small valley, Wei Tai Lang, who was covered in blood, stood majestically on a huge rock, guarding his little master. Yu Bing, Inan and Yu Yu were healing their injuries under a rock. Sickly Beauty first woke Yu Yu up, then joined hands to heal Yu Bing and Inan who were exhausted from the long battle. Under the joint attack of Yu Bing and Wei Tai Lang, the two demon races' nemesis, the corpses here were piled up like a small hill. Layer upon layer, blood flowed like a river. On the other side, Fatty Hai, who had turned into a behemoth, had not returned to his original form. He was lying on the pile of corpses, snoring loudly. Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers were lying around him in a disorderly manner. Because of Wei Tai Lang's super explosive power, they did not receive any fatal injuries after massacring the invading demon army. They were only exhausted. Behind them, there was a large group of students who were also sitting or lying down, leaning on each other in exhaustion, healing themselves and waiting for reinforcements. They were more of a support role. The main attackers were Yu Bing, Yi Nan, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Li brothers, Prince of Tian Luo and the others. Although there were a lot of injuries, there were very few deaths. Unless they were unlucky enough to meet a demon general or a demon commander and were instantly killed, most of them would be saved. Wei Tai Lang transformed into a world-exterminating demon wolf and together with Yu Bing's 2 treant defenders, dealt a heavy blow to the demon army from the demon abyss. Wei Tai Lang was also the only beast that could still fight and wait for Yue Yang's return. Wei Tai Lang ran over eagerly and rubbed against Yue Yang, showing the look of a watchdog that said, "I'm working hard." "Not bad, I'll reward you with an orb." Yue Yang threw Huo Wei's refined orb into Wei Tai Lang's mouth and rewarded it with a kick. His innate chi flowed into Wei Tai Lang's body along with the kick, quickly healing its injuries. It was so comfortable that it groaned. Woof, woof woof. Wei Tai Lang knew that Huo Wei's orb was a good thing, so it could not bear to swallow it in one go. It tried to taste it as much as possible and groaned happily, as if it was gnawing on a bone. The surrounding beasts were all extremely envious. Although they didn't know what this orb was, the energy on it made all the beasts drool. Forget about the beasts, even the Tian Luo prince who had forced himself to come over to welcome the orb was dumbfounded. He thought that the platinum dragon's magic crystal was already very powerful, but compared to this orb, it was not even worth mentioning. The energy in this orb was at least a few times stronger than the platinum dragon's magic crystal. Most importantly, it was much purer than the platinum dragon's magic crystal. The platinum dragon's magic crystal was one of the national treasures that Tian Luo's 2 heavenly imperial guardians gave to the Tian Luo king, Hua Shuri, to congratulate him on his ascension to the throne. Who would have thought that Yue Yang would casually give an orb that was 10 times better than it to his wolfdog? No wonder this Wei Tai Lang was so powerful. A wolfdog that swallowed an orb, how could it not be powerful? Prince of Tian Luo felt that comparing himself to others was really infuriating. Where did you find a treasure mountain? Prince of Tian Luo felt that Yue Yang was like a nouveau riche who squandered money like dirt. No, I had to spend a lot of effort to kill the Eastern Goblin tribe. Do you think that it was easy to get this thing? Those guys were an 8-ranked Eastern Goblin tribe, it took a lot of effort to kill one of them. Yue Yang said modestly. Prince of Tian Luo was speechless. Look at this Yu clan's 3rd young master. He was the same age as him, but he could already fight against the innate ranked Eastern Goblin tribe. If there's a chance, we can form a team to hunt monsters and hunt for treasures. But you have to support me in chasing after fallen flowers, otherwise there's no need to talk about it. Yue Yang had to talk about conditions. He didn't mind increasing the strength of Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Li brothers and Prince of Tian Luo, but he wouldn't volunteer to be their nanny. He had to talk about conditions. Prince of Tian Luo was overjoyed when he heard this. Sister Auntie Tian Fallen Flowers was already engaged to this brat. Sooner or later, she would become the Yu clan's daughter-in-law. It was nothing for him to say a few good words for her. He was afraid that Yue Yang would go back on his words, so he quickly shook his hand. It's a deal. Wei Tai Lang then realized that all the beasts were drooling over his orb. He was extremely proud of himself. He shook his butt and wagged his tail, showing off even more. When Yue Yang saw this, he gave it a flying kick, hinting that it shouldn't be too ostentatious and affect his master's image. Wei Tai Lang was still reluctant to swallow the orb. He was very smart. He knew that if he swallowed it, he would level up soon. He might sleep for a few days in between, so it wasn't suitable to swallow the orb now. Hence, he eagerly ran to the front to open a path for his master. He raised his head high, showing a proud look that said, "It's your loss if you can't see the orb in my mouth." Yu Bing had already woken up, but her legs were weak, so she couldn't stand up yet. Seeing that her brother had returned safely, she was wild with joy. Suppressing her excitement, she reported to him, "Brother, I defeated 2 demon generals, and many ugly monsters. I can also defeat demon generals now." Yue Yang felt that with her strength, forget about defeating them, even killing demon generals wouldn't be a problem. Of course, praising her was still a must. As he caressed her little head, he praised her, "Really? Bing is too powerful. She defeated the demon general, this is a great merit." Hee. Hearing her brother's praise, Yu Bing lowered her head embarrassedly. "It's a pity that my spirit mirror's level is too low. Otherwise, together with Bing tree thorns and poison, the damage to the enemy would be even greater." Inen was a little regretful, because her spirit mirror was only gold rank level 1. After experiencing this big battle, it was only gold rank level 2, so it still couldn't display its true power. Slowly level it up, there will be plenty of opportunities. Yue Yang also caressed her head. Inin couldn't stand Yue Yang's fiery gaze, so she quickly looked away. Not long after, Princess Sissy and City Master Fallen Flowers came. They found the heavily injured and unconscious old fox, because of the appearance of the 100 Transformations Demon Elder and the Blood Scythe Demon, the warriors who were in charge of intercepting the enemy. Other than the head referee and the old fox, the rest were all sacrificed. Fortunately, the rankers of Tian Luo came to the rescue in time, and held on until the heavenly Imperial Guardians appeared, repelled the strong enemies, and destroyed the source of the Demon Abyss's invasion. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. The Demon Abyss creatures that ambushed Yu Bing and the others were only a small group, they weren't the main force. Otherwise, Yu Bing and the others wouldn't be able to hold on at all. What made Yue Yang surprised was that Shui Tanlang, the ice cube guy who ran to the old fox for help, actually didn't die under the joint attack of the 1,000 Goblins Sect's 3 new demon elders. If you help me put in a good word for me in front of your sister, I will give you an orb, an innate orb. Yue Yang was prepared to bribe his future brother-in-law, and he was very generous. Prince of Tian Luo was jealous when he heard this. Both of them were getting married. Why did this ice cube guy get an orb, but he didn't? Impossible. Shui Tanlang rejected immediately. You idiot, Prince of Tian Luo was speechless towards his cousin. He thought to himself, would it kill you to agree first? If you don't help, third young master, you can't do anything about it. Why did you reject? It was really infuriating. That was an innate orb of the Eastern Goblin tribe. It's useless to bribe me, I will definitely not agree to let my sister marry you. Shui Tanlang snorted coldly. Why? Forget about Yue Yang, even Prince of Tian Luo was curious. Because you wrote the divorce letter, causing my sister and the Shui clan's reputation to fall to the ground. When Shui Tanlang said this, Yue Yang almost fainted. That was fake, didn't he know? Hey, that was someone else's plot. Yue Yang was sweating profusely. Of course I know, but it's fake that the world doesn't know. Shui Tanlang was a stubborn brat. Yue Yang felt that there was no way to communicate with him. Idiot, the enemy could plan their next attack at any time, and you guys are still leisurely talking about picking up girls. I'm so angry. Hurry up and leave this place, you guys don't even know how dangerous it is right now. Scram further away, teleport away immediately and find a safe place to hide. When the old fox woke up, he angrily hit Yue Yang with his walking stick and ordered everyone to leave Champion Island immediately. Chapter 265. Yue Yang did not need to be in charge of the country's affairs, he only needed to take care of his personal affairs. Hearing this, it was exactly what he wanted. He carried his sister Yue Bing on his back and brought Inin along. The smug Wei Tai Lang followed along, but it was very smart. It knew to leave a spot for the little panda girl, Niu, beside it. Princess Sissy also carried Drunken Cat on her back. Together with Yu and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, they opened a teleportation scroll and teleported to the entrance of the Heaven Stairway, the little flower garden. After Yue Yang left, Shui Wuxia reprimanded Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo sternly. In front of Shui Wuxia, the cold guy Shui Tanlang and the handsome Prince of Tian Luo were not as cool as they were in front of Yue Yang. After being reprimanded, they nodded their heads in agreement, not daring to breathe too loudly. Compared to her strict sister Shui Wuxia, the sickly beauty was much gentler. She comforted her two dejected cousins softly. Yue Yang's advancement is not something that can be described as a genius. He is a special person, don't look up to him and don't feel too much pressure in your heart. Training must be down to earth, don't aim too high. Being impatient is not a good thing, you must build a good foundation. Training is not as simple as leveling up beasts and meditating. You need to understand to break through realms. Fighting power is not equivalent to stacking power. You must have techniques and most importantly, control. You are still far from that. Forget it, I don't have time now. I will check the results of your training next time. Shui Wuxia waved her hand. Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo had a relieved expression on their faces. As geniuses, they were already under a lot of pressure. Recently, the abnormal Yu clan's third young master appeared, making them even more breathless. A 20-year-old innate, this brat was really abnormal. They believed that there had never been such an abnormal person since ancient times, being in the same generation as him made them feel inferior. Fortunately, This fellow would become their brother-in-law or cousin-in-law sooner or later. Otherwise, they would be depressed to death. However, under the stimulation of the abnormal Yu clan's third young master, they still improved a little. Shui Tanlang and the others had to train hard. Although they could not be compared to Yue Yang, they did improve a lot. Among the 4 great clans, the elders had originally given their juniors more freedom. Each of them had their own matters to attend to, and would normally not spend 100% of their time teaching their juniors wholeheartedly. This was because they all thought that cultivation was a gradual process. Even if it was a super genius, they would still need to train for more than 100 years before they could reach the innate realm. Now, the people of the 4 great clans did not think this way, because the Yu clan's third young master had set an unprecedented precedent. Yue Yang's shocking feat of stepping into the innate realm told the 4 great clans that it wasn't impossible for a 20-year-old innate to appear in this world. It was just that they hadn't found the method to do so yet. It was not that the world could not give birth to a 20-year-old innate, it was just that they had not given birth to such an abnormal son. With Yue Yang as an example, the Feng, Shui, Yan and other great clans naturally put in all their effort to teach their most promising juniors. They hoped that their juniors could be as arrogant as Yue Yang. They did not wish to become an innate at 20 years old. As long as their juniors could become an innate before 50 years old, it would be a great success that surpassed their predecessors. After all, an abnormal genius like the Yu clan's third young master was the only one in the world. There might not even be one in 10,000 years. With such expectations from their clans, Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tian Luo and the others were under pressure. Compared to Yue Yang, the speed at which he was improving was as slow as a snail. In front of them, Yue Yang was far ahead. Behind them were Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li clan brothers, these grassroots disciples. Seeing that they were about to catch up, they were about to collapse. You guys have to work hard too. You guys can't even compare to Wei Tai Lang. Don't you feel ashamed? Shui Wuxia even criticized Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. Yes, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were so scared that they did not even dare to breathe. Seeing Shui Wuxia and Sickly Beauty teleport to the little garden, Yi Kong was still fine but Fatty Hai was so scared that he fell to the ground. When Shui Tanlang looked over, Yi Kong wiped his cold sweat. With such a strict sister, no wonder you can become one of the 3 great killing stars. However, I am quite envious of you. With such a sister, although you can't be lazy, you will definitely have no problem growing. Shui Tanlang, don't stare at me. I don't even have a sister like her. Fatty Hai nodded and continued, if you don't stay in a small clan, you geniuses who are pampered will never understand what it means to eat and wait for death. The Li brothers kicked Fatty Hai away and refuted him, you are still the young master of a small clan. We are just ordinary commoners. If you want to talk about it, you are much stronger than us. Shui Tanlang's face was as cold as a 10,000-year-old iceberg. You guys are actually very lucky. When he said this, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers were all speechless. If they did not meet Yue Yang, they would not be where they are today. Yi Kong felt that he might have starved to death, the Li brothers might have died during that mission, and Fatty Hai might have been alive, but he was always a good-for-nothing. Prince Tian Luo spread his hands, don't feel sorry for yourselves. Actually, we are all geniuses, we just can't compare to that abnormal Yue Yang. The old cunning fox rushed over angrily, raised his walking stick and knocked on everyone's head. He scolded, do you think my words go in one ear and out the other? This place is filled with soldiers who died for you, and you guys are just standing next to their corpses and chatting. What was their sacrifice for? Wasn't it for you idiots? Scram as far as you can. Yi Kong and the others were beaten up by the old cunning fox and quickly left. Among them, Fatty Hai challenged Shui Tanlang, Yan Po Jun is no longer my goal, Feng Qi Sha is also not. Out of the 3 great killing stars, only you have some strength left. Shui Tanlang, you know what I mean. Dream on. When Shui Tanlang heard that Fatty Hai wanted to surpass him, he gave him a middle finger before he left. This guy has learned bad things from Yue Yang. Fatty Hai was depressed. He never thought that an ice cube like Shui Tanlang would give him a middle finger. Yue Yang, who returned to the little flower garden, did not know the conversation between Shui Tanlang, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. Of course, he did not care. He first settled his sister down, then prepared to break through the 5th level of innate invisible sword chi. When Yue Yang came back and fell asleep, Shui Wuxia and the others thought that he was tired from fighting and wanted to sleep. They did not know that the heavenly sword goddess was secretly teaching him in the dream realm and that he could cultivate in the dream realm. Yue Yang consulted the big loli in the dream realm and felt that he had enough energy to break through the 5th level of innate invisible sword chi, but he had not mastered the yin ability. This made him stop thinking about breaking through. The big loli in the dream realm was actually as strong as Yue Yang. She could also use the power of ice and fire. This proved that it was not that Yue Yang could not use it, it was just that he had not mastered it. After sleeping for half a day, when he woke up, he saw Princess Sissy and the others sitting in the hall discussing something, laughing and chatting. In the courtyard outside, Wei Tai Lang, who had swallowed Huo Wei's orb, was sleeping and evolving. Yue Yang used his innate chi to check it and found that it would need at least half a month to completely digest the energy of the orb. It was still a distance away from becoming an innate level world-destroying demon wolf, but it should not be a problem for it to become a platinum-ranked demon wolf. How much power it could unleash would depend on Wei Tai Lang's own usage. Yue Yang estimated that if Wei Tai Lang completely unleashed the energy of the orb, it would be possible for him to fight against the Eastern Goblin tribe like the Leopard and the Shang brothers, who were close to becoming innate. Next time, I will think of a way to kill a demon king and let Wei Tai Lang eat it. I wonder what will happen. Yue Yang did not dare to think about it in the past, but now he suddenly felt that killing a demon king was not an unreachable goal. Seeing Yue Yang walk into the hall, the girls all looked at him. Drunken Cat seemed to have drunk a lot, her eyes were hazy. Why did I see 2 handsome guys walking in? Niu the little panda obediently corrected her. Mom, there's only one, and that's brother Yue Yang. Inen heard it and covered her mouth to hide her laughter. Princess Sissy saw that Yue Yang seemed to be hesitating and asked curiously, what's going on? Did you think of something? Something about the ancient passage? Yue Yang quickly waved his hand. No, I want to find someone to help me with a small matter. The yang energy in my body is too strong, so I want one of you to help me feel the yin energy in your body. I have been stuck at the yin ability for a long time. I need to completely control it in order to break through to a new level. Hearing Yue Yang say that, other than Yu Bing and the 80% drunken cat, the girls' faces all turned slightly red. He said that he wanted to help, but in fact, he wanted to practice body fusion together. The more profound that body fusion was, the more intimate the two would need to be. Not only would their bodies have to be in close contact, but their minds would also have to be intertwined. If they did that, this kid would definitely take advantage of them. If he mentioned it quietly, it would be fine, but everyone heard it. Of course, it would be a little awkward. Castellan Fallen Flowers wanted to help him, but she was too embarrassed to ask, and she didn't know if she could help him. Among everyone present, Shui Wuxia was the most proficient in the yin ability, because she was born with the ability to control storms. Her frost ability should be the most helpful to Yue Yang. Then let me do it. Shui Wuxia, who was sitting in the corner, and reading quietly, looked up. Princess Sissy and Castellan Fallen Flowers were hesitating, while Inen and Yu Bing had almost no understanding of the yin ability, so she took the initiative to agree. Wuxia, I'm so touched. Yue Yang was overjoyed. As expected of his future wife, she was so obedient, immediately agreeing when her husband needed her. Sister Yu, come and help too. Shui Wuxia would never say no when it came to helping Yue Yang break through. She even thought of ways to pull Yu along. Her words caused Yu to exclaim, me. Yu still had a sentence, but she didn't say it out. She wanted to say that Yue Yang was her brother, and she couldn't practice body fusion with him. If it was Yu Bing who was ignorant and wanted to practice with her brother, then it would be fine. But she had already grown up, and started to understand the relationship between men and women. If she practiced body fusion with her brother and had intimate contact with him, would that still be acceptable? This definitely wouldn't do. Don't worry, your inherent skill is the spirit spring. Let him feel the power of water, it will be easier to guide him into the realm of yin ability. You just need to be in charge of guiding him, leave the rest to me. Shui Wuxia didn't have much thoughts about training. Furthermore, Yue Yang was already an evil sis-con, pulling Yu along to let him feel the power of water was nothing. This, alright, Yu was a little flustered. When she saw Yu Bing's innocent eyes, she couldn't say no, because she would definitely ask why she didn't help her brother. At that time, she wouldn't be able to explain to her. Yue Yang was also stunned when he saw Shui Wuxia pulling Yu along. But thinking about it, with Yu Yu's gentle water energy as a guide, it would be even more beneficial to him. It was just that if he were to use his full power, he might be able to see through Yu Yu's clothes. If she knew. Chapter 266. Yu Yu followed behind Shui Wuxia and arrived at Yue Yang's room. Princess Sissy and Castellan Fallen Flowers tried to act natural and didn't look at her to prevent Yu Yu from feeling awkward. However, they were still curious and wanted to follow them. Inan and Yu Bing were also curious. Princess Sissy was afraid that they would see something not suitable for children, so she quickly coaxed them to sleep. Bing Inan, you're both tired. Go and rest. Yu Yang won't break through to a new realm so soon. I think he'll need at least tomorrow. Yu Bing didn't think much and went to rest obediently. Inan could hear the hidden meaning in Princess Sissy's words. She blushed and chased after Yu Bing with her head down. The two of them whispered to each other. Good wine. Drunken Cat drank it in one gulp and fell to the floor in a drunken state. Damn, Sister Yi, can you be sober for even a day? Castellan Fallen Flowers sympathized with Niunyu the little panda. She took care of Drunken Cat every day. No wonder she was so sensible at such a young age. It was all because of training. Mom, let's go back to sleep. Niunyu carried Drunken Cat on her back gently and said goodbye to Castellan Fallen Flowers and Princess Sissy politely. I want to go and see Yu Yang. I don't feel at ease. Do you want to go with me? Sickly Beauty asked softly. Castellan Fallen Flowers and Princess Sissy immediately shook their heads and waved their hands. They said in unison, no, we're going to play chess. We haven't played for a long time. The Sickly Beauty smiled faintly and left the room. Castellan Fallen Flowers and Princess Sissy sat in a daze for a long time. Princess Sissy was the first to react and asked, are we really playing chess? Looking at the door, City Lord Fallen Flowers waved her hand. No, I'm going back to rest. Inform me if there's any news. Then, ignoring Princess Sissy's objection, she ran back to her room. Princess Sissy glared at her and complained to the back of Fallen Flowers, everyone left me alone again. I don't care, I want to rest too. I don't want to be your errand boy. I've been like this since I was young. Annoying. When Yu Yang returned to his room, he wanted to pour a glass of water for the two girls to ease the awkwardness. Seeing that Yu Yu's hands were trembling a little, he felt that it was better to start as soon as possible so that she wouldn't run away in embarrassment. Normally, Yu Yang was definitely a big pervert. However, when he calmed his mind to cultivate, he would be extremely focused. Yu Yu suppressed her embarrassment and suppressed her thumping heart. She repeatedly told herself that this was her brother, this was training. Holding onto Yu Yang's big hand, she summoned her grimoire and used her spirit spring inherent skill in her special type water spirit beast to summon a healing water ball. Yu Yang held the water ball in his hand and sensed it for a while. He signaled Yu Yu to continue summoning. Yu Yu saw Shui Wuxia's gesture and nodded to show that she understood. She summoned another bronze rank level 1 elemental type, Spring. This, Spring, also looked like a water ball. It didn't have any attack power and couldn't level up at all. Yu Yu usually only used it to summon water. It was said that when the Spring reached a high level, it would evolve into a silver ranked, flying waterfall, a gold ranked, stormy waves, a platinum ranked, raging tide, and even a diamond ranked, tsunami. However, no warrior in the entire Soaring Dragon continent had successfully raised it. No one had managed to raise this kind of elemental type beast that had no attack power, let alone evolve it. The Elder of the Black Tide from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, one of the 4 great sects, also had this kind of beast that made people go crazy. However, he didn't raise it from an infant beast, but an adult beast that he contracted halfway. He exhausted all his efforts and almost used all his methods to finally raise this Spring to a normal level 5 feet stream. However, he didn't manage to evolve it until he died. If the thorny flower was said to be the most useless beast in the world, then this Spring could also be said to be one of the top 3 useless beasts. The only difference was that the Spring was an adult beast that evolved in the wild or in Tong Tian Tower. It was a very strong existence. It could overturn rivers and seas and was omnipotent. It was definitely strong in battle, but it wasn't suitable for humans to contract. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Yang wanted to sense the power of water, Yu Yu wouldn't have summoned this Spring. Yu Yang didn't mind it at first. He had already seen this kind of incomparably crazy useless beast through the Beast Encyclopedia, so he knew the reputation of this trash, Spring. But when the real, Spring, was summoned and touched his fingers, Yue Yang's body immediately shook. A kind of hidden knowledge similar to the thorny flower bloomed in his mind like a blossoming flower. In that instant, Yue Yang understood how stupid the way people raised their beasts was. They had completely walked on the opposite path, a completely different path. The real, spring, was not something that people were used to raising and using. He was afraid that he would lose his current state of comprehension. In a moment of desperation, he hugged Yu tightly and grabbed her hand. Innate chi flowed from the meridians in her left hand to her right hand, then flowed back to her feet. As Yu trembled, it flowed all over her body and finally broke out of her body. That, spring, beast that looked like a ball of water, under Yue Yang's control using Yu's body, slowly changed shape and grew longer. It became a long water whip. The innate chi that broke out of her body smoothly followed the water whip and continued to advance. After Yue Yang completely controlled the water whip with his innate chi, the water whip twisted like a snake, becoming a terrifying weapon that couldn't be compared to any steel weapon in the world. Yue Yang could control the fire whip. The fire whip's power was 100 times stronger than the water whip, but the fire whip couldn't transfer Yue Yang's innate chi. The fire whip also couldn't twist as flexibly as the water whip. This water whip that Yue Yang controlled using Yu's small hands could attack enemies in any direction, without any blind spots. As long as there was a small gap, it could move forward, completely unobstructed. Yu and Shui Wuxia were stunned. This water whip that was filled with innate chi, was it really a bronze-ranked spring? Not to mention bronze-ranked beasts, even gold-ranked beasts would have their skin split open if they were hit by this whip. It turned out that the spring was not unable to attack. It was a beast that purely supported its master. The stronger its master, the more powerful it would be. Water arrow. Yue Yang was excited to have mastered the power of water. He changed the water whip again, turning it into a bow. Pulling Yu's small hands, he knocked an arrow on the bow and prepared to shoot out a water arrow. Yu was so excited that her heart was thumping. She was touched by Yue Yang's ability to decipher the secret of the spring, but she was also ashamed of his posture of drawing the bow and arrow so closely against her body. Because his front body was tightly pressed against her back, his arms holding her small hands, there was no gap between them at all. The heat from his body penetrated through her clothes and seeped into her skin, causing her to tremble. She almost collapsed into his embrace. Under Yue Yang's control, the water arrow that was shot out would automatically fly back. When Shui Wuxia saw this, she almost wanted to clap her hands in praise. With this long-range attack ability, Yue Yang's strength would increase by a huge step. Before this, who would have thought that the most useless elemental beast, the spring, would actually have such a magical power in the hands of Yue Yang? Again, this time, Yue Yang did not use the spring as a bow. Instead, he condensed his purple flames and formed a gigantic flame bow, splitting the spring into several water arrows. Flame bow and water arrows, would this combination work? Yue Yang had never tried it before, but his heart was bursting with inspiration. He couldn't wait to try it out. Yu almost screamed, because she could feel the heat from the back of her body increasing by 1,000 times. Yue Yang's body was burning like fire, but her own body had more and more water energy, which seemed to be able to perfectly withstand and neutralize the tyranny of his fire ability. Her body had no problem withstanding it, but their clothes gradually melted in the flames. Their bodies that were originally tightly pressed against each other were no longer restricted, and were completely pressed against each other. If it wasn't because Yue Yang was multitasking, controlling two completely different types of energy at the same time, and couldn't be disturbed at all, Yue really wanted to break free from his embrace. Yue just twisted her body, wanting to lean forward to avoid the tight embrace of his lower abdomen. She immediately felt that Yue Yang's body was trembling in pain. Other than not being disturbed, he couldn't leave her body's water energy either. Shui Wuxia watched anxiously. She didn't know how Yue Yang was, so she didn't dare to take the initiative to help. She hurriedly made hand gestures, indicating that Yu had to persevere no matter what. In her eyes, Yue Yang and Yu's bodies were connected as one. The soaring purple flames and cool water formed a gigantic spinning circle, spinning beautifully with each other. They flowed on Yue Yang and Yu's bodies, complementing each other, yin and yang complementing each other. If Yu struggled free, then Yue Yang would receive a backlash and be heavily injured. Shui Wuxia was so anxious that she wished she could take his place. Yu couldn't see the energy flowing between her and Yue Yang's bodies, but she could see the tears in Yue Wuxia's eyes, and saw her nervous hand gestures. She slowly closed her eyes. For the safety of Yue Yang's life, it was nothing to lose her innocence. Yue Yang was the family's hope, she couldn't destroy him just because of shame. Moreover, he was her precious little brother. How could she watch as her little brother was heavily injured and fell to the ground? When Yue felt that Yue Yang was breathing heavily, and traces of warm blood dripped down her shoulder, she regretted leaning forward just now. If Yue Yang was heavily injured because of her, then she didn't want to live anymore. Although Yue Yang was the leader of body fusion, he definitely couldn't break away forcefully, or else his life would be in danger. Sister Yue, summon the water ball, he needs more water energy, quick, Yue Wuxia suddenly screamed in fear. She rushed towards Yue Yang without a care for her own safety, but was bounced away by the water and fire whirlpool around him, unable to get close. She saw that both of Yue Yang's eyes had become golden, and the qi on his body was boiling like a volcano eruption. Obviously, he had reached the final juncture, and with a slight mistake, he would lose control. He was in urgent need of help, and the only one who could help him now was Yue. Yu's mind flashed back to the time when her little brother helped her to teach Xie Qianchu a lesson, and the time when he fought with the Xie clan, Green Summit sect and Zijin Kingdom for her. Scene after scene appeared in her mind. No, Yue Yang, nothing can happen to you. Yue felt that Yue Yang was losing control more and more, and was instantly scared to tears. Tears rolled down her jade-like face, like a pear blossom in the rain. At the moment when the flame bow in Yue Yang's hands crumbled and the water arrow shattered, she turned around without a care and hugged him tightly. Carrying the soft power of water, the incomparably cool snow jade fragrant body tightly stuck to his burning body, sending all of the soft power of water from her mouth towards his bleeding lips. Her heart only wanted to save her brother. As long as her brother could recover, even if she had to be smashed into pieces, she wouldn't stop. Her previous shame and hesitation were completely thrown out of the 9 heavens. Compared to her brother's life, what did those count as? Under Yu's silent summons, countless water balls appeared one after another, entering Yue Yang's body that was covered in raging flames. The soft power of water that was originally extremely weak gradually became equal to the power of Yang. Yue Yang's body that was originally out of control, quickly recovered. With the support of the soft power of water, the collapsed flame bow and the shattered water arrow, once again appeared in his hands, and he was even stronger than before. Open. Yue Yang's body moved, according to his thoughts, and pulled the flame bow into a circle. Because of his movements, Yue could feel the friction between his body and hers, especially his bad thing. Because of the excitement, it rose up and pressed against her lower abdomen, causing her to feel unbearably ashamed. Of course she knew that when his Yang ability exploded, his body would naturally react, but she also couldn't endure the scorching friction and the strange feeling of his lower abdomen. Luckily he was much taller than her, otherwise his head would have reached that place. Even so, she was still very sad, her body was weak, and she wanted to immediately let go and run far away. But, she knew that if she left now, her little brother would be heavily injured and fall to the ground. Body fusion technique definitely couldn't be stopped halfway. Although she had never trained like this before, but now that things had come to this, the arrow was already on the bowstring, it had to be released. Yue closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and hugged him tightly with both hands, pressing her body even closer to him. Yue Yang let go, and the flame bow shot out 3 water arrows. The water arrows were as fast as lightning, carrying with them a sky full of raging flames, piercing through the window. Along the way, the flames split the air, whistling, and shot straight for 1,000 meters, blasting a small hill to the ground. The earth trembled. After a long time, a ball of water slowly floated back, and returned to Yue Yang's hand. So this is the power of water, I finally succeeded. After saying that, Yue Yang's whole body collapsed, and he collapsed weakly, bringing Yue with him, to the ground. He was mentally exhausted, and in the blink of an eye, he fell into a deep sleep. Yue was flustered, her hands and feet trembled for a long time, but she couldn't get up no matter how hard she tried. Yue Wuxia took off her clothes, and draped it over Yu's body, and gently hugged her shoulders. Sister Yue, you did well. Yue Yang was completely focused on training, he was in a trance just now, he definitely won't remember when he wakes up. You did well, if there was a slight movement just now, he would be finished, it was you who saved his life. Yue Wuxia quickly comforted Yue, she understood Yue, for her brother's life, she threw everything aside. It was indeed not easy to do so. Is Xiao-san really alright? Yu looked at Yue Yang, and saw that there was still a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. She panicked again. Let's check. Shui Wuxia was also worried, and hurriedly checked Yue Yang's body with Yu, and found that his arms, back, and calves all had different degrees of rupture, but luckily Yu turned around in time, and used her mouth to channel water energy. He was not seriously injured. Yu didn't bother to wear her clothes, and first summoned a healing water ball to heal her brother. Shui Wuxia, on the other hand, plucked up her courage, and checked Yue Yang's high-spirited thing, and found that it wasn't injured. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and blushed with embarrassment. She took off her veil, and covered the gigantic thing that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Although it was a small tent, at least she didn't have to look at it directly, and didn't have to be scared to the point of being at a loss. Yu didn't even have the time to find clothes to wear, and quickly used Yue Yang's blanket to cover her body. Outside the door, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers stuck their heads out to look, but didn't dare to enter. Sickly Beauty was more generous. She brought a set of clothes for Yu. Yu looked at Yue Yang's sleeping posture, feeling ashamed, but also a little proud. Her brother's life was saved by her. Although her innocence was damaged, it was worth it to exchange for his life. Chapter 267 Inches Hao's brother. Yu Bing and Inan, who were wearing pajamas, popped their little heads out from behind the door. He's fine. He's just practicing. Go back to sleep. Castellan Fallen Flowers waved her hand to show that nothing serious had happened. She didn't dare to let Yu Bing and Inan see Yu's embarrassment. She and Princess Sissy even pretended not to know so that Yu wouldn't be embarrassed. She knew that something must have happened. At first, Yue Yang didn't expect this. But since it happened, he could only play dumb. After all, Yu and Yue Yang weren't kids, and they were brother and sister. Even if it was an accident during training, it would have been better if she didn't mention it. But now that she mentioned it, it made people feel extremely awkward. Yu Bing and Yi Nan saw that Luo Hua City Mistress didn't seem to care at all, so they really thought that it was a normal training session. Regarding the commotion caused by Yue Yang's flame bow and soft water arrow, they giggled and went back to their room to continue their private conversation. They didn't feel strange about what Yue Yang did, because in their hearts, Yue Yang was different. It would be strange if he didn't make some commotion during practice. After that, Yu hid in her room for a day. She didn't dare to see Yue Yang. She wasn't angry, she just didn't know how to face her brother. Yue Yang realized that he might have caused trouble. But when he woke up, Shui Wuxia had already changed his clothes for him. He was too focused during practice and didn't think about his clothes. He thought that his cousin was angry because he hugged Yu intimately. He asked Shui Wuxia to apologize on his behalf. Wuxia, help me apologize. I really didn't mean it. If second sister is willing to forgive me, can you ask her to come again? I still want to sense the power of water again. That day, when I woke up, I felt like I had comprehended it, but I didn't fully understand it. I still haven't sensed it clearly. Let second sister try again. I almost broke through, just a little bit more. Shui Wuxia was speechless. The two of them were already so intimate, and he still wanted Yu to do it. Even if Yu didn't pursue the matter and pretended that nothing had happened, she still couldn't get over it. Girls couldn't lie shamelessly. No matter what, they had to have some face. However, when she saw the sincerity in Yue Yang's words, she felt that this lad didn't know what had happened that day. Inwardly, she found it a little funny. She replied, I'll go and ask, but I might not succeed. You're the one who caused trouble, so why should I apologize to you? She used her bright eyes to look at Yue Yang, turned around and left. Although she complained a little, she didn't refuse. Yue Yang was very touched. She was indeed his future wife. This wuxia was really good to him. As for Yu, Shui Wuxia only needed a few words to convince this kind sister, Sister Yu, avoiding him is not a solution. Moreover, it will only make him suspicious. Everyone should forget about this matter. You don't have to worry about it. Moreover, Yue Yang is about to break through. If he is stuck at this stage for too long, he might lose the feeling and his life will be ruined. Alright, no matter how embarrassed Yu was, she would never sit and watch Yue Yang's future be ruined because of her. There were many martial artists in the world, and there was no lack of geniuses. When they were young, they were talented and high-spirited. Everyone felt that these young geniuses had limitless potential in the future. But in reality, these geniuses could easily go to the extreme and be completely ruined because of something. They could be trapped by love, defeated by their enemies, or fighting with their families, or not being able to comprehend. In short, all kinds of external factors would affect their state. In the end, these geniuses would quickly degenerate and lose their brilliance. Over time, they would become ordinary people. Yu would rather die than see her brother, a genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years, become like that. A genius that shocked the entire soaring dragon continent, a 20-year-old innate. If such a person was ruined because of her, what kind of sin would she have committed? If her brother was ruined, how could she live in this world with dignity? Thinking of this, Yu immediately threw away the awkwardness and worries in her heart. She listened to Shui Wuxia's advice and helped her brother. Moreover, he didn't know that Bing and Inan also didn't know. Wu Sha, Wu Hen, Fallen Flowers, Xianxia and the others who knew about it all kept their mouths shut. Moreover, everyone comforted her in every possible way. She didn't need to find trouble for herself. This time, Yue Yang behaved like an obedient child. He sat in front of Yu and asked Yu to summon the spring. After sensing it carefully, he took Yu's hand and used his innate qi to circulate through the meridians in her hand, trying to control the power of water further. Different from last time, this time, Yue Yang was sensing it more than controlling it. Second sister, don't resist my innate qi circulation in your mind. I'll try to help you open up the meridians in your hand. Yue Yang already had a certain level of control over the power of water. He wanted to try to increase Yu's strength and increase the power of water in her body, which was relatively weak. At the same time, he would use his innate qi to open up her meridians so that she could control it more easily. Okay, Yu was embarrassed, but she was afraid that it would affect his training. She didn't dare to reject him and could only nod, allowing his rude actions. She had tried it last time. When his innate qi circulated through her body, it felt like fire and lightning, making her feel very uncomfortable. It was even more unbearable when it circulated through the sensitive parts of her body. Of course, she couldn't stop his innate qi from circulating through those parts, because the meridians were distributed that way. He didn't do it on purpose, it was just a requirement for training. Furthermore, she couldn't say it in front of him and Wu Sha. Hence, Yu could only silently endure the strange feeling flowing through her body. Because there was no resistance at all, Yue Yang's innate qi flowed through Yu's whole body within a few minutes. After one meridian was completely opened up, Yu's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Her summoning grimoire lit up with an extremely gentle blue light. It was like the sea. The bronze ranked level 1 spring swam freely in the blue light and suddenly returned to the grimoire. Yue Yang, Yu and Shui Wuxia all came over to take a look. They were surprised to find that the spring had leveled up and leveled up. It had become a silver ranked level 2 feet flying waterfall. The picture of the beast on the grimoire had also changed from the original spring water to a small white waterfall. Flying waterfall. Elemental type, silver rank level 2, water type beast, infant, liquid state, special skills, water strike, falling. What's going on? I didn't use it to fight, but it leveled up. Yu was surprised and happy at the same time. She couldn't believe her own eyes. She summoned the flying waterfall and realized that the silver rank level 2 flying waterfall was not like a waterfall. Instead, it was a long and thin belt of water that revolved around her body like a snake. Right now, it was only silver rank level 2, so it was normal that it couldn't become a waterfall. If it reached silver rank level 6 and above, this long and thin belt of water would probably become a real waterfall. Shui Wuxia congratulated Yu continuously. Sister Yu, looks like Yue Yang has found a way to level up. This beast will be very useful in the future. It won't be the trash beast that people ridicule anymore. Wu Sha said this in order to dispel the shadow that Yu had towards Yue Yang. With this, Yu would be more compatible with Yue Yang's training. Then she wouldn't have to worry about Yue Yang giving up halfway in his training. Yu hugged Yue Yang excitedly and cried out in joy. Only when she realized that she had lost her composure did she quickly let go of him. Her face was red as she sneaked a glance at Shui Wuxia. She realized that she was discussing with Yue Yang about the possibility of leveling up the flying waterfall and leveling up. It seemed that she didn't mind her actions at all. She heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Can the flying waterfall level up? Shui Wuxia pretended that she didn't see anything and started to discuss with Yue Yang on purpose. Yes, it can. It's a support type beast. It will level up along with its master. Of course, the leveling up can't be completed in one go. Yue Yang knew why. It was the effect of innate qi. It had completely changed its source of energy, which was why it was able to level up into the flying waterfall. As long as he used more innate qi to level up the flying waterfall would definitely be able to level up into a gold-ranked storm wave, a platinum-ranked raging tide, or even a diamond-ranked tsunami. Yu Yu's body was like a vessel. The main credit belonged to Yue Yang. As long as she cooperated with him and let him continuously improve her body, increasing the capacity of innate qi in her body, she wouldn't need to train at all. Everything would come naturally to her. Of course, the reason why she cooperated with Yue Yang was because of the body fusion training. It was just that she was the support, while Yue Yang was the leader. Yue Yang's understanding of the power of water not only greatly improved Yue Yu's abilities, but it also benefited Shui Wuxia, who was assisting her from the side. Shui Wuxia was naturally good at using yin energy. Ice and lightning were her inherent skills, but Yue Yang's understanding of the power of water allowed her to benefit as much as Yue Yu. When Yue Yang explained his understanding, she understood the realm that he described much faster than Yue Yu. She also had a better understanding of the power of water. Although Yue Yu had a spirit spring inherent skill and focused on water, there was still a big gap between her and Shui Wuxia in terms of comprehension. When Yue Yu was still slowly understanding the power of water to a higher realm, Shui Wuxia could already train alone under Yue Yang's guidance. Her intelligence and understanding made Yue Yang praise her in his heart. With the success of the flying waterfall, Yue Yu also found an excuse in her heart to let him help her raise her beast's level. Her mind cooperated with his training even more tacitly. Even if Yue Yang had a new idea from time to time, because he was too eager to experiment, he would lose control and tear her clothes. Yue Yu would only be angry but not blame him. She only covered up her exposed body, and did not refuse to let Yue Yang experiment again. As Yue Yang's control of the power of water became more and more perfect, in the later stages, there was almost no situation where his clothes were completely destroyed. Most of the time, only a sleeve was destroyed, or a crack was torn, and Yue Yang would stop. Yue Yu did not know that Yue Yang was already very familiar with her body. Every time his innate qi flowed through her body, he would be able to understand more of her body's secrets. When he circulated his innate qi to the extreme, combining his divine vision and naked eye, all clothes did not exist in his eyes, only her snow-white body. It could be said that as long as he wanted to see, she would not have any secrets. Of course, Yue Yang would never tell others about this special skill. Otherwise, Yue Yu would definitely commit suicide. Other than opening up her meridians for Yue Yu, Yue Yang would also open up her meridians for Yu Bing and Inan. After mastering the power of water, he felt that when he broke through the 5th level of innate invisible sword qi, there would be a whole new qualitative change. 3 days passed. Yue Yu's silver rank level 2 flying waterfall had leveled up to gold rank level 3 feet storm waves. Storm waves elemental type, gold rank level 3. Water type beast, growth stage, liquid state, special skills, water attack drowning. In the future, it would definitely level up even higher. Yue Yu's position as the healer in the team had finally been liberated. Although she could not become the main fighting force among the girls, she would not be as defenseless as before. Yue Yang, let's begin. Shui Wuxia, who had gone into closed-door training for 3 days to comprehend her own yin ability, decided to personally help Yue Yang break through to a new realm. Chapter 268 inches. I'll stay too, I'll see if I can help. This time, Yue Yu took the initiative to stay. Her brother had broken through to a new realm. Although he had mastered the power of water and had Shui Wuxia's help, she was still not 100% at ease. Because she was worried that Yue Yang would lose control during his breakthrough, Yue Yu didn't think too much about herself. She felt that she should stay and help him at the most crucial moment. Alright, it's decided then. Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were secretly happy as they looked at each other and smiled. They were originally prepared to persuade Yue Yu to stay, but it seemed like there was no need for that anymore. Inan and Yu Bing were a little envious. They couldn't help, the only thing they could do was to obediently go back to rest and not cause trouble for their brother and sister. Wei Tai Lang, who was in the courtyard, had been sleeping. Its body was getting used to the power of Huo Wei's orb. From time to time, there would be smoke coming out from its mouth and nose. Its tail was also slowly turning into a flaming tail. Yue Yang had visited it a few times, and every time, he would transfer some innate qi to it to help it absorb the orb's energy faster. Although Wei Tai Lang's absorption speed was 100 times faster than other beasts, Huo Wei's orb was still an innate. However, Huo Wei's orb was an innate ranked orb after all. Its energy was too huge, it couldn't be absorbed in a short period of time. Yue Yang estimated that this fellow would need to sleep for at least half a month, or even longer, before it could completely digest the orb. Yue Yang was also looking forward to how much its strength would increase by then. However, no matter how powerful Wei Tai Lang was, it wouldn't be his turn to be the boss. Bloody Queen Red had started absorbing Goblin General Zi Diao's orb much earlier than Wei Tai Lang. Barbarian Cow Shadow Aw Man had absorbed Dream Eater Goblin General's orb. What was even more terrifying was that the Thorny Flower Demoness that Yue Yang had named as Duo had not only swallowed Mr. Duan Mu and Lu He's corpses, she had also swallowed the Plum Leopard Brothers, the Bear Brothers, Bai Lin, Huo Wei, the Flying Tiger Ambassador and even the 9-headed Goblin Marshal's corpses. Even if they dug out the orb from the Eastern Goblin tribe's corpses, it would be a great supplement. Furthermore, there were 2 human innate rankers. After digesting this Thorny Flower Demoness, she should be able to evolve into a Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. In that case, could it reach the terrifying battle prowess it had 3,000 years ago and easily destroy the demon army and the 2 blood prison demon kings? Yue Yang had never doubted it. He felt that the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen that he had groomed would only be stronger than the Thorny Flower Fairy's Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen from 3,000 years ago. As for little Wen Li, Yue Yang had given her the inner core of the 9-headed Goblin Marshal so that she could absorb it to level up. She actually waved her hand and refused. This little Lamia Loli could awaken her potential by herself. She didn't need to absorb external energy to grow quickly. If she could absorb energy, she would only absorb Yue Yang's innate qi. This was the only pure energy that she liked. She didn't care about the dragon crystal or the inner core. Yue Yang guessed that this little girl was picky because he had spoiled her. How could other people's beasts be like this? If it was another person's beast, forget about an inner core, even a dragon crystal would probably make them crazy with joy. Yue Yang had thought that after breaking through the 5th level of innate invisible sword qi, he would enter the Black Jade Necklace's black hole sealed space and wake up Queen Vivian Li. He wanted to ask her how to raise little Wen Li. Maybe he didn't find the right way to raise her. At the same time, Yue Yang also wanted to ask Ji Zun, the Eastern Goblin Tribe's Dragon Emperor and the Great Golden Winged Pung about the secret information. Empress Fei Jili would definitely know if she was stronger than them. Yue Yang, who was preparing to borrow Shui Wuxia's help to break through the 5th level of innate invisible sword qi, was currently lacking the ice element of his yin ability. Because the yang ability around him was too strong, his yin ability was suppressed. Cultivating by himself would take too long, so it was best to borrow Shui Wuxia's help to quickly break through to the next level. When Shui Wuxia cooperated with Yue Yang to cultivate, she didn't have as many concerns as Yu. She directly used the more intimate body fusion movements. Normally, she wouldn't hug him, but now that they were cultivating, Shui Wuxia took the initiative to hug Yue Yang from behind. She wrapped her arms around his chest, and her slender legs came from behind and wrapped around his waist. Her chest was pressed tightly against his back. When Yue Yang started to control his yang ability, she also started to use her yin ability. A strange phenomenon appeared in the house. The area in front of Yue Yang was extremely hot, like a blazing sun, like a boiling sea of fire. Behind Shui Wuxia, however, was a bone-chilling cold. Snow and frost constantly condensed on the ground, the walls, and the ceiling, forming a white frost flower. Between the two of them, a huge circle of ice and fire formed by the power of the yang ability and the power of the yin ability was constantly rotating. The two kinds of energy, the purple flame and the cold ice, were flowing together, forming an energy tornado. Extremely thin purple lightning was crackling. Yu, Princess Sissy, and Castellan Fallen Flowers, who were guarding outside the door, were dumbfounded. Yue Yang's cultivation with Yu was nothing compared to his and Shui Wuxia's cultivation. During this body fusion training, Shui Wuxia wasn't passive like Yu. Instead, she actively cooperated with Yue Yang. Every time he increased his yang ability, she would cooperate with him and increase her yin ability. In the end, even Yue Yang didn't expect a miracle to happen. The ice and fire tornado. In fact, there were even purple lightning bolts. With Shui Wuxia's full cooperation and her perfect yin ability, Yue Yang's breakthrough of the 5th stage of innate invisible sword chi was 100 times smoother than he had imagined. In his heart, he felt a comfortable and carefree feeling of soaring 90,000 li in the sky. He broke through the 5th stage of innate invisible sword chi in an instant. Furthermore, because of the perfect combination of ice and fire, Yue Yang felt that other than his strength soaring, he also had a strange feeling of rushing to the 6th level, rushing to an even higher realm. It was as if he could control the entire world in his hands, overlooking the world. The sky was high and the earth was wide. Everything in the world could be seen in his eyes, hidden in his chest. That kind of feeling of truly controlling the entire world, Yue Yang could clearly feel it. It was so real. Although he could not climb to the 6th level, Yue Yang had already understood the direction of his future growth. He finally knew how he should cultivate in the future. Shui Wuxia, the mysterious beauty who loved to read books, not only gave him the help of the yin ability, but also the breakthrough of the innate invisible sword chi. Most importantly, she let him see the future, see hope. He had a goal for his future growth. Yue Yang didn't need to worry that his growth would deviate, or that he would be stuck at a bottleneck like others. He also didn't need to worry that his potential would be limited and his future achievements would be limited. Oh my god, xianxia, fallen flowers and Yu were completely dumbfounded. Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia were not injured at all in the fire and ice tornado and the purple lightning. However, their clothes had already turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. Shui Wuxia didn't get distracted because of this. She seemed to know what Yue Yang needed. There was no need for words, they were completely connected. She leaned forward and kissed Yue Yang, who was slightly tilting his head back. Their lips met, the yin ability and yang ability interacted in their mouths, and were transmitted to each other at the same time. They circulated in each other's body, and then flowed back into their mouths. Their summoning grimoires automatically appeared at the same time. The barrier of light fused together and rose up like a rainbow, forming a raging tornado of ice and fire outside the barrier, while the inside of the barrier was completely undisturbed, only the quiet flow of energy. It was a spectacle like that. Countless mysterious ancient runes appeared on Yue Yang's skin. Similarly, on Shui Wuxia's snow-white body, there were also mysterious ancient runes. However, the number was much less than Yue Yang's, and the pattern was not as complicated as Yue Yang's. Most of the ancient runes on the surface of the two people's bodies floated in midair and reassembled. A few of them moved towards each other's skin and magically connected with each other's skin. The yang ability and yin ability circulated in the runes, becoming more and more pure. Finally, two beams of light shot out from their summoning grimoires and rose straight to the sky. They were more than 10 meters high. Yue Yang's summoning grimoire was a brilliant golden beam of light, while Shui Wuxia's summoning grimoire was a pure white beam of light. What was even more amazing was that the two beams of light began to move under the effect of the fire and ice tornado. They gradually fused together, forming a smaller but brighter beam of light. It stopped on top of Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia's kissing heads. After an unknown period of time, the beam of light disappeared, and the fire and ice tornado also gradually stopped. Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia kept kissing, but suddenly they fell to the ground together. Their hands and feet moved slightly, as if they were about to let go, but in an instant, they were frozen by a huge ice energy. They were frozen while kissing. Outside was a huge ring of fire, and inside were two people who were like ice sculptures. Xianxia, fallen flowers and Yu looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. Were Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia still training together, or had it already ended? Were the two of them in the middle of training, or had an accident happened? Ah! Xiao Wenli suddenly turned into a rainbow light and appeared. She immediately screamed when she saw them. She hurriedly threw herself on Yue Yang's body. It was only then that Princess Sissy and the others realized that something was wrong. Immediately, the three girls rushed over recklessly. They didn't know how to save them, but in a hurry, they didn't have time to think. Yi Nan and Yu Bing, who had been awoken by the previous commotion and were hiding in the distance, saw Princess Xianxian and Luo Hua's city mistress rushing into the house. They also heard Yu Yu's terrified scream. They were scared half to death and quickly ran over. When they stepped into the ring of fire, they didn't even have time to think of a way to remove the ice. Suddenly, in Yue Yang's dantian, there was a ball of nirvana flame burning. It turned into a nirvana flame pillar. The reverberating sound of nature resounded in the souls of the girls. Inan and Yu Bing, who rushed into the ring of fire, immediately fainted. When Yu saw them rushing in, she turned pale with fright. Before she could send them out of the burning range of the Nirvana flame pillar, she also fainted and fell to the ground. Princess Sissy and City Master Fallen Flowers persevered a little longer, but within a few seconds, they couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground. Before they fainted, they vaguely saw a pair of colorful magical creatures flying, circling, and pouncing towards them with Nirvana flame. When Princess Xianxia and Luo Hua City Mistress slowly woke up, they realized that they were completely naked. They were only covered with a sheet. Beside them, Yu Bing, and Inan were sleeping. Is it because of the blood? Are you trying to say that my blood and his cannot be fused together? City Master Fallen Flowers turned her head and saw Shui Wuxia, who was dressed in black, asking the naked little Wen Li. Yes. Little Wen Li laid on Yue Yang's body and nodded cutely, but soon shook her head, showing that what she said was not entirely correct. Then, was it because Yue Yang and I did not cooperate well when we separated at the last moment, and after vomiting blood, our blood mixed together, causing the ice and fire to go out of control? But that's not right. The energy that could freeze us is something that I didn't originally possess. Moreover, it triggered his Nirvana flame in the end. Little Wen Li, tell me, what exactly happened? Little Wen Li still couldn't speak. Maybe she could, but she couldn't express it in words. After all, she was still a child. What exactly happened? Princess Sissy couldn't care less about her naked body, and quickly asked Shui Wuxia. When we separated at the last moment, he might have sobered up and wanted to let go of me, but I don't know that he was sober and didn't cooperate well. Our bodies were shaken, our internal organs were slightly injured, and we vomited blood. I didn't think that when our blood fused together, it would be so terrifying. Shui Wuxia also had a lingering fear. It's okay, this is a good thing. City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt as if she had been cleansed by the Nirvana flame. Her whole body felt comfortable, as if she had been reborn. When she summoned her grimoire, she realized that her inherent skills and guardian beasts had all leveled up. She was so excited that she jumped up and danced. Princess Sissy looked up and realized that Fallen Flowers' snow-white body was like jade, her virgin peaks were swaying, and her two red plums, Yingluo, were trembling non-stop. Under her navel, there was a black color that was breathtakingly attractive. Princess Sissy had a headache as she covered her eyes. I say, Sister Fallen Flowers, can you put on your clothes first? Luckily I don't like women, otherwise I wouldn't be able to control myself. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was embarrassed when she heard this. She looked around. Everything in the room had been destroyed by the Nirvana flame, so there were no clothes. The bedsheets and the like were probably brought over by Shui Wuxia from another room. In a moment of desperation, she didn't look for clothes, but rushed over and tore off the snow-white bedsheet that was covering Xianxia's body. Princess Sissy cried out in shock, "What are you doing?" City Mistress Fallen Flowers' answer made her fall to the ground. I let you see, you can't hide anything. Everyone is naked, that's fair. What made Princess Sissy feel the most crazy and embarrassed was that City Mistress Fallen Flowers curiously pulled her leg and cried out, "You really are a white tiger. Let me see, why are you different from me? Where's your Xiao Sao?" Scram. Princess Sissy was furious. She wanted to punch Fallen Flowers away, but she couldn't bear the embarrassment in her heart. But in the end, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She snatched the sheet and wrapped herself up. Then, she ran back to her room to put on her clothes. City Mistress Fallen Flowers burst out with curiosity and asked Shui Wuxia if Princess Sissy was a little white tiger. Shui Wuxia replied, "You're so boring." When City Mistress Fallen Flowers made a cute face at her, she said with certainty, "It must be. Although I didn't see it very clearly, Xianxia's body was naked. It's different from mine and everyone else's, haha." Princess Sissy had sharp ears and heard it when she was changing clothes in her room. She warned her frantically, "Fallen Flowers girl, if you dare to talk nonsense, I'll strip you naked and throw you into Yue Yang's bed. I'll let that big pervert eat you in one bite." Luo Hua City Mistress was not threatened at all. She laughed until her shoulders shook and the red plum blossoms on her chest trembled. "I'm not afraid. I'm already engaged to him. With the order of my parents and the words of the matchmaker, although I'm not married yet, I'll be his sooner or later. On the contrary, you, Xianxian, if you don't beg me obediently, then I'll expose your little secret to Yue Yang." Haha, I think his eyes will definitely shine when he hears it. Princess Sissy heard her counterattack and almost fainted. Sickly Beauty, who had just returned after sending off Drunken Cat, muttered to herself, "Did I miss something?" Shui Wuxia carried Inan and walked past her. She replied softly, "No, you came back at the right time." When Sickly Beauty heard this, her originally pale face suddenly turned bright red. Even her pink neck was burning. She seemed to understand what Shui Wuxia meant. Sickly Beauty's lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to refute Shui Wuxia's hint. However, she looked at Shui Wuxia and then turned to look at Yue Yang, who was sleeping soundly. Even though he was covered with a blanket, he still had a small tent on his head. In the end, she did not speak. She lowered her head and revealed a shy expression. Chapter 269. When Yue Yang woke up, he realized that the sky was clear and the air was fresh. His whole body felt indescribably comfortable. His 5 senses and 6 senses had improved greatly. His vision and hearing, which were already very sharp, now felt as if they had been enhanced. Yue Yang raised his eyes and looked into the distance. About 100 meters away, a small butterfly was fluttering in the air. He could actually see it clearly. Yue Yang even had a kind of premonition in his heart. He could predict the little butterfly's next flight path based on its original flight path. In this new realm, a kind of magical feeling of controlling heaven and earth and looking down on all living things arose spontaneously. Although it was still very weak, at least he already had this kind of control ability. As his strength continued to increase, this ability would become even stronger. When he reached the pinnacle of the realm, he believed that he would be able to possess the heavenly sword goddesses, shattering the void, destroying the heavens and earth. He would also have her transforming sword qi into a human, creating things with divine thought, unparalleled power. "How did you sleep?" Shui Wuxia was sitting not far from Yue Yang. She was reading a book and asked casually when she saw that Yue Yang had woken up. "It would be perfect if there were a few more beauties in my dreams." Yue Yang laughed. "There will be in the future." Shui Wuxia replied and continued to read. This is too exaggerated." Yue Yang saw that his room had been destroyed. There was nothing left of the roof. He couldn't help but sweat profusely. He remembered that he had caused a huge mess when he was training, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. This was even more destructive than a hurricane. Just as he was about to ask Shui Wuxia, he suddenly realized that this girl was a little different from before. After looking carefully, he realized that there was a small silver rune between her eyebrows. It was like a headpiece that matched her face very well. He couldn't help but praise, "What's with this rune? It doesn't look like it was drawn on. It's much better today. There was a pattern yesterday." Shui Wuxia didn't even raise her head. Ever since she started cultivating with Yue Yang, a mysterious and beautiful rune appeared between her eyebrows. She could not understand it no matter how hard she thought about it. After a day, most of the runes had disappeared, and only a small rune was left. It would probably disappear in another day or two. Shui Wuxia couldn't figure out what it meant. She couldn't figure out what it was used for, so she could only treat it as a decoration. The rune pattern appearing on her forehead was not the only one. After cultivating body fusion with Yue Yang and helping him reach a new realm, Shui Wuxia had also improved. She realized that there seemed to be a hidden power in her body that had been awakened. It could be because of Yue Yang's body fusion training, or it could be because of the Nirvana Flame's purification of her body, or it could be because of other reasons. In short, there was now an additional type of extremely cold energy in her body. It was a destructive cold energy that was close to Nirvana's flame, just slightly weaker. It was different from Nirvana's flame. Nirvana's flame could destroy, but it could also purify and regenerate. It was a type of Nirvana's flame that could benefit its owner and make its enemies tremble in fear. The cold energy in Shui Wuxia's body could only destroy, but it couldn't regenerate. It was similar to the world exterminating wheel. Of course, the world exterminating wheel was a terrifying existence. If it was thrown out, it would definitely kill someone instantly. Moreover, Yue Yang had not been able to unleash the full power of the world exterminating wheel. Otherwise, it would be even more terrifying. This kind of cold energy was similar to the world exterminating wheel. Shui Wuxia reckoned that if she could completely control it, she might be able to make a weapon similar to the world exterminating wheel. At the very least, she could make it into an ice ball and freeze everything that was hit by the ice ball. Yue Yang's purple yang flame was so powerful, but he still turned into an ice man under this kind of cold energy. If it wasn't for the Nirvana's flame, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shui Wuxia reckoned that if she were to use this kind of energy, even an innate ranker, or even an innate level 1 or 2 would have a headache. Of course, Shui Wuxia decided to keep it as a secret weapon. She would not use it easily until the very last moment. This was because this extremely cold energy seemed to be able to freeze its owner. This was different from the Nirvana's flame and the world exterminating wheel. Yue Yang's Nirvana's flame and world exterminating wheel were definitely beneficial to him. Wuxia, let's train together again tonight. I guarantee that there won't be any mistakes this time. Yue Yang felt that it was really a blessed life to be hugged by little beauty while he trained. Everyone's heart dropped because of you. They haven't even returned to their original positions yet. You go do your own thing, don't disturb me while I'm reading. Shui Wuxia continued to read her book, ignoring Yue Yang's harassment. Summoning his grimoire, Yue Yang realized that although his grimoire did not level up, it was completely different from before. Firstly, it had become more ancient and thick. Countless runes and patterns appeared at the edge of the grimoire, forming a unique arrangement. Right now, the grimoire was like a part of his body, an extension of his arm. He didn't even need to touch its pages, he just needed to think about it and it would open up. His divine vision had leveled up from level 4 to level 5. Just as Yue Yang was preparing to combine naked eye technique, he suddenly realized that after he had broken through to the 5th level of innate invisible sword chi, naked eye technique had become divine vision. This combination had become the divine vision that Yue Yang had been waiting for. Yue Yang no longer needed to spend half a day to successfully use naked eye technique, he could do it with just a thought. He turned his head to look and realized that Shui Wuxia's clothes were quickly disappearing under his divine vision, revealing her perfect proportions and snow-white skin. Just as he was about to take a closer look, suddenly, Shui Wuxia used her white hands to cover the 2 red plums on her chest, and a book flew towards Yingluo. Yue Yang, who was almost drooling, was smashed to the ground. Only now did he realize that when he used divine vision to look at Shui Wuxia, she could sense his thoughts. The reason was that in the Virgo Temple, Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia, Yu Bing and Inan had obtained the heart mirror skill. Normally, Yue Yang did not have any spiritual communication with the 3 of them, but as long as he concentrated and used divine vision to look at them, it would be equivalent to inviting them to communicate with them. Hence, Shui Wuxia immediately felt that Yue Yang wanted to peek, unless Yue Yang trained to the point where he could see through things without concentrating. Otherwise, when he used divine vision to look through Shui Wuxia, Inan and Yu Bing's clothes, he would definitely be discovered by them. Idiot, you have such good skills, but you don't use them on the right path. Shui Wuxia was angry at him for not living up to her expectations. I was just trying, I didn't think that I would really be able to see. Yue Yang was shameless. Since she was his future wife, there was nothing wrong with peeking at her. Sooner or later, a little lamb would be eaten by a big bad wolf. After Yue Yang made such a ruckus, Shui Wuxia remembered something. She took out a small jade bottle, which still had her body temperature, and passed it to Yue Yang. There's my blood inside, mix your blood with mine and see what reaction there is. What's going on? Yue Yang was indifferent to the secret of his blood. This experiment, not only Shui Wuxia was curious about it, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sissy and the others were also curious. When they heard that Yue Yang had woken up and was talking to Shui Wuxia, they all ran over, just in time to see Yue Yang's great dripping blood experiment. Yue Yang found a small cup and poured out the blood in the jade bottle. He dripped 2 drops, then used his gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger to cut his finger and dripped 2 or 3 drops. At first, there was no reaction. Yue Yang was a little disappointed. He wanted to say, I'm not a giant dragon, nor a demon, I don't have that kind of blood that would ignite on the ground. Legend has it that if the strongest hell black dragon and the strongest blood prison demon king were injured, their dripping blood could ignite the rocks and soil on the ground and melt them into magma. Of course, this was just a legend. No one had the ability to prove it. If there was an innate ranker who could beat the hell black dragon and the blood prison demon king until they bled, they wouldn't pay attention to such a small matter. Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia's blood mixed together. The small cup burst into flames and quickly rose into the air. This gave Yue Yang a fright. Following that, the flames turned into sharp ice cubes in the shape of fire. In the end, the ice cubes burned like fire and turned into nothingness. All the girls were dumbfounded. Yue Yang couldn't explain the reason either. The only thing he could explain was, everyone can see that this proves one point. Wuxia and I are a pair destined to be together in our previous life, just like ice and fire. No, I mean, just like ice and fire, they can get along without any obstacles. Nonsense. All the girls rolled their eyes at him. Let me try. City Master Fallen Flowers was a little envious. If her blood could have a special reaction with this brat, then wouldn't they be destined to be together in their previous life? After her blood mixed with Yue Yang's, it emitted a faint white light that was extremely gentle. City Master Fallen Flowers was so moved that she shed tears. She was really afraid that there wouldn't be any reaction at all. Although the reaction wasn't as strong as wuxia's, there was at least a reaction. City Master Fallen Flowers felt relieved. However, Princess Sissy and Inan's hearts were even higher. After wuxia, Fallen Flowers also succeeded. What about herself? If she didn't succeed, then it would be too much of a failure, but this kind of thing was really hard to say. Princess Sissy was ready to slip away and hide like an ostrich. City Master Fallen Flowers grabbed her. Regardless of Princess Sissy's struggling, she forcefully dragged her to the table. Princess Sissy saw that she couldn't hide. She put on a "so be it" attitude and used the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger to make a cut on her finger. After dripping the blood, there was no reaction for a long time. Princess Sissy's heart was in despair. She wanted to cry, but her mouth tried to be brave. "I already said that I have nothing to do with this brat. You just don't believe me." Just as she finished speaking, the cup strangely shattered. Princess Xianxia was extremely touched, but she pretended to be relaxed. Her voice was already a little choked as she said, "This doesn't count, it's the quality of the cup that's not good." Yue Yang saw this and started to think. He remembered that when he was fighting against the Marquis of Zijin, the thorny flower demoness licked the blood on his chest and arms. At that time, he thought that she liked to lick people like a puppy. Now that he thought about it, she already knew that his blood had a special effect. He remembered that the thorny flower demoness leveled up mysteriously. Looks like his blood was really different from the others. Of course, this might be because he had trained in the innate skill innate invisible sword chi, which allowed his body to accumulate a large amount of pure energy. The girls didn't disturb Yue Yang's thoughts. They only continued to test noisily. Not only Inan and Yu Bing who were eager to try, even Yu and Sickly Beauty who were resisting also tested. Chapter 270 After Inan's blood fused with Yue Yang's blood, the strange reaction was the spirit power. The slight spirit fluctuation could not be seen by the eyes or heard by the ears, but everyone could clearly feel its existence. Yu Bing's strange reaction was the vitality. At first, there was no reaction for a long time. Yu Bing's eyes turned red. After thinking about it, Shui Wuxia plucked a small flower bud from outside and gently inserted it into the cup. In the end, to everyone's surprise, the flower bud that was about to bloom bloomed in an instant. At the same time, it sprouted in the cup and grew rapidly. In less than 3 minutes, it turned into a big beautiful blooming flower. Yu Bing the little girl hugged Yue Yang, crying and laughing at the same time. She did not think that she and her brother were destined to be a couple in their previous lives. She just could not accept that she had no relationship with her brother. She felt that she should be the closest to her brother. Sickly Beauty's blood fused with Yue Yang's blood and turned into a blood-red crystal. Yue Yang and the girls looked at it and understood a little. Only Yu was unwilling to accept the test at first. However, due to the violence of Fallen Flower's city governor and Princess Sissy, she had no choice but to drip her blood to test it. After the fusion, the strange reaction formed a big cup of slightly sweet water. Yue Yang's blood can stimulate the talent of everyone's blood, or the hidden ability that everyone is not aware of. Shui Wuxia concluded. Yes, that's it. Fallen Flower's city governor completely agreed with this conclusion. Although that's the case, Wuxia, can you explain why your blood has the biggest reaction? Princess Sissy was defeated just now, so she decided to fight back. Wuxia and Yue Yang's blood should have the most resonance, and the energy is also bigger and purer, so the reaction is the biggest. I felt that their blood wasn't as simple as ice and fire. It was worth studying. Of course, Yue Yang's blood has the ability to activate his innate skill, so we must keep it a secret. Sickly Beauty reminded them to keep it a secret. That's not right. His blood does have the effect of activating one's innate talent, but not everyone is like that. I've already tested it with the blood of small animals. His blood is only effective on us. It doesn't have any effect on other creatures. We have to keep the secret, but we don't have to worry about accidentally leaking it. I'm guessing that the rune's energy has changed or unsealed our bodies, similar to how Yue Yang unsealed his innate strength, or Yue Yang's nirvana flame has purified our bodies. That's why our blood has such a reaction with his blood, and that's why it's so different. Shui Wuxia made a bold guess. There are all kinds of reasons. Yue Yang understood a little bit of the truth, but he felt that it might not be right. He decided not to say it for now, he would study it slowly in the future. Sickly Beauty nodded and said softly, "Everyone, please calm down. I want to talk about the situation outside." When she opened her mouth, all the girls looked at her. They were anxious to know if the Eastern Goblin tribe had released Zheng Wuyu and the others. Demonic Palace, Thousand Goblin Sect, Green Summit Sect, Western Lion Pagoda and Zijin Kingdom, what kind of reaction did they have? They would definitely not let go of such a rare opportunity. Even if they didn't do anything in the open, they would still do something behind the scenes. Yue Yang felt that it didn't matter. They could just turn the soaring dragon continent upside down. As long as the people were still there, as long as Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong, Feng Kuang, Eagle Eye, Eastern Sky King, Western Sky King, Master Golden Blade, White Stone City Master and other human elites were still there. Even if Da Sha Kingdom was destroyed, they could still rebuild it from the ruins. As for the younger generation, there was Shui Tan Lang, Feng Qi Sha, Yan Po Jun, Prince of Tian Luo, and Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace. Furthermore, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Li Brothers and the others had also caught up. With the elites from Shangjing Academy, Fragrance Academy and Ivy Academy, the soaring dragon continent wouldn't be reduced to a miserable state where there were only mediocre people. Bai Yunfei from the Southern Floating Mist Sect, Prince of Zijin, Yu Tian, Yu Yan, Shui Qian Ren and Lai Ban could be ignored. They would probably only stand behind the victors. It didn't matter who won or lost. Prince of Zijin was still a big tumor. This fellow's ambition wasn't small. The next time Yue Yang saw him, he would definitely kill him. The shadow of Bai Yunfei, the young sect leader of the Floating Mist Sect, flashed through Yue Yang's mind. Bai Yunfei was scheming and had great endurance. Yue Yang was definitely not afraid of him. If it was someone else, even Shui Tan Lang, Yi Kong or Fatty Hai, they wouldn't be his match. This fellow, if there was a chance, even if Yue Yang didn't kill him, he would definitely suppress him so that he wouldn't have a chance to make a comeback. Otherwise, he would be even more dangerous than Prince of Zijin. While Yue Yang was thinking, Sickly Beauty had already started to explain. Right now, the situation outside is very bad. Da Sha Kingdom doesn't have an emperor anymore, and there are many rebellions everywhere. The horse bandits have risen up under the support of some other powers, plundering everywhere. Not only did the various city masters not send out their troops to suppress them, they even secretly colluded with the horse bandits to exploit the people's wealth. There are very few city masters who are loyal to Da Sha Kingdom. Furthermore, it's already hard for them to protect their own cities, not to mention supporting the capital. The State Grand Master and the two Heavenly Imperial Guardians have already gone to the Eastern Goblin tribe. The left minister has temporarily supported the Crown Prince to become the regent, but the right minister wants to choose the strongest second prince as the new emperor. The officials are more willing to welcome Xianxia back as the regent. In short, it's very chaotic. Let them fight to their heart's content. I won't go back to fight with them for the throne. Princess Sissy snorted coldly. How's the situation with the Eastern Goblin tribe? City Master Fallen Flowers was more concerned about her father's return. It's said that the Eastern Goblin tribe has already ordered for them to be released. However, His Majesty Zheng Wuyu and the others can't return to the soaring dragon continent smoothly, because the Eastern Goblin tribe is also rebelling. The Southern Demon King, the Northern Goblin King and the Western Goblin King are all rebelling crazily. The war is like a tidal wave. Your Majesty and the others did not reach the Dragon Emperor's Rainbow Treasure Palace, they were stopped halfway. The Dragon Emperor had sent people to hide them secretly. I reckon that Your Majesty and the others will only be able to return safely after the Dragon Emperor has successfully quelled the rebellion, or after the war has stopped. The Eastern Goblin tribe has sent a special envoy to meet with the State Grand Master. The State Grand Master and the two Heavenly Imperial Guardians have already decided to go there personally to see if they could bring Your Majesty and the others back as soon as possible. Sickly Beauty's words made Yue Yang ponder deeply. As expected, the enemies did not stop their attacks. They had planned this beforehand, they would not let the matter rest. If it wasn't for the unexpected change in the situation, these fellows' plan would have been executed perfectly. The Eastern Goblin tribe was so powerful, yet they could still cause such a ruckus. Would there be any exceptions in the soaring dragon continent? Yue Yang shook his head lightly. Sickly Beauty paused for a moment and intentionally looked at Yue Yang, Yu and Yu Bing. The girls were a little worried. It seemed that the upcoming matter was related to Yue Yang, and it wasn't simple at all. Only Shui Wuxia seemed to have known that things would develop to this stage. She quietly reached out her hand and pressed on the back of Yue Yang's waist, hinting him to control his temper and not be impulsive. Yue Yang knew that she wanted to give him a reminder and support. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart as he nodded slightly. With Shui Wuxia and the girls supporting him, Yue Yang didn't care if the soaring dragon continent was going to collapse. To him, this was just a continent filled with NPCs. Only the warm little home in White Stone City was worth remembering. Only Fourth Mother and the little girl were his family. No matter how the enemies plotted against him, Yue Yang would just watch coldly from the side. He definitely wouldn't do something like saving the world or saving the entire human race in a moment of hot-headedness. Everyone had their own way of survival. Only the fittest would survive, and the weak would be eliminated. If they were really strong, they would stand out in this chaotic world. If they were weak and were killed, then they could only blame themselves for not having the ability to survive. Yue Yang himself was a guy from another world. He was also walking on this cruel law of survival. There were no exceptions, and there was no exception. Only by defeating the enemies, only by moving forward bravely could one survive. In this world, cowardice was useless, tears were useless. The fake Yu Chu who was suspected to be Yue Yang's father has now gathered dozens of big and small clans. With the support of 2 mysterious innates, he has announced that he has reconciled with the Green Summit sect and established friendly relations with the Zijin Kingdom. At the same time, he has cleared the name of the Thousand Goblin sect. When Sickly Beauty said this, the girls were all dumbfounded. Sweat, it can't be. No one from the Yu clan objected. City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt that it was unimaginable. The fake Yu Chu had already used strong evidence to prove that the substitute clan master Yu Shan was a corrupted warrior who colluded with demons. He was even a demon who hid in the soaring dragon continent as a spy. When the fake Yu Chu was trying to arrest him, an extremely strong demon ranker attacked and injured 3 elders of the clan and kidnapped Yu Shan. When Yu Beauty said this, Yu almost fainted on the ground. If her father Yu Shan was a demon, then what about herself? Sickly Beauty waved her hand lightly. Not only Sister Yu, Yu Tian and Yu Ting are also targets of arrest. Yu Tian has already been arrested, and Yu Ting is missing. Yu Bing panicked when she heard this. Sister Yu is not a demon, this is impossible. Sickly Beauty looked at Yu Bing and nodded, confirming her words. However, she shook her head lightly. Actually, not only Sister Yu, but also Yu, Bing and Yu Yang are all targets of arrest. Princess Sissy sweated profusely when she heard this. What? He even wants to arrest Yu Yang. Even if he doesn't care about the fact that Yu Yang is an innate, he is still a son in name. The Sickly Beauty stared at Yu Yang for a long time, and said word by word, Yu Yang had already been declared to be an imposter by that fake Yu Chu. He found another man who looked similar to him, but his power was only at the level of a level 6 elder, to impersonate Yu Yang. That fake Yu Chu said that his son Yu Yang had been following him since he was a baby. He lived in the demon realm and grew up in the demon abyss. He had never left him and was also taught by him. He said that the Yu Yang who was raised by Fourth Mother was fake. He even used the fact that Yu Yang was trash before the age of 20 and couldn't become an innate ranker after the age of 20 as evidence to prove that Yu Yang was fake. Hence, the fake Yu Chu, the current Yu clan master, ordered the arrest of Fourth Mother, Yu Yang, Yu Bing, Yu Shuang, Yu Ting, Yu Shan and so on. Not a single one of them was spared. This fellow is crazy. City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt that the fake Yu Chu was really crazy. Very interesting. Yu Yang laughed. In his heart, he was secretly relieved. At first, he was worried that this fake Yu Chu was the real one, so he didn't dare to meet the fake Yu Chu. But now, Yu Yang didn't have to worry anymore. This fellow was definitely a fake, 100% fake. The reason was because Yu Yang had already seen it with his divine vision. In the diary that the real Yu Chu and his wife wrote for their son, they recorded a completely different secret. If the pitiful guy had been living with his father, why would the Yu Chu and his wife write a diary to reminisce about their son? Why would they ask Fourth Mother to take care of him? When Yu Yang heard that the fake Yu Chu had made such a stupid and ruthless move, he really wanted to laugh out loud and clap his hands in celebration. If he didn't make such a move, that Yu Yang wouldn't dare to take the initiative to touch him. Now, as long as Yu Yang was free, he could just use his sword to chop that bastard up. Brother. Yu Bing's anger soared. She was just waiting for Yue Yang to say this. As long as her brother said that they should set off, she would immediately follow him to the Yu clan castle and attack that fake Yu Chu. Yue Yang waved his hands, indicating that there was no need to be anxious. At this time, Shui Wuxia also used her small hands to touch Yue Yang's back, hinting that she had something to say to Yue Yang in private. Come, I'll say a few words. What did this girl want to say to him? Yue Yang was very curious. Chapter 271 Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers couldn't hear what Shui Wuxia said to Yue Yang. However, when they saw that Yue Yang looked like he was about to transform into a werewolf, they knew that something bad was going to happen. Sickly Beauty turned around and left. She seemed to have understood something. Inan and Yu Bing were confused. They thought that Sister Wu Sha had something that she couldn't tell them. Maybe it was about the Shui clan or the engagement. The two girls didn't think too much about it, especially Yu Bing. What she wanted the most right now was to charge into the Yu clan castle with her brother and chase away that fake Yu Chu, restoring everyone's reputation. Bing let me practice with you. City Mistress Fallen Flowers wasn't worried about her future with Yue Yang. This was because her father, the Eastern Sky King, and fourth mother had already arranged a marriage between her and Yue Yang. At that time, City Mistress Fallen Flowers was very angry. How could her father make a decision on his own? She didn't say that she had to marry Yue Yang. Now that the Eastern Sky King was captured by the Eastern Goblin tribe, she suddenly wasn't angry anymore. After all, there was only one father no matter how bad he was. The Eastern Sky King loved to brag, but strictly speaking, he was still a good father. Compared to Luo Hua City Mistress, Princess Xianxia was a little more tragic. Zheng Wuyu called Yue Yang's grandfather, Elder Yu Hai, Brother Hai. They were of the same generation, and they even called each other brothers. If he betrothed his daughter to Yue Yang, the seniority would be messed up. No matter what, Zheng Wuyu was still an emperor. Unlike the Eastern Sky King who could force a marriage for his precious daughter, Zheng Wuyu couldn't do it, so he could only close one eye and pretend that he didn't know about the relationship between his daughter and Yue Yang. He agreed in his heart, but he couldn't say it out. The Yu clan also couldn't propose marriage. Miss Shui of the Shui family had been engaged since she was a baby. Although she had broken off the engagement, anyone with a discerning eye would know that it was actually a vicious plot. Inan, her aunt, was even faster than the Eastern Sky King. She had already made an agreement with fourth mother about the engagement between Inan and Yue Yang. Currently, the only one with an awkward status was Princess Sissy. If she were to leave just like that and return to her previous life, Princess Sissy herself felt that it would be a little difficult. Although Yue Yang was a big pervert, no matter if it was in cultivation or in life, he would always surprise her. If she couldn't see him, her life would be boring. However, she would be following Yue Yang from now on, and her identity was a little awkward. The others were either fiancés or sisters. She was still an outsider. So, Tigress, who used to be carefree and carefree, was now a little worried. Well, people are always full of worries when they grow up. It's all because of this damned pervert. I was actually living a good life. Princess Xianxia had nothing to complain about, she could only blame Yue Yang. She felt that it was him who had disturbed her life. If he had continued to be a good-for-nothing mistress, then she would have nothing to do. For no reason, he suddenly turned from a good-for-nothing to a genius, causing trouble everywhere. In the end, he even got himself involved. How annoying. The more Princess Sissy thought about it, the angrier she got. When Yue Yang returned, she glared at him with her tiger-like eyes. What's going on? Yue Yang was naturally confused. I don't want to talk to you. Princess Sissy also felt that she was a little unreasonable. However, she couldn't lose face in front of Yue Yang, so she could only be tough to the end. Is this girl going through puberty recently? Does she need to be taught a lesson? Yue Yang was really baffled. Use your mind on training. Shui Wuxia, who was behind him, heard him mumbling to himself. She was exasperated that he didn't live up to her expectations. She almost smacked him to death with her book. A house full of children, if he wanted to teach a princess or a city mistress, wouldn't that be as easy as waving his hand? However, the most important thing now was to increase his strength. In this chaotic world, if one didn't have strength, then he was nothing. He had to be the strongest in order to be able to do whatever he wanted. She felt that Yue Yang's path should be to increase his strength first, then enjoy a blissful sexual life. If it was the other way around, then he would be finished. With Shui Wuxia, his future wife, who was 100 times stricter than his teacher, watching over him. Yue Yang couldn't be lazy even if he wanted to. In the dream realm, there was a big loli. In the outside world, with Shui Wuxia and a few other girls as his sparring partners, Yue Yang had lived a hellish training life for the past 10 days. In the morning, Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Inan and Yu Bing took turns to fight with Yue Yang. In the afternoon, Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia secretly developed a pill, while refusing to leak the recipe. In the afternoon, he studied ancient runes with Sickly Beauty. In the evening, he went to the lake with Yu Yu to train, increasing her water power and beast, stormy waves. At night, Yue Yang used his innate chi to help Inan and Yu Bing open up their meridians. Occasionally, City Mistress Fallen Flowers would come over, using the excuse of accompanying Yu Bing. At midnight, he trained with Shui Wuxia secretly. In his dreams, he fought with a big loli who had the same strength but 10 times better techniques. He would most likely be abused, and only his wolf hands could barely gain an advantage. This kind of life was like hell, an abyss of suffering. Yue Yang was suffering a lot. However, his strength increased very quickly. He who had just broken through the 5th level of innate sword chi quickly advanced towards the 6th level. At the same time, because his opponents were all beauties, he felt that there was still hope for this kind of life. At least he had one foot in the door of a blissful sexual life. In comparison, Wei Tailang was more comfortable. It had not woken up, and was still sleeping soundly. Whenever Yue Yang passed by, he would kick it. Firstly, he was jealous that this fellow could level up without doing anything. Secondly, he wanted to inject some innate chi into it, so that it could evolve better. When Wei Tailang was kicked, it would comfortably turn over in its sleep, or move its limbs, and continue to sleep. On this day, Yue Yang and Sickly Beauty were studying ancient runes. Suddenly, Sickly Beauty asked him coldly, "Have you finished refining the pill?" "I've already refined it long ago." Yue Yang replied indifferently at first, but immediately reacted and changed his words, "No, actually it's still lacking, just a little bit more." "Why do you listen to her?" Sickly Beauty seemed to be a little curious. "Who?" Yue Yang pretended to be confused. "I mean wuxia, why do you listen to her?" Sickly Beauty would not allow him to pretend to be confused in front of her, so she persistently questioned him. I'll listen to whoever is reasonable. I'll also listen to you. For example, this rune." Yue Yang hurriedly changed the topic to the rune. He couldn't say that wuxia was always thinking about his blissful sexual life. She was always working for the welfare of his blissful sexual life. Her previous pill refining was all in preparation to push the Sickly Beauty down and save her life. If he did not listen to this kind of exquisite wife, who else should he listen to? Yue Yang felt that he could ignore wuxia's advice on other things, but when it came to picking up girls, it was definitely not wrong to listen to her advice. Who else would understand a woman's needs better than a woman? With wuxia as his strategist, he would be able to use her to pick up girls and conquer them. That would definitely be a great success and a great victory. Although Yue Yang did not understand why wuxia was willing to help him with his plans, he was sure that this girl did not have any selfish or evil intentions. She probably couldn't stand it and saw that Yue Yang was too stupid, so she decided to give him some pointers. It was just like an expert who saw a little shrimp in the pugilistic world, and couldn't help but give a few pointers, making the little shrimp in the pugilistic world become a big shrimp. Sickly Beauty glared at him, "Don't talk about this rune anymore. These 2 days, your mind was not on the rune at all." Yue Yang was speechless. This Sickly Beauty's senses were also very strong. So she had already seen through his perverted intentions, she just did not point it out. Yue Yang gathered his courage and advised, "There is still hope for your body. Let us try. Moreover, the pill has already been concocted." When Sickly Beauty heard this, her originally pale face flushed red. She rolled her eyes at Yue Yang and turned to leave, ignoring Yue Yang's shouts from behind. Yue Yang hurriedly ran over to seek advice from his lady wuxia. Miss Shui was furious. "Idiot, why are you talking nonsense with her? Didn't I already tell you to disregard the consequences and make the first move to gain the upper hand? You already said it to her, she already knows about it. She has never seen an idiot like you before. What does she mean? She is jealous, she thinks that I was the one who suggested it, and not you. I understand what you mean, but if I forcefully pushed her down, her body is too weak. I was just afraid that she would get hurt." Yue Yang's forehead was full of sweat. "Who asked you to be so unreasonable? Not your actions." Yue Yang, get out of my sight immediately, I hate talking to idiots. Shui Wuxia raised her ancient book, ready to slap Yue Yang to death. He was obviously a wolf, yet he still wanted to be a pure wolf. This was too infuriating. I understand, watch my performance. Yue Yang suddenly understood. Overjoyed, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Shui Wuxia looked at Yue Yang's back, her face suddenly showing a peaceful expression. She muttered to herself in an extremely low voice, Wu Hen, I can only do this much for you. You still have to rely on yourself. Sickly Beauty was packing her things. Her clothes, drawings and scrolls were all neatly arranged, as if she was about to go on a long journey. Yue Yang rushed in, giving her a fright. Just as she was about to open her mouth, Yue Yang suddenly bent over and forcefully carried her in his arms, then ran out of the garden. Sickly Beauty was embarrassed and anxious at the same time. What are you doing? Quickly put me down. Nonsense, I'm going to get angry. Quickly let go, everyone can see. Yue Yang, quickly stop, my body can't take it anymore. Quickly put me down, I'm going to cough, I'm so uncomfortable. Yue Yang carried Sickly Beauty and rushed out of the garden, running forward without stopping. No matter what Sickly Beauty said, he would not let go no matter what. After running for an unknown period of time, with Sickly Beauty struggling, Yue Yang decided to use teleportation. He did not have a destination, so he kept teleporting forward. After teleporting about 10 times, he was already 40 to 50 kilometers away from the garden. Yue Yang finally stopped at a lake that was dotted with pearls. The lake water was clear, light green with a tinge of blue. The water was so shallow that the bottom could be seen. Small fishes and prawns were swimming back and forth, big and small freshwater pearl oysters were nestled together. Yue Yang put Sickly Beauty down, but as if he was afraid that she would run away, he hugged her slender waist with his right hand and explained to her, actually, I also want to treat your illness, but they are all by my side, so I'm a little embarrassed. Now that they are not here, I have to save you no matter what. This is what I want to do, not what wuxia taught me. You should understand what I mean, don't reject me anymore, okay? We shouldn't waste time, your body has already reached its limit. If we don't treat you now, you will be in danger. If you want to wait until your illness is cured, then you can scold me if you want to. Now, you have to be obedient, I can't live without you, no matter if you hate me or something else, I have to save you. Before Sickly Beauty could speak, Yue Yang had already started to undress her clothes with his wolfish hands. This scared Sickly Beauty so much that she almost fainted. Although he said he wanted to save her, he was too perverted. Without saying a word, he stripped her clothes. This was even more savage than a bandit entering the city to rape a woman. Who taught him this move? Sickly Beauty realized that this brat's wolfish hands were very fast. With just a few movements, half of her clothes were already undone. She was even more shocked, and hurriedly reached out to stop him. Wait a minute, don't act recklessly, let me think, at least, let me take a breather, my heart is beating like a drum, I can't breathe. Wait a minute, I agree, but you have to stop first. Yue Yang, even if you want to save me for my own good, can you at least consider my feelings? If you forcefully do it like this, I can't take it anymore. When Yue Yang heard this, he still didn't dare to believe it. You really agree? The Sickly Beauty rolled her eyes at him helplessly. Can I not agree? I've never seen a barbarian like you before. Let me think for a while, I need a buffer in my thoughts. In the end, she lowered her head, not daring to look Yue Yang in the eye. With an extremely shy tone, she said almost inaudibly, I can't do it in the day, let's talk about it at night. Chapter 272. After hearing Sickly Beauty's agreement, Yue Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Forcefully pushing her down depended on the target. For example, impatience, that kind of mature lady, forcefully conquering her would be extremely satisfying. But for this Sickly Beauty like Sister Lin, forcefully pushing her down was really inappropriate. Her body was like a jade vase made of sheep fat white jade, or blue and white porcelain. It needed to be carefully cared for, it needed the most gentle kisses. If he could hold her in his hands and see her smile sweetly, that would be the greatest achievement in the world. Yue Yang quickly set up a small tent in the small forest beside the lake. Sickly Beauty knew that this was the love nest that he had prepared. In there, it would be. She didn't even dare to look at this brat. Feeling a little helpless, she pretended not to see that he was busy and walked to the side of the lake. She sat on the rock beside the lake, took off her shoes and soaked her jade-like ankles in the cool lake water. She was welcomed by a fresh and cool breeze. Her hair fluttered in the wind, not only her hair, but also the thoughts of a young girl. Do you want to eat a fruit? Yue Yang made a fresh fruit with morning dew on it and washed it in the lake water. Dripping with water, he passed it to Sickly Beauty. Okay, Sickly Beauty actually didn't have a good appetite, but seeing Yue Yang's kind intentions, she nodded and pinched the fruit with her jade-like fingers. Actually, these 10 days have been the most relaxing days for me. In the past, I was so tense every day, with things coming one after another, plus all kinds of pressure in life, training and so on. Living in the little flower garden has been the most relaxing time for me. Yue Yang also washed a fruit and jumped onto the rock beside the lake, sitting next to Sickly Beauty. Is that so? Sickly Beauty really wanted to say that she was the same, but when the words came to her mouth, she felt that she couldn't be like him, so she quickly changed her words. I'm not interested in fighting for power. If it wasn't for Fourth Mother and everyone looking forward to it, I would rather live my life like this, leisurely watching the blue water and blue sky, quietly watching the floating white clouds. Yue Yang lay on the rocks of the lake and looked at the sky. He recalled the different lives he had before and after he transmigrated, and he couldn't help but sigh. He would never mention this secret to anyone, even Shui Wuxia. The only place where Yue Yang could let go of his thoughts was in his own dream realm. The heavenly sword goddess and the big loli were like relatives who had transmigrated together with him. Other than accompanying Yue Yang in his training, they also eliminated the deep loneliness in his heart. Perhaps they were not humans, but immortals or sword immortals. However, none of that mattered. What Yue Yang needed was a companion. As long as they were with him forever, nothing else mattered. Sickly Beauty did not know what was on Yue Yang's mind, but his words had triggered her thoughts. She felt that Yue Yang's words resonated with her. She did not care about the achievements that ordinary people had. What emperor of the ages? He could not compare to a poor scholar in her eyes. Although she did not mind if Yue Yang became an indomitable hero and created a great cause in the soaring dragon continent, she would rather see him live by her side, just like he did for the past 10 days. Every day, he would train with his sisters, play, bicker and sleep peacefully. Of course, reality would not allow him to live like this for a long time. Demonic Palace, Thousand Goblins Sect, Western Lion Pagoda, Green Summit Sect, Zijin Kingdom, Demon Abyss Blood Prison and even the Eastern Goblin Tribe were all eyeing him covetously. If he did not accept the challenge, the enemies would think of ways to force him to fight. In this chaotic world, one must fight. Rancors were also honed through bloody battles and grew up amidst piles of corpses. She knew that if it wasn't for her, he would have brought his sister to the Yu clan castle and killed the fake Yu Chu who had caused a mess in the Yu clan. He was the hope of the Yu clan, he must protect the Yu clan. If it wasn't for him helping her concoct pills to cure her illness, he would have already started his journey. If she continued to reject him, it would be a delay for him and the Yu clan. It might even be fatal, because time was the greatest enemy. There will be opportunities in the future. Sickly Beauty turned her face and comforted Yue Yang. At this time, she realized that Yue Yang had already fallen asleep. His face was filled with a happy smile, as if he was about to laugh out loud in his sleep. The gentle sunlight shone on his face, making his face shine brightly. Sickly Beauty realized that she had never looked at him so carefully before. It turned out that he was so gentle in his sleep. Right now, he was completely different from the perverted him who was awake. Normally, in order to protect himself, he would always hide his true self under the mask of laughter and anger. He would not expose his true self to the public easily. What people saw was always his strongest side. Maybe this was the real him. Sickly Beauty was a little touched. Her jade-like fingers gently caressed his face. On this face, it was different from his handsomeness and elegance. Only by ignoring his appearance and feeling it with one's heart, would one discover that he had a unique charm that could not be described. This charm was hard to describe, but it could always quietly change everything around him. Under the influence of this kind of invisible charm, xianxia, who had a strong personality, had unknowingly changed. The lonely fallen flowers had also changed. Wuxia, who was extremely intelligent, arrogant and unconventional, had come to his side. Even Yue Yang, who had always wanted to die, had gradually changed her mind because of him. He might not know that he had this kind of charm, or perhaps he didn't know that he had the ability to bring everyone together because of him. However, his actions, in his subconscious mind, had always been like this. Perhaps meeting him was the fabled bad karma that was destined to be repaid in this life. There was no way to escape. Sickly Beauty gently leaned down and rested her head on his arm. She looked at his sleeping handsome face from the side. Slowly, she stretched out her jade-like hand, as if she was afraid of waking him up. Very, very gently, she caressed his face and touched his lips. Her pale and bloodless little face was like rouge melting in water. Slowly, it was stained with a thin layer of red, slowly seeping out from her skin. A young girl's blush was like a jade halo. Instantly, it caused her entire body to be filled with vitality, and she was like a flower that was about to bloom and was silently trembling as it bloomed. When Yue Yang woke up, it was already the stars in the sky. In his arms, Sickly Beauty's head was pillowed on his chest. Her body was curled up, nestled in his arms, like a fragile little grass that could not withstand the wind. When Yue Yang carried her up, even though his movements were extremely gentle, she immediately woke up. "There's a sweaty smell on your body, it's so smelly." Sickly Beauty did not struggle to get up, nor did she leave his embrace. She only smiled teasingly. When Yue Yang went into the lake to take a bath, she lifted the corner of her skirt and stepped on the cool lake water. She did not avoid him at all. She gently caressed his back like a white orchid. "You're just a big kid. You don't even know how to take care of yourself, not to mention others." Her last sentence was left in her heart. She did not say it out loud. In fact, she wanted to say in her heart, "You don't know how to take care of yourself, nor do you know how to take care of others. So I'll have to take care of you." She pressed Yue Yang down to sit down and gently wiped his back. Although it was her first time doing this in her life, she did it very well. Even Sickly Beauty herself felt that she had a talent for serving people. When Yue Yang was enjoying it, he looked back and saw her delicate face. Under the starry sky, she was as moving as a goddess. He could not help but reach out and pull her into his arms. His lips kissed her slightly startled cherry lips, sealing her scream. Sickly Beauty was shocked, but she quickly reacted. Between their lips, there was a wonderful electric shock. Following the heat of his lips, it spread throughout her whole body. It was so comfortable that even her soul was trembling. She did not know when, but he had already invaded her teeth and captured her little tongue. Under that kind of tyrannical and unreasonable sucking, the Sickly Beauty felt as if her soul was almost sucked away by him. She could not help but cater to him. When he was greedily kissing her, she naturally knew how to kiss him back. Moreover, she became more and more skilled with each kiss. She went from being clumsy at the beginning to being able to cooperate with him. It only took a few minutes. Following her natural instincts and the feeling of her body, she closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes intertwined, and her jade-like arms hugged his neck tightly. She fell into his arms and half raised her head to kiss him, lingering endlessly. The sky, the earth, the lake, the swimming fish, the little prawns, the night stars, the night wind, everything, everything, no longer existed. There was only him and her left in the world. There was only the sweetness and lingering affection between their tongues. When he fed the little rebirth pill that he had painstakingly refined into her mouth, this time, she did not reject him at all. Instead, she swallowed it obediently. Love caused her to burst forth with the greatest desire to save her life. At this moment, she no longer wanted to die alone. She wanted to be with him forever, forever. Yue Yang peeled off the wet clothes on her delicate body. She did not stop him. She only shyly and trembled as she buried her little head into his chest. She did not dare to look him in the eye, because she was afraid that he would see her embarrassment in his clear eyes. Hugging this trembling delicate body, Yue Yang finally felt how light she was. Like a feather, almost weightless. Cool, smooth, delicate, fragrant, there were no words in this world that could accurately describe her beauty. Under the hazy moonlight, Yue Yang felt that she was as perfect as the moon goddess. Her little face that was buried in his chest blushed. Even her swan-like slender neck was burning red. Her slightly thin and delicate shoulders made people feel pity for her. Her exposed collarbone was stained by the clear lake water, just like a flower bud stained by the morning dew. It added a unique feminine charm to her. Yue Yang did not have a collarbone fetish in the past. He could not even understand the existence of collarbone fetishes. But now, he decided to join the ranks of the great collarbone fetishes. This was because he realized that a truly perfect woman's body was flawless. In front of perfection, other than worshipping the wonders of the Creator, what else could he ask for? On her jade-like arms, there was a saintess that was half the size of a fragrant dove. Although he could not see the entire thing, under her unbearably bashful half-covering, his soul was almost blown away by the beautiful cleavage between her two breasts. It was too perfect, it was petite and cute, and its curves could be grasped in one hand. However, at this moment, Yue Yang had completely forgotten about D milk, E milk, and G milk. Damn it, the best treasures were not differentiated by size. Judging beauty by size was the stupidest method. Looking down, it was her slender waist, as well as her round and cute navel. Cold, sickly beauty secretly looked at him, who was swallowing his saliva. She was shy and happy, angry and anxious, and hurriedly gave him a hint. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Yue Yang woke up with a start. He cursed himself for being an idiot. He knew that she was weak, yet he still stood on the lake and admired it. If he froze sickly beauty, that would really be. He held her legs with one hand and her back with the other. He quickly ran back to the small tent and used the snow-white blanket to wrap her delicate body. He also rubbed her hands to give her heat, so that she would not really freeze. Seeing how he was so protective of her, sickly beauty's heart warmed. Seeing his wet head, she also sat up and used the pillow towel to wipe his wet hair. It was her first time doing this, but she was as skilled as a wife. Unknowingly, the two of them kissed again. They gently teased each other back and forth. They wanted to entangle each other deeply when they were deeply in love. Yue Yang's hand started to move gently on her lower abdomen, and slowly moved downwards. Finally, he gently pressed on her dantian. Although he woke up early in the morning, Yue Yang had never forgotten to treat her illness. He and Shui Wuxia had put in a lot of effort, using a goddess tear, their blood, innate qi, and nirvana flame to refine it. Although they did not have enough medicinal ingredients to refine the legendary rebirth pill, they still managed to refine a brand new pill that was close to the rebirth pill. Yue Yang felt that it could still be refined with more medicinal ingredients, so he temporarily named it as the Little Rebirth Pill. When it reached the advanced stage and surpassed the rebirth pill, he would rename it as the Nirvana Pill. There was not enough time to refine the Little Rebirth Pill into the Nirvana Pill. Saving sickly beauty was more important. Perhaps the medicinal effect was not enough, but if sickly beauty consumed the Little Rebirth Pill, she would not have to worry for a few years. This way, Yue Yang would have enough time to refine the Nirvana Pill. The innate qi that Yue Yang released from his palm flowed through sickly beauty's dantian to the rest of her body. The sickly beauty wasn't used to Yue Yang's hot hands covering her sensitive area. After all, it was her first time being violated. However, she didn't reject him. She suppressed her embarrassment and wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him tightly without letting go. She was afraid that if she was distracted, she would moan unhappily. The feeling of his true energy flowing through her body was both comfortable and uncomfortable, especially when the Little Rebirth Pill spread in her abdomen. The medicinal power followed his true energy and permeated throughout her body, making her feel extremely hot and unbearable. Beads of sweat seeped out of her body, filling the entire tent with her unique virgin fragrance. Yue Yang took the initiative to press on her delicate body. He was a little careful, afraid that if he used too much force, sickly beauty would be hurt. On the contrary, she had a very strange feeling. It was as if no matter how weak her body was, she could still bear his weight. Being pressed by him, she did not feel suffocated. Instead, there was a kind of incomparable pleasure. Perhaps this was a woman's talent. In addition to her shyness, she could clearly feel his high spirits. It was hot, hard, and majestic. It made her tremble. When it slid past her thighs and gradually approached, sickly beauty's heart was filled with panic. She knew what was going to happen next. She also knew what it meant. It was the end of her virginity, and also the beginning of becoming his wife. She knew all these, but she did not know what she should do. She was even more afraid that her clumsy body would affect his attack and cause him to fail. Slow down. Her heart was already prepared, but her body did not know how to react. She could only stall for time, trying her best to think while she was panicking. Relax a little more. Yue Yang's battle experience was personally taught by Pirate King Wu Tenglan and the others. Although his theories were very rich, he had never been on a real battlefield. He did not panic, and was still very calm. He was thinking about how to fight his first battle well. From now on, he would fight his way to become the invincible great general who would win every battle in the future. But his heart was beating faster, and his palms were sweating. These reactions were unavoidable. When sickly beauty saw that he was sweating profusely, her motherly instincts were aroused. She quietly opened her legs, suppressing her embarrassment. As he approached, she gently guided him, In the end, the knight raised his spear and rode his horse. From a small jump, he slowly charged into the beautiful princess's castle and broke the door. In the midst of the girl's painful cries, Yue Yang and sickly beauty became one. Does it hurt? Yue Yang was afraid that his movements would be too rough and hurt sickly beauty. Softer, softer. Sickly beauty realized that this brat was really gifted. At first, she almost died from the pain. Even though he was very gentle and careful, it was still hard to bear. Furthermore, the door of life that had never been opened before was even more delicate and fragile than a flower petal. How could it withstand such a strong attack? However, after he successfully broke through the barrier of protecting his virginity, the two of them became one, and gradually adapted. Pain, still, but out of sickly beauty's expectations, she was actually able to withstand the invasion that she originally thought was impossible to withstand. Maybe this was a woman's nature and gift. The mysterious creator created both men and women, so he must have given them a unique gift. Otherwise, how could the human race continue to exist? Yue Yang's gift was different from others. At first, she thought that he would not be able to withstand such a weapon. But now, it seemed that even with her weak physique, she was destined to be the woman created by the creator to be able to withstand him. When sickly beauty thought of this, she was even more touched. She took the initiative to offer her fragrant lips and kiss him, letting the fire of passion drive away the pain. At the same time, she hugged her lover tightly with all four limbs, welcoming his attack in the blissful pain. She was already his wife, and it was her greatest duty to make her lover happy and make him happy. The two of them who were immersed in their love did not notice that on their bodies, there were countless runes appearing on each other's skin, moving, exchanging, and recombining into new patterns. At the same time, in the small garden, Shui Wuxia, xianxia, and fallen flowers sat quietly under the eaves, looking at the stars in the sky. Suddenly, Shui Wuxia's body trembled slightly. Then, xianxia and fallen flowers also felt a slight sensation. Shui Wuxia pulled up her sleeves and found that the runes from when she practiced body fusion with Yue Yang were slowly appearing. Princess Sissy and Castellan fallen flowers also had a few runes floating out of their bodies, as if they were resonating with something. Seems like it's a success. Shui Wuxia immediately reacted. She stood up, looked at the sky, and murmured. Then, she went back to her room to rest. When that guy does bad things, our bodies will still resonate with each other. Castellan fallen flowers heard Shui Wuxia's words and also reacted. She blushed and quickly went back to her room to rest, so that Princess Sissy would not see her shy expression. However, when she passed by Princess Sissy, she quickly reached out and grabbed Princess Sissy's proud breasts. Under Qianxin's shocked expression, she quickly ran back to her room and laughed. No wonder Yue Yang always drooled when he stared at you. It feels really good, haha. If you want to play, play with yourself. Princess Sissy was furious. Then, she immediately vented her anger on Yue Yang. Damn pervert, pushing me down is the most annoying. Chapter 273. On the second day, Yue Yang woke up from a comfortable sleep that he had never experienced before. His whole body was filled with power. In his body, other than the Yang fire ability and Yin ice ability, there was another mysterious power that harmonized the ice and fire ability, allowing the two types of energy to coexist more harmoniously in his dantian. That mysterious power was very small, but it was extraordinarily strong. It could easily rotate the Yang fire ability and Yin ice ability. From time to time, it would push the two types of energy into his body, strengthening the forging of Yue Yang's body. From time to time, it would slowly absorb the pure energy from the heavens and the earth to replenish Yue Yang's dantian, continuously increasing the ice and fire ability. Yue Yang didn't understand. Could this mysterious power be the product of his and sickly beauty's coming-of-age ceremony? Did he obtain it last night? Towards things that he couldn't understand, Yue Yang's way of dealing with it was to ignore it. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that sickly beauty, who was only wearing a shirt, was lying on top of him. She was studying his body while taking notes in her notebook from time to time. Sweat, I didn't expect her to have this kind of hobby. Yue Yang wanted to open his mouth to tease her a little, then press her fragrant body down and continue the battle that he had stopped because she couldn't win last night. His big hands had just hugged sickly beauty's soft waist when he suddenly realized that there were many runes faintly appearing on their bodies. No wonder sickly beauty would take out a notebook to record. She was an absolute rune fanatic. Don't move, I haven't seen it yet. Sickly beauty removed his naughty hands from her breasts and placed them on her slender waist. She kissed him lightly to appease him. Then she continued to record. Yue Yang's naughty hand slid down and gently rubbed her amazingly elastic buttocks. The sickly beauty glared at him tenderly, but didn't stop his mischief. If it was in the past, she definitely wouldn't do it. But today, she was already his little wife, her jade-like hands gently pressed against his chest, indicating that she would continue to study and record the runes on his body, and that she would not accept his challenge. She knew that he would definitely not agree if she said that she wanted to study runes, so she could only act coquettishly. "Scoundrel, I'm still hurting there. Who asked you to be so reckless last night? My waist almost broke, I can't do it now." Seeing the apologetic look in Yue Yang's eyes, she hurriedly used her wife's tenderness to comfort him, kissing his lips lightly. "Let me rest for a while. Even if you want to do something bad, you can't do it now." After that, she offered her sweet little tongue for him to kiss. She coaxed him for a while before letting him lie down. "You didn't sleep well at all last night. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Although Yue Yang was not tired, he wanted to sense the new mysterious power in his body. Closing his eyes, he followed sickly beauty and copied the runes on his body. He silently activated the mysterious energy in his dantian and carefully sensed it. This mysterious energy could have been awakened in his body, or it could have been obtained from sickly beauty's body. Yue Yang couldn't sense its true origin, but he knew that it was his body's harmonizer. It was extremely beneficial to his body, and its energy was pure, slightly different from innate qi. Innate qi was different from yang fire ability and yin ice ability. Innate qi couldn't be fused with these two types of energy. It was an independent existence, unique. This mysterious energy could easily fuse with the two types of energy. Furthermore, it could be separated from the two types of energy, using a gentle method to control and push them. The biggest difference between the mysterious energy and innate qi was that it didn't have any attack power. It didn't have any, it only had a supportive effect on his body. Of course, this kind of supportive effect was extremely powerful. Yue Yang felt that if he could develop or obtain more mysterious energy, his battle power would increase by many folds. Yue Yang closed his eyes and touched sickly beauty's dantian in her lower abdomen. The sickly beauty thought that he was being mischievous and wanted to arouse her lust. She rebuked him lightly and lightly hit his hand. Then, she grabbed it and kissed it lightly. She then placed his hand on her waist and let him hug her as he continued to sleep. Although it had only been a few seconds, Yue Yang had already clearly sensed the existence of this mysterious energy in the sickly beauty's body. It was just that the energy in her body was extremely faint, almost insignificant, so she had not been able to sense it yet. Regarding this, Yue Yang suddenly understood. This was most likely the product of the pitiful guy's mother sorting out the ancient body fusion technique to the body fusion technique realm. The pitiful guy's mother didn't manage to sort out this part of knowledge because the civilization she left behind was incomplete. Maybe there was, but Yue Yang's level 4 divine vision wasn't able to see the truth, so he couldn't figure it out. When he found out that there was also something in sickly beauty's body, he finally understood that he had unintentionally reached the body fusion technique realm of the body fusion technique realm. According to the records of the pitiful guy's mother, Yue Yang couldn't reach it so quickly. Yue Yang suspected that it was because he was an innate rancor. Or because he had the innate invisible sword qi. Or was it because his sickly beauty's physique was extremely suitable for body fusion technique, so he naturally reached the ultimate goal of others? Of course, the process wasn't important anymore. As long as the result was the result, it was more important than anything else. On this basis, Yue Yang started to fantasize. If he obtained a wisp of mysterious energy through body fusion technique with sickly beauty, then would he get the same if he cultivated with fallen flowers, xianxia, and wuxia? If he continued to cultivate with them, would he be able to strengthen this mysterious energy? If the answer was yes, then wouldn't he be able to increase his strength by enjoying his blissful sexual life with them every day? Most importantly, if he had this reason to cultivate, then it would be more justifiable. They would have an excuse in their hearts, so when they cultivate body fusion technique with him, it wouldn't be too awkward. Yue Yang suddenly wanted to flip through the diary left behind by the pitiful guy's mother, to see what other secrets were hidden in it. In the past, his level 4 divine vision wasn't able to see through it, but now that it had leveled up to level 5, in addition to the innate techniques Heaven's Eye, he should be able to see through more secrets. Yue Yang thought for a moment and immediately flipped over. This gave sickly beauty a shock. She started to think that he couldn't hold it in anymore, so she hit him lightly shyly, "Let's do it at night, it really hurts." When she saw that he took out the diary from his lich ring, she realized that he only wanted to read the book and not her. She immediately blushed a little, feeling a little guilty that she had misunderstood him. Sickly Beauty kissed Yue Yang lightly and caressed his lower abdomen. She originally wanted to touch down and hold the dragon's spear to soothe its heat, but she couldn't hold back her embarrassment and caressed his chest instead. "Wait for me to finish copying it, the longer it takes, the more the runes will disappear, I'll help you later." Although Yue Yang was burning with passion, he wasn't in a hurry to do it with her immediately. After all, her body was weaker than a normal girl's, and she had just lost her virginity. If he forcefully took her now, it would only worsen the damage to her delicate flower. He smiled at her and hugged her body. He picked up the diary and activated his innate chi, using his Heaven Eye's divine vision to further explore the secrets inside. Sickly Beauty didn't know that the diary contained a mysterious technique, so she didn't ask too much about Yue Yang's personal belongings. She once again focused on copying the runes. Every time she copied a new rune, she would happily kiss Yue Yang's body, expressing her surprise. In order to explore more secrets in the diary, Yue Yang even slightly unsealed his innate level 1 power. Luckily, he had perfect control over his yin ability. Otherwise, just the slight innate chi that he emitted would be enough to send this small tent flying. Yue Yang used the power of water to condense his chi into a ball shape, then turned it into a ribbon shape and wrapped it around his arm. He moved it up his arm and gently touched the diary left behind by the pitiful guy's mother. Normally, it would be impossible for him to do this, because the moment his innate chi touched the notebook, it would shatter. However, it was different now. Yue Yang could perfectly control his own chi, making it lighter than the wind and softer than water. Sure enough, this test was right. This diary really needed the help of innate chi to open. Yue Yang was overjoyed. Suddenly, a beautiful and gentle female voice appeared in his mind. "My dear baby, you can hear your mother's voice. This means that you are already an innate ranker. Mother is really happy for you, my baby. Mother has a lot of things that I want to tell you. I want to tell you all the secrets that Mother knows and impart all the knowledge that Mother has in her life to you. But the recorded time is very short, so Mother can't tell you everything. Baby, my son, please forgive Mother. Mother is not a good mother. I can't give you anything in life, and I can't give you emotional needs. Compared to Xian, I'm not even qualified. I don't know how you managed to reach the innate realm, but I know that it must be very difficult. You must have put in a lot of effort to become an innate ranker. Mother is proud of you. How I want to see you become an innate with my own eyes. Maybe, you are already taller than Mother, maybe you have already married and had children. My baby, maybe you think that innate is the pinnacle of evolution for humans in all life. But Mother wants to tell you, no, innate is only a threshold or a ladder for humans in all life to advance to a higher level. When you reach a higher level, you will understand what is a real life. That is something that gods can do. The extreme state of life, the complexity of the world, and the mysteries of the universe, can't be described with words, not even 1 in 10 million. The knowledge that Mother has grasped and understood is only 1 in 10 million, maybe not even 1 in 10 million. But my son, I hope that you can follow the path that Mother has walked, continue to move forward, explore more, and go further. Son, Mother misses you very much, every day, but it's a pity that Mother can't live with you. Xian, she is more suitable to be your mother than me. With her taking care of you, I feel at ease. Baby, Mother can't give you anything, I can only tell you some of the knowledge that Mother has learned before. I hope these will be helpful to you." Countless knowledge kept surging into Yue Yang's mind. If it was in the past, he would definitely not be able to take it. But after breaking through the 5th level of innate invisible sword chi, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and Yue Yang's brain had also expanded, so he could hold more knowledge without any problems. Although he couldn't organize and comprehend everything, he could at least store it first, and wait for Yue Yang to slowly comprehend it in the future. The pitiful guy's mother wanted to pass on her knowledge to her son, but who knew that she passed it on to Yue Yang, the guy from another world. Of course, in Yue Yang's heart, he also saw her as his mother. Even if Yue Yang saw a 4th mother as another mother in his life, after receiving the knowledge, Yue Yang immediately felt as if he had become a new person. The runes that he couldn't understand before, he could vaguely understand a little bit of meaning. And the incomplete dual body fusion technique that originated from the ancient times was also completed and perfected. Even Yue Yang had the innate invisible sword qi as a foundation, and with his unique understanding of this dual body fusion technique, he had more experience and understanding, and could even increase the power of the dual body fusion technique. Thank you, mother. Yue Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart, and resisted the urge to jump up and roar towards the sky. He took a deep breath, and with a slightly trembling voice, he sincerely thanked this mother who passed on the knowledge to him. Chapter 274. After Yue Yang received the pitiful guy's mother's inheritance of knowledge, he felt that his mind had been greatly enlightened. Just like a student who knew nothing at first, he suddenly received the inheritance of knowledge from primary school, secondary school, university, and even higher. Although he couldn't completely digest it, at least he received enlightenment. As long as he absorbed all the knowledge for his own use, he would naturally become a true university student. Yue Yang's situation was like this. Beasts, combat skills, runes, vision, knowledge, secrets, in short, everything was presented in front of him, dazzling him. He almost drowned in the ocean of knowledge. What's wrong with you? Sickly Beauty noticed that Yue Yang's expression was strange. She felt that his eyes were shining with a strange light. I received my mother's inheritance of knowledge from the notebook. Yue Yang shamelessly called the pitiful guy's mother as his own mother. But no matter what, he had to settle this first. Under the situation where the fake Yu Chu slandered him and accused him of being an imposter, Yue Yang had to be careful. He definitely couldn't let his beloved women suspect him. He didn't have the chance to refute them before, but this time, he wanted to give them a psychological hint that he was the unquestionable Yu clan's third young master. This was because he could receive the pitiful guy's mother's inheritance of knowledge. With this, no matter what the fake Yu Chu did, he believed that the girls wouldn't believe him. Shui Wuxia, when she knew that he had received the pitiful guy's mother's inheritance of knowledge, he believed that she would be very happy. Yue Yang could feel that Shui Wuxia didn't care about whether he was real or fake. She wouldn't ask for the truth, but if he could receive his mother's inheritance of knowledge, it would prove that her dark thoughts in the Virgo temple were wrong. Of course, she would be more happy. Really, that's great. Sickly Beauty was overjoyed when she heard this. There was nothing that could make Sickly Beauty happier than receiving knowledge. In Sickly Beauty's heart, mountains of gold and silver couldn't even compare to the value of a book. If Yue Yang had obtained something else, she wouldn't be so excited. It was Yue Yang's first time seeing such an expression on Sickly Beauty's face. Her little face was flushed with excitement, and her eyes were shining with joy. Her cherry lips were so happy that she could not help but kiss his cheeks repeatedly. At the same time, she let out waves of happy cheers. He was overjoyed and decided to give her an even bigger surprise. Traceless, although I haven't been able to absorb even 1% of Mom's knowledge, I think I can understand the ancient runes now. For example, the rune on my arm. The meaning of this rune should be vitality. Of course, the meaning and changes it contains are plentiful. Just using vitality to describe it is far from enough. If vitality and life are combined, it will become youth restoration. If it is combined with battle, it will become full endurance. If it is combined with sweet dew, it will become cure disease. Wow. Sickly Beauty looked at Yue Yang happily. She was so happy that she almost went crazy. She was a rune fanatic. She had been since she was young. She had even experimented with runes on her own body. In the end, her body could not take it anymore and she almost died. Now that she heard that Yue Yang could understand runes, she was so touched that she almost burst into tears. She hugged his arm and gestured for him to explain to her, like a dying person who had just received a bottle of cool spring water. Runes, in the knowledge inheritance, are also known as God's language. Mom doesn't know who created them, she only classifies them into a few types. The first type is the ancient runes, which is what we are seeing now. There are a total of 72 runes, and each of them represents a different meaning. When combined, it is even more varied and rich. The second type is the immemorial runes. There are a total of 36 of them. Every one of them is extremely rare, it is very difficult for us to see them. The immemorial runes are extremely powerful. Alright, the core of the world exterminating wheel is formed by the immemorial runes. There is another type of summoning runes that are weaker, called the heaven runes. According to legend, it is used by the heaven realm. Its power cannot be compared to the ancient runes, let alone the immemorial runes. However, to the humans of the soaring dragon continent, it is still very powerful. The silver runes that you studied previously are the heaven runes. They are different from the ancient runes and immemorial runes, they have certain flaws, that's why your body was affected. Lastly, there is another type called the dwarf runes. This type is not a summoning rune at all. It can only be imprinted on metal or other objects with external force to achieve a very weak effect. Very few people in the Soaring Dragon continent know about this, but the puppet dolls that the Yue clan created used this type of dwarf runes. According to Mom's inherited knowledge, let alone the Soaring Dragon continent, even in the various regions of Tong Tian Tower, only a few humans would use this type of dwarf runes. This type of dwarf runes is actually a branch of the heaven runes. It has been in decline in the Soaring Dragon continent for a very long time. Only the dwarves of the outer realms have preserved it completely. Hence, it is called the dwarf runes. So it's like that. Sickly Beauty was intoxicated by what she heard. Rune is a very special summoning technique. It's the same as summoning beasts, everyone's capacity is limited. Yue Yang's memory flowed like a tide, unceasingly explaining to the Sickly Beauty, you mean to say that my body has too many runes, and I have overdrafted it? Sickly Beauty grasped the main point of the problem. This is part of the reason. The most important thing is that the heaven runes are a type of runes with flaws. They cannot be compared to the ancient runes, let alone the immemorial runes. It has a huge backlash and damage to the user. When you study the heaven runes, your body was strengthened, but you almost paid the price of your life. Yue Yang told her this mainly to advise her not to focus her research on the heaven runes, so that her body would not be injured again. Yes, I will be careful. Sickly Beauty naturally understood the meaning behind his words. Seeing that he was so worried about her, she couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. It's a pity that although I have received the inheritance of knowledge, my understanding of runes is still not enough. Yue Yang sighed slightly. He had obtained a treasure mountain, and also had the key to open it. However, his strength alone was not enough to move the entire mountain. It felt like he had learned how to write. He could read and write every word, but he couldn't write a good article in one go. Being able to understand runes did not mean that he could use runes. Of course, Yue Yang had not completely absorbed the inheritance of the pitiful guy's mother's knowledge. Once he had completely digested it, he would definitely be able to use it. He was only sighing because he was anxious. Sickly Beauty hurriedly comforted him. She knew that being able to receive the inheritance of knowledge was already a great fortune. In comparison, she had spent so many years researching and still gained nothing. That would be called a failure. Don't be anxious. We have a certain level of understanding towards runes now. We are no longer blind people trying to figure it out. As long as we have time, we will definitely be able to display its true power. Sickly Beauty hugged Yue Yang and pressed her soft body against him. She kissed his lips lightly, telling him not to be anxious. Come, let's study it together. Let's start with the easiest dwarf runes first. Yue Yang remembered that Elder Yue Hai had asked Fourth Mother to give him a puppet grimoire. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it. Because the puppet grimoire's mechanical puppet grimoire made Yue Yang dizzy, he didn't study it in detail. Now that he took it out again, Yue Yang flipped it open. Sigh, now that he looked at it, these were all elementary school level stuff. Mechanical puppet grimoire was extremely complicated for warriors who didn't know about it. However, for Yue Yang who had obtained the inheritance of knowledge, it was too easy. Even if Yue Yang had never created a beast before and didn't even know about it, he would immediately understand after looking at it. Ah, this thing was actually like this. It was like a university student looking at elementary school questions. No matter how complicated it was, he would still be able to understand it easily. In the puppet grimoire, the most mysterious and difficult rune engraving was the easiest for Yue Yang. This was even easier than the 9-9 chant that Yue Yang learned in elementary school. 1 by 1 is 1, 2 by 2 is 2, in the end, 9 by 9 is 81. Yue Yang could easily understand the meaning of every dwarf rune. He could understand the effect of combining them with just a glance. He didn't need to memorize them like the Yue clan's elders from generation to generation. In the puppet grimoire, Yue Yang even found more than 10 wrong combinations. The only thing that surprised Yue Yang was that the Yue clan elders copied the ghost genius Yue Gong's rune combinations. None of them were wrong. Yue Yang summoned the quintet golden puppet mice again and held them in his hands. He looked at them with his heaven eyes divine vision and sweated profusely. In every core of the quintet seeking golden mice, it was not the dwarf runes that the Yue clan knew how to use, but the ancient runes. Even in the torso of the quintet seeking golden mice, On their limbs, there were a few heaven runes that combined together. It was extremely exquisite. This ghost genius Yu Gong was indeed an extremely powerful fellow. Yu Yang only saw the truth now. He was truly shocked by the quintet golden puppet mice created by the ghost genius Yu Gong. He thought to himself, no wonder Yu Gong could become one of the 3 heroes of the Yu clan's revival. With his knowledge of runes, if he used it well, not only could he revive the Yu clan, he could even upgrade all the warriors in the Da Sha Empire, or even the soaring dragon continent. It was a pity that the ghost genius Yu Gong died early. Otherwise, he would definitely be a powerful person that would be praised for thousands of years. Among the people, it was not wrong to call Yu Gong one of the 2 saints. The ghost genius Yu Gong was worthy of the title of saint. Compared to Yu Yang, who inherited the knowledge, sickly beauty had a hard time reading. Sometimes, before she could understand the intricacies, Yu Yang had already flipped the page. However, she was very relieved. As long as her husband mastered this mysterious summoning rune technique, she could slowly learn from him. She was not in a hurry at all. Let's look at your notebook again. After reading the puppet encyclopedia, Yu Yang had a lot of ideas in his mind. He wanted to put them into practice, but he did not have the materials on hand. Otherwise, he would have created a mech beast to try it out. He suddenly remembered Sickly Beauty's research and was overjoyed. He decided to study the slightly more difficult heaven runes. Here, Sickly Beauty happily handed over her most treasured notebook. Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Yu Yang's focused face. What kind of man was the most attractive? Some women liked generals who bathed in blood on the battlefield. They felt that a general who achieved success through the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers was the most attractive. Some women liked warriors who challenged giant dragons. They felt that a fearless and courageous dragon slayer was the most manly and the most attractive. In this world, there were people who liked high-status princes, there were people who liked refined and courteous nobles, there were even people who liked straightforward mercenaries, but in Sickly Beauty's heart, she liked knowledgeable scholars the most. She felt that people like Yu Yang who focused on knowledge and studied runes with a serious expression were the most attractive. A man who worked hard was the most handsome. Sickly Beauty could not remember where she had read this sentence in a book. Now, she felt that it made a lot of sense. Chapter 275. 3 days later. Yu Yang brought Sickly Beauty back to the little flower garden. Now was not the time to enjoy the world of the 2 of them. There were still a lot of things waiting for Yu Yang to do. At first, Princess Sissy and the others did not expect Yu Yang to come back so soon. They thought that this brat would only come back after enjoying for a week. Of course, that was not the main point. Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were focusing on Sickly Beauty's steps, as if they wanted to see something. Shui Wuxia and Yu Bing went up to welcome her. One came out to welcome her cousin who had been reborn, while the other ran into her brother's arms. Sickly Beauty was very generous. Ever since she became Yu Yang's wife, she would sit beside him even when she returned to the little flower garden. As for City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who asked her, "Does it hurt?" in private, she just smiled and did not answer. It would be weird if Princess Sissy did not feel pain. Princess Sissy had also seen Yu Yang's bad thing before. If such a huge thing entered her body, wouldn't it hurt to death? However, Princess Sissy was a little surprised that Sickly Beauty was able to endure it with her weak body. Furthermore, she saw that Sickly Beauty's face was glowing. Her face was no longer pale. Instead, she was emitting a healthy, rosy, and gentle radiance. It gave people an indescribable feeling of amazement. Princess Sissy was secretly amazed. She thought that Sickly Beauty would hurt Yu Yang's body and carry him back. She would lie on the bed and rest for a few months. Now, not only did Sickly Beauty's body get better, she also seemed to be nourished and radiant. Princess Sissy was really puzzled. No wonder when Yu Yang pushed her down, it had the effect of beautifying her body. Yu Yang has reached the realm of body fusion. Shui Wuxia was not surprised by Sickly Beauty's words, because Sickly Beauty had already done body fusion with Yu Yang. With Yu Yang's talent in martial arts, it was expected that he would achieve body fusion. However, Sickly Beauty's next words shocked Shui Wuxia. Because, Sickly Beauty said, he also mastered the power of runes. Yu Yang hurriedly explained, "No, I only mastered a part of it. Let me put it this way. I only mastered 1/10 of the heaven runes, 100th of the ancient runes and 1,000th of the immemorial runes. As for the dwarf rune, it's not really a summoning rune. Even if you master it 100%, it's useless." He told Princess Xianxia about the truth behind the runes, and briefly mentioned the inheritance of knowledge he had received. Xianxia, Fallen Flowers and the others were all amazed. Yu was even more moved when she heard Xiaosan was able to obtain Ant's knowledge inheritance. This is the blessing of her spirit in heaven, and also the blessing of the Yu clan's ancestors. Mastering the power of the ancient runes, even if it was only 1%, was already incredible. Moreover, as time passed, Yue Yang would be able to digest and absorb more knowledge. He would be able to continue to understand and improve. The ancient runes were profound and difficult to master. As for the immemorial runes, it was needless to say that Yue Yang could only touch a small threshold. Now, Yue Yang's main focus was on the heaven runes. In the past 3 days, after Yue Yang and Sickly Beauty's joint research and mutual enlightenment, Yue Yang had mastered about 10% of the heaven runes. Sickly Beauty had less. Although she had researched for a long time, she was still at the stage of understanding. She estimated that she had only mastered about 1% of the heaven runes. Returning to the little flower garden, she had the intention to share the results with Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others. She also wanted to use the wisdom of the group to speed up their learning. After all, everyone's comprehension was different. Maybe in some aspects, Princess Sissy and the others could do better and understand more. In order to strengthen her persuasion, Sickly Beauty summoned her crystal beast armor. In order to let Sickly Beauty's body recover, Yue Yang used a lot of innate chi to rearrange the heaven runes on her body. Of course, there was no way to change it completely in a short time. However, Yue Yang did not need to worry about time. Every time he rearranged the heaven runes on her body, her physique would undergo a huge change. The only thorny problem was to disperse the unnecessary heaven runes on her body. That was the most time-consuming task for Yue Yang. After rearranging the heaven runes and truly understanding the heaven runes, Sickly Beauty's strength increased greatly. When Qianchen, Fallen Flowers, Yu, Inan and Yu Bing saw that Sickly Beauty had summoned her crystal beast armor, not only did her outer armor become 100% crystal, her body had also become a flawless existence like a crystal. She looked just like a crystal beauty. Even after the armor was removed, when Princess Sissy used her dagger to cut Sickly Beauty's arm, she was not injured at all. Sickly Beauty said that because she was not good at fighting, she could only use 30% of her power now. If it was Princess Sissy or City Mistress Fallen Flowers, with her heaven runes, she believed that they would be even more powerful. This made Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers palpitate with eagerness. Other than wanting to increase their power, they were also envious of Sickly Beauty's crystal-like body. Since it is helpful to increase my power, I accept. Princess Sissy was not interested in studying runes, but she could not resist the temptation to increase her power. Anyway, she did not need to practice, she just needed to let Yue Yang try to rearrange the heaven runes on her body. As for whether this would let Yue Yang take advantage of her, she chose to ignore it. Heaven runes were like summoned beasts. However, they did not have life and could only assist their master. They did not have any consciousness, they could barely be considered as special type summoned beasts, just that they did not need to use the summoning grimoire's quota. When Sickly Beauty transferred her knowledge to Qianxian, Fallen Flowers, Inan, Yu and Yu Bing, Shui Wuxia pulled Yue Yang to the side and asked a few questions about him and Sickly Beauty. In the end, other than praising Yue Yang for taking the initiative to attack, she sighed slightly. Cousin sister used to be very introverted. Even if you want to be with her, you won't be able to give it to her in time. You don't have an unforgettable love, but she will be a good wife. Treat her well in the future. Love doesn't have to be vigorous, it can also be a long time. Yue Yang was slightly speechless. Was this considered as love after marriage? He thought about it again and felt that what Shui Wuxia said made sense. Sickly Beauty's personality was too passive. Marriage before love was actually more suitable for her. Thinking about it again, Wuxia had spent a lot of effort for him and Sickly Beauty. His heart was moved again. He reached out and hugged Shui Wuxia's fragrant body tightly. Shui Wuxia did not reject him, but rolled her eyes at him. Time flew. Sickly Beauty continued to pass on the heaven runes knowledge that Yue Yang had told her to Princess Sissy and the others every day. Yue Yang used the various materials that Shui Wuxia had brought back from outside and tried to make a puppet battle doll. Wei Tai Lang did not wake up and slept soundly in the courtyard. Today, the old cunning fox ran over in a sorry state, as if there were 100 hungry wolves chasing after him. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yue Yang busy at the entrance of the little flower garden. Luckily you didn't run out, otherwise the sky would have collapsed. What did you say? You were preparing to kill your way into the Yue clan castle. You have a good life ahead of you, why did you send yourself to die? Are you so bored that your balls hurt? Yue Yang was speechless when he heard this. He reckoned that the old cunning fox had learned this from Fatty Hai. Why was it that when he casually said some internet thunder, they would pick it up and jump out at him? Before he could speak, he was hit by the old cunning fox's walking stick. The old cunning fox was definitely using his position to take revenge. He had finally given birth to a precious daughter, but before he could even hear her call him father, she was snatched away by Yue Yang. The worst thing was that Yue Yang did not ask him, nor did he give him a betrothal gift. His precious daughter was given to him just like that. If not for Shui Wuxia mentioning it, he would still be in the dark as a father. He would not know that his daughter had already been defiled by the pervert Yue Yang. Under such circumstances, how could he not be angry? FCK, hit me again and I'll get angry. Yue Yang grabbed his walking stick and grabbed the old cunning fox's collar. He stared at the old cunning fox's old face. Your daughter is sick to the point of death. I'm trying to save her, do you understand? Furthermore, I like her and she likes me. We are in love with each other. What are you trying to do? I will hit you even if we are in love with each other. Do you think it's easy for me to give birth to a daughter? The old cunning fox was furious. He did not give any betrothal gifts, nor did he invite any matchmakers. He, as her father, did not even know about this. It was already good enough that he did not fight with this brat. Sickly Beauty heard the noise and hurriedly used her body to block Yue Yang. She was a little shy and embarrassed as she said in a low voice, "What are you doing? You can't blame him for this, go in quickly, don't make a fool of yourself in front of everyone. I'll explain it to you slowly when we get in." Yue Yang took the opportunity to make eye contact with the old cunning fox, indicating that he should not be jealous. His daughter would have to get married sooner or later when she grew up. The old cunning fox was crying internally. After sitting down and drinking the 100 filial tea that Sickly Beauty and Yue Yang had served, the old cunning fox's mood became a little better. Furthermore, with Princess Sissy and the others around, as a senior, he was too embarrassed to lose his temper in front of the juniors. Holding the teacup, he pretended to be calm and asked Yue Yang, "Brat, what have you been busy with recently? The whole courtyard is filled with broken things. Are you trying to tell me that you want to make puppet beasts? Let me tell you, you better give up quickly. You are not made for this. If we are talking about learning combat skills, you might be able to do it, but if we are talking about making puppet beasts, do you even know what runes are?" The old cunning fox thought that Yue Yang had learned some runes from his daughter and wanted to make puppet beasts. He really wanted to laugh at him in his heart. This brat was usually a genius in everything. It was rare to have a chance to mock him, it would be a waste not to scold him. Furthermore, he was his father-in-law now, it would be a waste to scold him. At first, the old cunning fox revealed a complacent smile. However, Yu Bing, who was not convinced that her brother had been misunderstood, immediately retorted, almost causing the old cunning fox to lose his face. At this time, the old cunning fox realized that he had misjudged him. It turned out that this brat had inherited his mother's knowledge and was now extremely powerful. He immediately sweated profusely. "Then what kind of beasts did you make? It seems like a humanoid puppet." The old cunning fox coughed dryly and changed the topic. "I failed. Originally, I wanted to make a battle-type puppet, but I didn't expect that after I completed it, it would only be a labor-type puppet. Even if I made another one, it would still be the same." Yue Yang had originally wanted to make an extremely strong puppet beast. He had high hopes that it would at least be gold rank level 6 and above. However, he didn't expect that the materials were not good enough and could not meet his requirements. After he created it, he found out that it was only a bronze rank level 6 puppet beast. Hence, Yue Yang decided to modify it and turned it into a labor-type puppet beast. It would not be used for battle, it would only be used for work. Haha, I knew it would be like this. The old cunning fox laughed until his tears flowed down. No, brother's puppet beast is very strong, it's just that the materials are not good enough." Yu Bing quickly explained on behalf of her brother. Hearing Yu Bing's explanation, the old cunning fox looked at Yue Yang and muttered to himself, "You idiot, a bronze rank level 6 puppet beast was used as a labor type. Even the Yu clan castle did not have many bronze rank level 6 puppet beasts. Even the Yu clan castle did not have many bronze rank level 6 puppet beasts. This brat actually used it as a labor type, it really made people speechless. The old cunning fox ran to the courtyard to take a look and found that the puppet beasts that Yue Yang made were really not bad. He praised him a few times and asked, "These 2 puppet beasts are your first batch of work. You should commemorate them properly. Have you thought of a good name? Why don't I use my vast knowledge and flexible mind to think of one for you?" Yue Yang said that he didn't need to worry, he had already made up a name. The old cunning fox asked what they were called. Yue Yang replied seriously, "The one on the left is called Megatron, the one on the right is called Optimus Prime." When he said this, the old cunning fox spurted out water on the spot. After coughing for a long time, he laughed and said, "2 labor-type puppets, do you think these names are suitable? Forget it, what about this incomplete puppet? What should it be called?" Yue Yang replied with an extremely serious expression, "This one is prepared to be called Ultraman. I specially designed it to fight against small monsters." The old cunning fox fell to the ground. Although Yue Yang had failed in creating gold rank level 6 puppet beasts and only obtained 2 bronze rank level 6 puppet beasts, the old cunning fox did not dare to look down on him. If he had the best materials, this brat might really be able to create gold rank level 6 puppet beasts. Because he was abnormal, everything he did was different from normal people. At first, the old cunning fox wanted to persuade Yue Yang to stay in the little flower garden for a while longer and not start a war with the fake Yu Chu. This was because the fake Yu Chu had at least a few innate rankers supporting him. He also had the support of the Thousand Goblin Sect, Green Summit Sect and Zijin Kingdom. As for whether the Demonic Palace, Demon Abyss Blood Prison and the fallen Eastern Goblin tribe supported him, the old cunning fox was not sure. Under these circumstances, he felt that it would be best for Yue Yang not to start a war. He should wait for Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai to return first. Yue Yang thought that now was the best time. When Elder Yu Hai and the others returned, they might be able to see through his flaws. Hence, he had to kill the fake Yu Chu before they returned. In any case, the fake Yu Chu would have to face the fake Yu Chu, the knockoff version against the knockoff version. Yue Yang did not leave immediately. He was waiting for Wei Tai Lang to wake up from his deep sleep. Wei Tai Lang was a good helper, so Yue Yang would definitely bring him along. In this battle, he might be able to kill another 2 innates. If Wei Tai Lang could eat them, he might be able to become an innate world-destroying demon wolf. After another day, Wei Tai Lang finally woke up. Platinum rank level 5 world-destroying demon wolf. When it woke up and opened its eyes, a huge hellfire pillar immediately rose from its body, shooting up to 20 meters into the sky. Its terrifying aura, like that of a demon king, was like a hurricane, forming a shockwave that spread outwards. Even within a radius of 10 miles, one could clearly feel its deterrent aura. That roar that was even more shocking than thunder resounded through the sky. Its potential has not been fully developed. This fellow will become a diamond ranked sooner or later. The old cunning fox was shocked by the huge potential stored in Wei Tai Lang's body. "Damn dog, you scared Bing-er. I will kill you and roast your dog meat to eat." Yue Yang rewarded Wei Tai Lang with a kick. Woof. Wei Tai Lang was feeling proud of himself. When it heard this, it immediately retracted its aura and pretended to be a bronze rank level 3 iron-back demon wolf. It wagged its tail and ran over to Yu Bing's leg, showing that it was a loyal dog that would never scare its little master. "Let's go, our destination is the Yu clan castle." During this period of time, under Yue Yang's guidance, Princess Sissy's abilities had increased crazily. She could not wait to start a battle with her enemies and test out how much she had improved. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Inan and Yu Bing had the same thoughts as her. In their eyes, there was also a burning desire to fight. Of course, the one who had the most desire to fight and kill was Yue Yang. He waved his arm and shouted, "Let's go." Chapter 276 Yu Clan Village. The current Yu Clan Village was very different from before. After the Xie clan led a large number of experts to destroy it, although it was rebuilt later on, because Elder Yu Hai was captured and the substitute clan master Yu Shan escaped, the new substitute clan master Yu Chu ordered to turn the Yu Clan village into a defensive fortress. The originally flat road was now piled up with a tall wall. This wall was much shorter than the city walls, but it was almost the same thickness. It was mainly made up of mud walls, bricks in the middle and wooden planks inside the walls. Because it was newly built, the wall was not completely sturdy. Some places even needed to be supported by huge wooden pillars to ensure that the wall would not collapse when the patrolling guards walked on it. Yu clan's collateral disciple, Lin Miao, was on patrol with his cousin Lin Lei. Under the scorching sun, he walked round and round. He was timid and did not dare to be like his cousin Lin Lei, who secretly kept a pot of wine in his pocket and drank it when he was thirsty. Although he knew that no one would come, he had to pretend to be on patrol. The newly promoted second steward had an extremely bad temper. Moreover, he was the kind of person who was intoxicated by success and arrogant. He would often ride a fast horse from the Yu clan castle to the Yu clan village, like a fox pretending to be a tiger, and shout at the disciples who did not share the same surname. If the second steward caught a disciple who dared to drink while on patrol, not only would his monthly allowance be deducted, he would also be whipped. Of course, the lackey would not come to check in the afternoon under the scorching sun. His fat body would not be able to stand this kind of torture. It's still better than before, sigh. Lin Miao sighed. Before Yu Hai's clan master was captured and the substitute clan master Yu Shan escaped, although the position of the Yu clan's collateral disciples was not high, they would not become servants. Even among the Yu clan's few young masters, other than Yu Bao, who was a little annoying, the rest were still alright. For example, Yu Tian and Yue Yang were just arrogant. Although they would not take the initiative to ask questions, they would still nod in response. The fifth young master Yu Ting was even more friendly. He greeted them warmly and addressed them according to their seniority. He did not put on any airs at all. Sometimes when he saw them outside, he would introduce them to his friends. This is our big brother Lin, this is our third brother Shi, etc. As for the abnormal third young master, although he killed people like flies, as long as no one provoked him, he would not care about other people's business. As for the abnormal third young master, although he killed people like flies, he would not care about other people's business unless they provoked him. To be more accurate, if you provoked this abnormal third young master, you would still have your life. If you provoke the abnormal third young master's most respected fourth mistress and seventh mistress Yu Bing and eighth mistress Yu Shuang, you would definitely lose your life. The third young master didn't care about who he was going to kill. Not to mention the branch family members, even the previous substitute clan master, Yu Shan, was almost killed by him. When the third young master had dragged the fourth mistress and killed their way into the Yu clan castle, Lin Miao had been there to witness it. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. That was because he was one of the guards that surrounded the third young master, and was almost bitten to death by the third young master's ironback demonic wolf. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to avoid it, and his companions behind him blocked the calamity for him. Otherwise, his grave would have been overgrown with weeds. Lei of clan of clans business, Yang is not of Ling. Lin's Ling, of Yang clans yelled. There is no one else here. Lin Miao understood that Ling Lei was right. He was just stubborn and did not want to admit his mistake. Just do your job of patrolling. If there is something, ring the alarm bell. If there is nothing, just walk around. When the time is up, go back to rest. Sleep if you want, eat if you want. If not, find someone to vent your anger on. Why do you have so many complaints? Lin Lei raised his hand and heavily patted his cousin Lin Miao's shoulder as he warned, if you want to live a long life, the only thing you need to do is to fucking pretend to be deaf and dumb. Don't think that you're the savior of the world. The third young master is an innate, he can't do anything. You, a level 2 braveman, want to meddle in other people's business. Do you have the ability to do so? Brother Lei, I was wrong. Lin Miao was afraid of this cousin. Not only was Lin Lei a level 3 hero, he was also very smart. If there was any flaw in Lin Lei, it would be that he loved to drink too much. Originally, the substitute clan master Yu Chu wanted to promote him to 100-man patrol captain. But because he did not like the smell of alcohol, he gave up on the idea. Lin Lei poured a mouthful of yellow wine into his mouth and patted Lin Miao's shoulder. Let's go. There is still an hour before we can report. Let's patrol one more round. This damned weather is so hot. Lin Miao did not move. He stared at a black dot in the distance blankly. Lin Lei was curious. What was going on? He turned his head curiously and looked at the direction that Lin Miao was looking at. His expression immediately changed and the wine pot in his hand fell to the ground. Enemy, enemy, enemy. Ring the alarm bell quickly. Lin Miao realized that the black dot was getting closer. It had turned into 2 huge humanoid puppets. They were using ropes to pull a luxurious horse carriage, striding towards them. Although they were not close, the hostility and killing intent of the approaching person could be felt clearly. Even a level 2 braveman like Lin Miao could feel it clearly. It seemed that this was the enemy that the substitute clan master Yu Chu said to guard against. He had to ring the alarm bell immediately. Idiot, I'm going to knock your head. Can't you see that the third young master has returned? Lin Lei kicked Lin Miao's butt, easily knocking him down. But isn't the third young master a fake? Lin Miao actually did not want the third young master to be a fake. But there was no other way. Becoming an innate at the age of 20 was too unbelievable. It was impossible to become an innate at the age of 20. Saying that the third young master was a fake was somewhat reasonable. No matter how talented other people were, becoming a level 6 elder at the age of 20 was already very scary. But the third young master was an innate right away. How could people believe that he was real? Lin Lei kicked Lin Miao again. Who cares if he is real or fake? As long as you recognize that he is the Yu clan's third young master, that's enough. Of course Lin Miao knew that he meant well. He patted his butt and stood up, asking uneasily, can we really not ring the alarm bell? If the second butler knew about this, we would at least lose a layer of skin. Lin Lei was completely sober now. His whole body was as tense as a leopard. His forehead was full of cold sweat as he snorted, even if we lose a layer of skin, it's still better than losing our heads. Below the wall, the two steel giants that were as tall as 6 meters pulled the horse carriage with big strides. On top of the horse carriage sat Yue Yang. His expression was incomparably leisurely, as if he was on a holiday. However, the killing intent in his eyes made Lin Lei, who was under the scorching sun, feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He shivered continuously as goosebumps appeared on his arms. As if he did not see the two living people in front of him, Yue Yang yawned. The two steel giants raised their iron fists and with a few punches and a few heavy kicks, they broke a hole in the high wall that the guards had spent more than a month to build. They then easily destroyed half of the adjacent wall and pulled the horse carriage, rumbling as they entered. The iron-backed demonic wolf that wagged its tail like a watchdog was following behind them in a bored manner. Lin Miao remembered this demonic wolf that had almost killed him in an instant. He would never forget its name and figure for the rest of his life. Grey Wolf. When they entered the hole in the wall, Wei Tai Lang glanced at Lin Miao intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Miao suddenly felt like peeing in his pants. This kind of death-like gaze was too familiar. He could often see it in his dreams even now. Dang 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 dang. The alarm bell rang in the midst of the frightened reactions of the patrolling guards. Lin Miao and Lin Lei saw that in less than 3 seconds, Grey Wolf had flashed 100 meters away and directly toward the two Shi family disciples who had rung the alarm into pieces, instantly killing them. Lin Miao and Lin Lei looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. If they were the ones who rang the alarm bell just now, they would probably already be. How was this an alarm bell? This was basically a death knell for them. Third young master, you are finally back. Lin Lei's lips trembled as he spoke. Other than fear, there seemed to be a little joy in his voice. Lei, brother Lei, what are you doing? When Lin Miao saw Lin Lei running down the high wall towards the horse carriage, he thought that he was going to fight with the third young master. He quickly jumped down and hugged him tightly. I am not doing anything. I am just following them to take a look. When Lin Lei saw Yue Yang's horse carriage returning, he suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He made a decision that he would never have thought of a minute ago. This decision was very crazy. A minute ago, Lin Lei would definitely not have made this decision. However, the current him was willing to gamble with his life. He decided to follow the third young master's horse carriage. He knew that this battle was a battle between two tigers. Yu Chu and Yue Yang, this pair of father and son, were like two fierce tigers. When they fought, one of them would definitely die. The most important thing now was to stand on the right side. If he waited until the outcome of the battle was decided, it would be too late. He had to choose his target before the battle, otherwise he would be finished. No one would like to sit on the fence, and no one would like to sit on the fence. Lin Lei made a decision. He decided to support the weaker Yu clan's third young master. This was a crazy move, he could lose his life at any time. However, if he made the right bet, it would change his life. At least, he would not have to lower his head in front of the Yu clan anymore. He would be able to hold his head high like a real man, living as a human and not a dog. You are crazy. Lin Miao felt that his cousin had gone crazy. No, I am not crazy, I am not drunk either. I am more sober than ever before. Ah Miao, listen to me. Either you come with me, or you kill me. Lin Lei stared at Lin Miao. His gaze was like a madman, scaring Lin Miao so much that he started to sweat. Lin Miao thought for a while and shook his head. Brother Lei, I will stay here and continue to be a sentry. Nonsense, you know that it is impossible. No matter who wins or loses, we will not need a sentry anymore. Third young master will pass through here. Do you think you will be fine if you stay here? Lin Lei gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He took big strides and followed behind the horse carriage. Wei Tai Lang warned him not to come near, but it did not attack. Of course, this was because Lin Lei had raised his hands and made a surrender gesture. Otherwise, his throat would have been bitten off by Wei Tai Lang. Lin Miao was so anxious that he scolded them for a long time. Seeing hundreds of guards coming after hearing the news and retreating in front of the carriage, he gritted his teeth painfully, pounded his chest with his fists and gave himself 2 hard slaps. Then he rushed up with a hoarse roar, Brother Lei, wait for me. I'm going to risk it all. Lin Lei did not praise him, but Lin Miao could not remember how many years it had been since he last saw the praise in his eyes. Yue Yang, who was on top of the horse carriage, glanced back. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. He smiled faintly. Wait, you have guts. As a little brother, you did not inform me, your boss, and actually came here to fight with others. How can you not have a boss to protect you? I am your boss. If word gets out that you are acting like this, I, Master Hai, will lose all my face. Fatty Hai rode on the iron rhinoceros and galloped over from behind. He had not even arrived, but his voice was already loud enough to shake the sky. Don't forget about us. Yi Kong and the Li brothers appeared together with Fatty Hai. Chapter 277. The clan guards who heard the news at the Yu clan village were the most pained. They knew that the Yu clan's third young master was an innate, and he killed without batting an eye. Whoever dared to block his way was definitely looking for death. However, the substitute clan master Yu Chu was also a ruthless person. Even the previous clan master Yu Shan was scared to the point of escaping. He captured and killed everyone in the clan. The most ruthless thing was that even though he had an innate rancor as his son, Yu Chu didn't want to admit it. He even ordered for him to be arrested. Everyone said that even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Yu Chu didn't even want to let his son go. If he found out that he ran away, how could he live? The third young master was an innate rancor, but Yu Chu also had a few innate rancors supporting him. This battle would definitely be disastrous, as the ant-like clan guards, they were in a difficult situation. If they advanced, they wouldn't be able to live. If they retreated, they wouldn't be able to die. They really didn't know what to do. Hence, they could only surround the carriage pulled by the 2 steel giants, retreating step by step. Some people saw Lin Lei and Lin Miao following from afar. They didn't understand at first, but they realized later on that these 2 fellows wanted to change sides. Lin Lei, Lin Miao, what are you 2 trying to do? Even if the guards were as brave as water tanks, they wouldn't dare to block Yue Yang's carriage. However, they had to find an excuse to make things difficult for Lin Miao and Lin Lei. It was a battle between soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals. If they couldn't beat the innate rancor third young master, could they beat the Lin brothers? I believe that the third young master is real. There must be some misunderstanding. Lin Miao knew that it was too late to regret now, so he might as well go through with it. Brothers, be smarter, don't forget your roots. I'm not betraying you, I'm truly loyal to the Yu clan. His Majesty and the old marshal had personally acknowledged the third young master. During the Xie clan's crisis, the third young master stood up and protected the entire Yu clan. Now that His Majesty and the old marshal are not here, someone is taking advantage of the chaos. Although I can't resist, I will definitely follow the third young master, because the third young master is the Yu clan's legitimate heir. He is the hope of His Majesty and the old marshal, not an outsider. I say, brothers, we are all brothers. If any of you don't miss our old friendship, feel free to come and try. I will risk my life to accompany you. Lin Lei pulled out his long saber and stared at the surrounding guards. His words caused many family guards to lower their heads. There were also people who were on good terms with Lin Lei who shouted, Lin Lei, why do you have to do this? This is a battle between the upper echelons. It's not something small people like us can interfere in. Lin Lei pointed at Grey Wolf and shouted passionately, do you see that? The dogs by third young master's side live like humans with dignity. But we, as humans, live like dogs. I don't want to be a dog. I want to be a human. Even if I can only be a human for a day, I can die without regrets. His voice resounded through the streets of the Yu clan village, piercing through the clouds. Half of the family guards who had surrounded him exploded. After a long time, a dozen hot-blooded guards rushed over and stood together with Lin Lei. Even more people lowered their heads in shame and quietly retreated out of the encirclement. The eyes of the remaining people flickered. Under Grey Wolf's roar, it was unknown who took the lead to scream and ran away. They fought to be the first and ran towards the Yu clan castle in a chaotic manner. At the Yu clan castle in the middle of the mountain, a few innate rankers appeared in the sky. Their radiance was comparable to the scorching sun. They released their aura together and their terrifying aura formed a shockwave. It was as if a tsunami was crashing down towards Yue Yang, who was on top of the carriage. Tisk! Yue Yang sneered disdainfully. He was no longer the Yue Yang who pulled the carriage and fourth mother to the Yu clan castle that day. That day, his strength was not high. He was only a level 6 elder. But today, he had already killed close to 10 innate rankers. Tu Cheng, Kuang Zan, Mr. Duan Mu, Lu He, Goblin General Dream Eater, Goblin General Zidiao, Jade-scaled twin-headed snake, fire-tailed spirit snake turtle and the 9-headed goblin marshal who could kill the flying tiger ambassador in an instant had all fallen under Yue Yang's feet. With the help of Shui Wuxia and the others, he had mastered the 5th level of innate invisible sword chi. With Sickly Beauty's body fusion, he had mastered the body fusion realm. He had even obtained the knowledge of the pitiful guy's mother and mastered the power of summoning runes. With this kind of Yue Yang, would he still care about the pressure from a few innate rankers? Yue Yang's reply to the few innate rankers' provocation was a middle finger of disdain. With regards to the 4 innate rankers' combined pressure, Yue Yang did not feel anything. However, Lin Miao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His whole body was trembling as if he was a sick person who had been drenched in snow. He looked at Lin Lei and saw that Lin Lei was clenching his teeth tightly. Both of his hands had turned pale from gripping the hilt of his sword too hard. Although he was not trembling in fear, Lin Lei's face was as ugly as a dead man's. Fatty Hai, who was riding on the iron rhinoceros, mocked, "Are you kidding me? A fart from a few innate rankers could make your legs tremble in fear even from 10 miles away. Are you guys really men? Do you really have a fart in your pants? Aren't you afraid?" Lin Miao asked with a trembling voice. Seeing that Hai Dashao's expression was normal, he immediately admired this fatty. "Nonsense. Why would I be afraid from so far away? Why would I be afraid of them? Haven't you heard how bold Hai Dashao, Let me tell you, I am not afraid of anything. Other than being afraid of beautiful women falling in love with me and wanting to marry me no matter what, I am not afraid of anything else." Damn, there's a guy flying over here. Yue Yang, there's a small fry here. You take care of him. Boss, I need to conserve my strength and help you fight the strongest monster later. Fatty Hai saw that there was an innate ranker flying down from the Yu clan castle like a meteor. The rumbling aura scared him so much that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He hurriedly asked Yue Yang to go up. Yue Yang leapt up from the roof of the carriage. With a twist of his hands, he used his yin ability on his left hand and his yang ability on his right. Ice and fire formed a magnificent spectacle in the sky. On one side, the cold wind whistled and countless snowflakes floated down. It was so cold that people's teeth chattered. On the other side, it was as hot as a volcano. It was so hot that people felt like they were being roasted on a stove. Everyone's mouth was wide open, unable to breathe. The current yin-yang twin fish was spinning. Its power was 100 times stronger than when it was first used in the New Year's tournament. Following Yue Yang's control, the ice and fire formed a terrifying tornado. Ice and fire collided in the tornado. Purple lightning crackled. The innate ranker who was flying down from the sky was secretly shocked when he saw this. However, he was as powerful as a meteor. Under this kind of full-power attack, he had no other choice but to meet it head-on. Meteor, against ice and fire tornado, the innate ranker who looked like a middle-aged man met Yue Yang's Wei Jin magic blade with his heavy fist. There was a deafening boom. Everyone felt their vision go black, as if a thunderbolt had exploded in their ears. They were all muddle-headed and couldn't think at all. Many guards who couldn't take it anymore fainted on the ground. Even the family warriors who could hold on were on the verge of collapsing. The shockwave from the collision between the two was like an unstoppable tsunami, engulfing the ground. The fainted family warriors and guards were all blown away. Most of their beasts were killed on the spot. A few of them had their limbs broken. Some of the family warriors who didn't faint used their swords and spears to pin themselves on the ground, using all their strength to support their bodies. They gritted their teeth and persevered in the terrifying shockwave. Almost everyone spat out blood. Their internal organs were injured by the shockwave. As long as Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers could still stand proudly and look up at the sky. Lin Lei stabbed his sword into the ground, supporting his body so that he wouldn't fall. Blood seeped out from his mouth, nose and ears. Lin Miao, who was even weaker, hugged Lin Lei's legs tightly, not letting go. He was like a drowning man grabbing onto a piece of straw, unwilling to let go. The luxurious carriage, which looked fragile on the surface, was not damaged at all in this terrifying storm. Even further away, the walls, houses, and watchtowers were constantly collapsing. Bricks, tiles, and wood were all swept into the air, as if there was an invisible and huge demonic hand grabbing them and throwing them into the sky. The battle between Yue Yang and that innate rancor seemed to be a draw on the surface. However, that innate rancor came down from above, borrowing the momentum from afar and shot towards Yue Yang with the speed of a shooting star. He even leapt up from the roof of the carriage to face the enemy, resulting in a draw. That innate rancor mainly wanted to test Yue Yang's strength, so he left immediately after his attack. However, Yue Yang didn't let him go. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Yue Yang didn't chase after this extremely fast opponent. He only waved his left hand, and countless heat energy immediately gathered, forming a giant flame bow. He rotated his right hand lightly, and all the cold energy condensed in his palm, forming 3 extremely cold ice arrows in the blink of an eye. Yue Yang opened his mouth and chanted, just like how people would summon their beasts. However, the tone of his chant was something that people had never heard before. It was extremely beautiful and pleasing to the ears, as if it was the sound of nature. Silver runes appeared one after another as he chanted and imprinted themselves on the ice arrows, causing the 3 terrifying ice arrows to be imbued with terrifying destructive energy. Summoning runes. That innate rancor who was retreating quickly changed his expression. He had a strange feeling that no matter how far he ran, no matter how fast he ran, he wouldn't be able to escape from his opponent's ice arrows. Should he continue retreating, or should he use all his strength to destroy these 3 ice arrows? If he retreated, he would be able to receive support from his comrades. However, if he didn't have enough defense, he might be pierced through by his opponent's arrows. If he used all his strength to defend against the 3 ice arrows, he could only fight alone. If he couldn't defend against it, his life would be in danger. Even if he used all his strength to defend, if this brat continued to chase after him, he would definitely be heavily injured. A difficult choice was placed in front of him. Should he go back, or should he go forward? Yue Yang chanted another rune. Purple electric currents appeared in his hands, crackling and popping. They connected together and rotated at high speed on the flame bow and ice arrows. This time, not only the innate rancor who wanted to retreat with one strike, even the 3 innate rancors who were watching from afar changed their expressions. If they had the confidence to defend against Yue Yang's 3 ice arrows just now, then they really didn't have the confidence to defend against the 3 ice arrows that had purple electric currents revolving at high speed. Even if it was a beast with the strongest defense, it would probably be pierced through the heart by these ice arrows that were filled with ice, fire and runes. Previously, they thought that Yue Yang was just a junior who had just stepped into the innate realm. They didn't think that this brat was so abnormal. This kind of controlling ability was definitely not something that a junior who had just stepped into the innate realm could have. Absolutely impossible. Summon grimoire. The innate rancor who was targeted by Yue Yang's ice arrows finally couldn't bear the fear in his heart. He didn't choose to retreat, nor did he choose to attack. Instead, he chose the third option, which was to summon his platinum grimoire, hoping that the grimoire's protective shield would be able to block these 3 destructive ice arrows. Die. Yue Yang seemed to be waiting for this moment, his eyes filled with killing intent. The 3 ice arrows that contained ice, fire, and purple electric currents flashed and disappeared from Yue Yang's hands. Originally, the grimoire's protective shield that could block all attacks was suddenly shattered like an eggshell. Under the innate rancor's stunned expression, an ice arrow pierced through his heart, killing an innate in an instant. How was this possible? Forget about the outsiders, even Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers couldn't believe it. They were shocked by Yue Yang's attack. How could a grimoire's protective shield that could block all attacks be pierced through? How did Yue Yang do it? Chapter 278 Inches Master Tong Tian, you have the 5 transformations power, can you tell what is going on? On top of the Yu clan castle, the youngest innate ranker on the left looked at the man in the middle with a questioning gaze. This is a cunning trick. The innate ranker in the middle smiled. At this moment, the oldest innate ranker on the right retracted his gaze and said angrily, although that brat's ice arrows are strong, they shouldn't be able to penetrate Yao Guang's shield. Even if they could, they shouldn't be able to harm Yao Guang's body. That sly brat took advantage of a loophole and tampered with the ice arrows. The first arrow was the largest and was hollow, while the third arrow directly pierced through the first and second arrows. The first arrow pierced through the platinum barrier, while the second arrow pierced through the first arrow by an inch. Normally, it wouldn't have posed any threat to a light-shaking realm cultivator, but the third arrow pierced through the first and second arrows and wasn't stopped by the platinum barrier. That's why a light-shaking realm cultivator was hit. The innate ranker in the middle, Tong Tian, waved his hand, Mr. Moki, victory is victory, defeat is defeat. There is no doubt about this. After a pause, he continued, strategy is also a part of battle power. Especially in a situation where both parties have similar strength, the one with better strategy would definitely have the upper hand. Furthermore, this Yu clan's third young master's purple thunder ice arrow was indeed controlled by him. The first and second arrows were shot through the air, while the third arrow melted just right. I have to say, this Yu clan's third young master's battle techniques are worthy of our recognition. The oldest Mr. Moki on the right nodded his head, but his eyes were still filled with hatred as he stared at Yue Yang. The youngest innate ranker on the left looked like he was thinking. The man in the middle, Tong Tian, pointed at Yue Yang and said, Yu clan third young master is an expert in fire bow and ice arrow attacks. This proves that he has mastered the power of ice and fire. He has just become an innate not long ago, but he already has such mastery. This is worthy of praise. Especially after he shot the arrows, he still has some strength left, which is even rarer. I estimate that he should have reached innate level 3, or even close to innate level 4. Kai Yang, I'm afraid that you and Yao Guang won't be his match. Only Mr. Moki can fight him. Is that so? The youngest Shantian on the left, Kai Yang, had an unconvinced look on his face. Although he looked young on the surface, he was actually over 300 years old. It could be said that he had been famous for a long time. Of course, in the world of innate rankers, 300 years old was nothing. At most, one could only be considered a young kid among the young. Moreover, an innate expert did not care about age, seniority, or qualifications. All that mattered was strength. As long as one had strength, then even a 20-year-old kid like Yue Yang could obtain the respect of others. If one didn't have strength, then even if he lived for a few hundred years, he would still have to respectfully bow his head and call others adults. The Shantian lord who had fought against Yue Yang and had his heart pierced by Yue Yang's arrow was Kai Yang's companion, Yao Guang. They were all part of the innate alliance's 7 great bears. Cough cough. Yao Guang, who had been shot in the heart, didn't die on the spot. In fact, he didn't even fall to the ground. He was heavily injured, so he summoned his medical-type beast to heal himself continuously. Because Yue Yang's purple electric ice arrow contained the terrifying power of ice and fire, purple lightning and heaven runes, Yao Guang didn't dare to pull out the arrowhead immediately, afraid that the energy in the arrow would explode and blow his whole body into pieces. Now, he could only forcefully support himself in the protective shield and heal himself continuously, hoping that he could slowly heal himself and eliminate the power of Yue Yang's purple electric ice arrow. Now, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had retreated quickly and escaped back to his companions' side, then with the support of Master Tong Tian, Mr. Moki and his companion Kai Yang, he would definitely not be in such a sorry state. Even if he could be safe this time, he would have lost all his face in front of the family guards who were watching from below. In his heart, he still thought that after he eliminated the power of the ice arrow, he would definitely kill these family guards. He definitely couldn't let these ant-like humans live after seeing him in such a sorry state. He definitely couldn't let them secretly laugh at him, an innate explode. Yue Yang wouldn't give Yao Guang any chance to take revenge after he was healed. He stretched out his hand and clenched it tightly. The ice arrow that was nailed into Yao Guang's chest instantly exploded. Boom! Yao Guang screamed in pain from the explosion. His chest was blown to pieces and his internal organs flew out, turning into countless ice shards that scattered into the sky. The platinum grimoire disappeared because Yao Guang lost his consciousness. The protective shield was broken and countless blood and minced meat splattered all over the sky, forming a bloody rain in the distance. Just like a meteorite falling, Yao Guang fell head first onto the road of the Yu clan castle, scaring the few remaining family guards who were watching and causing them to run away hurriedly. There was a big hole in Yao Guang's chest, and his internal organs had disappeared. Only the parts above his shoulders and below his pelvis were still relatively intact. Unfortunately, this tenacious fellow had not completely stopped breathing until now. Yue Yang appeared in front of Yao Guang in a flash. He coldly stared at this pitiful enemy. His killing intent was like that of a demon king. Spare. Yao Guang still wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't make any sound. Tears flowed out of his eyes due to fear and pain. He pitifully stretched out his badly mutilated hands towards Yue Yang, begging Yue Yang to spare his life. "I'm sorry, I won't be merciful to my enemies." Yue Yang stepped on Yao Guang's head, causing it to explode. "So this fellow is a fake?" Fatty Hai shouted. "Yue Yang, if there are any more fake crybabies like him, I'll take care of them. No matter what, I'm still your boss. If I don't help you get rid of one or two fake innates, I wouldn't be worthy of my title as the invincible sexy little handsome guy. Meow meow, I thought that innates were very powerful, but who didn't know that there's someone who's even more afraid of death than me? This really disappoints me." Yao Guang, Kai Yang, who was above the Yu clan castle, originally wanted to fly over to help. But before he could arrive, Yao Guang was already killed by Yue Yang's kick. He roared in grief and exploded with all his strength, releasing his innate level 2 strength, descending in front of Yue Yang. Although Shun Tian had warned him that he and Yao Guang weren't a match for Yue Yang, Kai Yang couldn't care less now. Because of the tragic death of his comrade, he was extremely angry. If he didn't have the last bit of control, he would have attacked Yue Yang immediately. The 7 great bears had participated in the innate war many times before, and now only 3 of them were left. They were Yao Guang, Kai Yang and Tian Quan. Now that Yao Guang was dead, and the 7 great bears had been destroyed, Kai Yang would definitely feel sad. Seeing that Kai Yang was extremely angry, Fatty Hai was so scared that he trembled. He quietly shouted, "Yue Yang, this fellow doesn't seem to be a fake crybaby, it's better if you do it. If you can't do it, just hide further away. Why are you so close to him?" Yue Yang was speechless. Maybe Kai Yang was angered by Fatty Hai's words. He was an innate ranker of the 7 great bears, but he was actually criticized by a fatty who wasn't even an innate, saying that he was a fake crybaby. Kai Yang glared at Fatty Hai angrily. His imposing manner was like a hurricane passing through, rushing towards Fatty Hai, causing the heavy Fatty Hai to retreat 2 steps. With just the power of his glare, Fatty Hai's entire body was pushed back. An innate ranker should never be underestimated. The surrounding guards, regardless of whether they were injured or not, as long as they could still move, they all ran far away. Just now, the 2 innate rankers were fighting in the sky, and there were already countless casualties. Now that they were fighting on the ground, how could they survive? Not to mention a direct hit, even if they were accidentally hit by the sword chi, they would be smashed to pieces. The only ones who didn't run away were Lin Miao and Lin Lei. They stood behind the horse carriage, looking battered and exhausted. However, they didn't pee their pants in fear. Even the timid Lin Miao felt that it was a little unbelievable. Could it be that after following the Yu clan's 3rd young master, their guts grew bigger? Wei Tai Lang laid lazily in front of the horse carriage, yawning, as if he wasn't too concerned about the battle. It wasn't his turn to attack yet. He wouldn't be like Fatty Hai, foolishly running out to snatch the credit from his master. Gold Mammoth, One-Eyed Giant, come out, the target is the horse carriage. Kai Yang's plan was not only to fight with the Yu clan's 3rd young master, he also wanted to summon his gold-ranked beasts and flatten the luxurious horse carriage. Previously, the Yu clan's 3rd young master had pulled the horse carriage and killed his way into the Yu clan castle. This heroic act was praised by the world as the most filial act in the world. Now, if he still pulled the horse carriage and killed his way into the Yu clan castle for the 2nd time, the world would definitely be even more shocked. His enemies would definitely become the laughing stock of the world. Furthermore, the luxurious horse carriage was parked in the middle of a large pile of dilapidated walls. It was extremely eye-catching, making Kai Yang extremely annoyed. Hence, he decided to destroy it in front of the Yu clan's third young master. As for whether he could fight against the Yu clan's third young master alone, Kai Yang was never worried. Behind him, there was still Mr. Moki and Master Shun Tian. They would definitely not let go of the Yu clan's third young master, who was an innate ranker, because they were the Yu clan's mortal enemies for thousands of years. Destroying the Yu clan was their wish. A gigantic gold mammoth, a gold rank level 6 mammoth, was like a small moving mountain. Its long tusks flashed with silver lightning from time to time. It was obvious that this was a lightning-attributed gold mammoth, which was extremely rare. Beside the gold mammoth, stood a one-eyed giant that was almost 10 meters tall. It was also a gold rank level 6 giant, and its body was covered with heavy armor made of meteoric iron. It wore a giant crown on its head, and a giant golden hammer that could crush anything hung from its waist. The one-eyed giant was slow-witted by nature. Its limbs were well developed, but its brain was simple. Only a few other species knew how to use weapons. This gold one-eyed giant was obviously one of those species that had extraordinary strength and was proficient in combat skills. Yue Yang, I'll leave the two at the back to you, I'll fight this guy. The valiant and heroic Princess Sissy suddenly lifted the curtain of the horse carriage and jumped down. She strode forward, her silver armor and giant sword clanging on her back. Your Highness, can you do it? Fatty Hai sweated profusely. His opponent was an innate, not a child. Isn't it just the 7 great bears? They can't scare me. Princess Sissy had been taught by Yue Yang many times. With the experience of fighting against the Eastern Goblin tribe and the Nirvana Flame, her battle power had increased greatly. In addition, she had also mastered some heaven runes in the later stages. Naturally, her confidence had increased. Although she had not stepped into the innate realm, Princess Sissy really wanted to challenge herself. Hence, she decided to fight the weakest of the 7 great bears, Kai Yang. Princess is mighty, I'll forget about it. I'll just fight this stupid elephant. Fatty Hai knew that his strength was limited and he couldn't be a hero. He could only change his target to the gold mammoth and the gold one-eyed giant. Yue Yang's target was the 2 innate rankers that were slowly flying towards him, Moki and Shun Tian. The 2 of them were the real strong enemies. Chapter 279. When Fatty Hai summoned the iron rhinoceros and the little hippopotamus to strengthen themselves, Yi Kong, who had already summoned the King Kong demon ape to strengthen himself, and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle that was nearing adulthood, charged towards the golden thunder mammoth together. Regardless of level or rank, the Herculean rhinoceros beetle was far inferior to the golden mammoth. However, the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, which had a carapace that was as thick as steel, was actually not at a disadvantage when facing the golden mammoth head-on. Although it was pushed back by the golden mammoth, the Herculean rhinoceros beetle was not injured. It was only slightly dizzy. In the sky, Yi Kong, who had strengthened his King Kong demon ape, raised a thick steel rod and smashed it down, heavily hitting the gold mammoth's head. The gold mammoth shook its head, and Yi Kong, whose hands were numb from the recoil, was sent flying. Fatty Hai, who was behind it, raised his iron rhinoceros and little hippopotamus's strength and used a hippopotamus meteor punch on the gold mammoth's rear. This move did not have any effect. Instead, it angered the gold mammoth. With a sweep of its lightning-covered tail, it sent Fatty Hai flying into the air. Under their feet, the Li brothers, who were supported by the golden ant soldiers, brandished their sharp machetes and dashed forward like the wind, slashing at the golden mammoth's hind legs. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers had great teamwork. Under the eagle-eyed Sha Hu Wei Jia's hellish training, they had killed countless strong beasts. But now, it couldn't bite through the golden mammoth at all. This golden mammoth's skin was too thick. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others looked at each other in shock after a probing attack. Gosh, this stupid elephant's defense is super strong, we can't bite through it at all. Fatty Hai felt that it was time for him to show off his true abilities that he had been secretly cultivating. Otherwise, he might even be trampled into meat paste by this golden mammoth. Only then will it be interesting. In Yi Kong's eyes, a blazing battle intent surged. The Li brothers didn't say anything. However, they had trained very hard, and were not inferior to Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. Even if their strength was not as good as Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's, these 2 brothers had also made huge improvements. The other side, the golden cyclops charged towards the carriage. It was holding a gold-tier weapon high in its hand. It was a huge square-shaped hammer so heavy that it felt like it could crush everything in the world. The battle between the one-eyed giant and the two humanoid mechanical puppets created by Yue Yang, Megatron and Optimus Prime, was the exact opposite of Ye Kong and the others. The Cyclops swung his hammer. It smashed fiercely on Megatron and Optimus Prime's bodies, as if it wanted to smash them into pieces. If it was any other puppet beast, even if it was a rock puppet that could charge back and forth above an army of 10,000, it would definitely be smashed into a pile of stones under such a heavy blow. However, the giant hammer was completely useless against the two bronze rank level 6 mechanical puppets created by Yue Yang. The two mechanical puppets whose names were spoofed as Megatron and Optimus Prime didn't know any offensive moves. They were completely labor-type mechanical puppets. They only knew how to move, carry, lift, pull, take, push, smash and so on. They didn't know any offensive moves, nor did they know how to dodge. Of course, the crazy idea of using offensive moves and dodging was just Yue Yang's wild imagination. In reality, other than the ghost genius Yue Gong, no one in the Yue clan had ever successfully created a puppet that knew how to use offensive moves. Although Yue Yang's puppet beasts that studied offensive moves had failed and turned into two laborers. However, the defense of Megatron and Optimus Prime, these two labor-type puppets, had reached a terrifying level. The reason was that Yue Yang was very lazy. He hated repairing things, especially Megatron and Optimus Prime who were only bronze rank level 6. In Yue Yang's eyes, they belonged to the level of scrap metal. He was even more unwilling to repair them. Hence, the lazy Yue Yang used his innate chi sword to inscribe an ancient rune on Megatron and Optimus Prime's bodies that made even the old cunning fox go crazy. That was permanent fixation. Other than this permanent fixation that protected Megatron and Optimus Prime, Yue Yang also inscribed a few heaven runes on their exterior, such as automatic recovery, metal melting, external skeleton, and honeycomb skin. The old cunning fox felt that it was a huge joke to inscribe external skeleton and honeycomb skin on the metal mechanical puppets. Why would metal puppets need bones? Forget about bones, why would they need skin? Could it be that these two laborers wanted to make a 10 meters tall female titan giant? The old cunning fox didn't understand at that time, but after attacking them for a while, he realized that Yue Yang was a pervert. It turned out that Yue Yang had designed an insect-type exoskeleton on the two laborers' bodies. He made their metal exoskeletons form a layer of metal exoskeleton, and added on a honeycomb metal skin that could greatly reduce the impact and heat. With the two combined, the two laborers' defense was simply hopeless. The old cunning fox felt that even if he was given 3 days and 3 nights, he wouldn't be able to destroy these two laborers. What made him want to vomit blood was that these two laborers could even automatically recover. This was because their core was permanent fixation. Unless one had the power to destroy the ancient runes, it would be impossible to destroy these two dumb laborers who only knew how to take a beating and couldn't attack. The golden Cyclops raised his giant hammer and smashed it on Megatron and Optimus Prime's bodies. Sparks flew and the sound was deafening, but the two laborers were not injured at all. More accurately, every time they were hit, they would automatically recover. The golden Cyclops was dumbfounded. When it raised its square-shaped giant hammer and stared blankly at the two laborers, Megatron and Optimus Prime, who had very impressive names but very weak combat power, pushed down the Cyclops. Of course, it wasn't the kind of push that Yue Yang pushed down Sickly Beauty. This was a normal push. The two laborers pushed the Cyclops to the ground, then raised their legs and stomped on it. Their working procedure was to first push down obstacles, such as walls, and then flatten them with their feet. Then, they would pull the carriage over. They worked 100% according to Yue Yang's plan. No matter if it was a wall or a golden Cyclops, they would be pushed down and flattened. The tragic one-eyed giant let out a painful cry under the 4 steel feet. Wei Tai Lang didn't participate in the battle. The main task that Yue Yang gave him was to stand guard in front of the carriage and protect his little master. If the golden Cyclops got a little closer and entered the territory that he was guarding, then he would be able to attack. But now, he yawned again, feeling bored because he wasn't tortured by the enemy. Gold rank level 6 beasts were very difficult to deal with for Ye Kong and Fatty Hai. However, in Wei Tai Lang's eyes, what was gold rank level 6? No matter how strong the beasts were, he couldn't remember how many he had eaten. He had even eaten an 8 rankers before, so a gold rank beast was nothing to him. The only thing that Wei Tai Lang was looking forward to was the corpse of a demon king. Yue Yang had told Wei Tai Lang many times that even a dog must have great ambitions. If he wanted to eat a demon king, he would have to eat something like that. Hence, Wei Tai Lang's first dream was to eat a demon king. Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears was fighting against Princess Sissy. At first, he thought that he could instantly kill this royal swordswoman who wasn't even an innate. He didn't expect that not only could he not kill her, he even almost let Princess Sissy injure him, an innate. Kai Yang was very depressed from the fight. Other than the Yu clan third young master who was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, he couldn't focus fully on the fight. During the fight, he was also beaten up by Princess Sissy until he couldn't do anything about it. When he used his ultimate skill that could instantly kill his enemy, Princess Sissy summoned her grimoire and used her protective shield to defend. Kai Yang didn't have the abilities of the Yu clan third young master, nor did he know how to use Ice Arrow. He couldn't break through Princess Sissy's protective shield at all. His overwhelming energy attacks were useless, so he prepared to use his skills directly. This was because an innate's punches and kicks were also filled with power. They weren't something that a non-innate ranker could defend against. However, he quickly discovered that he had met a battle technique genius. Especially Princess Sissy, who had been taught by Yue Yang to capture the enemy's weak points and joints. She was an expert in attacking the enemy's pivots and joints. Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears flew into a rage. Princess Sissy's attacks were divided into 2 parts. First, before Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears made his move, before he could use his full strength, she would quickly attack Kai Yang's accumulated strength, making him unable to attack. Second, after Kai Yang forcefully made his move, Princess Sissy would use her protective shield to block it, or dodge it. Then, when the opponent's fist was at its weakest, she would counterattack. These 2 attacks made Kai Yang unable to use even a tenth of his power, making him very depressed. Princess Sissy didn't advance rashly because she was greedy. For the time being, she only continued to provoke the enemy, causing him to go crazy and continuously exhausting the enemy's strength. Actually, she still had a lot of poisonous techniques that Yue Yang had taught her that she hadn't used yet. At this moment, in the horse carriage, City Mistress Fallen Flowers was accumulating her aurora, waiting for the best time to attack. She was prepared to work together with Princess Sissy to get rid of an innate, such as Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears. They had a battle plan, so they didn't need Yue Yang's help. They had a certain chance of success. Yue Yang's strength had improved greatly, and under his influence, they had also improved a lot. Right now, they were still not innates. As long as they broke through to the innate realm, they believed that they would be of great help to Yue Yang. What an interesting little friend. The innate called Shun Tian stopped 100 meters away. This distance was the safest distance for him. Even if Yue Yang was just a junior, he who was extremely cautious would not look down on his enemies. Shun Tian looked at the expressionless Yue Yang and smiled. He opened his mouth and invited, "Yu clan's 3rd young master, maybe you can consider joining us. I dare say that as long as you nod your head, you will be the new leader of the Big Dipper. I will allow and help you build a new 7 stars of the Big Dipper. As for the Yu clan castle, the matters of the Soaring Dragon continent are so boring. If you like, I can give you a continent that is even bigger than the Soaring Dragon continent. In the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and above, you can do whatever you want on any continent in the outer realm without any restrictions. As long as you agree, I will suggest to Yu Chu to cancel all the wanted posters, reconcile with you, and share all the secrets of the Yu clan's puppet palace. That Yao Guang just now, was it a gift that you purposely gave me? You sent him here to die." When Yue Yang asked this, Kai Yang, one of the 7 Great Bears, who was currently fighting against Princess Xianxia, felt his entire body tremble. "Actually, I need an excuse." Shun Tian did not deny it. He smiled and said, "In the Soaring Dragon continent, innates have to do things according to the terms of the alliance. They can't go beyond the rules easily. Otherwise, Jizun and other innates would have a reason to kill them. I don't want to give others such an excuse. Although it is unknown whether Jizun, Elder Nan Gong and the others can come back, I like to act cautiously. If one of my companions, deaths can absolve me, I won't mind. You killed Yao Guang, so I have a reason to take revenge. Yu clan's 3rd young master, you are a smart person. I don't think I need to say much to you. There are only 2 paths between us. One is to cooperate, the other is to become enemies. Choose for yourself. I choose the 3rd path, the path that I have decided on myself." Yue Yang raised his Wei Jin magic blade, his eyes filled with killing intent. He said word by word, that is to kill you. Chapter 280. Hearing Yue Yang's reply, the strong Tian called Xianxia was not angry at all. Instead, he was still smiling. Not a bad choice. Xianxia turned around and slowly floated towards the direction of the Yu clan castle. At the same time, he said to himself, I have seen many young people. They are all talented and arrogant. I admire the energy and arrogance of young people. However, sometimes, being rational is better than being impulsive. What a pity, another new star is about to fall. Mr. Moki, who seemed to be the oldest, calmly floated in front of Yue Yang. Even though Yue Yang had killed a Yao Guang with his flame bow and frost arrow, Mr. Moki still seemed to be very confident. He even felt that he could defeat Yue Yang. According to Xianxia's 5 transformations power, Yue Yang, who had just become an innate, was only a level 3 innate who was close to a level 4 innate. Although Yue Yang's strength was very impressive, especially among his peers, he was an unimaginable existence. However, Moki was very confident that he could eliminate Yue Yang. On the surface, his strength was that of a level 4 innate, which seemed to be similar to Yue Yang's. However, only Moki himself knew that his true strength was not as simple as that. In order to make all his enemies underestimate him, he had hidden his true strength for the past 200 years. His true strength was actually that of a level 5 innate. Among the ranks of innate rankers, the difference in strength for every level was more than 10 times. He was 2 levels higher than Yue Yang. This gap wasn't something that could be made up for with skills, nor was it something that could be resisted with willpower. Most importantly, Moki felt that he would definitely win against the Yu clan third young master not because of the difference in levels, but because of his abilities. After stepping into the realm of innate level 5, innate rankers started to comprehend their own unique domain power. In the domain space of an innate ranker, they were like gods and were omnipotent. Moki had never mentioned this to anyone. However, he had already comprehended domain power 5 years ago and had his own small domain space. In other words, as long as the Yu clan's third young master entered his domain space, he could easily kill the Yu clan's third young master on the spot. Because he was the god of his own domain. Not to mention a level 3 innate, even a level 4 innate would be instantly killed by a level 5 innate's domain of power. Moki, who had been hiding his strength for a long time, decided to challenge Xianxia in the future. Because it was still too early to challenge the powerful Xianxia, he had to defeat more strong enemies to improve himself in order to shake Xianxia's position. Moki felt that the Yu clan's third young master was actually a very good stepping stone. As long as he could defeat this kind of young man, he believed that he would be able to improve a lot. As for Yao Guang and Kai Yong, Moki didn't care about their lives at all. He pretended to be angry for Xianxia to see. Yao Guang and Kai Yong of the 7 Great Bears were only fit to be his lackeys. Their only purpose was to use their lives to test the Yu clan's third young master's true strength and give their companions an excuse to take revenge. Although Ji Zun, Elder Nan Gong and the other rankers who were exploring the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower might not necessarily return to the Soaring Dragon continent, there were still Sky Execution, Sky Law and the others from the Demonic Palace. Those fellows had always been neither friend nor foe. They must not be given any excuse to turn against them. If you don't mind, let's fight in another place, like the dual battlefield. I hope to have a real battle with you outside of the restrictions of the Innate Alliance Treaty. Moki was also a cautious person. He had always lived under Xianxia's shadow, even secretly imitating the powerful Xianxia's every word and action. He always wanted to replace Xianxia. He had the strength to easily defeat Yue Yang, but he was still worried that he would be injured by Xianxia's desperate counterattack. He might even let Xianxia discover that he was a level 5 innate. Hence, he slyly made a request to fight in the dual battlefield. Yue Yang was speechless. Even if this fellow thought that he was very smart, he shouldn't treat others like fools, right? Yue Yang was 100% sure that this fellow was up to no good. He definitely didn't want to invite him to the dual battlefield to fight, and he definitely didn't care about the Innate Alliance contract. He wanted to play some dirty tricks. As for Moki's dirty tricks, Yue Yang still couldn't guess. He felt that it might be related to this fellow's beast or inherent skill. Once he entered the dual battlefield, he would fall into Moki's control and become his prey. Very good, Yue Yang suddenly agreed unexpectedly, a bright smile appearing on his face. He took out a purplish-black magic ball that could enter the dual battlefield. It was a magic ball used by the demon abyss rankers, specially made by the old cunning fox. He smashed it on the ground between him and Moki, forming a purplish-black pillar of light that engulfed both him and Moki, teleporting both of them away. At this moment, a cold smile appeared on Moki's lips. It didn't matter whose dual battlefield it was, as long as he could hide his domain of strength from Shun Tian, it would be fine. As long as his domain of strength was released, this brat would definitely die. Any flame bow or ice arrow would be useless. At the moment when he teleported, he didn't forget to summon his beast to kill Yue Yang's companions. On the surface, he was also helping Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears so that he would be grateful to him in the future. Rumble, a 30-meter-tall rock giant with a body no different from a small hill crawled out from the ground. This rock giant was a gold-ranked, level 9. Among all the beasts in the Tong Tian Tower 5th floor and below, it was an unrivaled existence. It was a gold-ranked level 9 king beast, the king of black light. Its body was 30 meters tall, and its entire body was covered with meteorite obsidian that was harder than metal. Its 2 giant spirit hammer-like fists and its sinister head were covered with black gold barbs, causing people to feel fear just by looking at it. Even if it was a giant dragon, if it met this king of black light, it would only end up being defeated. This was because the king of black light's defense was extremely strong, and it was also immune to fire. It also possessed skills such as earth-shattering and stone powder star. It could fight at both long and short range, and was an existence that even innate level 2 rankers and below would have a headache against. When Moki floated to the ground just now, he had secretly summoned the king of black light and used his teleportation inherent skill to secretly move the king of black light underground. When he and Yue Yang entered the dimension of duel, he then ordered the king of black light to drill out of the ground and attack all enemies indiscriminately, flattening everything on the battlefield. Oh my god, when Fatty Hai saw this, he was so scared that he started crying out loud. The gold-ranked level 6 Thunder Mammoth was already terrifying enough, but now, there was a 30-meter-tall gold-ranked level 9 rock giant, the king of black light. How could anyone survive this? Compared to the king of black light, the gold mammoth and one-eyed giant were like children's toys, incomparably small. Lin Lei was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Lin Miao, who was beside him, was so scared that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Such a strong beast, could they still fight? Wei Tai Lang felt that it was time for him to make a move. Although this king of black light that was covered in rocks didn't seem to be very tasty, the magic course should still be very tasty. Just as he jumped up, a girl suddenly jumped down from the horse carriage. She directly stepped on Wei Tai Lang's head and leapt out. Just like a little kid who had seen her favorite toy, she flew towards the 30-meter-tall king of black light. She was the thorny flower demoness who had eaten Duan Mu, Lu He and the other innates, Dream Eater, Zidiao, 9-headed goblin marshal and the rest of the eastern goblin tribe and had yet to evolve into a golden-crowned thorny flower queen. Of course, because of the time constraint, she had not digested all the food. Otherwise, she would probably have no problem evolving into a golden-crowned thorny flower queen. This girl was doted on by its master. Wei Tai Lang decided not to fight with her for the king of black light. Anyway, that rock giant was a little hard to chew. When Wei Tai Lang saw a little gold beast jumping out of the horse carriage and charging towards the golden one-eyed giant, he immediately became angry. Good heavens, when its master was here, they all pretended to be obedient children. Once its master left, they would immediately steal the kill. Wei Tai Lang did not care about the rules of the Zhonghu, Brotherhood and whatnot. Anyway, whoever stole the kill would have the ability. On this side, the thorny flower demoness, the gold beast and Wei Tai Lang rushed out to steal the kill. On the other side, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers hurriedly ran back. Otherwise, they would be trampled into meat paste by the king of black light. The gold mammoth was also scared and tried to dodge. But before it could retreat, it was grabbed by the king of black light and thrown to one side. The one-eyed giant was sent flying dozens of meters away by the king of black light's kick, while the 2 simple-minded laborers, Megatron and Optimus Prime, were about to move the walking hill away when they were smashed into the ground by the king of black light's 2 heavy punches. The gold mammoth, one-eyed giant and the 2 laborers were not even able to withstand a single move from the king of black light. Fatty Hai was so scared that his legs were trembling and his lips were trembling. He felt that even if he transformed, he would probably be slapped away by the king of black light. I'll transform and fight it to the death. The 3 of you, Quickly pull the carriage and retreat. We can't beat this guy, only that brat, Yue Yang, can. Although Fatty Hai was scared, he did not lose his sense of brotherhood. He ran back to the carriage and stopped, not abandoning his companions and running away. Nonsense, you're just courting death if you go up. Yi Kong saw that his Herculean rhinoceros beetle was also knocked to the ground by the King of Black Light. He was sweating profusely. In the sky, a meteor fell, smashing heavily on the King of Black Light's head. With a loud rumble, the fragments of the meteor splashed into a rain of fire. However, the King of Black Light was not injured at all. Prince of Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang who were flying over were dumbfounded. Even a meteor couldn't move it. Roar! The King of Black Light casually picked up a 10,000-kilogram boulder from the ground and threw it towards Prince of Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang. Its speed and power were not inferior to the previous meteor. Prince of Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang hurriedly separated in the air, fleeing in different directions. Far away, the Yu clan village ruins were hit by the boulder. With a loud rumble, the whole ground trembled. It was even scarier than an earthquake. Kai Yong of the Seven Great Bears saw that the Yu clan third young master had left and immediately felt the pressure in his hard lesson. He laughed out loud and flew into the sky. His hands started to accumulate the energy of an innate level 2, ready to deal a fatal blow to Princess Sissy. Although the situation on their side was good, the strongest innate ranker, Lord Shun Tian, was frowning. It was as if he did not have an optimistic attitude towards the situation. It was very puzzling. Even though Yue Yang had left, he still felt that the biggest threat in his heart was not completely eliminated. There was definitely a terrifying enemy in the carriage. Moki had used a scheme to invite Yue Yang into the dimension of death duel to fight to the death. This seemingly smart move was actually a stupid move that brought about his own destruction. Yu clan's third young master was definitely not a fool. He would definitely not abandon his companions and fight to the death against Moki alone. If he did this, it meant that he had seen through Moki's scheme and was confident of winning. At the same time, he must have a backup plan to deal with Moki, the King of Black Light. Shun Tian, who was floating above the Yu clan castle, frowned deeply. What method would the Yu clan's third young master have to deal with Moki? What kind of powerful backup plan would he have to deal with the King of Black Light? Below, the King of Black Light was invincible. None of the beasts could withstand a single move from it. All the beasts who saw it scrambled to avoid it. Except for an innocent girl wearing a flower crown on her head, Shun Tian was thinking just now and did not notice her existence. Now that he saw her, his eyes immediately widened and a shocked expression appeared on his face for the first time. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen that had disappeared for 3,000 years had appeared again. Chapter 281. Shun Tian focused his attention and looked again. He realized that this girl who was wearing a flower crown hadn't reached the level of a Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. She was still a Thorny Flower Demoness. But her potential, even an innate ranker like Shun Tian was jealous of her. Such a terrifying humanoid weapon was not in his hands. Even though Shun Tian had the 5 holy beasts in his hands, it was difficult for him to suppress the greed in his heart. Especially when he saw the Thorny Flower Demoness's eyes filled with wisdom and emotions, which were almost human-like. Shun Tian's heart sank. He knew that it was a sign that his beast was about to level up to become a holy beast. Letting this Thorny Flower Demoness grow to become a Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and a holy beast was an extremely unwise move. Shun Tian's killing intent rose. A terrifying killing intent surged in his heart like a mountain torrent. He raised his hand, preparing to kill the Thorny Flower Demoness in one hit while she was still in her growth stage. Wasn't this the noble Zui Emperor's throne? Lord Shun Tian, the Emperor of the 14 Stars of the Innate Alliance, why did he come to the poor and remote soaring dragon continent? They seem to be unfriendly. Could it be that they are going to stretch out their Emperor's hand and have 1,000 heads fall to the ground? Suddenly, from behind Shun Tian, there was an extremely enchanting and seductive voice. The Impatience Tian Fa, with a burst of fragrant wind, appeared in the sky higher than Shun Tian. So it's the Great Sky Demoness. You must be joking. Everyone in the Innate Alliance knows that I'm only the Emperor Star and I'm not the real Emperor. Shun Tian doesn't dare to call himself the Emperor. Ziwei 14 Stars is just a joke, it wasn't created by me, Shun Tian. Today, I came here with my friends Yao Guang and Kai Yong to congratulate them. The new clan master of the Yu clan, Yu Chu, is willing to accept his son as Tian Quan's disciple. I heard that Yu Chu's son is extremely talented, becoming a level 6 elder at the age of 21. I was so happy to hear that the younger generation is so talented, that's why I came here from the 6th floor of Tong Tian. When Sun Tian saw impatience appear, the light in his eyes immediately changed. His killing intent was like snow melting in the spring sun, completely disappearing without a trace and turning into a smile. As he explained with a smile, he turned around and greeted the impatience as an innate master. What a coincidence! May I know why the great sky demoness is here? By now, even if Sun Tian was an idiot, he would still be able to react. Why did Yue Yang, that brat, have the guts to duel with Moki? The reason was that the great sky demoness, Tianfa, had come. Although Sun Tian didn't participate in the innate rancor battle where Yue Yang killed Tu Cheng, he had heard about the situation that day. It was said that Sky Law was extremely biased towards that handsome Yu clan's third young master. She protected him in all aspects. She even used her inherent skill to trigger his hidden strength in front of the Thousand Goblins sect leader, allowing the Yu clan's third young master to kill Tu Cheng and Quang Zan from the Thousand Goblins sect. The Thousand Goblins sect leader was extremely furious, but he was afraid of Sky Law and Night Empress joining hands, so he did not explode. However, from the looks of it, this Yu clan's third young master was most likely Tian Fa's lover. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so protective of him. Although Sun Tian was the emperor throne of Ziwei and one of the few decision-makers in the innate alliance, he was even more patient and cautious than the Thousand Goblins sect leader. He always kept a low profile. He would never give anyone an excuse to retaliate. In the innate alliance, Ji Zun reigned supreme. She was an existence that no one could surpass and shake. The title of supremacy represented a supreme symbol. Only the strongest could be called a supreme being. Human Ji Zun was passionate about training. She usually didn't care about the innate alliance's matters. Below the supreme martial artist were the innate realm guide, Elder Nan Gong, Tian Luo Kingdom's Night Empress, demonic palaces Tian Zhu and Tianfa, the Thousand Goblins sect leader, the 4 major sects, sect leaders and the great emperor of Ziwei. These 10 people were the true decision-makers of the innate alliance. The Green Summit sect leader Duan Mu Long Cheng, the vice sect leader Moki Shu Ling and the 3 great kingdoms, heavenly imperial guardians were just attendants. If it wasn't related to the kingdom's matters, they didn't have the power to make decisions. The third-level innate rankers like Yao Guang and Kai Yong of the 7 Great Northern Dipper, Tu Cheng and Quang Zan of the Thousand Goblins sect didn't even have the right to attend meetings. Sun Tian's goal was to climb to the supreme position of Ji Zun. He would never start a war with any innate ranker of the same level as him. This was because it would damage his own strength and give others an opportunity to take advantage of him. Especially this terrifying Tianfa demoness, her strength couldn't be underestimated. Although Sun Tian thought highly of himself, he wouldn't look down on Tianfa. Furthermore, under the double threat of the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the strongest sky demon, Tian Zhu, he wouldn't be hot-headed enough to start a war with her. To achieve great things, one must conceal one's strength and bide one's time, endure patiently and be patient. Sun Tian wouldn't fall for Tian Fa's provocations so easily. He even asked impatience with a smile, as if he didn't know that she was here for Yue Yang. I don't have a family, I don't have a place to stay and I wander the world, unlike you, the emperor throne of Ziwei, who has your own heavenly emperor palace in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower. It's not strange that I came to the Yu clan castle because I know a little friend here. I came to see if he was bullied. Impatience replied indifferently and asked again, I didn't hear wrongly. Didn't Yu Chu die? How did he come back to life? I didn't expect Tianfa to be so concerned about worldly affairs. Yu Chu was defeated and captured. He was later ransomed by an infatuated girl and went into exile in the demon abyss. He received help from Tian Quan of the 7 Great Bears and returned to the Yu clan. The Yu clan was attacked by the Eastern Goblin tribe and was in danger. Yu Chu stepped forward bravely and was determined to revive the Yu clan. His heart was praiseworthy. I heard that his son was extremely intelligent and talented. Tian Quan invited me so I came to congratulate Tian Quan for accepting a disciple. Sun Tian brushed off this matter completely. He almost said that he was just a passerby. Tian Quan accepting a disciple. Yu Chu's son. Impatience laughed. Is Yu Chu's son called Yue Yang? Yes. Sun Tian nodded. If I remember correctly, Elder Nan Gong came to welcome Yue Yang into the innate alliance not long ago. Tian Quan of the 7 Great Bears was only innate level 2. How could he dare to accept an innate as his disciple? Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? Impatience laughed even more enchantingly. Within her laughter, there was a hidden killing intent. You choose Sun Yue Yang as an innate. Shun Tian's ability to act dumb was definitely at the innate level. That brat is my little lover. I know how many hairs he has. How could I not know that he is an innate? Impatience asked back, the great emperor of Ziwei doesn't know that you choose Sun Yue Yang as an innate. That day when Yue Yang killed Tu Cheng and Kuang Zan from the Thousand Goblins sect, more than 10 innates witnessed the whole process. Ji Zun said that she was Yue Yang's introducer. She also said that Yue Yang has great potential and that no one should find an excuse to attack him. The great emperor of Ziwei really doesn't know. I only heard that Yu Chu's son is a level 6 elder. Can he really become an innate at the age of 20? Shun Tian acted as if he had never seen Yue Yang before. You can ask him how he became an innate, it's useless to ask me. Oh right, what's going on with this Yao Guang on the ground? Who is so daring to kill him in front of you, the great emperor of Ziwei? Impatience pointed at Yao Guang's corpse and asked. A very strange young man. His strength is not bad. He is an innate, but I have never seen him in the innate alliance. Shun Tian answered. It seems that the Yu Chu's son that Lord Shun Tian knew and the Yu Chu's son that I know are not the same person. Impatience smiled and said, among them, there must be a fake one. I wonder if the Yu Chu's son that Lord Shun Tian supported is real or fake. The real can't be fake, the fake can't be real. Shun Tian laughed and answered tactfully. What's going on down there? Yao Guang of the 7 Great Bears died tragically, and Kai Yang is also in a bad situation. As the great emperor of Ziwei, aren't you going to help? Impatience's eyes were filled with killing intent. The smile on her beautiful face was even sweeter. It's not appropriate for innate to interfere in the soaring dragon's worldly affairs. Kai Yang is only avenging Yao Guang, I can't stop him. Otherwise, I would advise him. Shun Tian was also full of smiles. Lord Shun Tian means that you will respect the innate alliance and won't bully those kids on the ground. Impatience asked, if they don't attack me, an innate, Shun Tian smiled slightly. What about that strange young man you said? Impatience asked again. He went to the dimension of duel with Mr. Moki Shu Ling. There seems to be a feud between them. I can't stop him. When Shun Tian said this, he paid special attention to Impatience's eyes. If her expression changed when she heard this, then Moki Shu Ling might be able to defeat Yue Yang. However, when Shun Tian saw the contempt in Impatience's eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that Moki Shu Ling was too smart for his own good. His action of competing with Yue Yang in the dimension of duel had already destined him to die tragically. To be able to gain the recognition of Ji Zun, Knight Empress, Sky Law and Elder Nangong, and to be able to make the Thousand Goblins sect leader fear Yue Yang, this brat was indeed not simple. However, he wasn't an arrogant idiot like Moki Shu Ling. No matter how talented this brat was, no matter how fast he improved, it was still too early for him to challenge him in 100 years. Other than Ji Zun, Knight Empress and the terrifying Sky Execution, Shun Tian, as the Emperor of Ziwei, was confident that he could win against Elder Nangong, the Thousand Goblins sect leader and even this Sky Law in front of him. Of course, his goal was to become Ji Zun, so he wouldn't easily reveal his true strength. As for helping Yu Chu from the Yu clan, fighting against an innate of the same level would be the stupidest move. Shun Tian would definitely not do that, unless Sky Law was heavily injured, or if there were 2 other innate rankers of the same level, such as the Thousand Goblins sect leader, Floating Mist sect leader Bai Kang Yuan and Western Lion Pagoda leader Li Chongshao working together, he would definitely win. Only then would he attack this Sky Demoness Sky Law. For a Sky Demoness like Sky Law, even if there were 4 innate rankers of the same level attacking her, they would still need to go all out to kill her. Before Yue Yang could threaten his position, Shun Tian wouldn't fall out with Sky Law for a junior. That brat was Sky Law's lover. The hatred of killing one's lover was the same as the hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife. What's more, Yue Yang's introducer was Ji Zun. Impatience also knew that she wouldn't be able to kill this great emperor of Ziwei by herself. This fellow was even more patient than the Thousand Goblins sect leader. He was careful and meticulous in his actions. Forcing a battle would only result in a stalemate. Even if they fought for a few days, they might not be able to determine the winner. Impatience didn't have the patience to waste time with him. She was only here to support that brat Yue Yang, so that he wouldn't be attacked by Shun Tian's shameless sneak attacks. Of course, if Sun Tian had attacked Yue Yang just now, then impatience wouldn't let it go easily. She would definitely attack him. However, she didn't have any excuse now, so impatience could only suppress her killing intent for now. Below, Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears who had leveled up to innate level 2 was indeed impressive. Princess Sissy couldn't fight, so she could only hide inside her shield and wait for an opportunity. Kai Yang's energy shockwave even forced the King of Black Light to retreat a few steps. Of course, it could also be because of the Thorny Flower Demoness. Because the Thorny Flower Demoness had formed a 30-meter-tall Thorny Flower Demon with countless thorny flower vines, preparing to swallow the King of Black Light whole. Facing this Thorny Flower Demon, the King of Black Light no longer had the arrogance of defeating his opponent with a single move. He retreated step by step, as if he was afraid. In the dimension of Death Duel, Moki Shuling was looking for Yue Yang. Originally, in the dimension of Death Duel, if one side didn't die, the other side would definitely not be able to leave. However, the strange thing was that Yue Yang, who had teleported together with Moki Shuling, had disappeared. Where did he go? Did he become invisible, or did he escape? Chapter 282. The moment Moki Shuling entered the dimension of Duel, he immediately summoned his platinum grimoire and raised his protective shield. At the same time, he unsealed his innate strength and leveled up to innate level 3. When he finished his preparations and looked for Yue Yang, he discovered that the brat had disappeared. This is absolutely impossible. How could the dimension of Duel ignore the rules and escape? At first, Moki Shuling thought that Yue Yang was just invisible. He summoned his Sand Beast, Storm King, a gold rank level 8 element type beast. It did not have a physical body, but its power was enough to destroy an entire city. Its only weakness was that it was afraid of water. However, Moki Shuling discovered that in this dimension of Duel, there was only a small volcano and hard ground. There was no water source at all. The Sand Beast Storm King was even more powerful with the help of the lava's heat. He summoned his Sand Beast without hesitation and ordered it to find Yue Yang, who was invisible. However, after a minute, the Sand Beast that filled the entire dimension of Duel did not find Yue Yang. Moki Shuling was completely dumbfounded. According to the rules, he could not leave without killing the enemy. This was like a bolt from the blue. If he could not find Yue Yang and kill him, wouldn't he have to stay here forever? Moki Shuling felt a sense of fear and almost went crazy. The current Yue Yang, to be precise, had not left the dimension of Duel. He had only arrived at a place that Moki Shuling would never have thought of. Black hole sealed space. When Yue Yang was teleported into the dimension of Duel, he felt that the enemy might be up to no good, so he decided to strike first. When Moki Shuling was happily unsealing his innate strength using his grimoire, he dripped his blood on the black jade necklace and channeled his innate chi. Previously, he had a feeling that he could re-enter the black hole sealed space to see Queen Vivian Li. It was just that he could not hide this in front of the girls. Hence, when Yue Yang entered the dimension of Duel, he immediately went to see Queen Vivian Li without the girls knowing. As for Moki Shuling, in Yue Yang's eyes, he was a dead man. Of course the dead could keep secrets. If this was the real dimension of Duel, Yue Yang's actions might not have succeeded. However, this was a replica of the dimension of Duel created by the old fox. It was the dimension of Duel that Yue Yang had entered to kill the magma wyvern. It was the old fox's proudest work. Although it was his second time entering the black hole sealed space, Yue Yang's body, which had been remolded by the innate chi and nirvana flame countless times, had already adapted to the destructive power of the black hole sealed space. He faintly felt that this kind of destructive power was very similar to the world exterminating wheel's destructive power. Both of them were different, but they had the same effect. It was just that the black hole space's destructive power was much stronger, and it was boundless. It was not like the world exterminating wheel, which was only an energy attack weapon. Yue Yang had a thought in his mind. If the sealing power of this black hole space was created by ancient runes or primordial runes, then wouldn't he be able to use this black hole space as his own once he completely grasped the power of the runes? Queen Vivian Li could be released, and the strong enemies that he caught in the future could also be thrown in here and let them stay in the black hole prison for the rest of their lives. Being imprisoned in the black hole sealed space was definitely terrifying. Without a body, there was no way to escape. Even someone as strong as Queen Vivian Li was unable to escape even after sleeping for 10,000 years. This showed how powerful it was. In the depths of the black hole sealed space, Yue Yang saw the crystal coffin and Queen Vivian Li that he had not seen for more than a year. She was still in a deep sleep, her face was pale and her vitality was greatly damaged. She was no different from when Yue Yang left. Little Wen Li floated out from Yue Yang's body and laid on top of the crystal coffin as she looked at Queen Vivian Li. Her big eyes were filled with tears. Yue Yang caressed her little head. "It's all right, Mummy will definitely get better." Little Wen Li nodded her head obediently. Compared to when she was just born, she was much more sensible now. After living and fighting together with Yue Yang for more than a year, her emotions and intelligence had grown rapidly. In the beginning, other than knowing how to fight, her thoughts and intelligence could not be compared to Yu Bing, that little girl. But now, her intelligence had even surpassed Yu Bing. Although she could not speak, her emotions and thoughts were no different from a human's. She had long surpassed the standard of a holy beast that was close to a human's intelligence. Sometimes, Yue Yang also found it strange that she did not level up to become a holy beast. But for this precious baby of his, he felt that it was better to let nature take its course. Maybe little Wen Li was really a divine beast, because she was born with a diamond grimoire. Yue Yang, who had broken through the 5th level of innate invisible sword qi and mastered some heaven runes and ancient runes, was no longer the same as before. He no longer had to worry that Queen Vivian Li would suck his innate qi dry the moment she woke up. He bit his finger. He used his blood to draw the ancient runes on the crystal coffin, the spring of spirit qi. Then, on top of the ancient runes, he continued to inject innate qi. Light flashed, and the innate qi, under the support of the ancient runes, flowed continuously into the crystal coffin, into Empress Fei Wen Li's body. After about a minute, Queen Vivian Li's complexion quickly improved under the nourishment of the innate qi. From pale white, it gradually became rosy. She woke up from her dream and opened her eyes. Suddenly, she saw Yue Yang and little Wen Li looking at her with concern from outside the crystal coffin. She was so moved that tears were about to overflow. Ignoring the fact that her body was still weak, she opened the coffin and hugged little Wen Li who had jumped into her arms. Her cherry lips kissed her precious daughter continuously. She then raised little Wen Li up high and cheered, "My baby has grown up. Heavens, how many years have I been asleep? 3 years, or 5 years? Be good, don't cry. Ah, my head hurts so much. Little Yue Yang, how many years have I been asleep? Only 1 year, Your Majesty." Yue Yang pretended to be courteous on purpose. If he wasn't completely naked, his actions could be more elegant. Unfortunately, this was a space sealed by a black hole. Nothing could be brought in. Anything that could be brought in would be swallowed by the black hole and turned into nothingness. When Queen Vivian Li heard this, she was a little incredulous at first. Then, she was overjoyed. She stretched out 2 of her 6 lotus-like arms and hugged Yue Yang. She also kissed him happily. "You're really a lovable little fellow. I didn't expect you to improve so much in just a year. Oh, let me take a closer look. Heavens, I can't believe my eyes. Isn't your improvement too fast? What kind of mysterious technique are you practicing? My head is very dizzy. Please give me some of your pure true qi first. Thank you." Perhaps because her body urgently needed the nourishment of innate true qi, Queen Vivian Li couldn't care less about little Wen Li who was looking at them curiously. She kissed Yue Yang. Through his mouth, she sucked the true qi in his body to her heart's content. If Yue Yang hadn't broken through the 5th level of the innate invisible sword qi, she would have sucked him dry. That kind of ecstasy and suffocating feeling was something that Yue Yang would never forget. He felt that Queen Vivian Li, who was in his arms, had gradually become warm under the nourishment of his innate true qi. Her skin had also gradually become more solid and had the smooth touch of a human's body. Of course, in order to fully recover, Yue Yang estimated that even if he gave her innate true qi 1,000 times, it wouldn't be enough. Right now, he was just replenishing the energy that she urgently needed. Empress Fei Wen Li kissed Yue Yang for a full 3 minutes. After her cherry lips parted, she moaned in an extremely comfortable and refreshed mood. Her voice was extremely flirtatious and seductive. Hearing it, Yue Yang's lower body became restless. Before Yue Yang could regain his breath, little Wen Li had already wrapped her arms around his neck like an octopus. She moved her mouth closer and imitated Queen Vivian Li's actions just now. Pa pa pa, she kissed Yue Yang's lips a few times in a row, unwilling to let go. She didn't know how to kiss, but she understood that kissing like this was a way to express affection. All right, Yue Yang hurriedly comforted his precious daughter. He especially kissed little Wen Li's smooth forehead, expressing that he had kissed her a lot. Ah, little Wen Li really enjoyed it. She felt that she was even more pampered than her mother. Tell me everything that happened in the past year. Fei Wen Li was especially curious about Yue Yang. She really wanted to know how he had spent the past year. Speaking of it, it's as long as a piece of cloth. Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't tell her everything. He only picked out the important ones that he wanted Fei Wen Li to explain. Even so, he estimated that he had to speak for half an hour before he could barely tell her all the major events that happened in the past year. In the end, he asked Queen Vivian Li about the holy beasts, divine beasts in the Eastern Goblin tribe, Jizun and the Dragon Emperor, the Great Golden Wing Peng and so on. Of course, he also asked about the parts that he didn't understand about the heaven runes and ancient runes. In short, if there was anything that Yue Yang didn't understand, he would ask this Queen Vivian Li who had been asleep for 10,000 years. He knew that with her experience 10,000 years ago, she would definitely have a better answer. Queen Vivian Li lightly carried little Wen Li and sat on the crystal coffin. She beckoned Yue Yang to sit beside her. She stretched out a hand and caressed the top of Yue Yang's head. She smiled and said, "It's been hard on you, little Yue Yang. I didn't have time to tell you a lot of things before, so you suffered a lot. Now, I'll tell you everything I know. Maybe after 10,000 years, humans and other races had changed a lot, but 10,000 years ago, humans were indeed the strongest. As for holy beasts, there were a lot of them in the past, and there were even a lot of divine beasts. If you went to the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower, you would probably find that not only humans were strong, there were also beasts and all kinds of living beings. They were all extremely strong. The Eastern Goblin tribe had always been strong. They were a fallen branch of the Eastern Celestial tribe. They pursued power and didn't cultivate their temperament. They were in conflict with the legendary Eastern Celestial tribe, so they were expelled. I've never heard of the Dragon Emperor. Maybe it's a new Goblin Emperor that was promoted in 10,000 years. As for the Great Golden Wing Peng, it's a legendary Eastern Celestial tribe. Its power is indescribable. It's said that it's an existence that surpasses the war god. I've only heard of it and have never seen it before. I think that unless you can surpass the heaven realm and enter a higher world, you won't need it. As for the runes, I don't know much, I only know a little. Anyone can use the heaven runes, but not the ancient runes. It has special requirements, and everyone has different adaptations. A human like you, who can adapt to all the ancient runes, is an anomaly. No one can be like you. Or, you must know that the runes that are too far away are all unique. Empress Fei Wen Li revealed a secret within a secret. What? Yue Yang didn't understand. What I mean is, if you have an ancient rune, then no one else in this world can have the same one. Your world exterminating wheel has an ancient rune in its center, so no one else can have the same world exterminating wheel. Even if they can use it, the world exterminating wheel wouldn't have an ancient rune in its center. In other words, if you see another ancient rune, you better snatch it away and make it yours. This is because not only is the ancient rune extremely powerful, it's also unique. If you have it, then no one else will ever be able to get it, unless they snatch it from you. When Queen Vivian Li said this, Yue Yang immediately became a howling bandit. That's great. What Yue Yang liked was his only treasure. Let's talk about summoning grimoires. You definitely don't know why all the innate rankers don't study space storage rings. Do you know why beasts can be recalled into the grimoire? Little Yue Yang, when you know the true use of summoning grimoires, you will know how amazing they are. Fei Wen Li smiled mysteriously, making Yue Yang's curiosity almost explode. Next, what kind of secret would Fei Wen Li reveal? Chapter 283 Inches The Secret of the Summoning Grimoire. Yue Yang obviously knew that the summoning grimoire was very mysterious. For example, where did it come from? Who created these summoning grimoires? Was it a human, or a god? Why could beasts be recalled into the grimoire? Barbarian Cow Shadow Ah Man could wear golden bells, armlets and weapons. Little Wen Li and Bloody Queen Red could even move into the divine grimoire. Why could the summoning grimoire unlock its master's inherent skill? Why would there be a guardian beast that was immortal and indestructible? Why could it level up through battle points? There were countless questions, but Yue Yang had never carefully examined them. The reason was that no one knew the answer. Until now, when Queen Vivian Li decided to reveal this secret to him, he realized how close he was to the truth. The summoning grimoire has countless secrets, I can't grasp them all. Queen Vivian Li lightly hugged little Wen Li and stared at Yue Yang. As far as I know, the summoning grimoire, ancient runes and immemorial runes all originated from ancient times. The relationship between the grimoire and runes is very close. It is said that they were created by the gods of the immemorial era. The summoning grimoire is a heavenly book that allows people to become stronger, a ladder that allows people to ascend to heaven realm. Does it have a number? Yue Yang wanted to know how many there were and whether it was endless. Yes, Queen Vivian Li nodded affirmatively. I haven't read the records, so I'm not 100% sure. I only heard that in the entire Tong Tian Tower, including Heaven Realm and Outer Realm, there are only 10,000 bronze grimoires, 5,000 silver grimoires, 1,000 gold grimoires, 500 platinum grimoires, and 100 diamond grimoires. This quota is fixed. If you have a diamond grimoire, then there are only 99 slots left. If the 100 slots are filled, then even if you have reached the required points, you won't be able to level up, unless you kill a diamond grimoire owner and obtain the required quota. Of course, not everyone can level up a diamond grimoire. It's different from platinum grimoires and below. It can't be leveled up just by accumulating battle points. It requires many special conditions, one of which is bloodline. So it's like this. Yue Yang suddenly understood. No wonder all the innate rankers he had seen so far were using platinum grimoires and no one was using diamond grimoires. According to the data provided by Queen Vivian Li, Yue Yang could do some calculations. Actually, the number of grimoires that warriors in the Soaring Dragon continent had was pitifully small. Only the 4 great clans, the 4 great sects, the 3 kingdoms' royal families and a few outstanding geniuses had summoning grimoires. There were probably less than 200 bronze grimoires, which was only 1% of the total number of bronze grimoires. The number of silver, gold and platinum grimoires was even less. The Demon Abyss was slightly stronger than the Soaring Dragon continent, but it did not have an overwhelming advantage. Yue Yang reckoned that the Demon Abyss was not much better than the Soaring Dragon continent. Just from the number of grimoires they had, it could be seen that the Soaring Dragon continent's strength was actually very, very weak. He reckoned that the truly powerful one would be the legendary Heaven Realm. As for the Eastern Goblin tribe and the Demon Abyss, they were only slightly better than the Soaring Dragon continent. They were too far away from the unexplored Heaven Realm. However, the thing that Yue Yang was most curious about was his own divine grimoire. What was going on with the divine grimoire? Yue Yang hesitated for a while and asked Queen Vivian Li this question. Queen Vivian Li did not expect Yue Yang to have a divine grimoire. She smiled and said, divine grimoires are divided into holy grimoires and divine grimoires. The two have similar names and appearance, but their potential and power are completely different. There are a total of 100 holy grimoires, but only 10 divine grimoires. No matter if it's a holy grimoire or a divine grimoire, they are both unique existences with unique powers. A holy grimoire can never be upgraded to a divine grimoire, but a diamond grimoire can be upgraded to a holy grimoire. As long as the owner of the diamond grimoire kills the owner of the holy grimoire and snatches the holy grimoire, the 2 grimoires can be merged together, and a new holy grimoire will be born. A divine grimoire cannot be upgraded by any other grimoire. In theory, other than gods, it cannot be owned by any low-level lifeforms. It is said that it can be snatched. As long as one is strong enough to kill a god, then one can snatch the divine grimoire from the god's hands, kill a god and snatch their divine grimoire. Do gods really exist? Yue Yang sweated profusely as he listened. Currently, no one has seen a god, no one can prove the existence of a god. However, in the legends of the ancient times, a god was once killed by a human warrior. He fell from a higher world in the Heaven Realm and fell on the Soaring Dragon continent. The human warriors built a huge sealed god palace at the place where the god fell. However, the sealed god palace turned into ruins during the 100 Clan War. Later on, people called the ruins, God's Ruins. When Fei Wenli said this, Yue Yang sweated even more profusely. So this was the truth behind the God's Ruins. No wonder it was the most mysterious place other than Tong Tian Tower. It was actually a place where a god was sealed. Only, did gods really exist? Yue Yang couldn't say for sure. Perhaps, gods were stronger innate rankers. The image of the heavenly sword goddess and the old Taoist priest flashed in Yue Yang's mind. The heavenly sword goddess could destroy heaven and earth with a single move. No matter how powerful the innate rankers that Yue Yang had seen were, compared to her, they were as insignificant as ants. If the heavenly sword goddess could appear in this world, then would she be considered a god-level existence? There was also the old Taoist priest. Perhaps that old fellow was an even more powerful existence. As for gods, Yue Yang didn't think about it anymore. Right now, he hadn't reached that realm, so it was useless to think about it. The godly grimoire is only limited to legends. I have never seen it before, so I don't know much about the godly grimoire. I only know that it exists. However, if you ask about the holy grimoire, the one in my hands is the holy grimoire. Queen Vivian Li lightly patted the crystal coffin and smiled sweetly at Yue Yang. What special power does your holy grimoire have? Yue Yang had already guessed that her grimoire was the holy grimoire. He only asked this because he wanted to compare it with his divine grimoire. Yue Yang strongly suspected that the divine grimoire in his hands was the legendary, godly grimoire. He wanted to compare it with Queen Vivian Li's holy grimoire secretly. If the two grimoires were different, then his might be the godly grimoire. With the godly grimoire in hand, I have beauties. Yue Yang felt that his blissful sexual life was very promising. Queen Vivian Li didn't know that this brat also had a divine grimoire. She only thought that he was curious and introduced it to him. The more Yue Yang heard, the happier he became. This was because he realized that his divine grimoire was really different from Queen Vivian Li's holy grimoire. The possibility of it being the godly grimoire was very high. Of course, before he confirmed it, he decided not to tell her about his divine grimoire. He would first study it in secret. Queen Vivian Li was afraid that if she said too much, it would affect Yue Yang's confidence. Hence, she didn't discuss this topic too much. She combined Yue Yang's actual situation and told him the secrets of the bronze, silver, gold and platinum grimoires. People who own a grimoire actually have a storage space. No, it should be a world. The higher the level of the grimoire, the more complete the world inside is. The bronze grimoire only has a very small space, only void. There's nothing inside. When beasts enter, they can only go into hibernation. In the silver grimoire, there's light and darkness, and the ground will appear. In the gold grimoire, there are mountains, rivers and trees. Beasts don't need to go into hibernation and can live inside. The inside of the platinum grimoire is already very spacious. There will be life inside, birds, butterflies, flowers and trees. Beasts can live happily inside. When Fei Wenli said this, Yue Yang felt that it was a little similar to his own dream realm. His own dream realm had nothing in the beginning. There was only light and dark clouds. Afterwards, it gradually became a beautiful world. Flowers, trees, hills and lakes. Yue Yang knew that it wasn't his own effort, but the heavenly sword goddess used her energy to create it. He didn't expect that the same thing would happen in his summoning grimoire. When he was dreaming and entered the dream realm, could it be that he entered his own grimoire's space? Can I enter my own grimoire's space? Yue Yang asked. Normal warriors can only enter the platinum grimoire's space, but innate rankers can enter the gold grimoire's or even the silver grimoire's space. If normal warriors want to enter the platinum grimoire's space, they must get the permission of the grimoire's owner and receive a holy beast before they can enter. Otherwise, even if they enter, they won't be able to leave. If you want to enter your own grimoire's space, you need to learn how to use the teleportation rune circle that is unique to the grimoire's space. For you, this is actually not that difficult. Other than teaching Yue Yang the method of entering the grimoire's space, Queen Vivian Li also personally demonstrated it by pressing her hand on Yue Yang's forehead. 7 colored lights shone brightly. Yue Yang felt that his body didn't leave, but his soul was quickly passing through a mysterious space. In an instant, he sensed a boundless, desolate world of ruins that stretched for thousands of miles. Inside the ruins, everything had withered. All life and buildings had been frozen. This was a completely deathly still world. When Queen Vivian Li moved her hand on Yue Yang's forehead, Yue Yang discovered that his soul had returned. Everything he saw just now was like a dream. Because of the black hole seal, I don't have the ability to send you into the grimoire's space. I can only guide your soul inside to sense it. The grimoire's space is actually a beautiful world. Everything frozen inside is caused by a lack of energy. As long as I can leave the black hole seal and recover my previous strength, then it will return to normal. Queen Vivian Li sighed slightly. She knew that although Yue Yang's improvement was fast, he was still far from being able to save her. Every once in a while, he could enter and chat with her, giving her a bit of energy. That was already a great blessing. Are you tired? Yue Yang saw that Queen Vivian Li's expression was slightly tired. He knew that the black hole's influence on her was too great. It would be best for her to return to the crystal coffin to sleep and recover more energy. He had learned many secrets from her, so he was more confident. He wasn't in a hurry, there would be opportunities in the future anyway. After not seeing you for a year, you've learned to be considerate. Queen Vivian Li giggled. She didn't reject Yue Yang's intimate action of carrying her into the crystal coffin. One last question. Why is there such a big difference between the innate rankers of met? Yue Yang asked. Among the innate rankers Yue Yang had met, there were two types. One was the Thousand Goblins sect leader, Shun Tian, Elder Nangong, Impatience, Night Empress and the others. These innate rankers were all extremely strong. Even Yue Yang, who had reached his current level, couldn't see through their hidden strength. The second type was innate rankers like Tu Cheng, Kuang Zan, Duan Mu, Lu He, Yao Guang, Kai Yang. They were also innates, but Yue Yang didn't care about their strength at all. Why was there such a big difference when they were all innates? Was it because of their cultivation? Was it because of their comprehension? Or some other reason? Queen Vivian Li was also slightly stunned when she heard this. She immediately reacted and giggled, so it's like this. Even the innates of the Soaring Dragon continent know how to fake things. Little Yue Yang, what you saw, I think it's a fake innate. They didn't train themselves to innate level through their own hard work. Instead, they relied on external forces, such as another innate's help or taking some kind of medicine to forcefully raise them to innate level. Although these fake innates are also innates, their strength is very weak. They wouldn't be able to improve in their entire lives. They are a kind of pitiful worm. A real innate should have a holy beast that grew up together with him, possessing his own unique domain of power. Hearing this, Yue Yang suddenly understood. Why didn't the Thousand Goblins sect leader care about him killing Tu Cheng and Kuang Zan? Why didn't Tu Cheng and Kuang Zan have holy beasts? That should be the case. Tu Cheng and Kuang Zan were the Thousand Goblins sect leader's assistants who forcefully raised their strength to innate level. They were probably the loyal subordinates that the Thousand Goblins sect leader had created. Even if they died, it didn't matter. The Thousand Goblins sect leader should be able to create more of them. Hence, he wouldn't fall out with me just because I had killed Tu Cheng. Thinking about it again, he didn't seem to have holy beasts in domain of power. Holy beasts could be said to be Little Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red and the others, but domain of power, this was the first time Yue Yang had heard of it. What is domain of power? Your domain of power, I also can't see through it. It's hidden in a very deep space. It seems to be a flame, but it also seems to be something else. I can't be sure. When Queen Vivian Li said this, Yue Yang's heart palpitated. Could it be that his domain of power was a mysterious power that only appeared when he fainted a few times? He remembered that when he was fighting with the fake Elder Tian Suo, the dark golden specter that was sealed had come out. He was no match for it and fainted on the spot. When he woke up, he discovered that the dark golden specter had been instantly killed by him. Yue Yang had always been confused about this matter. He only knew that there was a mysterious power in his body that had saved him many times when he was in danger. Could it be that those were his domain of power? Yue Yang realized that he really had a lot of secrets. Forget it, he would slowly figure it out. Yue Yang was too lazy to think too much about it. He prepared to transfer some innate chi to Queen Vivian Li and wait for her to recover some strength so that she could send him out. If you want to use domain of power, it's actually very simple. You just have to feel your inner heart and feel your true strength. Try it. Queen Vivian Li lied quietly in the crystal coffin and encouraged Yue Yang to try feeling his domain of power. Alright, if Yue Yang hadn't heard her mention it, he wouldn't have thought that there was still domain of power waiting to be developed in his body. In the first few minutes, Yue Yang's thoughts were like a tide, and he couldn't calm down. He couldn't feel his domain of power either. However, with Queen Vivian Li's gentle guidance, just like a teacher guiding him, Yue Yang gradually entered his inner heart. This was the first time he entered his own inner world. This was the first time he came into contact with the primordial power in his body in a conscious state. He came into contact with his own unique domain of power. It was as if a huge door of wisdom was slowly opening. Through his inner world, Yue Yang discovered that there were countless mysterious knowledge and mysterious powers, just like the stars in the Milky Way, floating in the air. The ones closest to him were the familiar Nirvana flame and world exterminating wheel. The ones that were even further away, Yue Yang couldn't feel them clearly. He only discovered that there were as many as the stars in the galaxy. Yue Yang first came into contact with Nirvana flame and world exterminating wheel, and then explored further away. Suddenly, a mysterious power discovered him. Like a comet, it shot towards him angrily. It seemed like it was attacking him, but it also wanted to enter his body. However, Yue Yang discovered that the power was destructive and extremely terrifying. He was so scared that his mind trembled. At this moment, there seemed to be a strange creature coming out from his body. It raised its head and opened its mouth, swallowing the mysterious power in one gulp. Then, like a comet, it exploded in Yue Yang's body. In that instant, the mysterious comet energy was transformed into a new power in Yue Yang's body, becoming one of the components of his domain of power. Yue Yang could now clearly feel the existence of his domain of power, that was comparable to a black hole's devour. If he could make good use of this domain of power that could devour everything, would he still need to worry about the 1,000 Goblins sect leader and Tong Tian outside? Yue Yang was stunned by the terrifying power of his own domain of power. In Queen Vivian Li's eyes, Yue Yang was completely entranced, his body ignited with Nirvana flame. The Nirvana flame expanded and formed a huge pillar of Nirvana flame. It carried Yue Yang and broke through the seal of the black hole in an instant, disappearing without a trace like a comet. Queen Vivian Li was a little flabbergasted as she muttered to herself, once he awakened, he already has such a strong domain of power. This brat, Nirvana flame, world exterminating wheel, star explosion, how much potential does this brat have? The stronger he is, the faster I can leave. This is a good thing. Queen Vivian Li happily closed the crystal coffin and continued to sleep, waiting for Yue Yang to come and meet her again. At this time, in the dimension of duel, Moki Shu Ling, who was going crazy, almost did not go crazy. He really wanted to cry. The enemy had disappeared. Under the influence of the code, he could not leave this damn dimension of duel. If the Yu clan's third young master really left this dimension of duel, then he would have to stay here forever. The consequences were unimaginable. When Moki Shu Ling thought of staying here alone for the rest of his life, until he starved to death or died of old age, he had the urge to commit suicide. The only thing that kept him from committing suicide was the hope that Yue Yang would reappear. He felt that the extremely cunning Yu clan's third young master was hiding somewhere. It could be his inherent skill, or it could be his beast's ability. In any case, before he killed him, he would not leave the dimension of duel. Lich Ring. After the sand beast had almost turned the entire dimension of duel upside down, it finally found the Lich Ring that Yue Yang had left behind before he entered the black hole. Moki Shu Ling took the ring and was even more sure of his deduction. He even guessed that this Yu clan's third young master had secretly hidden inside the Lich Ring. But the Lich Ring could only store dead things. Could it be that the Yu clan's third young master was a dead spirit? Moki Shu Ling could not understand even if he wanted to explode his head. Just as he was holding the Lich Ring in puzzlement, a Nirvana flame pillar suddenly shot out from the void. Yue Yang jumped out like a comet. His whole body was naked, without a single thread of clothing on it. Seeing Yue Yang appear, Moki Shu Ling almost burst into tears. God, this brat had finally appeared. Moki Shu Ling was afraid that Yue Yang would hide again. At that moment, he could no longer care about hiding his true strength. He immediately unsealed his innate level 4 strength and released his domain of power while roaring, "Brat, die! Dying under my domain of power is not a loss for you." Before he could attack, he suddenly realized that the Yu clan's third young master's body also had signs of releasing domain of power. He could not help but be shocked. This brat, how could he also know domain of power? Wasn't he just a level 3 innate junior? Which domain of power should I use? Forget it. Let's try out my newly comprehended exploding star explosion. Yue Yang muttered to himself, as if he was distressed about which domain of power to use. Moki Shu Ling's 7 orifices bled as he listened. He had never seen such an abnormal person who had so many domain of power. How was he supposed to live?